Fo she who allowed you to keep so many pets in the manor. Fo she who had been squatting on the ground chatting with a kitten about life and ideals was startled and turned around. The man who entered was as handsome as jade clad in military armor, but his face was dark and gloomy, his handsome features tinged with an unbearable coldness. His dark, sinister eyes were fixed on her. Is this the ultimate villain? Bei Ming Chen heard the inexplicable voice, his brows tightly locked. How could this be? The woman clearly hadn't opened her mouth to speak. Seeing the person opposite's face turn even darker, Fo, she hurriedly dropped the cat food, stood up, flusteredly clasped her hands together, and said in a frightened voice, Your Highness. Woof! A whoa! The husky rushed in front of Fo, she glaring at Bei Ming Chen with fierce dog eyes. Woof! A whoa! How dare you bully my sister, she? Do you think I'm just for show? Fo she rolled her eyes, glared at the husky, and gritted her teeth. Get lost. No sense of timing. If you anger the ultimate villain, he'll kill you and make dog meat in seconds. Seeing the husky, Bei Ming Chen was astonished and immediately drew his sword, pointing at it. He heard the inexplicable voice again and was greatly puzzled. He looked at Fo she. I could tolerate mosquitoes and mice, but you even dare to raise a wolf. Fo she hurriedly stepped in front of the husky. Your Highness, it's not a wolf, it's a husky. Bei Ming Chen frowned as if in doubt. Husky? Fo she nodded, pointing at the husky. It has a name. It's called Cui Hua. Cui Hua. Fo she then pointed at the mice in the corner. The name Mouse is too ugly. The male one is called Mickey, and the female one is called Minnie. Mickey. Minnie. Bei Ming Chen's eyes widened. He took a deep breath, but before he could steady himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. Your Highness. Your Highness. The head of the guards immediately ordered someone to summon a doctor. Then they carried Bei Ming Chen and left in a large group. Fo she lowered her head, looked helplessly at the husky, and whispered, Cui Hua, look at the trouble you've caused. As soon as you arrived, you made the big boss faint from anger. The husky whined twice. Woof woof. I think he was stunned by the names Cui Hua and Mickey and Minnie. Fo she gave a scornful laugh. Then from now on you'll be called Taiju. Woof woof. Protest. 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 Fo she adjusted her sleeves and said coolly, protest denied. The steward walked into the courtyard, stepped forward, and slightly bent over. Princess consort, it seems the prince doesn't like the pets you keep. Fo she nodded expressionlessly. She had seen it. It had been almost half a year since she transmigrated into the book, and this was her first time meeting Bei Ming Chen. He matched the description in the book, about the same, equally violent and cruel. The steward thought Fo she was afraid, so he cautiously said, why not send them? Fo she frowned and shook her head. How could I send the prince away? After all, this is still his territory. The steward was shocked, but didn't dare ask directly. He could only say, well, in the princess consort's heart were these pets more important than the prince? Fo she laughed. Don't worry, these pets will temporarily tolerate the prince. I mean, the prince will temporarily tolerate these pets. Bei Ming Chen's style was to make a person swell with pride before destroying them. Let them swell until they burst. The original owner could survive until just before the finale, despite being completely corrupted later on, showing that Bei Ming Chen's tolerance was indeed remarkable. The steward nodded in agreement. Yes. Fo she swept her gaze over the pets in the courtyard and wondered, but I'm really curious. Why would the prince come straight to my place after returning from the battlefield? Wasn't it written in the book that Bei Ming Chen had no love at all for his princess consort? After the marriage, the prince abandoned the original owner in this detached villa, went to the frontier a few days later, stayed for 2 years with no news, and didn't even send a single letter. Why did he come straight to this villa upon return? This servant doesn't know either. Perhaps the prince missed the princess consort, so he came right away. The steward replied. Upon hearing this, Fo she immediately waved her hand and firmly said, impossible, impossible. Seeing Fo she like this, the steward was momentarily speechless. Fo she walked toward the room with a worried look on her face. Was her carefree widowed life about to end? Sitting at the table, she poured a cup of water, took a sip, and tried hard to recall what Bei Ming Chen had done. As the villain, Bei Ming Chen's family background was extremely impressive. His father was the emperor's own younger brother, and his mother was the eldest princess of a neighboring kingdom. Listen to this background. Who can match it? He could walk sideways. But fate was a teasing little fairy. When Bei Ming Chen was born, his mother died in childbirth and his father died in battle. He went to the palace once, and the 100-year-old Grand Empress Dowager passed away. He went to the neighboring kingdom once, and his grandparents died. Listen to this fate. Who can match it? Could it be any more tragic? From then on, Bei Ming Chen was branded as inauspicious, growing up under the eyes of those who looked at him differently. As the saying goes, without undergoing suffering, how can one attain enlightenment? How could he become the big villain boss? Throughout history, how many villains were extremely miserable as children? Bei Ming Chen studied hard and trained rigorously from a young age, and went to battle as a teenager, becoming the war god of Anhui Kingdom. But others said, see, didn't I tell you? He's truly an ill-omened person. Even the enemy troops were cursed to death by him. When Bei Ming Chen heard this, he was filled with a murderous aura, and from then on people kept their distance. Until one rainy day, he met Ning Xianwan, who was shielding a snail from the rain. He was immediately moved by this gentle and kind girl. My God, the author went to great lengths to fabricate such a ridiculous story just to make Bei Ming Chen like Ning Xianwan. A highly virtuous monk performed a divination for Bei Ming Chen to change his fate. He must marry the woman with the strongest spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, the emperor was immediately alarmed. He immediately sent people to find such a woman. She who had grown up in a Buddhist temple was chosen. A single imperial decree turned the little nun into the princess consort of Chun. Entering the deep mansion is like diving into the sea. From then on, conscience is a stranger. Thinking of the original owner's final fate, flayed and tendons drawn, the scene was truly too gruesome to bear. In her thoughts, she shuddered all over, a wave of pain rising from the bottom of her heart. Damn man, truly ruthless. So ruthless, he even tortured his own princess consort to death. Or maybe strike while he's weak, take his life. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She quickly stood up and ran out, heading to the courtyard where Bei Ming Chen stayed. From a distance, she saw it crowded with layers upon layers of people. She cleared her throat lightly to signal her presence to the guards. The guards stood with stern faces, eyes fixed forward. No one responded. She pursed her lips ahem. She increased her volume. Still no one paid her any attention, not even a glance. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Oh my God, she was coughing so hard she was about to cough out her lungs. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, just as she was about to collapse from coughing, those people turned their attention to her, staring at her with stern faces. Was the princess consort suffering from tuberculosis? She swallowed, took a few deep breaths, and after she calmed down asked, "How is the prince?" Her voice came out hoarse and low. At the same moment the door opened, and the doctor came out of the room, carrying his medicine box. She stepped forward to ask, "Doctor, how is the prince?" The doctor sighed and shook his head. The prince's anger led to an attack of his old ailment. You'd better call the imperial physician from the palace. She stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Did the doctor mean Bei Ming Chen was about to die? Had she changed the direction of the plot? That would be truly wonderful. Once Bei Ming Chen was dead, she would be the most esteemed person in the entire Chen Prince Manor. Then whether it was creatures that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water, she could raise them as she pleased. This way her intelligence network would expand, and the life of earning a fortune daily would be incredibly satisfying. Seeing Foxy's disheartened and dazed appearance, the guards were filled with shame. They had thought the princess consort wished for the prince's early demise, but it turned out she was the one who cared for him the most. Princess consort. Princess consort. Foxy snapped back to reality and looked over. Princess consort, you must take care of yourself. The prince will surely recover. Foxy's face darkened. Who wanted him to recover? Seeing this situation, it seemed she wouldn't need to take action herself, but she still had to put on a facade. Disheartened, she said, "When the prince awakens, come and inform me." Having said that, she turned around and left with a desolate, dispirited silhouette. The guards were speechless. The princess consort loved the prince so deeply, the prince must surely recover. Princess consort, the prince has been unconscious for 2 days. Has he awakened yet? No, the physician says the prince is on the verge of death. What? Foxy shot up from her seat, turned and strode out of the room, the smile on her face barely concealable. She had finally been waiting for this. The steward called out from behind, "Princess consort, please slow down." He thought the princess consort loves the prince so much, may he be safe. Foxy walked briskly. Slow down. If she slowed down, the body would be cold. The steward anxiously shouted from behind, "Princess consort. Princess consort." Foxy stopped reluctantly, turned around, her voice trembling with overexcited anticipation. "Didn't you say the prince is on the verge of death? Hurry up then." The steward glanced at the door on the left. Wasn't this the prince's courtyard? Pointing at the large gate, he said timidly, "Isn't the prince recuperating here?" Foxy's mouth fell open, momentarily at a loss for words to ease the awkwardness. She cleared her throat and said, "The morning fog was too thick, I didn't see clearly," and passed it. The steward assumed the princess consort was merely too worried about the prince, causing her to be distracted. "Princess consort, please accept my condolences." Foxy took a deep breath. "I will try my best to control myself." She walked straight into the room, craning her neck to observe. She saw Bei Ming Chen lying on the bed, his face pale, and his arm covered with silver acupuncture needles. Foxy pressed her lips tightly together, clenching her teeth to force herself not to laugh out loud. Hold it, and you must not laugh out loud." Bei Ming Chen, lying on the bed, heard the sound, and his eyelashes fluttered slightly. He tried to open his eyes but seemed trapped in a nightmare. Seeing the physician withdraw the needles, Foxy asked urgently, "How is the prince?" The physician inserted the silver needles back into the kit, stood up, and shook his head. Delight surged within Foxy, but fearing others might notice, she pressed her lips together. Unable to suppress it, she let out 2 humphs, and quickly covered her face with her hands. The steward watched Foxy's trembling body and the occasional muffled sounds, his heart aching with sympathy. Ah, how cruel fate could be. Foxy pinched herself hard, tears instantly filling her eyes. Slowly lowering her hands, she lifted her head and said with feigned sorrow, "Physician, is there still a chance to revive the prince?" The physician shook his head and said slowly, "The prince is out of danger and will awaken in a few days." Foxy's heart, which had soared halfway, plummeted into an abyss of despair. She looked at the physician in disbelief, her voice cracking with shock. "Didn't you say the prince was on the verge of death?" The physician sighed. At that time the prince was so enraged by the princess consort that his breathing was indeed very weak. This old man's diagnosis was mistaken. Foxy choked on her breath. Pointing at the physician, her mouth hung open for a long time before she spoke. "You must be careful with your words. What do you mean I enraged the prince? He clearly had a relapse of an old ailment." Suddenly recalling the physician's latter words, she glanced at the steward beside her and saw his face lit with joy. Indignantly she said to the physician, "You made a misdiagnosis." The physician nodded. Foxy took 2 steps forward, pointed at Bei Ming Chen, and said in an incredulous tone, "You actually misdiagnosed him." The physician assumed Foxy was simply overwhelmed by the news. He bowed slightly and said, "Princess consort, please avoid excessive joy or sorrow. It is harmful to your health. The prince will regain consciousness soon." Foxy stepped back 2 paces, clutching her chest, as if an arrow had pierced her heart. The steward quickly stepped forward to gently support her, beaming with joy. "Princess consort, you heard correctly. The prince will awaken soon." Foxy's body stiffened, as if another arrow had struck her heart. Regaining her composure, she waved her hand irritably. "The physician is the benefactor of our manor. Steward, reward him and see him out." The steward extended his hand in a gesture. "This way please, physician." Once they were alone, Foxy crept to the bedside, biting her lip as she stared at Bei Ming Chen on the bed. "Should I finish him off with one more strike now? What if I get caught? It's all that physician's fault for making me miss the perfect opportunity." Bei Ming Chen's eyelashes trembled. He moved his hand with difficulty, but could not open his eyes. A violent rage simmered in his heart. When he woke, he would make this woman pay. Foxy reached out and gestured at Bei Ming Chen's neck for a long time, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. For one, she had never killed anyone. For another, she feared that if she killed him, she would be buried with him soon after. How annoying. Why did I end up in a place like this? She withdrew her hand and stared at Bei Ming Chen. He really is handsome. What a pity he has to be the female lead's lapdog, ending up with nothing in the end. Foxy clicked her tongue sympathetically. Truly a pair of miserable spouses. One fawns over the female lead, the other over the male lead. In the end, the real couple lives happily ever after, while you two end up in utter desolation. She turned and walked over to sit by the table, resting her chin on the edge as she stared straight at Bei Ming Chen lying on the bed. Why should a cannon fodder make things difficult for a villain? In a few years we'll both be reporting to the king of hell anyway. Maybe I should ask to be divorced after he wakes up. With a bang, the door opened. The steward approached Foxy and said in a low, respectful voice, "Princess consort, you haven't eaten much for several days. Now that the prince is out of danger, please have some food." Foxy shook her head sorrowfully and sighed. "As long as Bei Ming Chen doesn't die, I can't eat." The steward urged, "Princess consort, the prince will wake up soon. You must also take care of yourself." Why does everyone have to bring this up in front of me?" she said sorrowfully. "I cannot eat until the prince awakens." The steward sighed, about to continue his persuasion when a weak yet vicious voice came from beside him. "Isn't it rather that you can't eat until I'm dead, eh?" Foxy shot up, staring in shock at the man who had sat up. "Holy crap, did I just say that out loud?" She stared intently at the man on the opposite bed. Seeing his expression unchanged, she let out a breath of relief. "Scared me to death." My heart stopped for 2 seconds. Her voice trembled. "Prince, you're awake. I was so worried about you, afraid something might happen to you." A cold smirk curled at the corner of Bei Ming Chen's lips. His words carried a hidden meaning. "Rest assured I won't die before you do." Foxy's heart skipped a beat. She forced a smile. "The prince is always teasing me. So you want to die after me, or to my left, or to my right?" Seeing the prince finally awake, the steward was overjoyed. "Your Highness, you're finally awake." During these 2 days of your coma, the princess consort was beside herself with worry. Bei Ming Chen snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Foxy, before him, his voice icy. "You were worried about me." Foxy's hands trembled. What a useless ally. Her face stiff as she forced a smile. "As the princess consort, it is my duty to care for the prince." Bei Ming Chen let out a cold laugh. "Is that so?" Foxy shuddered, her voice quivering. "Yes, of course it is. If I had been ruthless just now, he'd be on the bridge of helplessness by now." Upon hearing her thoughts, Bei Ming Chen's voice turned as cold as the winter frost. "Since that's the case, you shall attend to my dressing, princess." "Yes," Foxy agreed through gritted teeth, her words compliant, but her body unmoving. "This wretched Bei Ming Chen intends to treat me like a maidservant. Do you have any objections, princess? Speak your mind, and I shall consider them." Foxy's smile froze for 2 seconds. "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I merely fear my own clumsiness might inadvertently touch your wound." Bei Ming Chen rested his leg on the edge of the bed, waiting in silence. Foxy pretended not to understand his meaning, standing idly by. To think that a modern beauty like me from the 21st century would have to bow down and put shoes on a villain from a book. Bei Ming Chen narrowed his eyes. 21st century? A book? A villain? What did she mean? The steward quickly stepped forward to help Bei Ming Chen put on his shoes and then assisted him to stand. Bei Ming Chen stood with his arms outstretched waiting. Seeing Foxy motionless, the steward whispered, "Princess." Foxy slowly walked forward. "One would think you were paralyzed from the waist down, needing help with everything." The moment Foxy's hand touched Bei Ming Chen's shoulder, she was flung away. Caught completely off guard, Foxy was thrown to the ground. After a dazed moment, she let out an ill-timed cry, "Ouch. I suppose I can file for workers' compensation now." Hearing this thought, a strange feeling stirred within Bei Ming Chen. He turned to look at the woman sitting on the floor, feeling an impulse to help her up. Forcing himself to remain calm, he adopted a condescending posture and an arrogant tone. "It seems the princess is indeed all thumbs. Enough, you may take your leave." Right away, Foxy scrambled to her feet and dashed back into her own courtyard. The courtyard was full of pets: Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, the lazy rabbit, Pleasant Goat. Upon seeing Foxy return safely, they eagerly asked, "Did that bastard give you a hard time?" "Sister, she tell us if you've been wronged." Cui Hua ran over. No, it was now called Taiju. Taiju ran over barking, "Woof woof." "Sister, she do you want me to bite him to death?" A scorpion crawled leisurely, "And me, I can give him a sting." A mosquito buzzed over, "His blood looks like it would taste good." Foxy held out her hand. "Everyone, my brave heroes, quiet down and listen to me. Sister, she is speaking, who will listen to her." "Yes, we'll follow Sister, she's lead." Foxy rubbed her nose. She felt like the leader of a beggar's sect. Clearing her throat, she said, "Our mission for now is..." She swept her gaze over the pets, seeing their grave expressions as if they were ready to face death at any moment. "To wash up and get some rest after a long day." Instantly, disdainful sounds came from the pets. "Your Highness," the steward called out, hurrying over. Foxy looked over. What did that wretched Bei Ming Chen want now? "Your Highness, the prince summons you to the main hall." Foxy thought to herself, just as I expected. "What for?" she asked ungraciously. The steward replied respectfully, "There is a guest in the main hall." Foxy was taken aback. A guest had arrived so soon after Bei Ming Chen woke up. "Do you know who it is?" The steward hesitated. Foxy frowned. "Don't you recognize them?" It is the eldest daughter of the Ning family, Ning Xianwan." Foxy blinked. The female lead had arrived. She looked down at her attire. "I will go after I freshen up." "Yes." Foxy hurried into the bedroom. Since transmigrating, she had attended a few formal occasions and met the female lead twice. But somehow the reality had shattered her expectations. A storm was brewing. Foxy walked slowly toward the main hall, coincidentally running into Bei Ming Chen coming from another direction. She quickly bowed, "Your Highness." Bei Ming Chen looked her up and down, humming lightly in acknowledgement. "Why are you only coming out now?" Foxy gave a coy smile. "Your Highness, how could I appear shabby before an honored guest?" She scanned Bei Ming Chen from head to toe. "Didn't you also change your clothes, Your Highness? His complexion does seem much better than before. Truly, love is the best medicine." Bei Ming Chen narrowed his eyes. "Love? What an excellent thing to say. So excellent he wanted to throw her into the sky." Foxy stepped forward. "Your Highness, shall we go together?" Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways at Foxy, snorted coldly, and strode ahead. Foxy was not offended and followed behind. "I'll just watch you until you have nothing." Bei Ming Chen stopped in his tracks, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to punch Foxy to death. Foxy caught up, grinning cheekily, feeling a little excited. "Are we?" Bei Ming Chen cast a sidelong glance at Foxy, said nothing, and quickened his pace. Foxy pouted, feeling unsatisfied. "Honestly, I was about to share some advice with him." Bei Ming Chen's knuckles cracked. "Share advice? About what?" "Love." Did she know anything about love? With him looking like that, if I were Ning Xianwan, I'd choose the crown prince too. Ning Xianwan spotted Bei Ming Chen and immediately stood up, her voice gentle and moving. "Your Highness." Enough. Bei Ming Chen had reached his limit and let out a furious roar. Foxy was stunned, blinking her innocent eyes. "Is he talking to me?" Ning Xianwan was also taken aback. Was Bei Ming Chen talking to her? Bei Ming Chen exuded a violent aura, making him look terrifying. He truly wanted to snap this woman's neck. Foxy swallowed hard, shrinking her neck like a frightened fawn. "This is terrifying. He wouldn't actually break my neck, would he?" Just then a mosquito flew in front of her, buzzing indignantly. "Sister, she don't be afraid. I'll avenge you." "No, don't go." With a sharp slap, the mosquito didn't even leave a drop of blood. Foxy immediately closed her eyes. "Great. There goes another one of my idiot teammates." Ning Xianwan walked weakly and delicately to Bei Ming Chen, looking deeply wronged. "Your Highness, are you speaking to Wanner?" Foxy shuddered, rubbing her arms. What was wrong with Ning Xianwan? Her voice was so syrupy. Before Bei Ming Chen could speak, he heard Foxy mimicking Ning Xianwan's thoughts. "Your Highness, are you speaking to the bowler?" Bei Ming Chen's brow twitched. A flicker of amusement passed through him. He glanced at Foxy, then walked to the head seat, his voice calm. "No." Ning Xianwan lifted her head, flashing what she believed to be her most beautiful smile, her voice coy. "I knew it. How could Your Highness ever make Wanner sad?" Bei Ming Chen took his seat at the head. Foxy walked over and sat to the side, taking a look at Ning Xianwan. Dressed like a reincarnation of Peppa Pig, but not even as cute as Peppa Pig herself. Bei Ming Chen's hand paused. Peppa Pig. What was that? Peppa Pig with tattoos on. Applause for the socialites. Bei Ming Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Foxy, who was staring straight ahead. Ning Xianwan took a teacup from the maid and handed it to Bei Ming Chen. As their hands touched during the exchange, she immediately withdrew hers, lowering her head in shyness. Oh my god, it was just an accidental touch. Is all this drama really necessary? Bei Ming Chen took the teacup, his tone ambiguous. Such tasks are for the servants. Then he heard Foxy's voice making as if to put the cup down. Ning Xianwan quickly reached out to take the teacup from Bei Ming Chen's hand, murmuring, Your Highness, is it too hot? Let water blow on it for you. With that, she gently blew on the teacup. Foxy shook her head. Such a lovey-dovey scene. I really don't know why Bei Ming Chen called me here. To be a light bulb illuminating their illicit romance. Bei Ming Chen turned his head to look at Foxy. Where did she get the idea they were being lovey-dovey? Suppressing his anger, he said to Ning Xianwan, who was blowing on the tea as if out of spite, Whoever marries you has truly accumulated great fortune in their past life. Yes, unlike me. Marrying you was truly the sin of my past life. Bei Ming Chen clenched his fists, casting an angry glance at Foxy. She sat there expressionlessly. If not for his ability to hear her thoughts, he would never have known the words she was uttering at this very moment. Ning Xianwan smiled coyly, lowering her head to smooth her hair. Your Highness, you jest with me. Raising her head, she saw Bei Ming Chen's gaze fixed on Foxy, his eyes shifting subtly. She handed him the teacup, speaking with gentle solicitude. Your Highness, the tea has grown cold. Bei Ming Chen withdrew his gaze and accepted the cup. How repulsive. She's been blowing on it for so long, spittle must have flown into it. And she just smoothed her hair. Dandruff has surely fallen into the tea as well. Bei Ming Chen stared at the tea before him, as if he could see flecks of spittle floating within it. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he set the cup down. Ning Xianwan looked puzzled. Your Highness, why do you not drink? I am not thirsty at the moment. He raised his eyes to meet hers, but it seemed he could see dandruff in her hair. He shifted back slightly. Is there a reason for your visit to the Chun Prince Manor? Ning Xianwan pressed her handkerchief to her heart, her voice aching with pain. I heard your Highness's old ailment has recurred, so I came especially to visit. Before Bei Ming Chen could respond, he once again heard Foxy's damned inner voice. Well said. Let me applaud. The Ning Manor and the Chun Prince Manor are 1,000 li apart. It takes 3 whole days to travel between them. Bei Ming Chen's eyes showed no change. He acknowledged lightly, I am fine. Ning Xianwan furrowed her brows slightly. She had said so much, yet why did the prince not continue the conversation? Bei Ming Chen turned his gaze to Foxy, seeing her sitting alone to one side. A flicker of pity stirred within him. He parted his thin lips. Why does the princess consort not speak? Foxy, suddenly addressed, looked up with a question mark in her eyes. She immediately smiled, her voice soft. I was listening to you two talk. Ning Xianwan turned slowly, covering her mouth with her handkerchief in feigned surprise. Sister Warner only just noticed you. It's just that I was so worried about His Highness. I trust Sister won't be upset. Foxy looked over and smiled. How could I be? Counting on my fingers, I'd say Ning Xianwan is about to go blind. Ning Xianwan pressed her lips together and let out a tinkling laugh. Foxy's expression was one of speechless exasperation. She laughs, but why cover her mouth? Could Ning Xianwan have bad breath? Ning Xianwan lowered her handkerchief and turned to Bei Ming Chen. Sister is truly wonderful. His Highness is indeed fortunate to have a princess consort like Sister. Bei Ming Chen nodded, slightly glanced at Foxy, then turned his head back to face Ning Xianwan before him. Somehow he felt that everything about Ning Xianwan today seemed unclean. Yet when he looked closely, she appeared just as usual. It must be Foxy's thoughts influencing him. Foxy let out a cold laugh. Fortunate indeed. Who else but me could watch her own husband court another woman with such a straight face? She suddenly understood why the original owner had turned dark later on. Watching your own husband fawn over someone else day after day, how could that not breed resentment? Bastard. If you don't love her, why marry her? I really want to send you far, far away, 1,000 miles beyond. A flicker of anger had risen in Bei Ming Chen, but upon hearing these two thoughts, he forcibly suppressed it. His marriage to Foxy had indeed been tainted by ulterior motives. Foxy marrying a man of ill omen like himself had truly suffered unjustly. Dissatisfied with Bei Ming Chen's lack of response, Ning Xianwan's fingers brushed her handkerchief. She lightly touched her nose with it, speaking with envy. I hope Wanner's future husband will be as fine as His Highness. Foxy looked over and saw Ning Xianwan gazing at Bei Ming Chen with stars in her eyes, as if she were about to say she hoped her future husband would be the prince himself. Damn it. If you like him, take him away. Do you really think I'm invisible? She forced a smile. Miss Ning, are you thinking of marriage? Bei Ming Chen's gaze fell on Foxy, puzzled by her question. Ning Xianwan lowered her head with a coy smile, her voice soft. Seeing the love between your Highness and Sister is truly enviable. Which eye of yours sees any love between me and this dog of a prince? Foxy ignored Bei Ming Chen's chilling stare. Imitating Ning Xianwan, she lightly touched her nose with her handkerchief and smiled. Does Miss Ning have someone in her heart? As Ning Xianwan was about to speak, Foxy continued. If not, I will have my husband keep an eye out at court for a distinguished young master. Come on, let's see who can disgust whom more. At the words my husband, Bei Ming Chen's hand trembled slightly. He called out in a low voice, Foxy. Foxy turned to him with a gentle smile, her voice soft. What is it? Ning Xianwan choked back a sob, looking frail and delicate. Water once had a betrothal. At this point she broke down in tears, weeping as if water were free, her body swaying unsteadily. Foxy was genuinely afraid she might faint on the spot. Goodness, snot is about to drip out. Hearing Foxy's thoughts, Bei Ming Chen felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He pressed his fingers to his brow. Ning Xianwan wiped her tears, her head bowed. What was wrong with Bei Ming Chen? His attitude towards her was different from when he first returned to the capital. On that day, she had deliberately gone to the city gate to greet him, and after making her appearance, she had casually let slip that Foxy had turned the manor upside down. Bei Ming Chen had clearly stormed back in a rage, yet the news that followed was of his old ailment recurring and that he might even die. It was only today, upon learning he had awakened and was out of danger, that she had finally come to call. Foxy could roughly guess Ning Xianwan's intentions. She had seen plenty of the tactics of white lotuses and green tea betches. Smiling, she spoke. Miss Ning, why have you stopped? Ning Xianwan snapped back to herself, speaking with sorrow. But that young master died unexpectedly. Even the news of his death was delivered to me by someone else. Foxy looked shocked. Did you expect him to come tell you himself? She bit her lip after speaking. Damn it, I let that slip out loud. To his own surprise, Bei Ming Chen found Foxy's words reasonable. Ning Xianwan's expression stiffened. She looked up, but Bei Ming Chen made no reaction. Her face contorted as if she had suffered a great injustice. She covered her face with her handkerchief, lowered her head, and sobbed. Sister, do you dislike Warner? Then Warner will take her leave. With that, she covered her face and ran out slowly. Foxy looked utterly bewildered. Did I say something so unforgivable? Anyone would think I cursed her to never find a husband. Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and glared at Foxy in fury. Foxy forced herself to remain calm. You dog of a man, what do you think you're doing? Touch me, and I'll fight you to the death. We might as well go report to the king of hell together. In 18 years I'll be a hero again. Bei Ming Chen squeezed the teacup with such force that it shattered in his hand, fragments flying everywhere. An oppressive low-pressure aura radiated from him, making it hard to breathe. Foxy was stunned, blinking her innocent wide eyes. Holy shit. That's terrifying as hell. Bei Ming Chen growled in a low voice, get out. Foxy's gaze snapped to him. She hated being cursed at more than anything. Her expression hardened, her voice tinged with anger. Are you talking to me? I've been playing nice for nothing. Screw it, I'm taking you down today. Bei Ming Chen's cold, malevolent eyes locked onto Foxy. He sneered disdainfully. Yes, you. Foxy spread her hands, stood up, and gave a cold, tight-lipped smile. Show me how it's done first. Bei Ming Chen seemed incredulous, his icy gaze sharpening. You seek death. The steward stepped forward to plead for Foxy. Your Highness, please calm down. The princess consort did not mean it that way. He tilted his head, signaling Foxy to apologize immediately. Foxy lifted her chin defiantly, her expression clearly saying, this is who I am. What are you going to do about it? In her original world, she lived a comfortable life, thanks to her ability to understand animals' voices. But inexplicably she was thrust into this lousy book, and after all that fawning she was still inferior to that White Lotus's single tear. Bei Ming Chen stood up, radiating malice as he approached. She did not back down. Just you who faints the moment you appear. Think I'm afraid of you. The steward hastily retreated 2 steps, positioning himself between them, and said in an anxious voice, Your Highness, please reconsider. Since the princess consort arrived at the manor, she had treated the servants exceptionally well, especially in the past 6 months. Many maids had become her little followers. The surrounding guards and maids knelt down, pleading, Your Highness, please reconsider. She turned to glance at those kneeling, made a motion to help the steward up, and lowered her voice. Rise, all of you. This matter has nothing to do with you. Please spare the princess consort, Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen sneered. You certainly know how to win people over. She's eyes widened. Holy crap, why don't you say these maids all like me now? Bei Ming Chen strode out, his cold voice drifting back. The princess consort is unworthy of her position. Confined to her quarters for 1 month. The rest of you forfeit 1 month's salary. Thank you, Your Highness. She snorted coldly at Bei Ming Chen's retreating back. Turning around, she said in a gentle tone, Rise, all of you. Come to me later for the forfeited silver. Bei Ming Chen, who had just reached the doorstep, paused slightly at her words. An expression he himself hardly noticed softened his face, and then he turned and left. The crowd shook their heads. The princess consort only received a small monthly allowance. How could she give it away to them? She said no more. She would definitely give them the forfeited money. These people relied on their monthly wages to support their families. The steward said respectfully, Princess consort, you should go to your confinement. Do not anger His Highness further. She nodded dejectedly. For 2 consecutive days she stayed in her courtyard playing with the birds, walking the dog, and petting the cat. Life was utterly delightful. That morning she had just risen and was stretching at the door when a pigeon flew toward her and landed on the birdcage. Coo coo coo. Sister, your husband came to our Lingxi pavilion last night. Wrong choice of words. I have no husband. Coo. That jerk came to our Lingxi pavilion. She lowered her arms, pressed her legs, and said nonchalantly, so what? Why are you so excited? Coo. Aren't you curious what he wanted to inquire about? She rested her leg on the windowsill, raised her hands, and bent over, not curious. Straightening up, she paused for a moment, and said, charge him 10 times the usual fee. Coo. That doesn't seem right. Nothing wrong with it. Don't worry about it. I'll go there myself. Coo. I'll fly off then. Go ahead. She released a small bird to spy on the situation. Soon the little bird flew back, chirp. Bei Ming Chen is not in the manner. She made an okay gesture with her hand. She returned to her room, changed into a set of clothes convenient for movement, and tied up her hair. She did not intend to wear a veil or disguise herself as a man. It was useless. Strange outfits only attracted more attention. Arriving at the tall wall, she took out her prepared hook, threw it over the wall, pulled it to check if it was secure, then looked back with a smile, and said to the dog, guard the door well. Woof. Don't worry, leave it to me. She made an okay gesture, professional. Then she slowly climbed the wall using the rope, sat on top, turned the hook around, and climbed down slowly. Once on the ground, she smiled happily, clapped her hands, and reached up to pull down the hook. She jumped a few times, but the hook was stuck fast, not budging an inch. She looked left and right. This was the back wall. Should be no one around, right? Quickly she tied a knot in the dangling rope and fastened it at a spot she could just reach on tiptoe. Then she crept forward, taking back alleys all the way until she entered the Lingxi pavilion through the back door. The clerk immediately put down his documents. Sister, you're here. She nodded, sat down at a stone table, and drank a cup of water. She glanced around and asked, Shizhou, where are your parents? Shizhou smiled. Father is at the counter, and mother went to organize the documents. She nodded, pulled out a thick stack of papers from her bosom, and handed them over. Looking at the papers, this is the last batch of information. Shizhou reached out and took them. I heard the Prince of Chen came by last night. Shizhou nodded. Yes, His Highness the Prince of Chen did come. Charge him 10 times the fee. What the Prince of Chen wants to investigate is... Allah. Shizhou looked at her in disbelief. She nodded. Do as I say. All right. Shall she stay for lunch before you go? Shizhou's mother's voice came from inside. Hearing this, she immediately stood up and made to leave. I have something to do. Next time. Shizhou handed the prepared documents to She. She took them and swiftly left. Strolling through the streets, she patted her stomach. Maybe she should have lunch before going back. Just as she was about to enter a restaurant, she ran straight into Ning Xianwan and Jiang Tiantian. She rolled her eyes and turned to leave. She really should have checked the almanac before going out. Jiang Tiantian spotted She first and sneered. If it isn't the Princess of Chen, out shopping alone are we? She realized she had been spotted and couldn't leave easily, so she turned around and said casually, I'm afraid half a person would scare you to death. Jiang Tiantian was taken aback. You. Ning Xianwan stepped out from the side, saw She, and covered her mouth in surprise, but her voice was anything but quiet. Sister, how did you get out? Didn't His Highness confine you to the manor for a month? Jiang Tiantian covered her mouth and laughed, glancing smugly around, taunting. How confined to quarters? Truly disliked by all. Even dogs wouldn't touch her. Ning Xianwan scolded sternly. Tiantian. Sister is only confined for a month. How can you speak of her like that? Jiang Tiantian curled her lips into a smile. Wana, you're so kind-hearted. But if the Prince of Chen finds out that the princess consort sneaked out during her confinement, might he add another month? With that she covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. She mimicked the gesture, covering her mouth and laughing, then suddenly changed expression. Oh dear, Miss Jiang is truly a person that dogs love. I have several dogs. Shall I give you one? Jiang Tiantian's face darkened. She still remembered the last time she came to the Prince of Chen's manor looking for trouble and was almost eaten by a wolf. She continued to cover her mouth and laughed charmingly. Oh, I forgot. Miss Jiang is afraid of dogs. Ning Xianwan forced a smile. As the princess consort, aren't you being a bit petty? Tiantian was only making a casual remark. She spread her hands. I was only making a casual remark too. Since I am the princess consort, please address me as Her Highness the Princess of Chen. I am an orphan. I really can't bear Miss Ning's calling me sister. Seeing Ning Xianwan's expression stiffen, Jiang Tiantian said indignantly, She, what are you so proud of? If you hadn't married the Prince of Chen, you'd probably still be sweeping the temple floor. She looked She up and down arrogantly. You sneaked out during your confinement. I'm definitely going to tell the Prince of Chen. Go ahead, think I'm afraid of you. She shrugged. I'm confined. I didn't know. Who told you that? Ning Xianwan was slightly stunned, her expression stiffening. You're not confined. Could that person have lied to her for money? She spread her hands as if to say, You see for yourselves. Just as she was about to speak, a man's questioning voice came from behind. Jiang Tiantian, are you causing trouble again? Jiang Tiantian trembled at the sound, lowering her head as she shrank behind Ning Xianwan. Foxy turned to look as two men approached. The foremost man was tall and slender, with chiseled features, sharp brows that swept into his temples, and a resplendent white brocade robe cinched by a silver-edged belt. He carried himself with an aura of nobility, as gentle and refined as polished jade. The man behind him, though less strikingly handsome, was still distinguished and elegant, with a graceful demeanor. Dressed in a blue robe, he had a commanding presence, and stood with a gentle smile, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Ning Xianwan placed her hand on her waist and bowed. Your Highness the Crown Prince and the heir of Jiang. Jiang Tiantan murmured softly. Your Highness the Crown Prince, elder brother. Foxy's eyes widened. Here it comes. A classic scene, the hero saving the damsel in distress. Jiang Boyu bowed slightly to Foxy. Consort of the Prince of Chun. Foxy smiled and nodded, then turned to bow to Bei Ming Chen. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Bei Ming Chen returned a gentle smile. Consort of the Prince of Chun, there is no need for such formalities. Foxy returned the courtesy. Your Highness the Crown Prince is too kind. Bei Ming Chen, with a warm demeanor, extended his hand toward the restaurant. This establishment is well worth a visit. Consort of the Prince of Chun, please. Foxy was about to accept without further demur when she heard Bei Ming Chen's cold voice. Foxy closed her eyes. I really should have checked the almanac before going out. Why do I keep running into people I want to avoid? Everyone bowed in unison. Your Highness the Prince of Chun. Bei Ming Chen nodded. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Bei Ming Chen smiled. We were just saying that this restaurant is worth a try. Bei Ming Chen stepped forward and took Foxy's hand, his expression impassive. I'm afraid we must disappoint your Highness the Crown Prince. The prince and his consort have matters to discuss. Foxy placed her hand on Bei Ming Chen's large one, gently patting it. It hurts. Instead of loosening his grip, Bei Ming Chen tightened it. Damn it, let go. My hand is about to break. Bei Ming Chen glanced at Foxy's wrist, noticing her subtle movements. A glint of sharp insight flickered in his eyes. No matter. Bei Ming Chen pulled Foxy and turned to leave. Foxy hurried after him, muttering under her breath, Slow down, will you? Slow down. Ning Xianwan watched as Bei Ming Chen didn't spare her a single glance from beginning to end. A seed of resentment took root in her heart. In the past, whenever she appeared, all the men would flock around her. Why had things changed now? Bei Ming Chen dragged Foxy into the carriage and released her, shoving her into a corner. Hiss. Foxy steadied herself and sat up, brushing the dust off her clothes. Is this guy out of his mind? Bei Ming Chen's face was dark and stormy. You are now the consort of the Prince of Chun, a married woman. Were you treating me as if I were dead, being together with another man? Foxy met his gaze directly. So, I should never leave the inner courtyard, never step outside, obediently stay in the Prince of Chen's manor, and grow old in solitude. And when you flirt with Ning Xianwan, were you treating me as if I were dead? Bei Ming Chen was stunned. When had he ever flirted with Ning Xianwan? He himself didn't understand why, but whenever he was with Ning Xianwan, he seemed unable to refuse any request she made. Yet seeing Foxy like this infuriated him. I can grant you that wish. Foxy shot him an angry glare before turning her gaze away. He's a prince, and this isn't a society ruled by law. Endure it. Bei Ming Chen glanced at Foxy, who wore a look of proud disdain. He felt that this woman was different from 2 years ago, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what had changed. Foxy rubbed her wrist and pulled up her sleeve to look. It was red and swollen. You dog of a man, truly ruthless and heartless. It hurts like hell. Bei Ming Chen's gaze swept over Foxy's wrist. The slender limb was marked by several red fingerprints, the bruises, slightly swollen, starkly vivid against her snow-white skin. He frowned. He had only used 1/10 of his strength, and yet it had come to this. Truly delicate. Foxy gently pressed the area with her palm. It hurt so much. Bei Ming Chen extended his slender fingers and gently pressed on the red swollen spots. Foxy was startled and immediately withdrew her hand, looking at the man so close to her, a flutter of panic in her heart. What are you doing? I'm checking to see if the bone is injured, Bei Ming Chen replied calmly. Hearing this, Foxy grew even more frightened. When a wolf comes bearing gifts, it's either a thief or a murderer. What does he want? I feel like he's going to twist my hand off, then put it back on, then twist it off again. Bei Ming Chen massaged his brow, suppressing the anger within him. He extended his hand. If your hand hurts, give it to me. Foxy bit her lip and hid her hand behind her back, puzzled. How did you know my hand hurts? Bei Ming Chen was taken aback for a moment, then replied impassively. If your hand didn't hurt, would you keep pressing it? Foxy's fear instantly dissipated and her expression calmed. She asked in a flat tone, Are you concerned about me? Bei Ming Chen ignored her. Foxy slowly extended her hand. Bei Ming Chen took the delicate hand before him, and his entire body stiffened. Her hand was as soft as a tender shoot, her skin as smooth as congealed cream. Foxy didn't notice the man's discomfort. Staring at her own wrist, she murmured, Is it badly hurt? Bei Ming Chen snapped back to reality. He pressed the girl's wrist with his fingers, his voice carrying a note of restraint. Does it hurt here? It hurts, it hurts. Bei Ming Chen pressed another spot on the side. And here? It hurts, it hurts. And here? His voice was louder than the previous two questions. It hurts. Oh well, it doesn't have to hurt. Foxy realized that Bei Ming Chen was pressing on the back of her hand and knew she had overplayed her act. She quickly withdrew her hand and rubbed her nose, emboldened to push her luck. Your Highness, since I'm injured, could you perhaps lift the house arrest? Bei Ming Chen sat up straight and cast a glance at the fawning Foxy, a hint of mockery in his tone. I think your injury is quite serious. You'd best stay in the manor to recuperate. Foxy's eyes widened. No. It's not serious at all. Bei Ming Chen raised an eyebrow. Then does it hurt? Foxy ground her teeth. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. For some reason Bei Ming Chen was in an inexplicably good mood. He closed his eyes to rest. Since it's neither serious nor painful for sneaking out to play without permission, add another month. Foxy's eyes flew wide open and she took a deep breath. Damn it, if I'd known this would happen, why did I have to play the fool for so long? Take it as a lesson. How else would I learn how treacherous the world is? She glared at Bei Ming Chen, who had his eyes closed, and silently mouthed curses. Suddenly Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes. Foxy's mouth was still slightly open. She blinked twice, then raised her hand and slapped the air in front of her, muttering, How did a mosquito get in here? Seeing Bei Ming Chen still staring at her, she continued slapping the air. Turning her head, she asked ingratiatingly, Your Highness, were you bitten by a mosquito? Bei Ming Chen remained expressionless. What do you think? Foxy silently withdrew her hand and gave a dry laugh. Your Highness is so exceptionally handsome and distinguished, mosquitoes would surely never bite you. Bei Ming Chen's brow twitched and he said with interest, Then it must be because you are too ugly. Foxy nearly choked on her breath. Did I just dig a hole and bury myself? She let out a soft sigh, turned sideways, and lifted the curtain of the carriage window. Sigh, every few days I feel like leaving this world behind. Bei Ming Chen glanced at Foxy. The girl was turned to the side, gazing intently out the window. Her black hair was tied up, her face free of makeup, yet still as pure white as snow, breathtakingly beautiful. Her clear eyes were like a pool of spring water shimmering with ripples, and her cherry-red lips were pressed tightly together, revealing her inner stubbornness and unyielding spirit. Foxy seemed lost in thought as she watched the street scenery outside, apparently oblivious to Bei Ming Chen's gaze upon her. A strange glint flickered in Bei Ming Chen's eyes. He turned his head away, coughed lightly, and placed his fist over his mouth. Foxy looked over at the sound. What kind of mischief is this guy up to now? Bei Ming Chen's previously buoyant mood instantly evaporated, replaced by a surge of malevolence. How could he never seem to earn a single good word in Foxy's heart? Foxy shot him a glance, then silently turned her head away. His whole demeanor screams agitation. Keep your distance. Is he afraid I'll take advantage of the situation? You can rest assured on that count. Bei Ming Chen's fingers slowly curled into a fist within his sleeve, a flicker of gloom passing through his eyes. Foxy shivered, her scalp tingling as a chill surged from the soles of her feet, spreading through her limbs and freezing her body stiff. Stealing a glance at Bei Ming Chen, she saw his expression was inscrutable, his dark eyes fixed on her, as if he could devour her whole. A cold shiver ran down her spine, every hair on her body standing on end, a wave of fear washing over her. I didn't say a word. Oh, why is Bei Ming Chen's temper so volatile? He changes moods faster than flipping a book. No wonder he can't compete with the crown prince. Hearing this, Bei Ming Chen narrowed his eyes, suppressing his fury, and asked in a chilling tone, What does the princess consort think of the crown prince? Foxy whipped her head around to stare at Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen is a scumbag with eyes for every woman, only ever loving those scheming vixens. She then fixed her gaze on him, and seeing his expression unchanged, she let out a silent breath. With a smile she said, The crown prince is refined and courteous, graceful and dignified, with an air of nobility and a gentle jade-like temperament. That's the kind of man who would make the best husband. Bei Ming Chen dug his nails deep into his palm, his face ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, and snarled. It seems the princess consort holds the crown prince in very high regard. Foxy gave a light laugh. He's all right, just all right. The crown prince is the male lead, the author's golden child, the favored son of this world. How could he be anything less? Bei Ming Chen let out an angry snort. Foxy forced a smile. Villains will be villains, always so unpredictable. Oh, my life is truly difficult. If only I had transmigrated a few years earlier, I could have just run away and roamed the world freely instead of tiptoeing on the edge of death every day. I spent the first half year mooching off the prince's mansion. Ew, I must have been brainless. Why didn't I think to leave? He's unpredictable. And what did she mean by transmigrated a few years earlier? She even thought about running away. Foxy, very well. He would show this woman what it truly meant to tiptoe on the edge of death. He rubbed his fingers together, his voice steadier now, but still laced with an undertone. What does the princess consort think of Miss Ning? From her thoughts, it was clear she looked down on Ning Xianwan. Foxy blinked. Rinja, what do you think? I think while sitting down. A smile curled on her lips as she said cheerfully, Apologies, but I'm not familiar with Miss Ning. Not only am I unfamiliar with her, there's bad blood between us. Bei Ming Chen was left speechless. She certainly dared to say anything. Seeing that Bei Ming Chen was in a relatively good mood, Foxy immediately pressed her advantage. Your Highness, must I attend the welcoming banquet? Bei Ming Chen shot her a sidelong glance and said darkly, what are you, the only woman in the Chun Prince's mansion, and you think you can be absent? Foxy nodded thoughtfully. The only woman. Have Bei Ming Chen and Ning Xianwan conspired to catch the same strange illness? Does he not see all the maids and servants in the mansion? Bei Ming Chen closed his eyes, trying to compose himself lest he lose control and strike the woman before him into pieces. That sunflower in the garden seems to have ripened. I'll go back and pick it to eat the seeds. Bei Ming Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could Foxy hear his thoughts too? I need to send some of the mice away. Some of them just eat without working. I can't keep feeding them for free. And so many worries to tend to. Bei Ming Chen felt relieved. He had feared Foxy could also hear his thoughts. He opened his eyes and glanced at her. Still, this girl was quite peculiar. Other women would be terrified at the sight of mice or cockroaches, but she was excited to death. Your Highness, Princess Consort, we have arrived at the mansion. Foxy snapped back to reality, looked at Bei Ming Chen, and put on an ingratiating smile. Your Highness, please go first. Without a word, Bei Ming Chen rose and stepped down from the carriage. Foxy bent over to exit the carriage and leaped down in one big step. Bei Ming Chen's hand, which had been halfway extended to help her, hung awkwardly in the air. Foxy squinted, staring at the hand before her in confusion. What does this mean? She turned to look behind her. There was no one else in sight, and a chill ran down her spine. Could Bei Ming Chen be seeing something sinister? As this thought crossed her mind, she discreetly shuffled a few steps away. Bei Ming Chen clenched his fist, said nothing, and turned to walk into the mansion. Foxy looked around quickly and hurried after him. Your Highness, wait for me. Bei Ming Chen ignored her and strode straight towards his own courtyard. Foxy was baffled. What had made him angry now? His mood changes faster than the June weather. With such a fiery temper, his liver must be in poor condition. Bei Ming Chen stopped abruptly, paused for a second, then continued walking forward. Foxy returned to her own courtyard. The guards at the gate, seeing the princess consort return from outside, exchanged shocked glances and then looked at the tightly locked door. What was going on? Foxy waved her hand. Hello, can you see me? The guards rubbed their eyes and looked again, then immediately knelt. Princess consort. Foxy sighed. Rise. Open the door. I need to go inside. The guards quickly stood up, pulled out a key, and turned the lock with a click. They removed the padlock and pushed the door open. Foxy stepped one foot inside, then looked back. Don't lock the door. I need to go out again tonight. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. If they remembered correctly, the princess consort was supposed to be under house arrest. Keju, seeing Foxy enter through the front gate, immediately ran to her side. Woof. Boss, she is amazing. Climbed over the wall to leave, walked in through the front gate, and so calm and collected. Foxy waved her hand dismissively. I think you're overthinking it. Bei Ming Chen caught me and brought me back. Woof. Did that brother of mine give you any trouble? Foxy sat down on a rocking chair, swinging her legs. He did. Are you going to avenge me? Taiju nudged Foxy's foot. Woof. Climbing over the wall was wrong of us. We can't do that again, okay? Foxy rolled her eyes in disdain. You talk a big game, but it's all because you're a coward. Woof. Are you looking down on us huskies? Foxy stared straight at Taiju, as if to say, go on if you've got the guts, charge out and bite that bastard. Taiju lowered his doggy head. Woof. I'll look at that tomcat over there, let go of that Jerry Mouse. Let me handle it. Foxy let out a mocking laugh and sank back into the rocking chair. She sighed to the heavens. She wished she could be a fish swimming in murky waters. Princess consort, the prince has ordered me to come and help you dress and apply makeup. Foxy nodded. Damn it, does Bei Ming Chen really think she's ugly? Sitting before the bronze mirror, she touched her cheek. It looked exactly like her face in the modern world. The old maid let down Foxy's hair and began to brush it gently. After a long while, the maid's voice finally came. Princess consort, it is done. Foxy smoothed out the new clothes on her body. Even though someone had dressed and made her up, she felt strangely exhausted, as if her body had been drained. The princess consort is truly beautiful, the old maid said with a grin. Foxy walked slowly to the bronze mirror. The reflection showed a girl with her hair parted in the middle, a few stray strands of hair falling casually over her forehead. At the back of her head were two high buns adorned with a golden ornament in the center and dangling hairpins on each side. She looked down at her clothes. It was a bright red dress with a black gauze overlay. Gold tassels adorned the collar, and the hem was trimmed with tassels. The black gauze was embroidered with floral patterns in gold thread. A belt cinched her waist, making her figure appear even slimmer and taller. She wore matching embroidered shoes on her feet. Truly, makeup can make anyone gorgeous, just like a bell on a dog makes it run with joy. The moment he reached the outside, Bei Ming Chen heard these words, and his brow couldn't help but twitch. It seemed that this woman even cursed herself, truly ruthless. The door opened, and Foxy, imitating the noble ladies she had seen in TV dramas, walked in with an elegant and dignified air. Bei Ming Chen was momentarily stunned. The girl had skin as smooth as cream, delicate willow leaf brows, a straight, elegant nose, and tender rosy lips. Her features were stunningly beautiful, and her aura was pure and otherworldly. She truly deserved the title of the foremost beauty. Foxy stopped before Bei Ming Chen, a smile gracing her lips. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen came to his senses and nodded slightly. After nodding, could you please move aside? There's plenty of room elsewhere, why must you stand right in the middle of the path? The faint warmth that had stirred in Bei Ming Chen's heart instantly vanished. He flicked his sleeves and strode away. Foxy, left with a face full of cold wind, fumed inwardly. Rude. She lifted her foot and followed behind Bei Ming Chen. It seems he's never in a good mood. With such a fierce and aggressive manner, anyone would think he was going to seek revenge. I'll pour me suffering, oppression, and grievances every single day. Bei Ming Chen abruptly stopped, his hands clenching into fists. Foxy, quick as lightning, slammed on the brakes. So close. The distance between me and the afterlife was just a single step. As expected, she immediately and discreetly retreated 2 steps. What's this guy stopping for? Is he having a seizure? I'd better stay far away. She took another 2 steps back. Bei Ming Chen whirled around, his face dark and stern as he stared at the woman who was backing away. Foxy froze in an awkward pose, 1 foot forward and 1 back. She swallowed hard, instantly switching to a different expression, her entire demeanor becoming gentle and charming. Your Highness, what's the matter? After a long moment, Bei Ming Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke with a hint of forced lightness. Why is my princess consort standing so far away? Is this prince truly so terrifying? Foxy's enchanting eyes brimmed with smiles, her voice clear and refined. Your Highness is joking. With your handsome and noble bearing, how could you be terrifying? Do you have no idea how terrifying you are? Honestly, I wouldn't even have the nerve to ask. Bei Ming Chen let out a cold, sarcastic laugh. In that case, princess consort, you had better walk faster. He looked Foxy up and down, seeing her still in that awkward stance, her body swaying slightly. He pursed his lips in a low, stifled laugh. One might think the princess consort has a problem with her legs. Foxy silently brought her feet together, her red lips parting softly, her smile radiant. Your Highness has such a good sense of humor. Don't think I can't see you're picking on me. Blue thin shiitake. Bei Ming Chen glanced at the woman who had lowered her eyes. Did she want to eat shiitake mushrooms? Seeing no sign of Foxy moving, he said coldly, does the princess consort require 2 people to support you? Foxy raised her eyes slightly, a look of surprise and confusion on her face. Unconsciously, she raised her jade-like hand and gently touched her hairpin, producing a clear, tinkling sound like a spring. She smiled sweetly, her dimples shallow and lovely. No need to trouble you, no need. Others are treasures, but I'm just a weed. Little cabbage in the field, so bare at 2 or 3 lost mother's care. Hearing her inner thoughts, Bei Ming Chen's heart suddenly welled up with guilt. He had forgotten a Foxy was also an orphan abandoned at a temple. She must have suffered many grievances growing up. After finally surviving to adulthood, she was forced by an imperial edict to marry him, a man of ill omen. He looked at the smiling girl before him, and his attitude softened considerably. Let's go. Foxy frowned slightly, then walked with light, graceful steps to Bei Ming Chen's left. The two walked side by side. Foxy stole a glance at Bei Ming Chen. What's wrong with him? Suddenly changing his temperament like this is creepy. The old familiar version of him was much more reassuring. Bei Ming Chen walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out, his expression blank. Got to admit, when he's not angry, he really is handsome. Not inferior to those domineering CEOs. Such a shame. Bei Ming Chen's good mood plummeted again. What was she regretting? The two walked out of the mansion and moved to the carriage. Just as Foxy was about to lift her skirt to step up, she saw a hand extended before her. She paused for 2 seconds, then followed the hand with her gaze. What does Bei Ming Chen mean by this? Is he not letting me take the carriage? She looked left and right. Is he expecting me to run to the imperial palace? No way is he this heartless. Bei Ming Chen's brow was twitching uncontrollably, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. Fearing he might ruin his image in Foxy's eyes, he suppressed his displeasure. This prince will assist you. Foxy was stunned for a moment. After a long pause, she blinked. Did I hear that right? Bei Ming Chen wants to help me. Is this guy planning to sell me off? So this is the calm before the storm. Bei Ming Chen was completely defeated. What on earth was going through this woman's head all day long? He really hadn't thought that far. Foxy, as if unintentionally but with a look of deep agreement, spoke slowly. Your Highness, I will not interfere in any of your affairs. Bei Ming Chen was utterly bewildered. What was she talking about? What had she imagined now? If we move, those animals won't be easy to relocate. I'll butter him up for a few days, and once everything is arranged, I'll give him a resounding slap in the face. Instantly, Foxy's beautiful eyes brimmed with smiles. She straightened her clothes and stepped forward to support Bei Ming Chen's arm. Your Highness, let me help you into the carriage. Your Highness, please. Bei Ming Chen was silent for a moment. Move? Don't even think about it. He stepped onto the ladder. Foxy's face was full of joy. Looks like this tactic works. She said fawningly, Your Highness, please be careful. Your Highness, watch your step. Only after Bei Ming Chen was seated in the carriage did Foxy step up. Bei Ming Chen looked over at her. The woman who met his gaze had eyes full of smiles. After she boarded, she smoothed her robes and sat down. The jade ornaments on her hair clinked together, producing a pleasant sound, and the fine silver tassels hanging at her temples swayed, scattering tiny points of light. The ribbons tied to her sleeves fluttered gently with the subtle curves of her breathing. Foxy turned her head and saw Bei Ming Chen staring intently at her. Her brow twitched slightly, but she quickly pursed her lips into a smile. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before. If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. Bei Ming Chen's handsome face gradually darkened. Foxy glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Why is he getting angry again for no reason? Does Bei Ming Chen have a split personality? Bei Ming Chen remained silent with a dark face, finally closing his eyes to rest. Split personality. Right. Foxy blinked, indicating she couldn't understand. This man's mind is truly unfathomable. Bei Ming Chen's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. He saw the woman beside him sitting with her arms crossed and her legs crossed, leaning against the carriage wall. Her eyes were closed as she rested, her body trembling slightly with each breath. Her silhouette formed a shadow in his field of vision, projecting into his pitch-black pupils. Foxy sensed his gaze and slowly opened her eyes, looking at Bei Ming Chen with a puzzled expression, her mind beginning to race with thoughts. Why is this guy looking at me like that? It's as if I'm about to die, and he's feeling reluctant to let me go. She reached up and brushed her hair, tucking a stray strand of black silk behind her ear, revealing her smooth forehead. Her entire demeanor was seductive, making it hard for anyone to look away. Your Highness, what are you looking at? Bei Ming Chen came back to his senses and said in a calm tone, nothing. Foxy nodded thoughtfully. I need to be careful tonight. I've watched plenty of palace intrigue dramas. Who knows, this guy might set me up so he can divorce me and make room for someone else. Bei Ming Chen's expression shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment and anger. How could she have deduced all this? Even he himself was unaware of these matters. One dared to imagine, the other dared to guess. The atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly turned icy and remained so until they reached their destination, when the coachman driving the carriage broke the silence. Your Highness, the princess, we have arrived at the imperial palace. Upon hearing this, Foxy was the first to move, stepping out and jumping down from the carriage. Bei Ming Chen followed behind, stepping onto the stool with an air of supreme nobility and slowly descended. I think I've made a bit of a fool of myself. Bei Ming Chen strode forward with Foxy following closely behind. Gazing up at the towering, lofty city walls, she clicked her tongue. Moved by the scene, a sudden inspiration struck her. City walls. Lofty city walls. I am your mother. I know you are my grandmother. Upon hearing these inner thoughts, Bei Ming Chen stumbled, his mouth twitching slightly. What an eccentric talent. Greetings to the Prince of Chun and the Princess of Chun. A maidservant they encountered performed a bow and offered her greetings. Foxy smiled and nodded. She still couldn't quite get used to this custom of kneeling at the slightest provocation. The two traversed a long stone path, passed through a palace gate, and walked along a winding corridor. By the time they reached the banquet venue, the sky had already darkened and lanterns shone brightly all around. Foxy lifted her head to gaze at the stars in the night sky. The stars were brilliant and shone with a bright twinkling light. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Bei Ming Chen stood to one side, his face a mask of helpless resignation. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Foxy turned her head at the sound and saw the Crown Prince still dressed in his white brocade robes, though they were different from the ones he wore during the day. This Crown Prince has a cleanliness obsession. Case closed. For some unknown reason, a wire seemed to have crossed in Bei Ming Chen's head. He reached out and took Foxy's hand. Foxy looked back in shock, staring down at their clasped hands, then raised her eyes to Bei Ming Chen. He's getting into character. He wants to play the devoted couple with me. Prince of Chun, Princess of Chun. Bei Ming Chen gave a slight nod and said casually, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Foxy nodded. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Bei Ming Chen lightly curved his lips. Is the princess well? Foxy was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, smiling cheerfully. I am well. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip, his voice carrying a chill. My princess requires no concern from Your Highness the Crown Prince. Foxy winced in pain and let out a strained laugh, exerting force with her hand to try and pull free. What, he's afraid you're mistreating me? Is it wrong for him to ask? No wonder you're the villain who ends up dying a miserable death, while he's the male lead who gets the girl and the kingdom. This is the difference between you and him. You have no awareness of it at all. Bei Ming Chen offered a warm, gentle smile. Prince of Chun, you needn't be suspicious. This crown prince was merely making casual conversation. So gentle. Just based on this gentle, jade-like demeanor of the male lead, I'm shipping his pairing with Ning Xianwan. A fresh wave of pain shot through her hand. Foxy looked up at Bei Ming Chen, her expression pitiful. My lord. Bei Ming Chen swept a glance over their hands, then raised his eyes. The Prince of Chun has been on the battlefield for many years, so naturally his grip is stronger than most. Foxy nodded. It's not just a little bit stronger. Bei Ming Chen suppressed his anger. Once he had extracted all the secrets from this woman, he would flay her alive and slowly torture her to death. Foxy shuddered violently. Bei Ming Chen released Foxy's hand and turned to walk away. Foxy immediately began rubbing her palm, grinding her teeth in anger. Bei Ming Huai's warm voice sounded. Are you alright? Foxy looked up with a smile. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness the Crown Prince. After walking a few steps, Bei Ming Chen noticed no one was following him. He turned around to see the two of them smiling radiantly at each other, seemingly engaged in some conversation. His voice cold with anger. Foxy. Foxy rolled her eyes, nodded a farewell to Bei Ming Huai, and then walked over indignantly. It's a mental problem, probably spoiled. A good beating would fix it. Bei Ming Chen lowered his head and glanced sideways. Foxy gave a slight smile, her voice soft. My lord, what is it? A cold smirk curled on Bei Ming Chen's lips. Does the princess know that the heavens are just? Foxy pursed her lips and shook her head. The heavens are just, who did they ever spare? What does he mean by that? His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. A herald's announcement came from outside the hall. Greetings to His Majesty. The assembled ministers knelt in obeisance. Rise. The Emperor spoke with majestic authority. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers rose. The Emperor ascended the steps, swept his gaze across the great hall, and his eyes came to rest on Bei Ming Chen, who stood at the very front. He gave a slight, not a gesture of approval. The ministers lifted their heads, following the Emperor's gaze to Bei Ming Chen. There stood Bei Ming Chen, his posture straight, his countenance composed, and indifferent, his gaze calm. An aura of proud, kingly authority emanated from within him. Today we hold this feast to welcome the Prince of Chun. Let all beloved ministers make themselves at ease. The assembly gave their thanks and sat down. The sound of string music began, and a group of dancing maidens clustered around a woman as she slowly approached. The woman was clad in red robes, her waist slender and supple. A small bell hung from her waist, tinkling with her every dance move, producing a sound as melodious and pleasing as heavenly music. The woman's true features were concealed behind a thin veil, revealing only a pair of eyes that sparkled brilliantly like black gemstones. Her dance movements were exceptionally graceful. With every spin, her long hair cascaded like a flying waterfall, scattering with her rotation. Each step seemed to tread upon a cloud as ethereal as an immortal. She was like an ethereal spirit, untouched by worldly concerns, descending from the heavens to the mortal realm. Everyone's gaze was riveted on her, appreciating her enchanting dance, while also speculating on her identity. Others might not know, but Foxy knew full well. This woman was none other than Ning Xianwan. She was a renowned, talented woman, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, dance, poetry, and song. All were her strong suits. Foxy cast a pitying glance at Bei Ming Chen beside her. What a shame. Your fish is about to be thrown away today. From now on, the simping era begins. In the book, it was written that Ning Xianwan's dance at the banquet prepared for the Prince of Chun captivated the entire audience. The Crown Prince was immediately entranced by her peerless skill. With the Crown Prince a high-quality suitor in pursuit, Bei Ming Chen, a mid-quality suitor, was demoted from a candidate for consideration directly to the status of a backup option. A multifunctional one at that. Whenever Ning Xianwan needed him, Bei Ming Chen would eagerly step up to fill the void. This also gave Bei Ming Chen a mistaken belief that Ning Xianwan still loved him and that her being with the Crown Prince was against her will. This led to all sorts of open and covert struggles with the Crown Prince. Bei Ming Chen twisted the ring on his finger, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but carefully scrutinize the woman smirking before him. What simping era again? He let out a faint cold snort. What is the princess thinking about? Foxy turned her head to look at Bei Ming Chen, a mysterious, unfathomable smile curling at the corners of her lips. I was just thinking of something amusing. Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip on the wine cup in his hand, his words carrying a pointed implication. I wonder what amusing thing could make the princess smile so joyfully. The smile on Foxy's face slowly faded as her mind raced to find an excuse to brush him off. What story can I make up? Suddenly her eyes lit up as she recalled a joke she had seen online. One day, two little kids came to a clinic. The doctor asked one of them, "Young friend, where do you feel unwell?" The little kid said, "I accidentally swallowed a marble." The doctor nodded, then asked the other, "And you, where do you feel unwell?" The other little kid shook his head. "I'm not sick. I came because the marble he swallowed is mine." After finishing, she covered her face and laughed, stealing a glance at Bei Ming Chen. Seeing his face still dark and gloomy, she pursed her lips and touched her nose with her hand. This is awkward. She was completely stunned and closed her eyes guiltily. It's over, it's over. Caught so quickly. Opening her eyes, she timidly turned around and lowered her head. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen observed the girl before him and let out a cold snort. She said ingratiatingly, "Your Highness, didn't you say you wouldn't come out?" Bei Ming Chen shot a cold glare at her. She gave an awkward laugh. "Forget I asked. If looks could kill, I'd be riddled with holes by now." "Your Highness, elder sister." She covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, already feeling the sting of shame. The slap to the face came so unexpectedly. A major disaster scene is about to unfold. Ning Xianwan walked to Bei Ming Chen's side, her voice soft and melodious. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen hummed lightly in acknowledgement. She slowly edged backward, trying to become invisible. Can't see me, can't see me. Ning Xianwan wouldn't let she off, smiling as she faced her. What were your Highness and elder sister discussing? She stopped and put on a polite smile. We were talking. Bei Ming Chen was already accustomed to she's shocking remarks. Seeing Ning Xianwan's ashen face, he said lightly, family matters. Ning Xianwan's expression shifted like a palette, a myriad of dull colors flashing across her face. Well done, Bei Ming Chen. Awesome. A thumbs up for you. This is what they call killing with words. She was smug, and if the situation weren't so inappropriate, she would have laughed out loud. The most romantic thing I can think of is watching you get half angry to death. Your Highness, have I disturbed you, an elder sister? She pouted. Truly a resilient cockroach. With a roll of her eyes, a smile spreading across her face, she quickly stepped forward, grabbed Bei Ming Chen's hand, and forcefully pushed Ning Xianwan aside. Lifting her head with a coy expression, Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen shuddered slightly, looking down at the smiling girl beside him, his voice carrying an indescribable amusement, but very soft. Speak properly. She pressed her lips into a line and nodded. Your Highness is so mean. Come to think of it, Bei Ming Chen is actually pretty good. He has looks, money, and power. In ancient times, without legal protection, finding such a formidable backer means that even if she did something wrong in the future, as long as she mentioned Bei Ming Chen's name, who would dare to trouble her? Lost in thought, she let out a quiet laugh. Ning Xianwan clenched her fists, thinking she's laughter was a provocation. Bei Ming Chen wore an indescribable expression. He was the one who would have to bear the responsibility. She quickly covered her mouth, stealing a glance at their faces. Let this Taoist nun sever your ill-fated bond. Bei Ming Chen looked at the woman beside him with interest. She met Bei Ming Chen's gaze, her heart filled with delight. Well done, Bei Ming Chen. This look could be called an amorous glance. For your actions just now, I'll give you 99 points out of 100, deducting 1 for fear you might become proud. Bei Ming Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. An amorous glance was it? Ning Xianwan watched the affectionate couple, before her a wave of resentment surging in her heart. If she had made her move sooner, this woman wouldn't even be in the picture. She tugged at Bei Ming Chen's sleeve, speaking in a coquettish voice. Your Highness, something suddenly came to mind. Bei Ming Chen made no response. Damn it, play along with me. Smiling coyly, she said in a flirtatious tone, Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen felt helpless. He didn't know why, but he had inexplicable patience for she, as if he had raised her himself. What is it? She smiled coyly, tugging his sleeve, her face blooming like a flower. Your Highness, please lean down, and I'll tell you. Not only did Bei Ming Chen not lean down, but he lifted his head even higher. Bowing his head was something he would never do in this lifetime. She laughed awkwardly, pulling hard on his sleeve. This is what they call failing you halfway. Bei Ming Chen continued to hold his head high. Seeing the situation was about to spiral out of control, she used all her strength to try and pull him down a bit. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric was exceptionally loud in the silent night, and all three present turned their gazes to one spot. She stared unblinkingly at the cloth in her hand, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. She had just torn Bei Ming Chen's clothes without any warning and completely shredded them at that. Was that really okay? The air was thick with awkwardness. Calm down, calm down. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Right or wrong, it's always someone else's fault. Taking a deep breath, she moved her stiff face and complained, the quality of this fabric is really poor. She quickly threw the torn cloth away, looked up at Bei Ming Chen, and said, without changing her expression, Your Highness, how can you wear such shabby clothes? Your Highness, please don't be angry. When we get back, I will definitely give the steward a good scolding to avenge this injustice for you. Bei Ming Chen turned his head to look at she, her righteous and solemn expression, making him want to snap her in two. She shrank her neck. I didn't mean to. It's just a piece of clothing, I can just buy you a new one. Bei Ming Chen cast a cold glance at her, and left with a flick of his sleeve. She sniffled. A song of farewell for me. Ning Xianwan covered her mouth and snickered. She could tell Bei Ming Chen was genuinely angry. She glanced at the gloating woman and rolled her eyes. Miss Ning, you should laugh less. The crow's feet have already reached your ears. Ning Xianwan immediately shut her mouth, and quickly brought her hand to the corner of her eye. She turned and left, pondering how to appease Bei Ming Chen. Chirp chirp. Squeak. Two little birds were chattering incessantly in a nearby tree, vaguely mentioning some treasure. A glint of sharp light flashed in She's eyes. A treasure she could find, one to give to Bei Ming Chen. Acting on the thought, she turned and walked over, standing under the tree, seeing no one around. She reached out and waved. Hey, come down, come down. The little bird glanced at her, chirped, idiot, then continued fooling around with the other bird. Chirp chirp, I'm not lying to you, from now on you are my treasure. She's face darkened. This wretched little bird, if she didn't teach it a lesson, it would never know what color the sky was. Get down here. The two birds exchanged a glance. Squeak. Let's find another place, and I'll tell you all about how your destiny lacks me. Chirp. Let's go then. The two little birds flapped their wings and flew away. She waved her hand in the air. Hey, don't fly away. Hey, come back. Damn, I'll catch you and braise you sooner or later. She trudged a couple of steps, then kicked a stone on the path in frustration. The stone flew straight towards a nearby flower pot. With a loud crash, the flower pot shattered. Bei Ming Chen's lips twitched upward in a faint smile. This woman was the first to describe laziness so purely elegant and detached from the mundane. She looked listlessly at the trees in the distance, then turned her gaze to the guzheng being played by one of the noble ladies at the banquet. There was a lingering melody that made one feel an immediate urge to sleep. Her eyelids struggled to stay open as one yawn followed another. Her head bobbed up and down repeatedly, nearly bringing her face dangerously close to the table surface. She glanced around left and right, noticing no one was paying attention to her. Reaching out, she patted Bei Ming Chen beside her, her voice drowsy as she whispered, "Please keep an eye on me. I'm simply too tired to hold on any longer." Without waiting for a response from him, she propped her head on her hand and drifted off to sleep. The sound of the guzheng still echoed in her ears as she slept peacefully, transporting her back to her days of schooling. It was exactly like those times when she would doze off during lectures, left ear and right ear out. "Isn't such a nap delightful?" "Delightful," came the silent reply from Bei Ming Chen as he glanced sideways at the sleeping woman, chuckling internally. She even dreamed of feasting while asleep. She's head slowly slid off her hand, threatening to make intimate contact with plates and wine glasses. Bei Ming Chen, swift and nimble, caught her head before it could fall. She opened her eyes slowly, still groggy, and gradually straightened her posture. "Thank you," she murmured. "I wish I could sleep until the end of time." Roaring applause erupted suddenly. She snapped back to reality, her drowsiness somewhat dispelled. She raised her hand and began clapping along with everyone else. "Excellent. Truly excellent," she thought. "That was nothing short of hypnotic. I should ask for the recipe and have a maid play it every day for me." Bei Ming Chen could only continue twitching his lips. With the two noble ladies taking the spotlight, other young ladies possessing minor talents eagerly signed up, each hoping to shine at this grand banquet. After all, this gathering brought together princes, nobles, and heirs of prominent families. A successful performance could elevate one straight into the ranks of high-ranking noble women. Even if the performance didn't go well, it didn't matter. The goal was simply to become familiar with the audience. Failure wasn't the real issue. What mattered was whether one succeeded in becoming the mother-in-law of success. She noticed a young lady preparing to recite poetry and prose. "Ugh, I've always been allergic to such literary works since childhood. To avoid discomfort, it's better to steer clear." Turning to Bei Ming Chen beside her, she smiled sweetly and asked, "Your Highness, are you going to wander around?" Bei Ming Chen gazed straight ahead, his voice calm and steady. "No, I am not." She nodded. "That settles it then." Quietly standing up, she slipped away unnoticed. Bei Ming Chen caught sight of her stealthy departure with a look of silent exasperation. Truly, one couldn't tell whether she was heartless or simply devoid of guile. She walked into the garden, standing before a cluster of blossoms. Taking several deep breaths, her mood instantly brightened. She raised her arms to stretch, then lowered them, murmuring contentedly, "So comfortable." Suddenly spotting a pond ahead, she hurried over. "Hey, you over there, come here," she called out. "Yes, that's right, I'm talking to you. Come here, I have something to ask you." A red carp emerged from the water, its head peeking above the surface, gazing at the human before it with wary eyes. "Are you calling me?" "Exactly. My goodness, you can actually hear fish talk." She looked around, seeing no one nearby, and grinned triumphantly. "Hey, how long have you lived here?" "Oh, forever and ever." She, having nothing better to do, struck up a conversation with the carp. "Forever and ever? How long is that?" "From my great-great-great-grandfather." She held up a hand. "Stop right there." The carp stared back with innocent wide eyes. She's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. "It's pretty clear you're a local fish." The carp swam joyfully in a circle. "Oh, you really have good taste." Before she could even open her mouth to respond, she heard Ning Xianwan's voice. "Sister, what are you doing?" Startled, the carp immediately dove back into the water, tail flicking as it escaped, leaving behind faint words, "Friend, come find me again sometime." She made an okay sign with her fingers, waiting until the fish swam away before turning back. Confirmed by eye contact. "He's someone I'd rather ignore." Her tone flat. "I'm just breathing." Ning Xianwan's expression shifted slightly before she forced a smile back onto her face. "Sister, you really know how to joke." She let out a dry chuckle. "Hee, thank you. Goodbye." As she turned to leave, Ning Xianwan's voice echoed behind her again. "Sister." She turned around, her expression exasperated. "Speak plainly if you have something to say. Just say what's on your mind." The person who had heard her inner thoughts remained silent. Ning Xianwan's face stiffened, her gaze drifting toward Bei Ming Chen in the corner, her mind spinning rapidly in every direction. "Sister, do you dislike me? What kind of brain does this woman have? Talking to her really drains brain power. Turning corners so dramatically." Ning Xianwan continued, Sister, Your Highness and I are just ordinary friends concerned for each other's well-being. She looked at her, a subtle smile forming on her lips, concerned for each other's well-being. Ning Xianwan quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief as if she'd said something inappropriate, panicking as she explained, Sister, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that Your Highness has feelings for me. She raised her hand. Stop. As soon as you open your mouth, I know you ate leek dumplings for lunch. Ning Xianwan closed her mouth, standing still and staring blankly at She yawned slowly, descending the steps, then rubbed her waist before placing a hand on her abdomen. Miss Ning, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to hear about your past circumstances, it's just that my body won't allow it. With that, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief and blushed shyly. Last night, I spent the entire night with my husband. Who knows? I might even be carrying His Highness's heir now. Covering her mouth again with the handkerchief as if realizing she'd said too much, she panicked and explained, Oh my goodness, why am I telling you this? Miss Ning, I'm sorry. I forgot you're an unmarried maiden. Ning Xianwan's fragile heart was enduring unbearable torment at that moment, words barely forming in her throat. The phrase spent the entire night with my husband echoed endlessly in her mind. Seeing Ning Xianwan frozen in place, she continued, yawning and walked forward, muttering to herself, so tired. I must not do that again tonight, it really tires out the waist. Glancing sideways at Ning Xianwan, whose face had turned as pale as paper, a slight smile curled at her lips. Little do you know I can handle this lotus flower. Do you really think I've watched so many TV dramas for nothing? You can just keep standing there being stupid. After turning the corner, she immediately held her head high and strode forward with long, confident steps. Madam, you should be more careful. Who knows if you might already be carrying His Highness's heir. She was completely stunned and closed her eyes guiltily. It's over. Caught so quickly. Opening her eyes, she timidly turned around and lowered her head. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen observed the girl before him and let out a cold snort. She said ingratiatingly, Your Highness, didn't you say you wouldn't come out? Bei Ming Chen shot a cold glare at her. She gave an awkward laugh. Forget I asked. If looks could kill, I'd be riddled with holes by now. Your Highness, elder sister. She covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, already feeling the sting of shame. The slap to the face came so unexpectedly. A major disaster scene is about to unfold. Ning Xianwan walked to Bei Ming Chen's side, her voice soft and melodious. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen hummed lightly in acknowledgement. She slowly edged backward, trying to become invisible. Can't see me. Ning Xianwan wouldn't let She off, smiling as she faced her. What were Your Highness and elder sister discussing? She stopped and put on a polite smile. We were talking. Bei Ming Chen was already accustomed to She's shocking remarks. Seeing Ning Xianwan's ashen face, he said lightly, family matters. Ning Xianwan's expression shifted like a palette, a myriad of dull colors flashing across her face. Well done, Bei Ming Chen. Awesome. A thumbs up for you. This is what they call killing with words. She was smug, and if the situation weren't so inappropriate, she would have laughed out loud. The most romantic thing I can think of is watching you get half angry to death. Your Highness, have I disturbed you, an elder sister? She pouted. Truly a resilient cockroach. With a roll of her eyes, a smile spreading across her face, she quickly stepped forward, grabbed Bei Ming Chen's hand, and forcefully pushed Ning Xianwan aside. Lifting her head with a coy expression, Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen shuddered slightly, looking down at the smiling girl beside him, his voice carrying an indescribable amusement, but very soft. Speak properly. She pressed her lips into a line and nodded. Your Highness is so mean. Come to think of it, Bei Ming Chen is actually pretty good. He has looks, money, and power. In ancient times, without legal protection, finding such a formidable backer means that even if she did something wrong in the future, as long as she mentioned Bei Ming Chen's name, who would dare to trouble her? Lost in thought, she let out a quiet laugh. Ning Xianwan clenched her fists, thinking She's laughter was a provocation. Bei Ming Chen wore an indescribable expression. He was the one who would have to bear the responsibility. She quickly covered her mouth, stealing a glance at their faces. Let this Taoist nun sever your ill-fated bond. Bei Ming Chen looked at the woman beside him with interest. She met Bei Ming Chen's gaze, her heart filled with delight. Well done, Bei Ming Chen. This look could be called an amorous glance. For your actions just now, I'll give you 99 points out of 100, deducting 1 for fear you might become proud. Bei Ming Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. An amorous glance, was it? Ning Xianwan watched the affectionate couple before her, a wave of resentment surging in her heart. If she had made her move sooner, this woman wouldn't even be in the picture. She tugged at Bei Ming Chen's sleeve, speaking in a coquettish voice. Your Highness, something suddenly came to mind. Bei Ming Chen made no response. Damn it, play along with me. Smiling coyly, she said in a flirtatious tone, Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen felt helpless. He didn't know why, but he had inexplicable patience for She, as if he had raised her himself. What is it? She smiled coyly, tugging his sleeve, her face blooming like a flower. Your Highness, please lean down, and I'll tell you. Not only did Bei Ming Chen not lean down, but he lifted his head even higher. Bowing his head was something he would never do in this lifetime. She laughed awkwardly, pulling hard on his sleeve. This is what they call failing you halfway. Bei Ming Chen continued to hold his head high. Seeing the situation was about to spiral out of control, she used all her strength to try and pull him down a bit. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric was exceptionally loud in the silent night, and all three present turned their gazes to one spot. She stared unblinkingly at the cloth in her hand, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. She had just torn Bei Ming Chen's clothes without any warning and completely shredded them at that. Was that really okay? The air was thick with awkwardness. Calm down, calm down. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Right or wrong, it's always someone else's fault. Taking a deep breath, she moved her stiff face and complained, the quality of this fabric is really poor. She quickly threw the torn cloth away, looked up at Bei Ming Chen, and said, without changing her expression, Your Highness, how can you wear such shabby clothes? Your Highness, please don't be angry. When we get back, I will definitely give the steward a good scolding to avenge this injustice for you. Bei Ming Chen turned his head to look at she her righteous and solemn expression, making him want to snap her in two. She shrank her neck. I didn't mean to. It's just a piece of clothing, I can just buy you a new one. Bei Ming Chen cast a cold glance at her, and left with a flick of his sleeve. She sniffled. A song of farewell for me. Ning Xianwan covered her mouth and snickered. She could tell Bei Ming Chen was genuinely angry. She glanced at the gloating woman and rolled her eyes. Miss Ning, you should laugh less. The crow's feet have already reached your ears. Ning Xianwan immediately shut her mouth and quickly brought her hand to the corner of her eye. She turned and left, pondering how to appease Bei Ming Chen. Chirp, chirp. Squeak. Two little birds were chattering incessantly in a nearby tree, vaguely mentioning some treasure. A glint of sharp light flashed in She's eyes. A treasure she could find one to give to Bei Ming Chen. Acting on the thought, she turned and walked over, standing under the tree, seeing no one around. She reached out and waved. Hey, come down, come down. The little bird glanced at her, chirped, idiot, then continued fooling around with the other bird. Chirp, chirp, I'm not lying to you, from now on you are my treasure. She's face darkened. This wretched little bird, if she didn't teach it a lesson, it would never know what color the sky was. Get down here. The two birds exchanged a glance. Squeak. Let's find another place, and I'll tell you all about how your destiny lacks me. Chirp. Let's go then. The two little birds flapped their wings and flew away. She waved her hand in the air. Hey, don't fly away. Hey, come back. Damn, I'll catch you and braise you sooner or later. She trudged a couple of steps, then kicked a stone on the path in frustration. The stone flew straight towards a nearby flower pot. With a loud crash, the flower pot shattered. She paused, biting her finger. She felt her strength had grown again recently. No, she couldn't let anyone find out about this, or her image as a little fairy would be shattered. Hearing a palace maid approaching, she quickly sneaked away. Running all the way, she slipped into the banquet. She saw that Bei Ming Chen had already changed his clothes and was now sitting on a chair drinking wine with a fierce aura. She sniffled. Seeing him, I'm not afraid anymore. I'm thick-skinned, so I'm not scared. The wine glass in Bei Ming Chen's hand nearly dropped. She took a deep breath behind him, mentally prepared herself, then walked over with a smile and sat down. With utmost eagerness, she said, Your Highness, I'm back. Bei Ming Chen drained the wine in his glass and slammed it onto the table. With a cold voice, he said, What do I need to beat drums and gongs to welcome you? She waved her hands repeatedly and said with a flattering smile, How could I trouble you? Bei Ming Chen shot her a cold glare. She froze, swallowing hard. Bei Ming Chen is so petty. It was just one of his robes I tore. Does he have to be this angry? Tomorrow I'll buy 10 or 8 of them and throw them at him. I take back what I said. Bei Ming Chen's mood is too unstable. He's not fit to be a backer. If I rely on him, he'll be the first to run away. Bang! Bei Ming Chen crushed the wine glass on the table into powder, glaring at She. If he wasn't fit to be her backer, who else would she seek? Here it comes again. He's approaching with his violent temper again. She stiffly turned around, her hand supporting her shocked, dropped jaw, staring straight ahead. Being a prince is fine, but it's a bit wasteful with the cups. Feeling the atmosphere around her grow even colder, she rubbed her arms, picked up the wine glass with trembling hands, and downed it in one gulp. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens a coward. After the maid refilled her glass, she drank another. She pursed her lips. It was her first time drinking strong liquor. She looked at the glass in her hand. An indescribable taste. Ning Xianwan observed the two of them, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She knew it. Bei Ming Chen didn't love this woman. Only she could make Bei Ming Chen look at her with new eyes. In the great hall, a noble lady finished her performance perfectly and was giving a speech. She stole a glance at Bei Ming Chen, who was hanging his head, lost in thought. She withdrew her gaze and pouted. She recalled a TV drama she watched before traveling through time, where a prince said something like this. As a prince, if one doesn't indulge in luxury and pleasure, isn't that neglecting one's duty? She thought it was very reasonable. Your Highness, sister. Ning Xianwan had somehow come to stand beside them. Fo she was startled, and turned to see Ning Xianwan standing behind them beaming. This woman has issues. Is another woman's husband really that good? Although I don't like Bei Ming Chen, I am the current Chen princess. A mistress being so brazen. It really infuriates me. If you don't show your fangs you think I'm a Mickey Mouse. She gave Ning Xianwan a cold sidelong glance, and said curtly something to say. Ning Xianwan acted as if wronged. Sister, please don't misunderstand. Wanner only came to advise because His Highness has drunk too much. Fo she remained expressionless, and gave a cold snort. Ning Xianwan glanced at Bei Ming Chen, and said with concern, Sister may not know, but His Highness is not in good health, and shouldn't drink too much. Fo she swept her gaze over Bei Ming Chen, and saw that he indeed appeared drunk, his face cold, as he stared ahead. Turning to Ning Xianwan she gave 2 dry laughs. Hehe, Miss Ning is truly considerate, meticulous, gentle, and kind. Truly a rare find in this world. Ning Xianwan's expression stiffened. She felt that Fo she's words were oddly off. They were all complimentary words, but coming from this woman's mouth, they took on a different meaning. It was as if she was being mocked. Sister, Fo she wore a faint smile, and said in a calm, gentle voice. I said please call me Chun Princess, thank you. Ning Xianwan cast a heartbroken look at Bei Ming Chen, her hand over her heart, as if she had suffered a great injustice, hoping this man would stand up for her. Fo she's smile vanished, and she raised her voice. Miss Ning, looking at my husband like that, one might think you wish to marry him. Nearby people heard her voice, and looked over. Ning Xianwan's face immediately turned ugly with embarrassment. Recovering, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief and sobbed softly twice. Her body swayed so delicate and frail that it seemed a gentle breeze could carry her away. Seaweed, seaweed, seaweed swaying in the wind. Seeing her like this, Fo, she inexplicably thought of this song. The gazes of those around them shifted from surprise to amusement. The eldest daughter of the Ning family had a crush on the Chun prince. It seemed there would be plenty of drama to watch. A single tear fell from Ning Xianwan's eye, tracing down her cheek and dropping to the ground. Sister, please don't misunderstand. Wanner wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. Fo she was shocked, repeatedly casting cold, piercing glances at Ning Xianwan. This is a master. She can shed a single tear that's crystal clear and sparkling. No wonder she's the female lead. Even her. Everything is fragrant. Bei Ming Chen. Fo she smoothed her sleeves, and said slowly, since you dare not have such thoughts, please remember that, Miss Ning. You may take your leave. My husband and I have family matters to discuss. Ning Xianwan clenched her handkerchief, a ruthless glint in her eyes. Having made up her mind, she said loudly, the princess and His Highness are truly a harmonious couple. Fo she was stunned. Has this woman lost her mind? This outcry even caught the emperor's attention. Ning Xianwan stepped forward, knelt, and bowed. Your Majesty, the Chun princess just said she would dance to welcome His Highness back. Fo she blinked twice. Nanny, when did I say that? Seeing that Bei Ming Chen made no reaction, the emperor assumed it was true, and waved his hand. Granted. Granted, my foot. I'm the one involved here, at least ask for my opinion. Seeing everyone looking at her, Fo she stood up, performed a bow, and walked backward, casting a glance at Ning Xianwan. If I could kill in front of the emperor, you'd be a beautiful sight right now. I wanted to get through tonight peacefully, but you all had to stir up trouble. Since that's the case, let me blind your 24K eyes. The maid led Fo she to the changing room. Your Highness, what kind of dance dress would you like? Fo she glanced over the clothes, finding none to her liking. Is this all? The maid pulled aside a curtain and said respectfully, Your Highness, there are more here. Fo she walked over, her eyes sweeping across the colorful gowns and stopping on a white gauze dress. The maid quickly took it down and held it up. Fo she inspected it and was satisfied. She went to the table, picked up scissors, cut off the sleeves, and made a few cuts at the hem. The maid cautiously said, Your Highness, I know some sewing. Would you like me to stitch it? Fo she looked over and smiled. That sounds wonderful. The palace maid smiled, curtsied, and quickly took the dress to mend it. Another palace maid stepped forward to redo Fo she's hair. The matron in charge approached, bending low with utmost respect. Chen Wangfei, is there anything you need prepared? Fo she thought for a moment, then gestured for the matron to come closer, and whispered something in her ear. A flicker of surprise passed through the matron's eyes, then she nodded, and immediately withdrew to prepare the items. The palace maid brought the dress to Fo she. Chen Wangfei, does this meet with your approval? Fo she glanced at it, and immediately gave a thumbs up. Beautiful. She turned to the maid. What is your name? The maid curtsied. This servant is called Songxian. Fo she nodded, murmuring to herself. There was no one named Songxian in the plot, just a faceless character. You will come back with me to the Chun Prince Manor and be my personal maid. The maid immediately knelt and kowtowed, overjoyed. Thank you, Chen Wangfei. Thank you, Chen Wangfei. Fo she smiled. Coming back with her to the manor. Why was this girl so excited? Could she be harboring feelings for Bei Ming Chen? The palace maid who was arranging Fo she's hair looked on with envy. These women had been sent to the palace for training since childhood. Unless they reached a certain age, they could never leave. And even then, very few were released. Countless met untimely deaths. After finishing the hair, the maid stepped aside. Chen Wangfei, are you satisfied? Fo, she nodded. Yes. Two maids helped Fo, she up to change her clothes, bustling about to adjust everything, wrapping the long water sleeves brought by the matron around her back. Fo, she turned to look at the maid. What is your name? The maid knelt. This servant is called Songxin. Fo, she nodded. Another tool character. You will also come back with me to the Chun Prince Manor. With that, she walked out of the dressing room. Songxin and Songxian exchanged a glance, joyfully knelt to thank her, then quickly followed Fo, she heads bowed as they walked behind her. The people in the main hall were idly chattering about trivial matters. Ning Xianwan's lips curled into an ever-widening smile. It seemed that Taoist nun was frightened, probably hiding in some corner, crying by now. In her moment of smugness, her peripheral vision caught a figure in white. She turned her head in shock. The girl's skin was fairer than snow, her beauty so radiant it was almost blinding. Her long hair cascaded down her back, loosely tied with a silk ribbon. Clad in a white dress that perfectly accentuated her slender figure, she seemed enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow, as if she were not of this mortal world. Your Majesty. Fo, she walked to the center of the banquet and curtsied lightly to the emperor. Bei Ming Chen heard her voice and looked over with hazy eyes. One glance and he was stunned. The girl's figure was graceful, her waist as slender as a willow. Her bright, expressive eyes seemed to speak, shimmering with warmth. She was elegant and aloof, like a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. Fo, she was very pleased with the reactions of everyone present, smiling as beautifully as a flower. You foolish earthlings, all bow before me. Ha ha. Ahem. Hearing her inner thoughts, Bei Ming Chen choked on his wine, coughing violently. A servant beside him quickly took out a handkerchief and handed it to Bei Ming Chen. Fo, she glanced over, then averted her gaze. She took the water sleeves in her hands and slowly raised them. Time to perform my true unique skill. Raising her hands, she gracefully tossed the water sleeves upward. The light gauze floated through the air like a breeze, and a fragrant scent instantly filled the space as countless flower petals rained down. The male guests at the banquet all looked up at the flowing sleeves, their eyes filled with infatuation. So beautiful. Truly stunning. Exquisite. Praises came from every direction, and a smug smile curled at the corners of Fo's lips. The smile on Ning Xianwan's face gradually faded, replaced by a pallid weakness. She bit her lip tightly and clenched the handkerchief in her hand as if she wanted to tear it to shreds. Bei Ming Chen watched Fo's dance, a look of astonishment spreading from the depths of his eyes. Hearing the praise all around, he tightened his grip on his wine glass, his gaze turning ferocious and tyrannical as he swept it over the onlookers. Those nearby immediately suppressed their excitement. She put strength into her wrist, and the water sleeves traced a perfect arc through the air. As she danced, her garments fluttered in the wind, ethereal and transcendent. The string music grew faster, and her movements quickened. Her eyes were captivating and melodious, her cheeks flushed with a smile as she glanced around. Her breath was like the fragrance of orchids, an indescribable allure that could bewitch the soul. Bei Ming Chen's eyes reflected that enchanting figure. Seeing every man present staring at Fo, she swallowed hard. The wine glass in his hand had already been crushed to powder. She let the water sleeves fall, rose on her tiptoes and spun. Her body was as light as a willow catkin. With a flick of her sleeves, her skirt billowed and her long black hair flew in the wind like a cascading waterfall, a breathtaking, suffocating beauty. Every glance, every movement was utterly exquisite. She stopped spinning and the water sleeves slowly settled. She stood still, her dress fluttering behind her, graceful, otherworldly, like a painted celestial maiden. Bei Ming Chen stared at her, shock evident in his eyes, a fierce possessiveness surging within him. This woman was too seductive, too bewitching. Thunderous applause erupted from the banquet. Hearing it, She's smile widened, excitement gleaming in her eyes. So beautiful. The men at the banquet couldn't help but cheer, completely forgetting Bei Ming Chen's earlier warning. It was the first time they had seen such a dance, so innovative, so enchanting. Bei Ming Chen looked at that woman, and his eyes seemed inexplicably glued to her. He couldn't look away, couldn't tear his mind from her. She curtsied slightly and stepped back. Ning Xianwan watched the scene, fury blazing in her eyes. Her gaze reddened, filled with resentment and jealousy. Bei Ming Chen saw the men's eyes fixed on She, and then looked at She herself. Her slender arms were bare. His eyes darkened. With a crack, the wine glass fell from his hand and shattered on the ground. The people at the banquet turned at the sound and saw Bei Ming Chen's sinister glare. They were all startled into silence, not daring to make a sound. Bei Ming Chen cast a warning look around, his gaze as sharp as a torch, piercingly cold. A timid man, seeing Bei Ming Chen's expression, trembled all over, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees in fear. Wang Yit. She had changed clothes and sat down. Seeing Bei Ming Chen's displeased look, she spoke softly. What's wrong now? Why is he always so angry? Bei Ming Chen snapped back to clarity at her words, reached out, and took She's hand. She beamed radiantly. Damn it, he's taking advantage to touch me. Calm down, calm down. The secret to a long life is to keep breathing. Don't stop. Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip. She maintained a spring-like expression, her eyes shy. Wang Ye, you're hurting me. A shiver ran through Bei Ming Chen, a rush of heat surging through his body. He quickly let go. She. A man's heart is truly as unfathomable as the ocean floor. Completely unpredictable, her moods shifting like quicksilver. Utterly baffling. She seems positively unhinged. Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath, reminding himself that a man of stature does not argue with a woman. He endured. Foxy felt a chill, sniffled, and pulled her robes tighter. A storm is coming. Bei Ming Chen glanced at her, then at the star-filled sky. Where was the sign of rain? Foxy leaned closer to Bei Ming Chen and whispered, "Your Highness, it's about to rain." Hearing her melodious voice, Bei Ming Chen turned to look at her. Meeting her clear eyes and slightly parted rosy lips, a strange fire kindled within him. He averted his gaze, took a deep breath, drained his cup in one gulp, set it down, and leaned on the table with his hands, head bowed, slowly quelling the turmoil inside. Foxy looked up at the night sky. Seeing him silent, she thought he didn't believe her. She gently poked his arm and said in a sweet voice, "Your Highness." Bei Ming Chen looked up at Foxy, then lowered his head again, asking in a deep voice, "What is it? So you haven't been listening to me at all?" Foxy suppressed her irritation and said calmly, "It's about to rain." Bei Ming Chen gave a slight nod and said nothing more. Foxy pouted. "Don't think I can't tell you don't believe me. But it really is going to rain. Fine, I'll just find shelter myself. Your Highness, I'm going to stroll by that pavilion over there." Bei Ming Chen grabbed Foxy's arm as she tried to rise, his drunken eyes fixed on her. "It won't rain, don't worry." Foxy didn't know what to say. She tried to pull her hand back, but his grip was iron. "I am not reassured at all." She glanced at the sky and pulled her hand with all her might. "Let me go? Has this guy mistaken me for someone else?" Patting the large hand that held hers, she asked, "Your Highness, do you know who I am?" Bei Ming Chen didn't want to answer, but met Foxy's bright smile and softly parted his lips. "You are this prince's consort, Foxy." Foxy gave an awkward smile and nodded. "Thanks for recognizing me." A drop of water fell on the back of her hand. She immediately looked up and raindrops began to fall one by one. Anxiously patting Bei Ming Chen's arm, she cried, "Your Highness, look. It's really raining." Bei Ming Chen nodded. "I see it." He was astonished. How did Foxy know it was about to rain? Foxy excitedly patted Bei Ming Chen's arm. "This proves everything I said is true." Bei Ming Chen caught her hand. "Stop that. I see it." Foxy awkwardly pulled her hand free. "Got a little too excited there, huh? Your Highness, let's go take shelter. This rain looks heavy." Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip on her struggling hand, his tone gentle. "Don't be afraid. This prince will stay with you." Foxy's face contorted as if she had swallowed something foul. "What the? Get rained on. Together. Is he out of his mind?" As the rain poured down harder, Foxy strained her wrist, desperate to break free. "Just let me go. Damn you." Bei Ming Chen refused to let go, his mind seemingly addled as he blurted out, "We are husband and wife bound in matrimony." Foxy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt it was impossible to communicate with him. Was the problem with her or with him? "Don't try to reason with me, it won't work." Everyone at the banquet noticed the rain and began to rise. "It's raining. Yes, it's getting heavier. Your Majesty, please move inside the hall." The guests began to head for the palace to take shelter. And then there was that fool Bei Ming Chen. He still wouldn't let go. Foxy gritted her teeth and pulled with all her strength. Birds in the same forest fly separately when trouble comes. "I'm flying off first." Afraid of hurting her, Bei Ming Chen finally released her. Foxy immediately stood up, pushed her chair aside, and made to run into the hall. Bei Ming Chen also stood. "This prince will go with you." Foxy took a deep breath. "I really want to slap this guy. Standing out in the rain for so long, I thought he had some weird fetish." Pretending not to have heard him, she sprinted into the hall. Songxian and Songxin quickly helped Foxy straighten her clothes. Foxy wore a thin gauze dress, now damp and somewhat see-through. Bei Ming Chen's eyes darkened at the sight. He took off his outer robe and draped it over Foxy's shoulders. Foxy was startled and turned to look. Is he being kind? I find that hard to believe. Accustomed to Foxy's inner thoughts by now, Bei Ming Chen's expression remained unchanged as he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Foxy clenched her back teeth and said with a smile, "Your Highness, we are in public. We must maintain decorum." Bei Ming Chen hummed in acknowledgement, but his arm tightened around her. Foxy gave a mysterious smile. "Some things aren't worth arguing over. I'll obey on the surface, but rebel in my heart. After all, he is a prince. I have to give him some face." The emperor watched their interaction with satisfaction, relieved that Bei Ming Chen seemed to like Foxy after all. Ning Xianwan's eyes burned with a jealous flame, her face twisted into an expression of extreme hatred and resentment. How had it come to this? Ning Xianwan had been an enviable young lady since childhood, the precious pearl in her parents' palms, the most renowned, talented woman in the entire capital. At this thought, Ning Xianwan clenched her fists. She refused to believe it. Foxy was just a Taoist nun. Even if she knew a dance or two, what was there to fear? "Reporting to your Majesty, the ghost orchid you planted in the imperial garden has been destroyed." At this, the crowd began to whisper, speculating who was so bold. Foxy's heart skipped a beat. Could the ghost orchid he mentioned be the one I knocked over? Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways at Foxy. She certainly knew how to cause trouble. That ghost orchid was planted by the emperor to win the favor of his foreign concubine. The emperor was indeed startled. He shot to his feet, clearly on the verge of anger, but suppressed his temper in front of the officials, his voice dripping with displeasure. Do you know who did it? The guard bowed his head, even lower, his voice quieter. Your Majesty, by the time the maids arrived, there was no one in sight. The emperor sat back, down, his voice low. Investigate. Foxy nervously touched her nose. Just as she was about to stand and confess, Bei Ming Chen grabbed her arm. Foxy sat back down and looked at him, a question in her eyes. Bei Ming Chen leaned close and whispered, Did you destroy the ghost orchid? Foxy's expression was one of pure scorn. This guy must have split personalities. In the garden, he wouldn't even bow his head. Bei Ming Chen immediately straightened up, wondering why he had leaned in at all. This subordinate abased. The guard's voice rang out in the hall. Bei Ming Chen snapped back to reality and asked again, Was the ghost orchid destroyed by you? Foxy shook her head and waved her hands repeatedly. Seeing her like this, Bei Ming Chen thought she was innocent and felt relieved only to hear her next words. I didn't destroy the ghost orchid, but I did break the flower pot it was planted in. The corners of Bei Ming Chen's mouth twitched repeatedly, his expression one of utter speechlessness. At that moment he truly wished he could wring that adorable, yet naive little head off her shoulders. She shrank her neck back. Why did she feel that Bei Ming Chen was coveting her beautiful moving head? Her voice trembled as she asked, Your Highness, what do we do now? You said it yourself just now, we're husband and wife bound together. If one prospers, we both prosper. If one falls, you can still continue to prosper. But now I think we might join forces and resist a little. She put on a fawning, ingratiating smile dripping with eagerness. Your Highness, what do you think? Bei Ming Chen let out a cold laugh. I think nothing of it. Damn it. Truly, husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, each flies their own way. Since time immemorial, who has avoided deaths? Die early, die late, die all the same. It's all this foot's fault. Why won't it just behave? I really want to beat it to death, but my leg disagrees. On second thought, forget it. I'll forgive it this time. Bei Ming Chen was caught between laughter and tears. He tightened his grip on Fo's hand. She shook him off and stared straight ahead. A prince who can't handle things is no good husband. Why should I bother buttering him up? Looking at His Majesty's woebegone face, it seems that ghost orchid thing is really important. Well, this is a fine mess. Amid her idle thoughts, a guard rushed in to report. Your Majesty. The emperor's tone was calm. Who was it? Even a blind man could see that the emperor was furious. The guard lowered his head, trembling with fear, and stammered. The patrol guard saw Lady Ning and the Qin princess consort, and also. He paused at this point, his demeanor suggesting he was terrified. She shrank back. Seeing Fo's reaction, Ning Xianwan understood. The ghost orchid had been destroyed by her. She let out a derisive laugh and was about to stand up, but her father beside her pulled her back. Ning Xianwan looked over. Her father shook his head at her, signaling for her to sit down and not act rashly. Ning Xianwan was unwilling, but at that moment she could only sit down in silence, maintaining a composed facade, while her heart seethed with resentment as she watched the couple across from her seemingly in perfect harmony. The emperor raised his eyes, a look of deliberation crossing his face. The Qin princess consort had been to the imperial garden. Then the other person must have been Bei Ming Chen. It seemed his ghost orchid was fated to be destroyed. I understand. You may withdraw. The guard breathed a sigh of relief, quickly bowed, and retreated from the hall. The people in the hall began to whisper among themselves. See, those three had already gotten into a fight. In their minds they pictured the three of them brawling fiercely. It must have been during that altercation that they accidentally destroyed the emperor's ghost orchid. But since the matter involved the Qin prince, the emperor would probably just let it slide. The emperor struggled to compose himself, though a hint of grievance still lingered in his voice. Let the music and dance continue. The grand hall regained its former liveliness, but outside a torrential rain was pouring. The emperor's mood was as bleak as the rain cascading down. She stole a glance and clicked her tongue. Ask me how much sorrow I can bear, like a bunch of eunuchs visiting a brothel. Seeing His Majesty like this makes me feel so guilty. Maybe I should sell the Qin prince's mansion to compensate His Majesty, but Bei Ming Chen probably wouldn't agree. Feeling stifled, I want to howl. Bei Ming Chen's hand paused, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. This woman was truly something. She could do nothing and still make someone want to wring her neck. The thought alone made his hands itch. Seeing that although the emperor looked troubled, he had no intention of delving deeper, she set aside her anxious heart and picked up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks, putting it into her mouth. She immediately spat it out again. Deceived by this ginger again. Bei Ming Chen had developed an immunity by now and was completely unfazed. He picked up a piece of mushroom for Foshi and said softly, Eat. Foshi was quite surprised and glanced back at him, but her mouth was still full of the taste of ginger. She took 2 quick sips of tea, ate the mushroom, then turned her head to look out of the hall. Through the half-open window, she could see the pouring rain. They say if you're well, it's a sunny day. The rain is this heavy now. I guess even your bones won't be left. Seeing this scene, I feel like composing a poem like a refined scholar. Rain. Rain. Forget it, too lazy to compose. Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways at the woman, who was putting on a serious face. Truly a beautiful shell is one in a million, but an interesting soul is like a fool. Outside the hall the rain was torrential, inside the songs and dances were in full swing. She just kept eating and eating. After she was full and drunk, drowsiness crept over her again. She yawned and looked around. Rainy days go perfectly with sleeping. Just as her eyes were about to close, she quickly shook her head and wiggled her facial features, trying to shake off the sleepiness. So sleepy. Hey, that dish in front of Bei Ming Chen looks like it was just served. It looks so delicious. Let me have a taste. Just as she stood up, her body covering Bei Ming Chen, a dagger was thrust into her shoulder by a dancer not far away. She's eyes flew open wide as pain spread throughout her body. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Bei Ming Chen's drunken haze dissipated. He wrapped his arm around She's waist, spun her around to evade the woman's second strike, and kicked her away. The woman staggered back 2 steps. Seeing this, the surrounding guards shouted, "Protect His Majesty." A group of guards rushed to the emperor's side, shielding him as they evacuated the scene. The remaining guards drew their blades in unison and charged at the woman. Bei Ming Chen's brows were tightly knit, his expression anxious as he asked, "How do you feel?" She turned her head to look at the blood gushing from her shoulder. She wanted to press her hand against it, but didn't dare. Her whole face was contorted in pain. "I feel terrible, it hurts so much. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Mommy, it hurts so bad. Why haven't I fainted? Other people who get stabbed pass out right away, don't they?" Bei Ming Chen pressed down on the wound on She's shoulder and comforted her softly. "The imperial physician will be here soon. I won't let anything happen to you." Then he picked She up and carried her towards the inner hall. Looking at the woman who was in so much pain, his eyes were full of distress, but his heart felt warm. This woman actually took a blade for him. It surprised him greatly. She must love him deeply, otherwise why would she take a blade for him? He gently laid She in his arms down on the bed in the side hall. It hurts so much it's killing me. The imperial physician will be here soon." Bei Ming Chen wiped the cold sweat beading on her forehead. "I'm going to die." She sobbed, looking utterly pitiful. "You won't. I promise. But it still hurts. Can you promise to make the pain stop?" Bei Ming Chen continued to coax her. "I promise. Once the imperial physician arrives, you won't feel any more pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Mommy, please just knock me out, okay? Why isn't the imperial physician here yet?" Bei Ming Chen's murderous aura grew heavier. He roared towards the door. A eunuch shuffled in shakily and knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, the imperial physician has arrived." The imperial physician entered the room and knelt to pay his respects. "Greetings, Your Highness. Hurry up." The imperial physician trembled all over. He quickly stepped forward, examined the wound, then laid a handkerchief on She's wrist and reached out to take her pulse. After a long moment, the imperial physician withdrew his hand and bowed to Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen frowned. "How is her injury?" The imperial physician kept his head low, not daring to look up, and said in a low voice, "Reporting to Your Highness, the princess consort has been poisoned." She immediately stopped feeling the pain and asked hastily, "What poison did I get?" The imperial physician stood up, bent at the waist, and made as if to kneel and beg for mercy. She reached out a hand, but the pain made her hiss and suck in a breath. She exhaled and said, "Hey, don't kneel. When you do that, it makes me feel like I don't have much time left." The imperial physician froze on the spot. His voice trembled. "Your Highness, the princess consort has been poisoned with a deadly venom, and I'm afraid." Stop, stop, stop. She cut him off, looking at Bei Ming Chen with pitiful eyes. "Your Highness, can you find me a few more imperial physicians for a second opinion? I just feel like I'm fine. If we try a little harder, I can still live on." Bei Ming Chen nodded. "All right, I will make sure you live." Then he turned to the eunuch beside him. "Bring me all the imperial physicians." The eunuch nodded frantically and stumbled out in panic. She felt relieved, but then her brow furrowed again. "It hurts so much. Mommy." Unable to bear it any longer, Bei Ming Chen knocked the whimpering, pain-racked girl unconscious with a single strike. Just as she was on the verge of passing out, she cursed loudly. "Damn it, you had the skill all along and didn't use it sooner, making me suffer." With these words, she lost consciousness and fell into a deep slumber. Bei Ming Chen wiped the cold sweat from Foxy's forehead with a wave of his hand, and immediately several shadow guards appeared in the hall. "Take the assassin to the Chen mansion and throw her into the dungeon. I will make her wish she were dead." "Yes." His hand caressed Foxy's cheek as he murmured softly, "You are not her, are you? Then where did you come from? And why can I hear your thoughts? I have a feeling you appeared for me." At this thought, a hint of obsession flickered in his eyes, which glowed with an extraordinary, endless light. At that moment, Bei Ming Chen firmly believed in his heart that Foxy had come here for him. "Since that is the case, you must not leave me. From now on, I will protect you." After an unknown amount of time, the girl lying on the bed opened her eyes. Her gaze slowly shifted before she finally regained her senses. It was now daytime. She turned her head to survey her surroundings. This was her room in the Chen mansion. Am I dead or alive? As she stirred slightly, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. Oh, it hurts so much. Bei Ming Chen immediately stepped forward, gently holding the restless girl, and placed his voice incredibly tender. Don't move, the pain will soon pass. Foxy's face crumpled with tears. The wound isn't on you, so you have no idea how much it hurts. I've never been injured this badly before. It really hurts. Bei Ming Chen softly comforted her. I know how much it hurts. Foxy continued to whimper. This guy's ominous aura is no joke. To avoid an early death, I'd better find a chance to slip away. I haven't seen the mountains and the sea, nor have I walked through crowds of people. I don't want to be his late wife. When Bei Ming Chen heard her plan to flee, his entire being radiated a terrifying, murderous aura, as if he wanted to devour the person before him alive. Foxy felt a chill run through her. She pulled the blanket tighter around herself and asked with a tearful voice, what poison did I take? Is it very serious? As she finished speaking, a warmth touched her lips. She widened her eyes in shock, meeting the gaze so close to hers, and saw in his eyes a shimmering, surging wave of emotion. Her heart felt as if it would leap from her chest, her whole being ablaze. At that moment, she felt she could take on a bull and kill it without effort. After a momentary daze, she came to her senses and immediately pushed the man away, frantically retreating to the side, shouting as she backed away, You. Bei Ming Chen licked his lips and looked at her with a seductive gaze. What about me? You rogue shameless. How dare you ask what's wrong with you? Do you have any shame? Bei Ming Chen's expression shifted slightly as he slowly approached Foxy. Foxy felt as if she were bewitched by the man before her. She wanted to retreat, but her body wouldn't move. The man exuded an irresistible charm, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. The violent pounding in her chest seemed to tell her she could no longer withstand his oppressive presence. He is really handsome. Bei Ming Chen's lips curled into a smile as he leaned close to Foxy's face and whispered, Does the wound still hurt? Foxy was taken aback, blinking. It hurts, it really hurts. Bei Ming Chen chuckled, reaching out to tap the girl's nose. Foxy stared at the man without blinking. I've suddenly seen the appeal in Bei Ming Chen's looks. He's even more handsome when he smiles. This old maiden's heart is about to burst out of control. Bei Ming Chen's lips curled even higher. He hadn't expected this girl to be so easily deceived. Seeing how much she seemed to adore him, he might as well indulge her and let her be happy for a couple of days. Calling it pain now is still too early. Bei Ming Chen's voice was low, carrying an irresistible magnetism that made one want to succumb. What? Foxy's eyes were filled with confusion. Is the wound going to fester? Or am I going to die horribly? Your Highness, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you say it again? Bei Ming Chen cleared his throat softly, stood up, and walked toward the door. Nothing. Foxy shouted after him. Am I going to die of poison? Bei Ming Chen's voice drifted back from outside the room. I told you I will make sure you are fine. A light flickered in Foxy's eyes. Did this mean she wasn't going to die this time? That's great. From now on, may I be slim and rich. Woof. Sister, you're finally awake. Woof. You scared this dog to death. Woof. I've come on behalf of them all to check on you. Foxy glanced at the husky and rolled her eyes. If you're coming, at least bring something. Don't you feel embarrassed? Woof. Sister, this dog is pitiful. The husky ignored Foxy's disdainful expression, using all four paws to climb to her bedside, resting its head on the edge of the bed with a frightened and pitiful look. Woof. Sister, the Chen mansion is haunted. Foxy felt a chill run down her spine. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her head exposed, shifting her gaze nervously as she looked around. Dog, you've changed. How dare you try to scare me? The husky shook its head. Woof. No, it's true. I heard the wailing of a female ghost. Wailing? Foxy muttered to herself in confusion, then looked at the husky. Did you hear where it came from? The husky nodded its head. Woof. It came from the direction of that dog. That foolish prince's courtyard. Foxy's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. So it wasn't the dog's problem. Bei Ming Chen was up to something. She clicked her tongue. No wonder he kissed her so naturally earlier. He must have been practicing with someone else every night. Who would have thought that guy with his aloof, untouchable demeanor and ascetic appearance harbored such a depraved side deep inside? To make a girl wail like that, he was no ordinary man. He was a true master. Catching sight of the bewildered husky out of the corner of her eye, Foxy withdrew her sly grin and replaced it with a scolding tone. You're still young. You'll understand some things when you're older. Perhaps it was time to find Taiju a mate. Woof. Last night, if that foolish prince hadn't been in our courtyard, this dog's courage would have been scared right out of me. Foxy turned her head in shock to look at the husky resting its head on the bed. What did you say? Bei Ming Chen was here last night. Woof. Yes, he was here the whole night. Foxy bit her finger, a wave of chills running down her spine. She couldn't tell if it was from the shock of this news or the haunting of the Chen mansion. Your Highness the Prince. Songxin entered the room carrying a bowl of porridge. The moment she saw the husky with its head drooping by the bed, she froze in terror, her face turning deathly pale. Woof. This dog is just so handsome and dashing. You higher beings can't take your eyes off me. Foxy's face was covered in black lines. I think you're overthinking it. Take your paws down. Get out. The husky immediately straightened up, licked its paws, raised its head proudly, and swaggered out. Songxin watched the husky pass by her scalp tingling, and every hair on her body standing on end, terrified that the dog might suddenly turn around and bite her. If that happened, would she have to bite it back? That was the question. Songxin. Foxy noticed that Tai Zhu had been gone for a while, but Songxin still hadn't moved. She couldn't help but worry. Had the girl been scared by that dog? Songxin snapped back to reality and quickly brought the porridge to the inner chamber. Your Highness, please have some porridge. Foxy took it and began to sip it slowly, spoonful by spoonful. It wasn't until evening that Bei Ming Chen came to dine with Foxy. Is your injury better? Foxy offered a polite smile and nodded. Much better. What a pointless question. How much could it heal in just one day? Bei Ming Chen's expression remained unchanged as he picked up a piece of beef for Foxy. Eat. Foxy ate slowly, her eyes fixed on the piece of beef. Is this a piece of beef? Or a piece of ginger? Bei Ming Chen glanced at the girl, then put down his chopsticks. I have matters to attend to tonight and must leave the mansion. Foxy nodded. Leave if you want. What does it have to do with me? Bei Ming Chen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, then he stood up. Take your time eating. Once Bei Ming Chen had left, Foxy finally relaxed. Night fell. Foxy tossed and turned in bed, her face full of worry. She desperately needed to use the restroom, but a glance at the pitch-black night made her pull the blanket tighter. It was all that husky's fault. Why did it have to tell her those things? Now she was scared out of her wits. After a long while, she could no longer hold it in. Foxy threw off the blanket and got out of bed. She looked around the candlelit room, then quietly crept to the door, opened it a crack, peeked left and right, and finally stepped out. Wake up. Foxy stealthily patted the husky's body, her eyes nervously scanning the surroundings. The husky slowly opened its eyes, filled with drowsiness and confusion. Foxy tugged at the husky's ear. Snap out of it. Come with me to the restroom. The husky's mind was filled with exasperation. What had a dog done to deserve such torment? It angrily pulled its ears free to express its displeasure, then curled its head into its chest and went back to sleep. She looked around. The night was silent, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects and birds. A gentle evening breeze brushed past, sending a chill down her spine. She shrank into herself and patted the husky's back. Get up, come with me to the bathroom. I really can't hold it anymore. The husky lifted its head, lazily gazing at the girl with moist eyes full of reproach. She gave an awkward, placating smile and rubbed her nose apologetically. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your sleep. I'm really in a hurry. Just come with me, please. The husky maintained its utterly unperturbed expression, lying on the ground in a state of complete laziness. She felt a flicker of annoyance, but dared not show it, so she softened her tone and begged. Good doggy, come with me. Woof. What about your two maids? I told them to go to sleep. Seeing the husky still unwilling to move, she suppressed her rising anger, stepped forward, grabbed its two front paws, and dragged it slowly forward. The husky wore an expression of utter despair, as if it had lost all will to live. After dragging it for a distance, the wound on she's shoulder seemed to tear, sending a sharp pang through her. She dropped the dog's paws, clutched her shoulder, and panted, Can't you walk on your own? The husky had no choice but to slowly rise and stagger forward. Suddenly a wailing sound came from somewhere, like ghosts howling, startling the husky into jumping behind she to hide. She stopped, listening intently to the sound. Her small face crumpled pale with fear. D-dog. What is that sound? Woof woof. A ghost. It's that female ghost. She's body trembled. In her terror, she yanked hard on the husky's ears. Oh heavens, she had lived in the Chun prince's mansion for nearly half a year without encountering a ghost, yet the moment Bei Ming Chen returned, he brought one with him. Her pulling made the husky tense up as well. Its bell-like eyes darted around in fear. The eerie sound echoed again. The husky's fur stood on end. Feeling a wetness on its leg, it looked down and realized it had been scared into wetting itself. Woof woof. Mom, save this poor pup. With that, it yanked its ears free, bolted forward madly, letting out a mournful bark. Its terrified appearance was enough to stir sympathy in anyone who saw it. She's eyes reddened. She was so moved, truly deeply moved. In the moment of crisis, the dog she had raised actually abandoned her and ran. What a perfect picture of shared joys and sorrows, but you faced the trouble alone. It seemed this dog wasn't stupid after all, it was ready to travel on its own. Tomorrow she would throw it out. Princess consort. She was startled by the sudden voice. She turned in panic to see the guard Ling Xiao and immediately relaxed. Patting her chest to catch her breath, she said with a hint of reproach, Ling Xiao, you scared me to death. Seeing she's face turn pale with fright, Ling Xiao quickly bowed in apology. Princess consort, forgive me. It was my negligence that startled you. Ling Xiao straightened up, looked around, and asked with confusion, Princess consort, why are you out here alone in the dead of night? Ling Xiao straightened up, looked around, and asked with confusion, Princess consort, why are you out here alone in the dead of night? Fo, she glanced around, furtively cupped her hand to her mouth, and whispered, did you hear any strange sounds just now? Ling Xiao shook his head in confusion, looking around. There was nothing but the rustling of leaves. Did you hear something unusual, princess consort? Fo, she nodded emphatically at the puzzled Ling Xiao. Let me tell you, the Chun prince's mansion is haunted. I just heard a female ghost wailing. Haunted? Fo, she nodded. It's true. The ghost was crying miserably. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with doubt as he pondered. The sound the princess consort heard might have come from the dungeon. Princess consort, you must have misheard. Seeing his disbelief, Fo, she insisted, it's true. Just wait and see. Ling Xiao stood aside. The courtyard where the princess consort lived was adjacent to the dungeon, which was why she occasionally heard the prisoner's wails. After waiting for a long time, the female ghost's wailing never returned. Fo, she felt as if she had been caught in a lie. She cleared her throat and said, maybe the ghost went somewhere else. Ling Xiao bowed respectfully. Princess consort, allow me to escort you back to your room. Fo, she shook her head. Before returning to the room, I need to go somewhere more important first. Where would you like to go, princess consort? Fo, she clutched her stomach and dashed forward, her voice trailing behind the latrine. Ling Xiao's mouth twitched. Helplessly, he kept a distance and followed. Fo, she emerged from the latrine, feeling much lighter. She looked at Ling Xiao waiting by the door and said in a pleasant voice, let's go. Ling Xiao fell into step behind her. Don't you all ever rest at night? Ling Xiao replied respectfully, we rest when it's time for the shift change. Fo, she nodded. Aren't you tired? We're used to it, princess consort. Fo, she hummed softly and said no more. She wasn't accustomed to having people stand guard outside her room while she slept, but she couldn't interfere with others' duties, nor did she have the right to. Back at the courtyard, Ling Xiao bowed. Princess consort, rest early. I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Fo, she stepped into the yard and saw the husky curled up entirely in a corner. Seeing Fo, the husky immediately ran over, placed its paws on her legs, and looked at her with pitiful eyes. Woof woof. Let's get out of here. The world is vast. There's always a place for us. Fo, she sneered disdainfully. Look at you, all that courage. The husky moved its paws. Woof woof. Do you know about vengeful spirits seeking lives? Woof woof. In the dead of night, you're sleeping soundly, half asleep, you open your eyes and find a woman in white standing by your bed, her long hair covering. Stop. Don't say another word. Fo, she gasped for breath and shot the husky a glare. Woof woof. Isn't it terrifying? Fo, she pressed a hand to her heart, took a deep breath, and said, let me at least say goodbye to Bei Ming Chen tomorrow. After all, we've lived here for nearly half a year, and he hasn't charged us rent. It wouldn't be right to just disappear without a word. Woof woof. Will that guy even let us leave? Fo, she couldn't be bothered with the husky's incessant barking. She walked into the inner room and lay down on the bed, but sleep wouldn't come. The female ghost's wail kept echoing in her mind. Whenever she closed her eyes, the image the dog had described flashed before her. One person inside the room, one dog outside. Neither slept a wink all night. Fo, she opened the door with two large dark circles under her eyes. Song Xian and Song Xian were waiting by the door with water. Seeing the door open, they both knelt in greeting. Princess consort. Fo, she covered her mouth with her hand and let out a long yawn, then looked around. Has Bei Ming Chen returned? Song Xian and Song Xian exchanged a glance, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. The princess dared to call the prince by his name, revealing just how favored she was. The prince and princess truly respected each other. Your Highness, the prince has not yet returned. Fo, she nodded thoughtfully and turned to walk into the room. Come in. Song Xian and Song Xian entered the room, carrying basins, placing them on the table before attending to Fo's bath. After drying her face, Fo, she walked over to sit by the dressing table. Song Xian stepped forward to comb her hair, while Song Xian arranged the gown she would wear that day. Your Highness is truly beautiful, Song Xian sighed while brushing her hair. Fo, she replied, little girl, you have such a sweet tongue. This servant speaks the truth. Your Highness is stunningly beautiful, truly the foremost beauty. They had heard of the Chun princess in the palace. Everyone said such a beauty was ill-fated, married to the Prince of Chun, who bore an ominous reputation and might meet a sudden death at any moment. Now they only hoped the prince and princess would respect each other and grow old together. Song Xian chimed in, among all the people this servant has seen, your Highness is the most beautiful. Even the elegant imperial consorts in the palace cannot compare to your countenance. Fo, she responded with an awkward yet polite smile. Your Highness, the prince requests your presence at breakfast. Ling Xiao entered the room and bowed respectfully. A glint of light flashed in Fo's eyes as she turned to Ling Xiao. Is Bei Ming Chen back? Ling Xiao was startled to hear the princess address the prince by his name, then lowered his head. Reporting to your Highness, the prince has returned. Fo, she nodded. I understand. She said to Song Xian, who was doing her hair. Hurry up, keep it simple. Yes. Song Xian sped up and finished the hairstyle in no time. Fo, she stood up and was helped into her ornate robe by Song Xian. It wasn't that she wanted to be served, but the princess's robe had so many layers that she didn't know how to put it on herself. Once ready, the mistress and her maids hurried to the dining hall. Upon entering Fo's eyes fell on Bei Ming Chen dressed in dark ink-colored robes seated at the table. A faint, barely perceptible smile graced his handsome face as he gazed toward the doorway. She walked up and waved. "Your Highness, I'm here, ha." Without waiting for Bei Ming Chen to speak, she sat directly across from him. Seeing she sit so far away, Bei Ming Chen frowned in displeasure. His voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "Come sit here." She, who had not yet fully settled into her seat, froze at his words. Why does he want me to sit beside him? But I have something to ask him later, so I should be nice. A smile immediately spread across her face. She quickly rose and walked to Bei Ming Chen's side, sitting beside him. Tilting her head up, her face was full of ingratiating smiles. "Your Highness, you were gone all night. Are you tired?" Bei Ming Chen's brow twitched. He turned to look at the girl with the radiant smile. Had she misunderstood, thinking he was out carousing all night? At this thought, his tense brows relaxed, and his voice turned pleasant. "I had important matters to attend to, that's why I was gone all night." She nodded, and took a sip of sweet congee, stealing a glance at Bei Ming Chen. Would he agree? Bei Ming Chen remained expressionless, but inwardly he wondered what would he agree to. She swallowed the congee in her mouth, stirring the bowl with her spoon, as she said casually, "Your Highness, if." Bei Ming Chen looked at her, waiting for her to finish. She smiled. If someone had been living in the Chen prince's manor for a long time, and suddenly wanted to leave, would you charge them rent? A flicker passed through Bei Ming Chen's eyes. His smile turned cold as he said indifferently, "No such person would exist." She's mouth opened slightly. "You've really killed the conversation, haven't you?" After mentally preparing herself, she launched a new offensive, first picking up a dish for Bei Ming Chen. She laughed heartily. If. Bei Ming Chen looked up at the girl. What exactly was she trying to say? She swallowed her saliva. "If someone who wasn't very important to you suddenly disappeared from the Chen prince's manor, would you go looking for them?" Bei Ming Chen's eyes narrowed. Could it be that someone in the manor was bullying She? At this thought, he exuded a chilling aura, his fierce demeanor impossible to ignore. "Why, Your Highness?" She shivered. What's wrong with him? Is there something wrong with that question? Why does he look so angry? Good thing I was smart and used if as a test. Bei Ming Chen reined in his aura and said coldly, "No." She breathed a sigh of relief. "That makes things much easier. I can stop worrying." Bei Ming Chen sipped his congee slowly, his eyes icy. He was determined to find out who this person was. She picked up another dish for Bei Ming Chen. He looked up at her, slightly frowning. Why was she acting so strangely today? She gave an awkward, polite smile. Let's talk for the time it takes to eat one more dish." She cleared her throat, touched the tip of her nose with the back of her hand, and stole a few glances at the man beside her. Seeing no sign of displeasure, she gathered her courage. I have a friend." "You have a friend?" She was cut off mid-sentence by Bei Ming Chen. She pursed her lips and shot him a glance. "Who are you looking down on?" Bei Ming Chen turned back. "Go on." She took a breath, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "I have a friend who is also a prince. He recently encountered a particularly troubling matter." "Also a prince? Who is he?" Bei Ming Chen gripped his chopsticks tightly, asking fiercely. That's a good question." "Well, that's not important. What's important is that he recently encountered a very thorny issue and doesn't know how to handle it." She paused deliberately, but Bei Ming Chen showed no reaction. Strange, this isn't normal. Wouldn't most people ask what the matter is at this point? Bei Ming Chen sighed helplessly and parted his lips. What thorny issue did he encounter? She immediately broke into a smile. "That's more like it. This prince doesn't love his princess, so his princess wants to leave him." She stole a glance at Bei Ming Chen and asked cautiously, "If this happened to you, how would you handle it?" Bei Ming Chen heard these words, and a wave of displeasure spread from within his heart. With a sharp slap, he slammed his chopsticks heavily onto the table, looking at She with a glint of obsession in his eyes, his tone pathological and domineering. "As far as I'm concerned, unless she dies, she will never escape my grasp in this lifetime." She was momentarily stunned by the threat, blinked her eyes, and then said in a flattering manner, "Your Excellency is wise, Your Excellency is wonderful, Your Excellency." Bei Ming Chen looked at She, the light in his eyes growing ever deeper. He would have this girl body and soul. This gaze caused a momentary fluster in She, but she quickly regained her composure. "Your Excellency, what is wrong with you?" "I am fine." Bei Ming Chen finished speaking, stood up, and walked out. This person's emotions are so unstable. I have no idea what is going on. One moment, he is one way, the next another. Feeling aggrieved, she stood up and said to Ling Xiao at the door, "Ling Xiao, tell Your Excellency the medicine cannot stop." Ling Xiao turned back in shock. "Your lady, what are you talking about?" She waved her hand at him. "Go ahead." Ling Xiao, with a confused expression, turned around and hurriedly caught up with Bei Ming Chen, who was already walking far away. She walked out of the dining hall and slowly made her way to her separate courtyard, glancing around the Chun Wang Fu as she went. Well, she had lived here for so long it was quite hard to leave. But then she thought of the ghost that appeared at night, and the fierce Bei Ming Chen, and she shivered all over. Immediately she felt no regret at all. She rushed into the courtyard, and once all the servants and guards had withdrawn, she stretched out her hands and clapped them together. Quickly, animal mobilization, assemble. Erha led the way, running over first, followed by a crowd of animals of all sizes. She stood in the center of the courtyard looking at the pile of animals before her heart racing. She lowered her voice. Everyone listen to me. We are leaving Chun Wang Fu today. The animals eagerly began to speak. Squeak. Why are we leaving? My new nest was just finished. Goo goo. I still have so much stored away. Meow. Meow. Quiet. She held up her hands to signal the animals to be quiet. Chun Wang Fu is no longer safe now. Follow my orders and leave with your families. Everyone knows about my house outside the city. You should go there and wait. Those who can leave should pack their things quickly. Those with a larger volume, those that are easily noticed, and like Taiju, who is a bit slow-witted, wait until tonight when we slip away. Woof. Everyone listen to sister, let's get moving quickly. The animals returned to their respective little nests. Those who needed to pack did so, those who needed to help others pack did so, those who were. And then, all day long, either a few mice would rush out of Chun Wang Fu, or a few ducks would strut out proudly. There were also a few cats that, after defecating in the flower bed at the entrance, used their paws to bury it, raised their proud heads, and walked out of Chun Wang Fu with an air of arrogance. The guards at the gate of Chun Wang Fu were stunned. What was going on? Had the pets owned by the lady all escaped together? A guard hurriedly ran into the separate courtyard and bowed respectfully. Your lady, many of the pets you raised have left today. She cursed in her heart, telling them to sneak away, how stupid they were. Then with a face that did not change, she nodded slightly, her tone tinged with sadness. Let them go. Between them and your excellency, I can only choose one. The guard bowed his head further. Your lady, my condolences. How true it was that the lady's heart for the Lord was known to heaven and earth. Then the guard saw those pets even more brazenly walk out of Chun Wang Fu. Night fell. She sat on a swing outside the room, leaning lazily, swinging her legs, and looking up to count the stars in the night sky. 50, 65, 60. What are you doing? She, startled at this sound, quickly stood up and stood respectfully to one side, bowing her head. Why, your excellency. Bei Ming Chen looked at She with deep-set eyes and let out a soft hum. She was puzzled. Your excellency, it is so late, why have you come to my place? Bei Ming Chen withdrew his gaze and stepped into the room. Do I need a reason to visit my lady? It sounded quite reasonable. She could only smile and follow behind Bei Ming Chen. After he sat down, she quickly poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Your excellency, please have some tea. Bei Ming Chen reached out to take the cup, his hand touching the girl's slender fair fingers. The smooth texture made him reluctant to pull away. She, not understanding, let go once he had the cup. Bei Ming Chen paused for a moment, then set the cup down and looked at She. He frowned and asked, why are you dressed so shabbily? Did those servants take advantage of you? She looked down at her clothes and shook her head repeatedly. No. It's just that it's nighttime now, so it's easier to move around in simple clothes. Easier to sleep. She had a sudden idea and said in a flattering manner, Your excellency, those servants are very good. If anything happens, please do not punish them. Bei Ming Chen frowned. He felt something was a bit odd. She had acted strangely all day. He paused for a moment, trying to listen to the girl's thoughts to understand what she was up to. It was just a slip of the tongue. Bei Ming Chen wouldn't think much of it, would he? He looks like he's doubting. What should I do? Bei Ming Chen thought. She felt guilty about the pets and gently squeezed her boneless jade hand. The atmosphere became heavy. After a long time seeing that Bei Ming Chen had no intention of leaving she reminded him, Your excellency, it is very late. Bei Ming Chen let out a soft hum. Why don't you stand up? If you don't leave soon, I'll be sleepy. The dog is probably pacing anxiously in place right now. Bei Ming Chen saw that She was innocent and did not force her. He stood up and said to She, we have a long time ahead of us. She looked completely confused. What does this guy mean? Get some rest early. After saying this, Bei Ming Chen stepped out of the separate courtyard. She kicked all her doubts away, quickly propped up the gate of the separate courtyard from the inside, ran into the room, and wrote several large characters with a brush, Take me, as if I were dead. Then she took a packed bag from the cabinet, slung it over her shoulder, and ran out of the room. The remaining animals dug a dog hole in the corner. She lay on the ground and crawled out of the dog hole with difficulty. She stood up and patted the dust off her body. Looking at the small dog hole, she was glad she hadn't eaten dinner, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get out. She stretched out her arms, tilting her head back to gaze at the night sky. She took a deep breath, a brilliant smile spreading across her face as she smacked her lips. Just a wall away, yet the air beyond it was so fresh and wonderful. Oh, I'm free. From now on the sky is vast for birds to fly, and the earth is wide for me to roam. Realizing she was being a bit too exuberant, she pursed her lips and glanced around furtively, urging the remaining animals, "Hurry up, all of you." The husky brought up the rear. Halfway through squeezing itself, its body got stuck. It froze for 2 seconds, then scraped its hind hooves frantically, only to find the ground slippery. It cast a contemptuous glare at Fo, she who was watching the commotion with schadenfreude. "Woof! Don't you have any sense? Get over here and give me a hand." Fo, she crossed her arms, snorted, rolled her eyes, and strode forward. "I told you to eat less, but you never listen. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, given your behavior last night, you wouldn't be getting this treatment." Just as she grabbed the husky's front paws, she heard a loud bang. She quickly let go and listened intently. It sounded like someone kicked the door open. About to be discovered. Better scram. She straightened up, adjusted the bundle on her shoulder, and pretended to run forward. "I'm off first. Take care of yourself. Bye. Woof. Come back, come back." The husky scraped its front and back paws, desperately staring in despair at Fo, she's fleeing figure. Seeing her whole demeanor radiating joy, occasionally even hopping, it now had the right to suspect that this whole thing was a setup by Fo, she. All just to shake it off. Feeling someone tugging at its hind legs, the husky closed its eyes in despair, letting out a few soft whines. Woof! The enviable superficial sisterhood between it and Fo, she truly moves heaven and earth. "Your Highness, is this dog dead, oi?" Ling Xiao dragged the husky out and shook it a few times. The husky didn't move. "Husky, if the heart is dead, can the body be far behind? Then kill it and make dog meat." Hearing this violent and icy tone, the husky trembled all over, slowly opening its eyes, which were filled with innocence, fear, and pity. The Bei Ming Chen it saw looked like he had just returned from hell, his whole body radiating an aura of death. His face was terrifyingly dark, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty gleam. This gleam filled the husky with deep dread. Its body trembled slightly, it wanted to run, but couldn't move. "Woof! I'm just like you, abandoned by that heartless woman." Ling Feng ran up, bent over, his voice trembling with fear. "Your Highness, the princess consort hasn't been found." Bei Ming Chen's gaze was icy cold. "Everyone go out and search. If she's not found by dawn, you can all atone with your deaths." Ling Feng closed his eyes and saluted respectfully, yes. As he turned, he exchanged a glance with Ling Xiao. Alas, that poor child, the princess consort, why did she have such a reckless thought? When she's brought back this time, she's probably in for some hardship. Bei Ming Chen walked step by step to the husky's side, crouched down, and looked at the terrified dog. He drew a dagger, one that gleamed with a cold light. "You should know where she went." The husky looked at the dagger, terrified. "Woof! I know. Woof! Outside the city, Fo, she has a house outside the city. Woof! The dog is innocent, don't kill the dog." Bei Ming Chen frowned. He had no idea what the dog was saying. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swallowed hard. He didn't understand the dog either. A flash of inspiration struck, and he patted the dog's body. "Do you know the place?" The husky straightened up, dashed quickly into the room, grabbed the note Fo she had written in its mouth, and ran back out. Fo, she had said the note contained words to curry favor with Bei Ming Chen. Now if it gave the note to Bei Ming Chen, maybe he'd be happy and spare its dog life. Bei Ming Chen took the paper from the husky's mouth with distaste. He glanced at the note, and upon reading its contents, his face turned terrifyingly dark. His eagle-like eyes burned with intense fury. He gnashed his teeth and uttered these words, "Just pretend I'm dead." Remembering Fo she's question that morning, it all clicked. That damned woman dared to deceive him. He crumpled the paper into a tight ball, clenching it in his hand, and stared at the husky with a sinister, malicious look. Was this dog giving him the note as a provocation? Recalling Fo she's words from the night, he suppressed his murderous intent and spoke in an icy voice. "It seems you and your mistress share a deep bond. I'll spare you then. When she's found, I'll break your dog legs." The husky stared with wide dog eyes. How was this so different from what it had imagined? What had it done wrong? Why should its legs be broken? Woof! It was Fo she who ran away. "You should break her legs." Bei Ming Chen, thinking the husky was provoking him, swung his dagger. It flew steadily and embedded itself right next to the husky's leg. Then he turned and left, leaving behind a cold, cruel sentence. "If the princess consort isn't found, you will all be buried with her." He vanished from sight. Phew! Watching Bei Ming Chen's disappearing back, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. For a moment there, they had nearly pissed themselves in fright. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to look at the husky. He found it trembling all over, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse. "Are you all right?" The husky lifted its dog head, its eyes moist with tears that swirled, but stubbornly refused to fall. A dog's life is hard, but a dog doesn't complain. Ling Xiao comforted the husky for a while, then found a rope to lead it. "Lead the way." The husky walked forward, questioning its very existence. Fo she ran a great distance in one breath, ducking to hide whenever she encountered patrolling guards. She secretly congratulated herself on her quick escape. Otherwise she'd be in deep trouble. She wondered how the husky was doing now. She stopped in a grove of trees, patting her chest to catch her breath, and looked back. Would Bei Ming Chen kill the dog? She shook her head, dismissing the bad thought. Probably not, right? Even she wasn't sure now. After much deliberation, she decided to go back and check. She crept up to the city gate. From afar, she saw the husky leading Bei Ming Chen and the others, a whole group of them marching out of the city gate in a grand procession. She's eyes widened. That son of a bitch. Traitor lackey fence-sitter spineless. She hid in a corner, cursing inwardly. Afraid of being discovered, she bent over, lowered her head, and moved forward cautiously. Bei Ming Chen heard her thoughts and quickly turned his head to look around. The grove of trees to the side seemed especially eerie in the silent night, with only the occasional bird call and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Bei Ming Chen frowned, puzzled. Where was she hiding? Ling Xiao turned his horse and rode up beside Bei Ming Chen, following his gaze to scan the surroundings. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen dismounted and walked towards the grove. Search the woods. His eyes grew increasingly obsessed. When he caught that woman, he would make her pay. Ling Xiao acknowledged the order, yes. She walked for a while, then looked back. Seeing Bei Ming Chen coming after her, she quickly ran forward. Mommy, how does he know I'm here? I must not be found. I can't go to the house. It seems I'll have to go to. At the critical moment, Bei Ming Chen's foot slipped, nearly falling into a pit dug by others. He quickly steadied himself, but when he focused again to listen for the voice, there was no sound at all. Damn it! Bei Ming Chen cursed in frustration, raising his fist to strike the tree before him. The trunk shuddered from the impact, raining down a few leaves. Your Highness. Ling Xiao, hearing the loud noise, rushed over to check. Seeing blood seeping from the back of Bei Ming Chen's hand, he said, Your Highness, allow me to bandage your wound. Bei Ming Chen withdrew his hand, his sinister gaze fixed ahead. Keep searching. Ling Xiao bowed his head. Yes. He then tugged the husky a few steps forward, but the dog refused to move any further, rolling and thrashing on the ground. Woof. Dog doesn't want to go anymore. Dog is so tired. Ling Xiao pulled a few more times, but the dog remained stubbornly still. He looked helplessly toward Bei Ming Chen ahead. Your Highness, this dog seems exhausted. Bei Ming Chen turned back, casting a cold glare at the dog lying on the ground. If not for Foxy's attachment to it, he would have ended its life with a single blade. He swept his gaze around the surroundings. There was no unusual movement, and after so long without hearing the voice, Foxy was likely not nearby. Tie it to the tree. Ling Xiao quickly tied the dog to the tree trunk, securing it with a tight knot. He patted the dog's body. Stay put. We're going to find the princess. The husky tied to the tree watched as the group grew smaller and smaller until they vanished from sight. Then, looking at its surroundings, its fur stood on end in terror. Suddenly a hand patted its body. Its dog eyes widened, about to bark. Don't make a sound. Hearing this voice, the fear in the husky's heart instantly dissipated, replaced by overwhelming gratitude. Woof! I knew it, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Foxy untied the rope on the tree, snorting coldly. Don't misunderstand. I'm afraid you'll betray me. After struggling with the rope for a while, she found it was a dead knot and impossible to undo. Helpless, she had to work on the rope around the husky's neck. Why is it so tight? Woof! Easy, easy. Foxy slapped the dog's head and continued loosening the rope, slowly sliding the loop around its neck to make it larger. Try to see if you can get out. The husky struggled to free its head, its nose, eyes, and ears all scrunched together. Come on, almost there. Hurry up. Woof! My nose. Foxy gave a hard yank, finally pulling the dog's head free. She tossed the rope aside, glanced around sharply, and quickly dashed forward. A gust of wind blew, startling the husky into racing after Foxy. The pair, one human and one dog, arrived silently at the back door of Lingxi Pavilion. Foxy knocked, pressing her face against the crack of the door. Shizhou. The husky placed its front paws on the door, patting it a few times. Woof! Benefactor. Foxy looked down with disdain. The husky instantly retracted its paws, lowering its head and standing obediently to the side. Foxy withdrew her gaze and knocked twice more. Shizhou Shirmu. Woof woof. Benefactor, master's wife, master. Foxy stepped down from the door, hands on her hips, staring at the dog before her. Suppressing the urge to kick it flying, she seethed through gritted teeth. You try. The husky was startled by Foxy's expression, stepping backward one slow pace at a time. Don't you dare back away. You knock on this door today. Foxy glared, looking ready to explode at any moment. Let me tell you, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Woof. I love how you look down on me, yet can't do a thing about it. Foxy took 2 steps forward. The husky retreated 2 steps back. Foxy pointed at the husky. If you take 1 more step back, I swear I'll beat you to death right now. Woof. I don't believe you. The husky replied with a firm expression. You? Foxy choked, the breath stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down, nearly suffocating. She coughed lightly. Do you believe I'll kill you right now? Woof. Do you dare? The husky, also flaring up, stared back at Foxy with equal ferocity. You? Foxy roared in exasperation. The two were like a pair of fighting cocks, glaring at each other with hostility, neither willing to concede. You? Foxy pointed at the husky, gnashing her teeth. Find her something. We'll see about this. Woof. Haha. The dog looked at Foxy smugly. Foxy shot the husky a furious glare, then picked up a stone and hurled it at the dog. The husky leaped into the air, dodging the stone, and raised its head arrogantly. Woof! Perfect! Enraged Foxy dropped her bundle, took off, and chased after the husky. As she ran, she cursed indignantly. You bastard dog, if you've got guts, stand still. Watch me kill you today. Woof! I'm not a human, so having guts or not doesn't matter. The husky shot back with equal ferocity, taunting as it ran. I'll fight you to the death. Foxy shouted. Woof! A good person doesn't fight with a dog. Foxy and the husky chased each other outside the wall, the dog's body swaying and provoking her, while Foxy panted heavily. After a few laps, the husky stopped breathing heavily, looking at Foxy drenched in sweat. Woof woof. This little lady is no match for this dog master. Foxy pointed at the husky, but her peripheral vision caught Shizhou standing dumbfounded at the doorway, and she quickly lowered her hand. Shizhou asked skeptically, Sister, she were you arguing with the dog? Foxy smiled faintly, wiped the sweat from her brow, walked over to pick up her bundle, and said softly, Of course not. It's getting colder, and I was thinking of killing it for some dog meat stew. Woof! The most venomous woman's heart. Foxy turned her head, casting a cold glance. The husky stared back with its dog eyes. Foxy beckoned Shizhou inside, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Shizhou pointed at the door, puzzled. Sister, the dog is still outside. Won't it freeze to death tonight? The husky rushed to the door, scratching at the panels with its paws, looking pitiful. Woof! Sister, dog is wrong. Dog truly knows it's wrong. Foxy snorted coldly. If she didn't teach it a lesson, it would never learn who held its fate. Freezing to death is perfect for frozen meat. Ignoring the husky's pleas, she picked up her bundle and walked over to sit down. Shizhou cast a pitying glance at the closed door, then turned and walked over. Sister, why are you here so late? Foxy reached for a cup, poured some water, and took a sip. Running away from home. Shizhou paused, then asked, Running away from home? Then the Prince of Chun. Foxy set down the cup and glanced around. Enough of that. Is there anything to eat? She hadn't eaten much all day due to her excitement, and after running around with that silly dog, she was now ravenously hungry. Shizhou scratched his head apologetically. Probably not. Let me check the kitchen. Foxy watched Shizhou's retreating figure, her hand resting on her stomach, when she suddenly spotted chickens and ducks strutting about. Chicken, duck, fish meat. Foxy licked her lips. The chickens and ducks exchanged glances and backed away. Quack. Wipe that utterly lecherous look off your face. Foxy wiped her mouth, drool escaping. She slowly stood up. When I'm not hungry, I eat what you eat. Now that I'm hungry. She let out a wicked chuckle. It's time to eat you. The chickens and ducks squawked loudly, then turned and fled. Quack quack. Save our duck lives. Foxy chased after them for a few steps before stopping, a smile gracing her face. I'm in a good mood today, just bonding with these animals. Shizhou, holding 2 plain steamed buns, quickly ran over and handed them to Foxy. Sister, we only have buns. Foxy reached out and took them. As long as there's food, it's fine. The two walked over and sat down. Shizhou kept glancing at Foxy, looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Foxy bit into the bun, her eyes wide. Just ask whatever you want to know. Shizhou no longer hesitated. Since you escaped from the Prince Chen's mansion, what are your plans? Will you stay at Lingxi Pavilion? Foxy took a sip of water, then another bite of the bun, pondering for a moment. The world is vast, there will always be a place to hide. But for now it's safer to lay low. After all, the Prince Chun has already mobilized, we must be fully prepared. Shizhou nodded in agreement. Then sister, she should stay at Lingxi Pavilion for the next few days. No one would think that the esteemed Princess Chun is connected to an intelligence organization. Foxy chewed the bun and nodded. Once the danger passes, I'll soar across the world. After finishing the bun with sips of water, she stood up and walked toward her room. Shizhou, let that silly dog in. Shizhou acknowledged and quickly walked over to open the back door. What greeted him was a man filled with a fierce aura and a grim expression. Bei Ming Chen's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Shizhou. He truly hadn't expected his princess to be connected to Lingxi Pavilion. If he hadn't set a trap on this dog, he might not have found her. Shizhou stood frozen, looking at Bei Ming Chen, a bloody scene already flashing through his mind. How did he find this place? Feigning composure, he asked, It's so late, may I ask what business the Prince Chun has at Lingxi Pavilion? A cruel glint passed through Bei Ming Chen's eyes. He scanned Shizhou a few times, then looked past him toward the main gate, and stepped forward to enter. I've come for my princess. Shizhou's face slightly changed upon hearing this, but he quickly recovered his natural expression and stepped forward to block Bei Ming Chen's path. Prince Chen, you must be mistaken. How could your princess be in Lingxi Pavilion? A flash of ferocity crossed Bei Ming Chen's eyes. Are you sure? He warned. Shizhou appeared calm and unruffled on the surface, showing no signs of trouble, but inside, he was a bundle of nerves. I am quite. Before Shizhou could finish, Foxy's loud voice rang out from inside. Shizhou, has that silly dog gone missing? Hearing this familiar voice, Bei Ming Chen's violent aura subsided slightly. Shizhou closed his eyes. This was a complete disaster. When Foxy received no answer, she came out of her room in confusion, walked down the stairs, and headed toward the door. "What's wrong?" she asked, puzzled, looking at the panicked Shizhou standing at the entrance. Shizhou wanted to turn back and tell Foxy to run, but under the man's intimidating gaze he couldn't even turn around. Foxy walked over casually, still muttering, "Doggy, I think you really want it." Upon seeing Bei Ming Chen at the door, her eyes widened in terror. Her muttering ceased, replaced by a cry of alarm. Her legs wouldn't obey, and she stood frozen in place. You, I've come to see you," said Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen used the calmest tone to say the most ordinary words, but what echoed in Foxy's ears was, "I've come to kill you." Foxy swallowed hard, her face turning deathly pale. Her body swayed, and her voice trembled. "PPP." Bei Ming Chen pushed Shizhou aside, strode straight through the gate, and scooped up the stunned woman in his arms. Looking down at the woman in his arms, a cold smile curled on his lips. "What? It's too early to call me that now. When we get back, I'll let you call me all you want." Foxy was terrified, feeling numb and cold all over, letting Bei Ming Chen hold her without resistance. Bei Ming Chen carried the frightened, silent woman out of Lingxi Pavilion. He went to his horse, threw the woman over its back, and mounted it himself. He tightened the reins. "Hiya." The horse galloped forward swiftly. Shizhou watched from where he stood, not daring to intervene. After all, sister, she was the Princess Chun, and he had clearly felt the oppressive aura of Bei Ming Chen. Foxy's back was pressed tightly against Bei Ming Chen's chest. Feeling his strong, powerful chest and the pounding of his heart, her cheeks flushed, and her own heart began to race. "How will Bei Ming Chen deal with me? He won't kill me, will he?" In a trembling voice, she asked Prince. I said, "I was just out for a walk. Would you believe me?" Bei Ming Chen gave a cold snort, mocking her. "Princess, this walk of yours was truly far. You've left the city gates." Foxy forced a fawning smile. "Haha, it was all because the night was too dark. I accidentally walked out of the city." Bei Ming Chen ignored her, tightened the reins, and squeezed the horse's flanks hard. The horse in pain sped up its gallop. Sitting in front, experiencing the sensation of flying, Foxy tightly gripped Bei Ming Chen's arm, not daring to move. Bei Ming Chen stared fixedly ahead, his gaze icy. Now she knew fear. For daring to toy with him, he would not easily forgive this woman. Foxy shuddered. She felt there would be no return for her tonight. Hiya! A roar tore through the sky. Bei Ming Chen continuously urged the horse faster. The sound of hooves pounding the ground was deafening. A gust of wind swept past, carrying a few withered leaves and branches from the ground. Bei Ming Chen's figure, galloping on horseback, appeared exceptionally flamboyant and arrogant under the pitch-black night sky. Foxy's heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. She couldn't tell if it was from the horse's terrifying speed or Bei Ming Chen's overwhelming aura of violence. Bei Ming Chen galloped to the entrance of the Prince Chen's mansion and pulled sharply on the reins. The horse, unable to stop, immediately reared up, its front hooves kicking the air. Bei Ming Chen held the reins tightly, forcing the horse to stop steadily. Foxy lost her balance for a moment and fell backward, coming into close contact with Bei Ming Chen's broad, solid chest. Once the horse was steady, Bei Ming Chen dismounted with a leap. His face dark, he reached up to lift Foxy from the horse's back, carried her into the Prince Chen's mansion, and walked straight toward his own courtyard. The Prince Chen's mansion was brightly lit with candles. Scenery flashed before Foxy's eyes. She looked up at Bei Ming Chen and was startled by his current expression. She pushed against Bei Ming Chen's chest with both hands, kicking her legs and struggling, trying to break free from his embrace. "Prince, I'm very heavy. Don't trouble yourself. I can walk back on my own." Bei Ming Chen's gaze became obsessive, tinged with a hint of intoxication, his dark eyes captivating. "If the princess doesn't wish to die, she'd best behave and not try my patience." Foxy immediately stopped struggling. Her hand happened to rest on the man's heart, feeling the powerful thumping beneath her palm. "Prince, you're not going to kill me, are you?" Bei Ming Chen stared at the woman's charming face, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Killa," he murmured softly. His arm tightened around Foxy's waist. "Why would I kill you? You are my princess. There are still many things we have yet to do together." Foxy's bewildered eyes darted around, looking at the stunningly handsome man before her. Seeing the lustful smile on his face, the smile seemed like a demon's summons. Bei Ming Chen carried Foxy into his room and placed her on the bed. Realizing what the man intended to do, Foxy panicked and scrambled backward. No. I absolutely cannot give myself to someone I don't love. My first time must be reserved for my beloved." Bei Ming Chen watched Foxy's panicked state with great amusement. He leaned down, bringing his lips close to her ear, but suddenly heard these two inner thoughts. His eyes turned obsessive as he looked at the woman so close to him. Reserve it for her beloved. Fine. Truly fine. His suppressed emotions could no longer be controlled. He grabbed Foxy's shoulders tightly, his cold, sharp gaze fixed on her. "In this life, you can only be mine." As he finished speaking, his gaze fixed upon the girl's rosy lips, his eyes gradually growing hazy with desire. He swiftly leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. She's eyes widened in shock, never expecting him to suddenly make such a move. Her hands pressed against Bei Ming Chen's chest, pushing him back with force. Bei Ming Chen stumbled backward off balance, but quickly stepped forward again, gripping She's shoulders tightly. No, absolutely not. I don't want to. With Bei Ming Chen. Hearing her thoughts, Bei Ming Chen released she, and glared at her with fury. His body trembled with rage as he shoved her down. She's head buzzed. She gasped, her voice delicate and breathless, flailing her arms and legs in an attempt to sit up. Bei Ming Chen, don't be like this. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't run away anymore. Really, I swear I won't. Bei Ming Chen, listen to me. But Bei Ming Chen ignored her pleas. He seized her flailing hands with one hand, pinned her kicking legs with his own, and covered her body with his. Panic surged through she. She twisted desperately beneath him. Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen. Wait, just wait. Please listen to me. Yet Bei Ming Chen remained deaf to her words. He lowered his head and claimed her lips once more. MMPH. MMM. She struggled fiercely, pushing against the man with all her might, clenching her teeth tightly in a futile attempt to stop his reckless advance. But the more she resisted, the more excited he became. A flicker of inspiration crossed she's eyes. She abruptly ceased her struggles, her gaze turning hollow as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Sensing her sudden stillness, Bei Ming Chen froze, a jolt of alarm striking his heart. He halted his movements and looked up at she. There she lay, her eyes empty, fixed on the ceiling, utterly passive and resigned. The sight of her like this sent a tremor through his heart, followed by a wave of profound pity. He quickly straightened up and lifted the girl from the bed. Feeling herself lifted into the air, she snapped back to reality. Realizing her feet no longer touched the ground, she let out a startled cry. Once she regained her composure, she glared at Bei Ming Chen, her eyes wide with indignation. What scheme is he cooking up now? Don't be afraid. Bei Ming Chen sensed the stiffness in the girl in his arms and heard her thoughts. He gently patted her back, his voice soft and soothing. Why does the mood feel so off? But in a situation like this, I suppose I should do something. Wah! I don't want this. Tears glistened in she's eyes. She blinked a few times and the tears began to fall. Seeing those tears, Bei Ming Chen's heart softened with sympathy. Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt you. He knew that she was not yet willing to be intimate with him, and he could not bear to force her. He gazed at the blushing girl. She had only just come of age, a delicate flower still in bud. How could he bear to deflower her? Hearing the man's assurance, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, but her body remained tense, unwilling to relax. Can I trust his words? Probably not. Who knows what he'll do next? I absolutely must not let my guard down. The moment I do, he'll seize the opportunity. Bei Ming Chen caught these thoughts, and his expression darkened. Why couldn't she just trust him? He couldn't explain it, but whenever it came to he couldn't bear to see her sad. She coughed awkwardly, then dangled her legs and glanced sideways at the ground. Since you said you won't hurt me, how about putting me down first? Hearing this, a stubborn gleam returned to Bei Ming Chen's eyes as he looked at she. She swallowed hard and blinked her bright eyes. Even an opera actor's face changing isn't as fast as yours. Bei Ming Chen felt a surge of anger, itching to teach this girl a proper lesson. But then the memory of her lifeless stillness from moments ago flashed through his mind, and a pang of tenderness pierced his heart. He averted his gaze, his voice deep and magnetic. We are husband and wife. Some things I can wait for. She blinked twice more. What? Bei Ming Chen walked to the bedside, set her down, and gently wiped away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Startled, she immediately curled up, hugging her legs. She scooted backward, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, and stared warily at Bei Ming Chen. She had no idea what he intended to do and dared not make a single wrong move. He's not going to pull that stunt again, is he? Will that trick from before even work again? Please, I can't cry on command twice in a row. Bei Ming Chen watched the girl huddled on the bed, as nervous as a little white rabbit. Whether it was real or an act, he still felt a pang of sympathy. A flicker of tenderness stirred within him as he reached for the blanket. She leaned backward instinctively. Just as I thought. A man's mouth is a lying ghost. One second he's making promises, the next his true nature is exposed. Bei Ming Chen closed his eyes, suppressing the fire within. When he opened them again, they were clear and pure. We are husband and wife, so some things are only natural. She blinked her big innocent eyes twice, feigning purity. Oh please. You make it sound so noble, but it's just an excuse to cover up your beastly behavior. Bei Ming Chen clenched his fists, then released them. His voice was strained with restraint. I can wait for you. Wait for you to grow up, wait for you to accept me, wait for you to love me, wait for you to give yourself to me willingly. She's eyes widened as she stared at the man before her. Is this a confession? Why is my heart suddenly fluttering? Having a boyfriend as handsome as Bei Ming Chen might not be so bad after all. When we argue, I can just look at his face to cool down my anger. But seriously, how did a prince who grew up on the battlefield learn all these sweet words? A small smile tugged at the corner of she's lips, revealing a row of white teeth. She asked with playful curiosity, how do you know how to say things like that? Bei Ming Chen reached out and flicked she's forehead. Sleep. Fo she pouted as if getting out of the bed, but seeing Bei Ming Chen blocking her way, she changed direction. Bei Ming Chen shifted his position slightly. Fo she looked up and smiled saying, "Excuse me." Bei Ming Chen looked at her sitting on the edge of the bed motionless. Fo she puffed out her lips. What does he mean? Bei Ming Chen stretched his legs onto the bed lying down and squeezing Fo she to the inside of the bed. Fo she blinked her innocent eyes, her gaze moving from Bei Ming Chen's legs to his face. You really think I'm scared of you? I'll give you some color and you'll build me a villa. If it weren't for your handsome face, I'd punch your head open. Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Fo she pouted at the sight. You're angry. I'm angrier than you. Keep looking and I'll pop your eyes out. Don't think I'm not capable just because I'm not showing my true colors. Day after day do you think you're so great? Using the title of a prince to scare people around. Bei Ming Chen could no longer bear it, raising his right hand, as if to swipe towards Fo she trying to grab her. Fo she was quick-witted, using her left arm to block Bei Ming Chen's hand, while her right hand reached out to restrain his wrist. After realizing what she had done, she quickly lowered her arm, laughing nervously with a shy and playful expression. Prince, what are you doing? You scared me almost to death. She shuddered all over. Oh God, I really want to vomit. Bei Ming Chen looked at Fo she, his eyes full of admiration. He never expected that she would have martial arts skills, and they were so high. Although he hadn't used his full strength, her ability to block his attacks was extraordinary. A smile spread across his face, reaching his eyes, making her even more interesting. Fo she couldn't bear the man's scrutinizing gaze and smiled weakly. For some reason, Bei Ming Chen suddenly had a strong urge to pin the woman in front of him onto the bed and ravish her. Fo she didn't miss any expression on Bei Ming Chen's face. As she noticed the growing lust in his eyes, she hugged herself and moved backward slightly. Bei Ming Chen still had some self-control. He closed his eyes and said lightly, "Sleep. If you keep messing around, I can't guarantee your safety." I don't even believe the punctuation in what you say. Fo she pouted, made a funny face, and lay on the far side of the bed, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, the unfamiliar environment, and the stranger sleeping beside her. Fo she sighed sadly. This is like trying to steal a chicken, but losing a rice bag. Losing both the lady and the soldier. It can only be described as a tragedy. She rolled over, facing the wall. Little white cabbage in the field, withering at 2 or 3 years old. Mother died. I hold a bowl of coarse grain, no oil in the vegetables. Can't sleep. Fo she was startled by the sudden voice and quickly turned to look. The man remained in his original position, his eyes shifting. He said in a gentle, considerate, and flattering manner, I'm someone who is particular about beds. Change the environment, and I can't fall asleep." After saying this, she covered her mouth and nose, laughing shyly. "So to let the prince rest while I'll go back and sleep." Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes, glancing sideways at the girl trying to crawl over him, as if to sit up. Fo she stopped, smiling brightly. Prince, you rest. No need to see me off. My courtyard isn't too far." Bei Ming Chen's lips twitched, his eyes narrowed, and a dangerous aura emanated from them. What does this mean? I feel like he's going to beat me. Fo she panicked, a wave of fear rising in her heart, but she showed no sign of cowardice. I should have never run away. Why bother myself with all this trouble? Bei Ming Chen looked at the little girl in front of him and suddenly wanted to tease her. A mischievous thought rose in his heart, and a slight smile formed on his corner of his mouth. I'll make you fall asleep right away. With that, he suddenly flipped over and pressed down on Fo she's body, leaning down, his lips touching hers. A flash of panic passed through Fo she's eyes. You're kidding again. You're a prince, how can you break your word? So sweet. Such an intimate act made Fo she's heart race. Don't think I don't realize you're flirting with me. These ancients are more open-minded than a modern person. It's a bit embarrassing. She used to chase stars. With Bei Ming Chen's looks, if he were in the modern era, he would definitely be a top idol. Imagine dating a top idol. It's worth it. As Fo she thought about this, a rebellious feeling rose in her heart, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Why not flirt with him too? Thus Fo she's hands clung to Bei Ming Chen's neck. Bei Ming Chen was taken aback. Fo she was like this, so how could he admit defeat? Fo she went from being in control to completely losing herself. Bei Ming Chen's eyes gradually lost focus, a dazed expression on his face. His hands wandered all over his head, buried in the girl's neck with an apparent downward trend. It's like this. My heart is tingling. It's so hot. Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Chen's big hands reached into Fo she's clothes, landing on her flat stomach, caressing her smooth and delicate skin. Slowly moving downward. Fo she shuddered, suddenly waking up. Damn. I actually had such feelings for Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen sensed the change in the girl in his arms. His lips rested on her ear seductively, saying, What's wrong? Didn't you tease me first? Am I not working hard enough? Are you dissatisfied? Bei Ming Chen's voice carried a strong seductive quality, making people feel weak. Fo she's heart swelled, wanting to let him take the lead, but she finally bit her teeth and said, No, get up first. Bei Ming Chen didn't get up, but buried his head deeper, biting Fo she's collarbone. Fo she gasped, Ouch. Is this guy a dog? Why bite? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Bei Ming Chen lifted his head, his eyes glistening with water. Say you like me. Wow. Fo, she couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a sense of joy inside. I never thought this guy was so self-centered. A reserved type. Bei Ming Chen raised his eyebrows. Self-centered, reserved. What are these things? Looking at the girl, lost in thought, his gaze darkened. If he weren't a bit inexperienced, would he let her act so freely? Tomorrow he would dig out the secret letters sent to the palace when he married Fo, and once he learned them, he would make this woman beg for mercy. Fo, she remained oblivious to his thoughts, but seeing the spring in his step, she knew it was nothing proper, and a look of disdain crossed her face. She pushed Bei Ming Chen. Get off, you're crushing me. Lying his whole weight on me, how shameless. Had the dignified prince quite innocent after all? I suppose I've stolen Bei Ming Chen's first kiss. Ha ha. Bei Ming Chen seemed to half understand. He glanced at Fo, she then rolled over to the edge of the bed, closed his eyes and rested. After all, he was a battle-hardened general and a prince by birth. How could he be dismissed by a young girl as being innocent? The emperor and various officials had sent him women, but he felt not a shred of interest in those mundane souls. Fo, she had been the same initially, but ever since his return this time, he felt she had changed, and his feelings for her had transformed as well. It was a sentiment caught between a desire to kill her and an inability to let go. Fo, she glanced at Bei Ming Chen, who had rolled off, and knew there was no hope of returning to her own courtyard. Ceasing her futile struggle, she turned over to the innermost part of the bed and closed her eyes. After a long while, Bei Ming Chen heard the steady breathing of the girl beside him and knew she was asleep. He shifted slightly, gazing at her slender form, a strange light flickering in his eyes. The girl had wrapped the entire blanket around herself, even trapping it between her legs. Bei Ming Chen reached out and tugged a few times, but couldn't pull it free. Just as Fo, she drifted off, she felt someone shaking her, and in her drowsiness swung a palm. With a sharp slap, her hand made intimate contact with Bei Ming Chen's face. Sensing something amiss because her hand stung Fo, she opened her eyes to see Bei Ming Chen's darkened face. Her drowsiness dissipated somewhat. What's wrong? Bei Ming Chen closed his eyes briefly, forcefully pulled the blanket from Fo, she's embrace, lay down, covered himself, and closed his eyes to sleep. Before Fo, she could react, the man had already shut his eyes. She scratched her head in bewilderment. What happened? What did I do to provoke him now? With a resigned sigh, she turned over, pulled a bit of the blanket over herself, and yawned. So sleepy. Escaping is such hard work, both thrilling and terrifying. Half asleep, she kicked Bei Ming Chen beside her and mumbled drowsily, "Doggy, go turn off the light." Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes in fury. How dare she call him doggy? The light. His gaze swept to the flickering candle flames. Throwing off the covers, he got out of bed, extinguished all the candles, drew the bed curtains on both sides, and lay back down. He turned his head to look at the sleeping Fo, she feeling an inexplicable contentment. He rolled over and wrapped an arm around her slender waist, closing his eyes. That night, Fo, she had an exceptionally dreamy and ethereal dream. In it, she walked to a place with lush mountains, clear waters, singing birds, fragrant flowers, and abundant spiritual energy. Just know it was an incredibly beautiful place. Fo, she walked and walked and walked in this place. Boring. Am I the only one here? No sooner had she spoken than a large grayish-white wolf dog appeared, wagging its tail joyfully as it sprinted towards where Fo, she stood. Fo, she's eyes widened. Husky. The husky seemed unable to see or hear her running forward until it stopped after a distance and looked back. Fo, she followed the husky's gaze and let out a gasp of amazement. Wow. There stood a handsome man, his long hair tied up in a crown, a dark robe accentuating his tall, straight figure. His deep purple eyes were captivating, his thin lips slightly pursed with a faint, ambiguous smile. He walked forward like a king, exuding an oppressive aura of violence and majesty that was impossible to ignore, inspiring fear. Fo, she strained her eyes to see the handsome man's face clearly. As he drew nearer, his features became sharper. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she regained her composure. How could it be Bei Ming Chen? Bei Ming Chen stopped by a spring. He crouched down gracefully, reached out, placed his hand on the water, and moved it almost imperceptibly. Then a stream of energy emanated from his hand. His hand began to circle in place as if grasping something and slowly lifted. A whirlpool formed in the spring, and the energy gathered more and more. From the spring rose a baby-like figure surrounded by the energy. As the energy increased, the baby's form began to take shape, its body parts slowly forming. Seeing this, Bei Ming Chen continued to gather energy with his hands, infusing his own cultivation into the stream, all of which surged into the baby's body. Empowered, the baby began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, its body changing rapidly, turning from fair and tender to translucent. It seemed on the verge of taking human form, but couldn't break through the limit. Seeing this, Bei Ming Chen raised his hand and continued pouring his cultivation into the baby's body. With Bei Ming Chen's help, the translucent baby gradually became clear, forming flesh, and finally transformed into a human shape. Bei Ming Chen withdrew his hand, stood with his hands behind his back, and stared at the baby with a profound gaze. The malevolent energy of the underworld could now be alleviated. The baby slowly opened its large pitch-black eyes staring at Bei Ming Chen before him. Its tiny rosy lips moved as if trying to speak. A smile spread across its face as it flew towards Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen embraced the baby and instantly a cool sensation spread from his palms through his limbs and bones, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. The baby clung to Bei Ming Chen, extending a tiny finger to poke his chest. "Yeah." The baby let out a soft exclamation, buried its head in Bei Ming Chen's shoulder, sniffed, then nestled its face against his chest, using its small mouth to suckle his cultivation. By the time Bei Ming Chen noticed it was too late, most of his cultivation had been drained by the baby. "Stop!" The baby seemed not to hear and suckled even more vigorously. Bei Ming Chen frowned and gave a forceful shake, causing the baby to fall from his arms. He hurriedly tried to catch it, but the baby flew up towards the divine heavens. The husky rushed over, barking, "Woof! You come back, you ungrateful thing. Our master raised you, and you just turn and leave. Woof! Come back." Bei Ming Chen's nether body began to slowly dissipate. At the moment of his annihilation, he condensed his remaining cultivation into one point, preserving a wisp of his nether soul, which drifted down towards the mortal realm. The husky panicked. "Woof woof! Master, don't leave a lone dog behind. The ghost emperor is still in the underworld." The husky ran forward, desperately trying to catch the distant fading light. She stood frozen on the sidelines, clicking her tongue involuntarily. "My goodness! What kind of cheesy plot is this? Have I been watching too many dramas?" Shaking her head in astonishment, she looked around only to find herself alone once more. As she took a step forward, her body suddenly plummeted downward. She jolted awake, her eyes wide open, still reflecting a look of lingering terror. "That scared me to death. What a bizarre dream." Bei Ming Chen and she opened their eyes simultaneously. Hearing her inner thoughts, he furrowed his brow slightly. He too had experienced a very strange dream. Looking down, he saw she lying entirely on top of him, her face frozen in a dazed panic. He shifted slightly, steadied his mind, and asked, "What's wrong? A nightmare?" She gasped for breath and nodded. After a moment, once she had suppressed the panic in her heart, she became belatedly aware of her position. She looked at her arm, which was resting on the man's chest. She moved her leg and realized her entire limb was wrapped around Bei Ming Chen's waist. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Chen was holding her, his hand resting on her chest. She then looked up at Bei Ming Chen's face. Their cheeks were pressed directly together. A scream echoed throughout the entire room. Beside her, Bei Ming Chen frowned in distaste. The guards at the door heard the sound, exchanged a glance, and lowered their heads. The prince is truly a beast, making a ruckus late into the night, and then starting all over again at dawn. Doesn't he ever get tired? Is he that insatiable? She quickly rolled off Bei Ming Chen and pointed at him. You? Bei Ming Chen closed his eyes again and asked calmly, "What is it?" With a look of utter disappointment, she fumed, "You're a beast. I thought he was a good person, but it turns out he's just pretending to be one." Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Chen's eyes snapped open, filled with disbelief. What had he just heard? She actually called him a beast. If he were a beast, would he have let her sleep peacefully? He glared angrily at she who was sitting in the corner, seething with indignation. Clenching his jaw, he said, "Say that again if you dare." She was stunned for a couple of seconds. Guiltily, she scooted back further into the bed, shrinking her neck and casting a cautious glance at Bei Ming Chen. "Well, I was just speaking casually. Don't take it seriously." Bei Ming Chen let out a cold laugh, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "So calling me a beast is just you speaking casually?" She's heart skipped a beat. "Is he going to settle scores with me? I'm not afraid of you." "No, I didn't. That's not what I meant." As she spoke, she waved her hands back and forth. "Humph." Bei Ming Chen snorted coldly. "What is there to be afraid of? Since I came into this world, I never planned on going back alive." Helpless, Bei Ming Chen closed his eyes again, ignoring her. Frustrated, she let out a silent snort, pursed her lips, and picked up a nearby pillow, pretending to hit Bei Ming Chen with it. Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes once more, squinting slightly, his gaze dangerous as he looked at she. His lips parted slightly. "Do you think this prince is easy to bully?" "No, absolutely not." She turned her face, grinning ingratiatingly at Bei Ming Chen. She quickly patted the pillow, feigning admiration. "This pillow is really nice." Bei Ming Chen cast her an irked glance and said in a cold voice, "Today Imperial Consort Xian will go to the temple to burn incense and pray. You will accompany her." She's eyes widened. Pointing at her own face in disbelief, she said, "Me?" Bei Ming Chen shot she a commanding glance. "That's right. Do you think I'm your servant, ordering me around so confidently? I don't even know who Imperial Consort Xian is. Why don't you go yourself?" Bei Ming Chen clenched his fist, a surge of anger rushing to his chest. He bit his lip and took a deep breath to calm his inner rage. Seeing this, she's tone became somewhat conciliatory. "Your Highness, aren't you afraid I'll run away again?" Bei Ming Chen warned. "Do you dare?" "I actually do dare." Smiling on the surface, she shook her head. "No, I wouldn't dare." Bei Ming Chen sneered contemptuously. "Even if you ran to the ends of the earth, I could still drag you back. Get up and get ready. It's getting late." Fo she nodded and obediently replied okay. As soon as she moved, she immediately clutched her stomach, groaning in pain. From the corner of her eye she occasionally glanced at Bei Ming Chen. Seeing his impassive face, he watched her with keen interest. You heartless prince, why don't you show some concern for me? Sure, at night you have all to say, but what are you in the daytime? Shameless. Before the man could erupt in anger, she held her stomach, looking weak and frail, and said, Your Highness, I might not be able to go today. Bei Ming Chen just lay there calmly, watching her performance. The one who should play along with my act chose to turn a blind eye, so how can this scene continue? A one-woman show. Bei Ming Chen sneered, and said, Even if you only had one breath left, I would still order someone to carry you to the temple. You're ruthless. Fo she pouted angrily, bypassed Bei Ming Chen, and was about to get off the bed. As she did, she slammed her knee hard against his leg. She said with righteous indignation, Your Highness, your leg is in my way. Bei Ming Chen ignored her and closed his eyes. I hope that hurt you. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she put on her shoes and walked towards the door, opening it. The guard bowed respectfully. Princess. Hearing the guard's voice, Bei Ming Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flickering in them. He sat up and reached out to rub his leg where she had hit him. Fo she raised her arms to stretch, let out a soft hum, and strode away. As soon as she entered her own courtyard, she saw Tsongxin and Tsongxuan, their faces brimming with excitement and unstoppable smiles. The husky, seeing Fo, she quickly bounded over and circled around her several times. Dizzy from the spinning Fo, she said indignantly, Can you please go away? Woof woof. Why didn't he break your legs? Fo she glared angrily and pointed at the husky. Do you believe I'll break your dog legs right now? The husky immediately ran off. Tsongxin and Tsongxian heard the noise, quickly stood up and walked towards Fo she. Princess, you're back. Princess, are you tired? Fo she twisted her neck, massaging it, and said lazily, I am a bit tired. After walking so much last night, and tussling with Bei Ming Chen for so long, she was indeed weary. Tsongxin and Tsongxian exchanged a knowing glance and smiled sheepishly. They each took one of Fo she's arms to support her. Tsongxin said, You'll get used to it after a few more times. Tsongxian added, The prince is in the prime of his youth, the princess must have suffered a lot. Fo she, feeling as if she had found kindred spirits, nodded vigorously. She began to complain about Bei Ming Chen. Tell me about it. That Bei Ming Chen has no idea what it means to be gentle and caring, and he's so rough. He doesn't even know how to spell chivalrous tenderness. And he never cares about others' feelings. He forces people to do things they don't want to. Tsongxin and Tsongxian exchanged a glance. Was the princess being a bit too, how should they put it, speaking so openly about such matters? Tsongxuan's eyes fell upon the red marks on Fo she's neck, and her gaze was filled with pity. The princess has endured much hardship. Fo she let out a soft sigh. The suffering she had endured was far from ordinary. Tsongxian and Tsongxian supported Fo she as they walked into the inner chamber, beginning to dress her and apply her makeup. Tsongxian gestured with an ornament above Fo she's head, speaking slowly. Your Highness, since you are visiting the temple today, a simple and elegant style would be best. Fo she nodded. Do as you see fit. Yes. After a long while, Tsongxian, having adjusted the sash at her waist, softly said, Your Highness, it is done. Fo she nodded and glanced at the bronze mirror. Her robe was a blend of white and gray, her hair simply coiled up with a single hairpin. Compared to the lavish court dresses online, this look was refreshingly elegant, offering a pleasing new sight. Excellent extra chicken legs tonight. The two maids smiled and bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. Sometimes the words their princess spoke were utterly beyond their comprehension. A maidservant entered, bowing her head respectfully. Your Highness, the guard Ling Xiao is waiting at the gate. Fo she nodded and walked out. Ling Xiao bowed. Your Highness, the prince has ordered me to urge you to come. Fo she gave a cold snort. What is he afraid I'll sprout wings and fly away? What? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Where did the princess learn all these clever quips? He quickly recovered and extended his hand. Your Highness, this way please. Fo she followed behind Ling Xiao. Entering the main hall, she saw Bei Ming Chen and Ning Xianwan seated one above the other, each holding a cup of tea. There's green tea right from the morning. Bei Ming Chen looked at the leaves in his cup. This wasn't green tea, was it? Fo she walked over and sat to Bei Ming's right, her voice honeyed. My prince, I have arrived. Bei Ming Chen looked at Fo she, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Refreshingly refined. That was the only way he could describe it. Ning Xianwan stood up and gave a slight bow. Sister, I came to the Chun prince's mansion to fetch you, so we can accompany virtuous consort Xian to the temple together. You grew up in a temple, sister. It's been years since you last went. Aren't you delighted to be going today? Fo she let out a light chuckle. A dog catching a mouse, meddling in affairs that don't concern it. This is a gathering for us cannon fodder. What business is it of the female lead? Don't I have legs to walk by myself that she needs to fetch me? She rolled her eyes and said with feigned helplessness, Ever since I married the prince, I've been managing this vast estate. I've longed to visit the temple, but I simply never have the time. Ning Xianwan's expression remained unchanged. The estate is truly in impeccable order under your management, sister. Fo, she gave a contemptuous smile. It certainly is. Bei Ming Chen was caught between laughter and tears. She truly was not one for modesty. Fo, she stood, smoothed her robes, and deliberately revealed the love bite Bei Ming Chen had left on her neck. Upon seeing it, Ning Xianwan's face darkened. Restrained by Bei Ming Chen's presence, she suppressed her rage. Seeing her displeasure, Fo, she felt a surge of delight. Your unhappiness is my happiness. Fo, she turned to Bei Ming Chen, her voice deliberately alluring. My prince, I shall take my leave now. Bei Ming Chen shuddered. What was wrong with this woman? Her attitude was so sweet it seemed almost sinister. As they left the main hall, Ning Xianwan's expression instantly turned sour. Fo, she snorted coldly. After taking a few steps, she rubbed her lower back and reached out a hand to Song Xian. Song Xian immediately stepped forward to support her, whispering, Is your highness feeling tired? Fo, she hummed an affirmation. Very tired. Song Xian comforted her. Well, it's because the prince dotes on you so much. A look of pleasure spread across Fo Shi's face. This girl certainly knew how to play along. Ning Xianwan asked with extreme reluctance, Sister, are you certain the prince's feelings for you are genuine? Genuine or not, what does it matter? I am the Chen princess now. Ning Xianwan clutched her handkerchief tightly, her eyes burning with hatred, as if she wished she could strangle Fo Shi on the spot. Catching her expression, Fo Shi adjusted her headdress with an arrogant air. They say a forced melon isn't sweet, but I don't care if it's sweet or not. I just want to pluck it. Plucking it makes me happy. Then I'll keep it for myself. Even if it goes bad, I don't want to share it with anyone else. She turned her head to look at Ning Xianwan. Because it's my melon. No one else can have it until I'm tired of it, and throw it away. As the words left her mouth, Fo Shi was stunned. Good heavens, where had that come from? She sounded like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Ning Xianwan forced a pained smile, knowing Fo Shi's words were pointed. How dare she threaten her? Your highness, please be careful, Song Xian said, adjusting Fo Shi's robes. Fo Shi stepped onto the carriage, her voice drifting out lightly. I fear Miss Ning is not accustomed to the carriages of the Chun prince's mansion. Ning Xianwan's face turned extremely ugly. Sister, Song Xian hurried forward, pointing to the carriage behind, and said to Ning Xianwan, Miss Ning, please take this one at the rear. A shadow of malice flashed in Ning Xianwan's eyes. She walked angrily to the back and sat inside the carriage, trembling with rage. That wretch. How dare she treat her like this? She would make her pay, make her wish she were dead. A group of maids and servants drove the carriages towards the city gates. Having had little rest the previous night, Fo Shi lifted the curtain of the carriage window when no one was looking. Song Xian looked up. Does your highness require something? Fo Shi put a finger to her lips. I'm going to sleep. Keep watch for me. Song Xian nodded. Fo Shi slept all the way until they reached the temple gate. Your highness. Your highness. Song Xian gently patted Fo Shi. Fo Shi slowly opened her eyes, still drowsy. Are we there? We are. Song Xian helped Fo Shi sit up and tidied her slightly disheveled hair and robes. Fo Shi alighted from the carriage and looked at the temple. The air felt so fresh as she took a deep breath and instantly felt invigorated. Your highness the Chun princess. Your highness the Chun princess. A group of young noblewomen bowed to Fo Shi. Fo Shi nodded and acknowledged each of them in turn. Her Excellency virtuous consort Xian arrives, the eunuch announced loudly. Fo Shi followed the voice and saw a woman of regal grace descending from her carriage, looking at the temple gate with serene elegance. We pay our respects to virtuous consort Xian. May the consort live 10,000 years. Rise. Thank you, Your Excellency. Virtuous consort Xian looked at Fo Shi with kind eyes. Chun princess. Fo Shi stepped forward. Virtuous consort Xian. The consort gave a slight nod. It was thoughtful of you to accompany me for the morning prayers so early. Fo Shi smiled. It is my duty. The consort walked towards the temple with Fo Shi following closely behind. Ning Xianwan, bringing up the rear, fixed a venomous gaze on the figure ahead. Virtuous consort Xian entered the temple hall, offered incense, and knelt with her hands clasped in prayer. Fo Shi stood to one side, boredom written all over her face. She truly had no idea why Bei Ming Chen had sent her here. The consort straightened up and looked at the assembled ladies behind her. You may go elsewhere. I have matters to discuss with the abbot. Yes. The ladies acknowledged the order and withdrew. Leaving the temple hall, they dispersed in all directions. Fo Shi wandered around the temple grounds, utterly bored. Spotting a fortune-telling stall off to the side, her eyes lit up, and she ran over. After glancing around to ensure no one was there, she picked up the bamboo cylinder of fortune sticks and shook it. With a clatter, a stick fell out. Fo Shi put down the cylinder and picked up the fallen stick. Turning it over, she saw a glaring red character stamped on it, misfortune. Fo Shi's eyes widened. She drew in a sharp breath, her heart pounding wildly. No good. Redo. She quickly put the stick back into the cylinder and shook it again. With a clatter, another stick fell. She bent down to pick it up. Fortune. Fo She shook her head in dissatisfaction, put it back, and shook the cylinder once more. With a clatter, She picked it up and saw the stick was stamped with the words, Great Fortune. She nodded with satisfaction, clutching the stick tightly. Fate was in her own hands. Madam, would you like to have your fortune told? Foxy turned at the sound and saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe approaching, exuding the aura of a cultivator with an air of ancient mystery about him. Foxy nodded calmly and handed him the lot. Please take a look. The Taoist took it, saw the characters, Great Fortune written on it, and smiled as he began to speak slowly. Madam, you have drawn the highest fortune. Blessed by the Bodhisattva, your future will be boundless. Foxy smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Fate, good or bad, was indeed that simple. Thank you, master, for your auspicious words. With a light heart, she turned and left. Wandering idly around the temple, she plucked some foxtail grass. Seeing no one around, she lifted her skirt and sat on the temple steps, fiddling with the grass in her hands. The Princess of Chun is indeed free from restraint. Hearing the voice, Foxy shot to her feet and looked up. There stood Bei Ming Chen, dressed in white brocade, gentle and refined, with a handsome face and elegant demeanor. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Foxy bowed. Bei Ming Chen smiled warmly. No need for formalities. Foxy straightened up, looked around, and asked curiously, Is your Highness alone? Bei Ming Chen nodded slightly. A month ago, I drew a low fortune. I haven't had it interpreted yet, and I've been anxious, so I came to seek a high monk's guidance. Foxy nodded thoughtfully. How adorably foolish. Drawing one bad lot, why not just draw a few more? Even if your luck is bad, keep at it, and eventually you'll get a good one. A glint of schadenfreude flashed in her eyes. The plot must be starting now. A low fortune. It seemed a grand love triangle drama was about to unfold. She'd better stock up on snacks soon. From now on, she'd be confined to her quarters, forced to kneel, and denied dinner from time to time. When the mighty clash, could a mere shrimp like her be far from doom? Princess of Chun. Bei Ming Chen noticed Foxy staring at him, but her eyes held no admiration. Only the look of someone anticipating a good show, which made his scalp tingle. Foxy snapped back to reality and gave an enigmatic smile. I just remembered something urgent. Farewell, Your Highness. Without waiting for his reply, she ran off straight ahead. Bei Ming Chen turned sideways, watching her retreating figure, a dark glimmer passing through his eyes. Foxy jogged all the way to the main hall of the temple, where she saw Virtuous Consort and the others chatting and laughing in the pavilion. She straightened her dress and walked over with elegant grace. Your Grace, Virtuous Consort. The consort turned her head and nodded slightly. The other noble ladies rose and curtsied. Princess of Chun. Foxy also nodded lightly, sat down beside the consort, and said slowly, Rise. The ladies rose and sat down again. Virtuous Consort took a sip of tea and said gently, Everyone in the capital knows Miss Ning is a renowned talent, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I wonder which young master will be fortunate enough to win her hand. Ning Xianwan coyly covered her mouth with her handkerchief, laughed silently, and glanced at Foxy. The princess's dance at the banquet already surpassed this humble one. I am hardly worthy of the title talent. Foxy's face darkened slightly. If you want to chat, just chat. Why drag me into it? You just want to hear others praise you while subtly belittling me, don't you? She let out a cold laugh. Miss Ning excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As for me, I excel in frying, stir-frying, boiling, and deep-frying. I eat it all. And not only that, I'm a master of eating, drinking, and having fun. The scene froze instantly. The noble ladies wanted to laugh, but dared not. Virtuous Consort dabbed the tip of her nose with her handkerchief and smiled slightly. The Princess of Chun truly has a wonderful sense of humor. Ning Xianwan quickly chimed in. Having grown up in this temple, sister is naturally more endearing than us ladies raised in the deep boudoir. Foxy pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. Just come out and say I'm a country bumpkin, why don't you? So what if you're a lady from a deep boudoir? Do you have an extra head on your shoulders? In all my years at the temple, I've learned one great truth. She looked around mysteriously at the ladies, who wore expressions of confusion. Never harbor any malicious intentions, because the gods are watching from above. And they're very effective. Ning Xianwan's face indeed changed, and she fell silent. Sensing the tension between the two, Virtuous Consorts stepped in to ease the atmosphere. It's getting late. I should return to the palace. Everyone rose and bowed. Farewell, Your Grace. After the consort left, the others stood up. Foxy turned to leave. I really don't see the point of being sent to this temple. Seeing Ning Xianwan about to speak again, Foxy glared fiercely, clenched her fist, and thrust it before her eyes. Shut your mouth, or I'll punch you. Ning Xianwan froze, panic-stricken. Foxy snorted and strode away. As she turned a corner, a man's voice rang out. Foxy. Hearing that voice, Foxy closed her eyes, her heart trembled, and half her soul seemed to flee. The voice of a demon. She turned around stiffly, forced a stiff smile, and uttered two stiff words, Your Highness. Her entire body radiated stiffness. Bei Ming Chen let out a cold laugh. This demeanor, was she afraid of him? Seeing her fierce look earlier, he thought she was afraid of nothing. And then there was that talk about being a master of eating, drinking, and having fun. Just wonderful. Foxy stole a glance at the man before her. Seeing his displeasure, she feigned composure. Your Highness, why are you at the temple? I was afraid you'd cause trouble outside and besmirch the reputation of the Prince of Chen's mansion. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Foxy's lips. Heh, what an excuse. Just say you came for Ning Xianwan. I won't laugh at you. Bei Ming Chen clenched his fists. This woman truly had a talent for driving people to death. He had come specially to check on her, worried she might be bullied, and this was how she repaid him. Humph. A cold snort escaped him. Oh, so villains really do snort through their noses. Learn something new. Feeling a chill wind blow by, Foxy shivered, and saw that Bei Ming Chen's face was as dark as could be. She quickly fished something out from her bosom, walked over, and handed it to Bei Ming Chen. Your Highness, I picked this for you at the temple. Don't underestimate it. It has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of the sun and moon, the perfect charm for protection. Bei Ming Chen lowered his gaze, looking at the foxtail grass in Foxy's hand, woven into the shape of a little rabbit, truly quite adorable. He cleared his throat. How could I possibly want something so childish? Foxy looked disdainful. You're both as bad as each other. No room for complaints. Bei Ming Chen's face turned from clear to cloudy. He snatched the foxtail grass indignantly. Foxy stared at her suddenly empty hand, utterly bewildered. What's wrong with him now? Why is he angry again? Bei Ming Chen looked at the foxtail grass and taunted. It seems heaven has blessed the princess with nimble fingers. Foxy heard this. Hell, just laugh. Nimble fingers are nothing. If heaven wants to bless me, let it bless me with power. Isn't there a saying, if heaven grants me glory, I'll be more arrogant than heaven itself? Makes sense. The prince and princess of Chun are indeed a harmonious couple, like the Qin and Se, playing in perfect unison. I just sneer, ha. Which eye? So blind. Bei Ming Chen and Fo, she followed the sound, looking in that direction, and spoke in unison. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Bei Minghui smiled faintly. No need for formalities. Indeed, no need for formalities. Every day bowing to this one, kneeling to that one. One's lumbar disc could herniate prematurely. Bei Minghui looked at the rabbit woven from dogtail grass in Bei Ming Chen's hand, chuckled, and teased. Prince Chen also takes delight in such trinkets. Bei Ming Chen immediately hid his hand behind his back, concealing the dogtail grass in his wide sleeve. He cleared his throat. This prince naturally do not care for such things, but the princess consort insisted on giving them to me. Fo, she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. What else could she say? Can't tell, he's quite Sundara. Well, when the boss says something, just take the blame. She said to Bei Minghui, it's me who likes these. I wove them and forced them upon my prince. Bei Ming Chen's hand paused at the words my prince, and a faint sourness inexplicably stirred in his heart. He had heard similar words countless times, but this was the first time they were spoken about him. He turned his head to look at the bright and sunny girl. Perhaps the road ahead now held promise. Bei Minghui's gaze swept over the two, understanding the thoughts in Bei Ming Chen's heart, and nodded. Bei Ming Chen stepped forward and took Fo Shi's hand. Seeing that she did not resist, he was very satisfied, and his other hand gently touched the girl's head. Fo Shi's face beamed with a brilliant smile, but inside she was cursing. I warn you, don't get too cocky. When I lose my temper, even I'm afraid of myself. Give me a moment, and take your hand down immediately. Bei Ming Chen's lips twitched. He lowered his hand and tightened his grip on Fo Shi's. He said softly, let's go back. Fo Shi nodded, all right. Bei Ming Chen was very pleased with the girl's attitude at this moment. He looked at Bei Minghui and said in an inexplicably cheerful tone, Your Highness, we will take our leave now. Bei Minghui's face was gentle, as you wish. Bei Ming Chen nodded and led Fo Shi forward. Bei Minghui watched their figures walking side by side, his eyes lifeless and his face no longer the warm and gentle one from before. Was this Fo Shi, that child? Just as Bei Ming Chen and Fo Shi stepped out of the temple gate, before they could turn the corner, they heard a woman's coquettish voice. My prince. Fo Shi closed her eyes. A curse in my heart. Should I say it or not? How to express anger gracefully and without being noticed? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Bei Ming Chen stopped and glanced sideways at Fo Shi, seeing the brilliant smile on her face. What could cause a person to be so inconsistent in heart and mind? Ning Xianwan approached the two with a gentle expression, looking at Bei Ming Chen, her voice soft. My prince may want her to descend the mountain with you. Fo Shi glanced at Bei Ming Chen, saw his expression unchanged, and felt an inexplicable irritation rising in her heart. So blatant. Is she acting as if I'm dead? She snorted coldly, shook off Bei Ming Chen's hand, and turned to walk ahead. After a few steps, a smile appeared on her face. This act is so well performed that even I believe it. Haha, now Bei Ming Chen will feel guilty toward me, right? Then I'll take the chance to ask for a pardon. How clever of me. Cough. Fo Shi slightly turned her head to sneak a glance, seeing the two still standing there. Like a blockhead. I'll slip away first. Bye-bye, you two. Then she covered her mouth and nose and dashed forward. From behind, anyone watching would think she was crying. After running 2 steps, she found she couldn't move. Perplexed, she looked left and right, feeling someone grab her by the collar. She looked up. Haha, my prince. Bei Ming Chen was expressionless and released his grip. She straightened up, smoothed her clothes, and glanced at Ning Xianwan, who stood not far away gnashing her teeth. This makes me flattered. Leaving your moonlight to come for me, a cannon fodder. That's loyal Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen tapped her forehead lightly, took her hand, and seeing that she had no intention of moving, said, "Hurry up." She quickly followed behind, looking at their joined hands, and then at Bei Ming Chen's tall back. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction and security rose in her heart. Not bad, not bad. It's got the feeling. Bei Ming Chen didn't understand what she meant, but led her to the carriage. Ling Xiao quickly put down the footstool. "Princess consort, watch your step." The two boarded the carriage. Bei Ming Chen rested his hands on his knees and closed his eyes. She glanced at him, then looked down and thought, what excuse should I find to leave? Bei Ming Chen's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Leave? Was she going to escape again? The carriage was silent. After a long while, the faint noise of the bustling market could be heard. She knew they had entered the city. She leaned over, lifted the curtain to look, then glanced at Bei Ming Chen and lightly touched the tip of her nose with the back of her hand, a hint of guilt in her tone. "My prince, we've entered the city." Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes, staring at the girl before him like an eagle. Now that they were in the city, would she seize the chance to escape? She met his piercing gaze and couldn't help swallowing. It feels like he can see through people's hearts. If this were a fantasy world, I'd suspect he had mind-reading abilities. Bei Ming Chen's heart trembled at these words, but he suppressed his anger. If she realized he could hear her thoughts with her dramatic personality, she would surely put on some cliché act. He turned his gaze away, looked out the window, and continued to feign sleep. She grew anxious. "We'll be back at the residence soon. My prince, the streets are exceptionally lively today. I'd like to go shopping." Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes and said calmly, "What is there to see?" She opened her mouth. "I'm speechless." Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath and called out, "Stop." Ling Xiao reacted quickly and pulled the horses to a halt. She's face lit up with joy, and she said repeatedly, "Thank you, my prince." She turned and stepped down from the carriage. Just as she steadied herself, she saw Bei Ming Chen also descending. She raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "My prince, why are you getting off too?" Bei Ming Chen straightened his brocade robe and said indifferently, "Aren't we going shopping? I have nothing to do, so I'll accompany you." She's eyes widened, her lips moved, but no words came out. Instead, a wry smile appeared on her face. "That would be too much trouble for you, my prince." "No trouble at all." She's wry smile froze on her face. "My prince is occupied with 1,000 affairs. Such a trivial matter as shopping should be left to me." As she spoke, she made as if to walk toward the market. "If you wish to buy anything, I'll bring it back for you." Bei Ming Chen cast a glance at Foxy, let out a contemptuous snort, and warned, "I presume the prince's manner lacks for nothing. Your Highness the princess consort should return with me." "Ha ha ha ha." Foxy let out a stiff laugh. A single word, "brilliant." Then with a fawning expression, she pointed towards the vendors ahead, her voice melodious. "Your Highness, let's go over there. Look, there are so many things over there." Bei Ming Chen glanced over, then strode to Foxy's side, took her delicate hand, and walked forward. Foxy curled her lips, a gesture of helplessness. Just like a little girl insisting on holding hands. "Do we need to go to the toilet together too?" Bei Ming Chen's breath hitched, but he ultimately made no reaction. He didn't know why, but contact with Foxy made him feel entirely refreshed and clear-headed. Foxy's attention was soon captivated by the dazzling array of goods. She pointed around excitedly. "Your Highness, look, there's a jade pendant. I feel it's especially suitable for you." Bei Ming Chen glanced at it, but walked straight ahead without acknowledging her. Undeterred, Foxy pointed at a jade pendant on a roadside stall and said with self-satisfaction, "Your Highness, look at this jade pendant. It's especially fitting for you. It's particularly beautiful." Bei Ming Chen made no reaction, walking with his gaze fixed straight ahead. Seeing a potential buyer, the stall owner immediately began explaining cheerfully, "Miss, you have excellent taste. This jade..." "Hey!" Foxy was pulled away by Bei Ming Chen before she could finish listening to the stall owner. "So rude, probably spoiled. A good beating would fix it." Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip. Foxy frowned slightly and moved her hand. "Why are you holding so tight?" Bei Ming Chen loosened his hold slightly and walked on. Foxy turned her head, looking around. "Your Highness, look, there's a piece of rosewood over there with a carved canary on it. I think it matches your temperament perfectly." "Your Highness, look, there's also a jade pendant that really compliments you." "Your Highness, there's an umbrella over there." "Your Highness." "Shut up." Bei Ming Chen, reaching his limit, growled in a low voice. Foxy immediately stopped her incessant chatter, turned to look at Bei Ming Chen, and blinked her innocent, pure big eyes. "Why are you so fierce? It's not like I forced you to accompany me shopping. You insisted on coming yourself, and then you walked so fast, leaving me no time to buy anything. Sigh, I feel like I missed out on a fortune." Hearing her thoughts, Bei Ming Chen closed his eyes to suppress his anger, then opened them again to look at Foxy. "Buy whatever you want." Foxy was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this, then a smile curved on her lips. The two continued walking forward. "Your Highness, look, there's a vendor selling candied hawthorns." Bei Ming Chen followed Foxy's pointing direction and indeed saw a vendor selling candied hawthorns. Foxy pulled Bei Ming Chen and ran over. Boss, 2 sticks of candied hawthorns. Coming right up. The vendor immediately took down 2 sticks and handed them to Foxy. Ling Xiao quickly stepped forward to offer the silver. Foxy let go of Bei Ming Chen's hand and handed 1 stick over. Here. This candied hawthorn has been around since ancient times, right? Bei Ming Chen narrowed his eyes looking at Foxy. Are you sure you want to eat that? Foxy nodded emphatically, her expression resolute and serious. Why are you making such a disgusted face? Bei Ming Chen's lips twitched, and he turned to look around. I do not eat such things. Foxy didn't force him. Holding a stick in each hand, she took a bite and said indistinctly, it's okay, I'll eat them. Sweet and sour, my absolute favorite. Watching Foxy eat so happily, Bei Ming Chen pressed his lips together. I might try one. Foxy looked up, bit off the candied hawthorn at her lips, and offered the new stick to Bei Ming Chen. Speaking with a mouthful, she said, "Tithe really good." Bei Ming Chen stared at the candied hawthorn before him, then at Foxy's bulging cheeks. His gaze shifted, and he reached out, placing a hand on the back of Foxy's head, pulling her forcefully into his embrace, and leaning down to kiss her. Foxy was utterly shocked. Feeling the candied hawthorn disappear from her mouth, she fiercely pushed Bei Ming Chen away. Embarrassed, she looked around left and right and sighed in relief when she saw no one was watching her. What are you doing? Her voice carried a hint of anger. Bei Ming Chen chewed the stolen candied hawthorn, swallowed, and then spouted nonsense with a straight face. I am tasting the candied hawthorn. Foxy's mouth twitched, and she wished she could slap Bei Ming Chen to death on the spot. Bei Ming Chen was in an excellent mood. He had perused some secret texts this morning and could now test them out. Seeing the change in Bei Ming Chen's expression, Foxy felt a surge of fear in her heart. She felt as if she had been targeted by a big bad wolf, and if she wasn't careful, she would be devoured whole. Bei Ming Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Foxy. Foxy averted her gaze and continued walking forward. What's up with this guy these past couple of days? Could it be his mating season? He's in the prime of his youth, needs an outlet. Understandable. Hearing these thoughts, Bei Ming Chen assumed Foxy was willing to be intimate with him, and his mood improved greatly. He took Foxy's hand again. Perhaps due to his current mood, or something else, he found Foxy's hand to be incredibly smooth and soft. Remembering the skin he had touched in the dark the previous night, his heart throbbed with excitement. Kind soul. Foxy walked forward thoughtfully, but was suddenly stopped by a beggar. Looking back, she saw a man in tattered clothes with a haggard face, frail build, and completely filthy. He was holding up a broken bowl with both hands trembling incessantly. Foxy pondered. How pitiful. Bei Ming Chen, thinking Foxy's compassion was overflowing, waved his hand at Ling Xiao behind him. Understanding, Ling Xiao stepped forward, took silver from his pocket, and threw it into the broken bowl. At the same time, Foxy reached out with both hands and took the broken bowl from the beggar. How pitiful, can't even hold the bowl steady. As soon as the bowl was in her hands, she heard a clink as the silver coin rattled around inside before settling at the bottom. Bei Ming Chen, Ling Xiao, and the beggar all looked dumbfounded at the flustered Foxy, questions spilling from their eyes. What is she doing? Foxy closed her eyes. The man had held the bowl before her, so she thought he wanted her to hold it for a moment. Opening her eyes, she turned the bowl in her hands. This bowl is really nice. She looked at the beggar. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. The beggar with a strange look reached out and snatched the bowl back from Foxy's hands, then hugged it protectively, eyeing the three before him warily. Foxy desperately wanted to ease the tense atmosphere, but in the end she couldn't find a single word to dissolve the current awkwardness. So she simply turned around and walked forward. After walking a few steps, she felt the warmth in her hand and glanced sideways to see that Bei Ming Chen had taken her hand again. She wore an awkward expression. I've never been this embarrassed that anyone would think I had my eye on that beggar's bowl. I could practically claw out a 3-bedroom apartment from sheer cringe. Bei Ming Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he led she into a restaurant. The waiter immediately greeted them. Your humble servant pays respects to Prince Chen. Please come inside, Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen glanced at she and said, This is my princess. The waiter promptly bowed. My apologies, my apologies. Your humble servant pays respects to Princess Chen. The manager rushed out from the counter, flattering profusely, Prince Chen, Princess Chen, please follow me to the second floor. Bei Ming Chen and she followed the manager into a private room on the second floor. The waiter immediately picked up the teapot, poured water, and handed the cups to them. The manager handed over the menu. What dishes would Prince Chen and Princess Chen like to order? Bei Ming Chen looked at she. What do you want to eat? She shrugged indifferently. Anything is fine. How embarrassing. I've lost my appetite. Bei Ming Chen's eyes flickered, and he said to the manager, Bring a few signature dishes. They must be delicious. Certainly, Prince Chen, Princess Chen. Please wait a moment. Your humble servant will prepare them immediately. After the manager and waiter left, Bei Ming Chen picked up his teacup and took a light sip. He looked at she, seeing the girl quietly gazing out the window. He had never seen her so dejected. Was she truly upset? Then he heard her inner voice. I want steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, stewed pork, stewed duck, sauced chicken, pine eggs, tripe, sauced meat, sausage, assorted crispy platter, smoked chicken breast, steamed, 8 treasure pork, rice, stuffed duck, potted pheasant, potted quail, braised assorted meat, braised goose, mountain chicken, rabbit, fillet, python, silver fish, steamed frog. Bei Ming Chen nearly convulsed. He had overthought it. How could this woman be defeated by such a trivial matter? She let out a deep sigh. Soon waiters entered carrying trays and placed numerous dishes on the table. The waiter gestured with 4 fingers together, introducing the dishes. This is secret recipe: pig head meat, savory pig trotters, dompa pork, assorted pork ribs. She looked at the dozen dishes. Most were from pigs. So they've put Peppa out of commission. Bei Ming Chen had just picked up a slice of pork when he caught that inner thought and hesitated whether to take a bite. Could she have raised pigs and named one Peppa? How pitiful. Bei Ming Chen set down the pork and picked up a vegetable dish instead. Seeing she not eating, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Not to your taste. The dishes she craved weren't available here. He would have the estate's cooks prepare them for her later." She shrugged. "It's fine." She picked up her chopsticks, took a slice of pig head meat, and ate. Gotta say, Peppa tastes pretty good this way. Peppa's trotters are delicious too. This dompa pork is absolutely amazing. Bei Ming Chen. After a hearty meal, she patted her stomach and stood up, letting out a burp. Bei Ming Chen looked at her with disdain. Just as they reached the corner of the second-floor staircase, they saw a brawl downstairs. A cacophony of crashing sounds with many chairs and tables smashed to pieces. She clicked her tongue. Poor chairs and tables. They probably hadn't even reached a month old before they were cut down in their prime. They should hang a huge banner on the wall that says, "Take it outside." Bei Ming Chen tapped her head, then took her hand and led her downstairs. She didn't want to leave. "My prince, there's a fight downstairs." "So what? We could watch the fun." "No." "Hey, my prince, slow down." She was dragged downstairs by Bei Ming Chen. As they reached the ground floor, a chair flew toward them. Bei Ming Chen shielded she in his arms, extended his palm, and shattered the chair with a single strike, then directed the force toward the brawlers. The debris struck the men, and they all collapsed to the ground. She's eyes widened as she looked up at Bei Ming Chen, hearts practically sparkling in her gaze. "So handsome." Bei Ming Chen said coldly, "Take it outside." The men scrambled up, pointed at Bei Ming Chen, and arrogantly shouted, "Who do you think you are?" The waiter hurried over and whispered, "He is Prince Chun, and beside him is Princess Chun." The man's expression changed. Seeing everyone watching him, he couldn't lose face, so he continued his bluster, though his voice betrayed his nervousness. "So what if he's Prince Chun? Can he just kill people whenever he wants?" When he saw Bei Ming Chen's dark expression, he swallowed hard and changed his tune. "Too bad, I have important business. Otherwise I'd definitely spar with him properly." Pretending to check the time, he muttered to himself, "Time's almost up, everyone. Let's meet another time." He then dashed toward the door. Bei Ming Chen kicked a stool in front of him, sending it flying straight into the man's back. The man yelped in pain, fell to the ground, scrambled up, and turned around, staring at Bei Ming Chen in fear. Bei Ming Chen wrapped his arm around she, his face stern. He glanced at the men and said coldly, "You frightened my princess. You haven't apologized to her yet." The men snapped to attention and bowed repeatedly. "Princess Chen, we're sorry. Princess Chen, we're sorry." Then they looked at Bei Ming Chen, waiting for him to dismiss them. "Bei Ming Chen, tell my princess, is fighting right or wrong?" The men were confused about his intent. Bei Ming Chen's cold eyes narrowed, slicing through them like blades of ice. Startled, the men all shook their heads. "Fighting is wrong, fighting is wrong." But in their hearts they retorted, "Fighting is very right." Upper couplet, "Fighting is fun for a while, constant fighting is constant fun." Lower couplet, "Fighting without rules, your family will shed 2 lines of tears." Horizontal scroll, "Come to my house for the funeral feast." Bei Ming Chen nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. The men fled as if pardoned, afraid that if they lingered a moment longer, Bei Ming Chen would find trouble with them. After all, he was a living demon king. Once everyone was gone, Bei Ming Chen looked at she. "Did you hear what they said?" She looked bewildered. "What?" "Fighting is wrong." She nodded. "Wrong is wrong, what's it to me?" Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath. Since she was planning to beat up Ning Xianwan, he needed to teach her that fighting was wrong. He spoke again, "Fighting is wrong for adults, and even more so for children. Children who fight must be punished." She perked up with interest. "What punishment?" Bei Ming Chen smiled. "When someone makes a mistake, you'll find out." She pouted, her excitement fading into disdain. Bei Ming Chen flicked Foxy's forehead, then tightened his grip on her hand and walked forward. The two of them exited the tavern. Foxy shook Bei Ming Chen's hand. "Let go, you're cramping my style." Seeing that Bei Ming Chen refused to release her, she didn't mind and raised both arms to stretch lazily. "Spring drowsiness, summer fatigue, autumn lethargy, winter hibernation. I just want to be inseparable from my bed." Bei Ming Chen. Foxy lowered her arms, tilted her head up, and gave him a silly grin. Bei Ming Chen feigned disgust. "How foolish." Foxy rolled her eyes, took 2 steps forward, then made a face as if she'd bitten into something foul when she saw 2 people approaching. Here she comes, trailing her green tea aura. Bei Ming Chen also looked over. Ning Xianwan and Bei Ming Hui appeared before them. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen gave a soft grunt in acknowledgement, then greeted Bei Ming Hui. Ning Xianwan's gaze swept over their tightly clasped hands, a flicker of resentment stirring within her. Before Ning Xianwan could speak, Foxy tugged at Bei Ming Chen. Your Highness, I'm tired. Let's return to the manor. Very well. They then walked past the two and continued on. Bei Ming Chen has been so obedient lately. He actually ignored Ning Xianwan for my sake. I should give him some compensation. Bei Ming Chen was delighted to hear this. Being obedient would earn him a reward. He made a mental note, eagerly anticipating what it might be. As soon as they arrived at the Chun manor, the steward approached. Your Highness, Master Lin is waiting for you in the study. Foxy immediately released Bei Ming Chen's hand. Go attend to your business. Then she hurried toward her courtyard. Seeing the courtyard gate wide open, she grew suspicious. Had those two maids forgotten to close it? She stepped inside and wandered into the inner room. A prolonged shriek echoed throughout the entire manor. Cracks appeared in the roof tiles, and a bird in the tree screeched in alarm squeak. Run! There's a lunatic here. Startled, the bird swiftly flew away. Foxy dashed out of the inner room, shouting as she ran. Doggy, how are you watching the house? The place has been robbed. Her only answer was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Foxy spun around, looking left and right. Seeing no sign of the husky, she was furious. Which cursed thief stole my house and my dog along with it? Who is it? Show yourself. I'll wring your damn neck. Songxin and Songxian rushed in to find Foxy howling at the sky. They hurried over. Your Highness. Foxy grabbed Songxin's sleeve, frantic. A thief broke into the Chen manor and even stole my dog. I'm going to report Bei Ming Chen. This is his negligence. Songxin and Songxian exchanged a glance, then stopped Foxy as she was about to confront Bei Ming Chen. They explained, Your Highness, there was no thief in the manor. Foxy turned back. Then where is my dog? And why are all my things gone from the room? Songxin smiled. Your Highness, your belongings have been moved to the Chenxi courtyard. The Chenxi courtyard was a new residence built by the emperor for the couple upon their betrothal, intended as their bridal chamber. What? Songxin looked puzzled. Your Highness, what are you saying? Foxy shook her head. Who ordered the move? His Highness the Prince. Foxy thought for a moment, then a mysterious smile crept across her face. The smile sent chills down Songxin and Songshuan's spines. They stammered, Your Highness, you. Foxy let out a mischievous laugh and pulled them both out of the Chen manor. The crown prince's consort is truly innocent and lively. Bei Ming Chen and a handsome man were walking along the corridor when they saw Foxy cheerfully dragging her two maids past. Hearing this, Bei Ming Chen paused mid-step. Following the man's gaze, he saw her, and the corners of his mouth lifted, his expression utterly tender. Seeing Bei Ming Chen like this, Lin Chen knew his friend had fallen. He couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, even heroes are undone by beauty. On the main street, Foxy leaned close to Songxin and Songshuan's ears, whispering something with a wicked grin. Songxin and Songxian stared at her in shock, fear creeping into their voices. Your Highness, is this really appropriate? Won't the prince be angry? Foxy shook her head confidently. Absolutely not, I guarantee it. Songxin and Songxian exchanged a look, then appraised Foxy with disbelief. Their mistress was indeed unusually magnanimous. Foxy waved her hand. Go quickly. Meet me here later. Yes. After Songxin and Songxian left, Foxy smiled happily and walked on. Suddenly, she spotted a bracelet shimmering in the sunlight. She picked it up and examined it closely. The shopkeeper immediately launched into his pitch. Miss, you have a keen eye? This bracelet is made from top-grade ice silk. Look at this luster. Ordinary ice silk can't produce such a brilliant piece. Foxy nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed very bright. At first glance, she'd thought it was one of those glow-in-the-dark bracelets she'd played with as a child. Seeing her interest, the shopkeeper grew more enthusiastic. Indeed. I went to great lengths to acquire this piece. It's the only one in my shop. Oh, Foxy pondered. In that case, the bracelet was quite nice after all. She turned to the shopkeeper. I'll take this bracelet. How much? The shopkeeper beamed. Noticing her purse and fine attire, he knew she wasn't an ordinary customer. With a grand wave of his hand, he named his price, 120 taels. Foxy's hand reaching for her silver froze. She looked up, her tone incredulous. Say that again. How much? Unfazed, the shopkeeper first held up one finger, then two, and smiled. Miss, 120 taels. Foxy nodded, put the bracelet down, and made to leave. Farewell then. Miss, wait. The shopkeeper called out, seeing she was truly about to leave. Foxy turned back, thinking to herself how greedy he was. In modern times, this thing would cost at most 10 yuan. The shopkeeper smiled ingratiatingly. I can see you genuinely like it. How about 105 taels? Foxy gave a cold laugh. Goodbye. Hey, come back. Name your price. How much do you want to pay? Foxy rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and then said, just round it off. The shopkeeper was overjoyed. Rounding off 105 to 100 taels. Truly a money bag one doesn't see in a century. He agreed immediately. Deal. Foxy took silver from her purse and placed it on the counter. 15 taels. Count them. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded, staring at the 15 taels on the counter, then back at Foxy. You're rounding from the middle. Foxy nodded. The shopkeeper shook his head. Miss, that's not how you round off. I'll be selling at a loss. Foxy pursed her lips and made a move to pick up the silver from the counter. Forget it then. I'll come back next time. The shopkeeper quickly pocketed the silver and said mournfully, fine, take it. Seeing the shopkeeper's expression, Foxy thought the bracelet must be truly valuable. She secretly rejoiced, feeling as if she'd made a fortune. She tucked the bracelet into her purse and walked on happily, turning down another street. Huh, she exclaimed in surprise, walking over to pick up a bracelet from another stall. It was identical to the one she had just bought. The vendor immediately began his spiel. Miss, you have a keen eye? This. Stop. How much for this bracelet? The vendor smiled. 10 taels of silver. Foxy nearly choked, almost leaving this world on the spot. She put the bracelet down and turned to leave. Behind her, the vendor called out, Miss, wait. We can negotiate. If you truly like it, how about 5 taels of silver? Foxy, her delicate heart suffered a deep wound. She conceded. She would buy another one, making it 10 taels of silver for 2. They would be gifts for Tsongxin and Tsongxian. Turning around, she walked over, placed 5 taels of silver on the shelf, picked up the bracelet, and left. When Tsongxin and Tsongxian rushed to the original spot, they saw Foxy surrounded by many wrapped packages with an entire bunch of sugar-coated hawthorn stuck in the middle. Your Highness the Princess Consort, you are? Foxy bit into a sugar-coated hawthorn. How did things go? The two nodded. Foxy stood up, then let's go. Tsongxin and Tsongxian looked at the items scattered all over the ground, their faces falling with worry about how to take all these things back. Just then Ling Xiao drove a carriage over and stopped beside the three. Princess Consort, the prince ordered me to come and escort you back. Foxy nodded. Let's go back. The carriage arrived at the Chun prince's mansion. As Foxy bent down to alight, an arm reached out. Lifting her gaze, she saw Bei Ming Chen standing by, offering to help her down from the carriage. Your Highness, why is he suddenly being so nice? What's his angle? Bei Ming Chen's expression remained unchanged as he took Foxy's hand. Glancing at Ling Xiao and the others who were unloading things from the carriage, he asked with confusion, You bought so many things. Foxy nodded. I spent an extra 10 taels today. I'll buy more things to make up for it. Bei Ming Chen smiled and led Foxy forward. Just as they entered the Chun prince's mansion, Ning Xianwan's voice came from behind. Your Highness, truly separating trash starts with you. Spring breeze is not as good as your instant demise. What a nuisance. She shook off Bei Ming Chen's hand and walked forward without looking back. Seeing this scene, Ning Xianwan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. She wanted Foxy to act out. The more she did, the more Bei Ming Chen would grow tired of her. Bei Ming Chen stared at the retreating figure until it vanished, then turned his icy gaze towards Ning Xianwan. Foxy walked to a secluded spot, stopped, looked around, then leaned in and whispered to Tsongxin and Tsongxuan. What did those people say? Tsongxin looked around, then slowly pulled a small white porcelain bottle from her bosom and handed it to Foxy. Your Highness, is it really wise to do this? What if the prince finds out we gave him? Shoo Fox, she raised a finger to her lips, signaling Tsongxin to be quiet. She looked at the white porcelain bottle in her hand. What is this? Tsongxin's mouth opened slightly. Foxy nodded, indicating she understood. Go wait at the gate. When the person arrives, bring them in immediately. Yes. Foxy tucked the white porcelain bottle away and headed towards Chenshi courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, she was stunned, her eyes wide. All the animals that had left 2 days ago had returned, and there were even more. The husky ran over barking, Shi jia, shi jia, shi jia. Foxy rolled her eyes. Go away. The other animals crowded around, chattering incessantly. Foxy clapped her hands. Quiet. The animals fell silent instantly, all waiting for Foxy to speak. I know everyone is excited, I am too. Alright, go play. The animals made a dismissive sound and scattered. Foxy didn't mind. She surveyed the courtyard, walked into the pavilion, placed her hand on the hanging chair, looked up at the flower-covered ceiling of the pavilion, a smile spreading across her lips, her heart feeling warm. She stepped into the room, looked around, and was drawn to the red bed canopy embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water. On the bed lay large red silk quilts sprinkled with fresh flower petals. Foxy's heart trembled. She walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, caressed the bright red bedding, then lay down, hugging a soft pillow, her face full of smiles. She closed her eyes, pretending to rest. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Foxy opened her eyes, quickly sat up, and tidied her disheveled hair with both hands. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen entered the room and saw Foxy sitting on the edge of the bed, dressed in white, her figure strikingly beautiful against the red bedding. His heart raced, his breathing became a little rapid, but he soon calmed down, a faint smile appearing on his face. Do you like it, eh? Is this prepared for me? Foxy replied obediently. Bei Ming Chen sat on the edge of the bed, cupping Foxy's face in his hands. Sure, you are truly beautiful. Bei Ming Chen's warm, magnetic voice echoed in Foxy's ears. Foxy's heart trembled. Looking at that extraordinarily handsome face, she felt an inexplicable joy. Her heartbeat quickened, her cheeks flushed, and her face grew warm. "Your Highness." Fox, she looked at the serious expression on Bei Ming Chen's face, her heartbeat becoming even more frantic, her cheeks turning even redder like a red Fuji apple. Bei Ming Chen's dark eyes gradually became hazy. Fox, she's lips parted slightly, and she softly called out, "Bei Ming Chen." Bei Ming Chen looked at her, his eyes sparkling like stars, a surge of heat rising from the depths of his heart. This woman was truly beautiful enough to make one want to taste her. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. As he looked at her, his gaze turned dark. Watching Fox, she's increasingly crimson cheeks, his Adam's apple bobbed. More frequently, his breathing became ragged, and a flicker of desire began to kindle in his eyes. Seeing his gaze grow intense, Fox, she quickly pushed him away and stood up. She patted her own cheeks, stealing a glance at Bei Ming Chen. He's indeed in heat. Who can withstand being teased like this? But tonight, let him release it. Bei Ming Chen looked at Fox, she with a captivating gleam in his eyes, his smile growing deeper. Was she finally willing to give herself to him? Fox, she walked to the table, poured a cup of water to calm her nerves, and picked up the teacup. Bei Ming Chen was quick. He reached out and caught the teacup. Fox, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared me to death. This thing is very expensive. Your Highness, have some water." Bei Ming Chen held the teacup, examining it. Fox, she looked at the teacup. Just as he was about to drink, she reached out to stop him, hinting, aren't you?" Bei Ming Chen smiled and nodded, then brought the teacup to his eyes, perfectly masking his wicked grin. He gripped the cup, tilted his head, drank it all, and swallowed. Seeing Bei Ming Chen drink it all in one go, Fox, she said no more. "Everything is ready, only the night is lacking." "Oh." Her gaze swept inadvertently over the large red bed. "Not here." She looked at Bei Ming Chen. "Your Highness, can you go to your original courtyard?" "I'm ready. Tonight I'll give you what you want." Bei Ming Chen's smile was irrepressible. He had intended for this to happen within the bridal chamber, but if Foxy was not amenable, he would not mind either. "All right." Foxy watched Bei Ming Chen leave, standing at the doorway to wave goodbye. Bei Ming Chen withdrew his gaze, a broad smile lingering on his face as he left Chenxi Court. Foxy let out a sigh. Being a princess consort was indeed more worrisome than she had imagined. She walked into the room, poured a cup of water, and let out a couple of silly laughs as she looked at the grand red wedding bed. Setting down the cup, she went to the pavilion and sat on the hanging chair, leaning back, swinging her legs back and forth, radiating an air of contentment. The husky ran to her feet, nudging her foot with its head. "Woof woof. Sister, should we make another run for it?" Foxy continued, swinging lazily. "No need for us to run. I suspect it won't be long before we're the ones being driven out." "Woof woof. No way, I think Bei Ming Chen is pretty nice." Foxy opened her eyes and looked at the dog, letting out two dry chuckles. "Shallow. You don't understand him at all." "Woof. And you do." "Of course I." Foxy stopped herself. Her understanding of Bei Ming Chen was limited to his portrayal in the book. Bei Ming Chen was the villain. Whenever he appeared, he was either plotting mischief or on his way to do so. Yet after spending these past few days with him, she felt Bei Ming Chen was actually quite decent. Though he was violent and fierce, he had never made things difficult for her. Especially these last 2 days, he even seemed a bit proud and adorable. Thinking of this, Foxy couldn't help but smile. "Woof woof. Why are you suddenly grinning like you're in heat?" Foxy wiped the smile off her face and uttered a single word: scram. The sky was growing dark. Songxian hurried into Chenxi Court. Princess consort, princess consort." Foxy was lying in the hanging chair on the verge of falling asleep. Hearing the voice, she murmured, "What is it?" Songxian ran up and reached out to steady the hanging chair. "Princess consort Lady Qingshui has arrived at the Chun prince's mansion." Foxy nodded. "Take her to the prince's old courtyard. The prince must be getting impatient." Songxian shook her head. "No, Lady Qingshui can't get in." Foxy looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "The guards at the gate said the prince ordered that aside from you, Songxian, and myself, no other women are to be allowed into the Chun prince's mansion from now on." Foxy sat up with a start. "Aren't there other women in the mansion?" "Those women were all dismissed by the prince today." Foxy stood up and headed outside. What was Bei Ming Chen up to? "Princess consort, please slow down." Foxy hurried to the mansion's entrance and saw Songxian standing outside with a strange woman. Her eyes lit up as she looked the stranger over. "Are you Lady Qingshui?" Qingshui looked up, instantly recognizing the princess consort, and curtsied. "Greetings, princess consort." Foxy smiled and waved her hand. "No need for formalities. Lady Qingshui, you are truly beautiful." "Thank you." Qingshui lowered her head. Foxy, acting familiar, took Qingshui's arm. "Come, let's go to the prince's old courtyard." The guard at the gate stopped Qingshui. Foxy looked over. "What are you doing? Don't cause trouble." The guard lowered his head. "Princess consort," the prince ordered. "I know, but this was permitted by the prince." The guard was a bit confused, but seeing the princess consort's expression, she didn't seem to be lying. Foxy patiently explained, "I asked the prince." "Don't worry." The guard did not stop them any further. Foxy chuckled and led Qingshui into the mansion. They were almost at Bei Ming Chen's old courtyard. She stopped Qingshui, looking a little embarrassed. I wanted to ask. You. Qing Shui smiled, pressing her lips together. Rest assured, princess consort, I am still chaste. Foxy nodded with satisfaction. She certainly didn't want Bei Ming Chen to catch any disease. Lady Qing Shui, rest assured. After tonight, if the prince takes a liking to you, you may stay here in the Chun prince's mansion and never have to return to that place of ill repute. Qing Shui gave a bitter smile. I will not be staying. Foxy was stunned. She asked no further questions, simply nodded, and led Qing Shui to the courtyard gate. Seeing no guard, she was quite puzzled. Sneaking into the courtyard, she saw the room brightly lit by candlelight with no guards at the door either. Puzzled, she approached and softly called out, Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen was feeling rather unwell at the moment, uncertain if it was due to the cup of water or the secret letter he was reading. Hearing Foxy's voice, his heart trembled, and he quickly hid the letter. Suppressing the urge to rush out, he answered, I'm here. Foxy let out a mischievous smile. Judging by his voice, the potion seemed to be taking effect. She whispered, Your Highness, could you extinguish the candles? Bei Ming Chen stood up, walked over, and blew out the candles. Foxy quickly ran to the door and said to Qing Shui, Go on in. Qing Shui nodded and walked forward with heavy steps. Foxy smiled and hurried back towards Chenxi Court. The guards at the gate were surprised to see her return. Princess consort. Hadn't the prince said he had important matters to discuss with her and that they shouldn't be around? Foxy was in a great mood and hummed an affirmation. She then walked into the courtyard, looked up at the star-filled sky, sighed, and entered her room. Seeing that it was also brightly lit behind the screen, a frown creased her brow. She walked over and pushed the screen aside, revealing a circular door. She stepped forward, pushed it open, and with a creak, a thick classic wooden door swung open. Holy crap! At the sight before her, Foxy's mouth fell open in shock, her eyes as wide as brass bells. A riot of colors danced in her gaze as she looked around, a thrilled smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The ground was carpeted with flowers, their fragrance filling the air. Dewdrops clung to the petals, and a layer of white mist hung in the air, making it seem like a fairyland. So beautiful! Foxy exclaimed, extending her arms to cradle a flower. She brought it to her nose, inhaling it sent a look of bliss spreading across her face. Spotting two hanging chairs on the right, Foxy picked up a flower, walked over, and sat down, swinging back and forth contentedly. Just then there was a loud bang as the circular door was violently pushed open. Startled, Foxy straightened up and turned to see a figure rushing towards her. It was Bei Ming Chen, clad in ink-black brocade, his face beaming with a spring breeze. Foxy's heart began to race as she made to stand up. Bei Ming Chen walked over, grabbed her shoulders, and pushed her back into the hanging chair, grinding his teeth. Foxy! F.O. She laughed and cried, I am here. Bei Ming Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and he said fiercely, You asked for this. With that, he pulled F.O. She into his arms, holding her tightly, as if venting something. Bei Ming Chen, what are you doing? F.O. She quickly said. Bei Ming Chen ignored her words, only holding the woman in his arms tightly, a cold and dangerous glint in his eyes. How should I punish you? F.O. She was stunned and quickly said, I was wrong. Whether wrong or not, admit fault first anyway. Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Chen said angrily, Wrong where? F.O. She's mind raced, thinking about what to say, but she could not find the reason despite bitter contemplation. I don't know. Could it be because of Miss Qing Shui? That shouldn't be. Hasn't he been hinting at me openly and secretly these past 2 days? Hearing F.O. She's thoughts, Bei Ming Chen was taken aback. When had he ever hinted at her? He had never overstepped, so where did the hint come from? Sure, you are really naughty. I told you naughty children must be punished. F.O. She's eyelashes fluttered. When did he say that? He seemed to say that children who fight must be punished, but I didn't fight. I really want to argue with him, but I dare not. Bei Ming Chen's body heaved violently with anger. Seeing this, F.O. She shifted and said in a trembling voice, Prince, calm down. Anger harms the body. Bei Ming Chen snorted coldly, then leaned in. F.O. She's eyes widened as she pushed against him. Bei Ming Chen's kiss assaulted her like a storm, leaving her utterly defenseless. F.O. She felt difficulty breathing, and soon she was panting, her face flushed red. Bei Ming Chen reached out to caress her small face and said softly, you must be obedient, understand? F.O. She thought he was going to let her go and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Bei Ming Chen smiled, and in the blink of an eye a rip sound was heard. F.O. She was utterly shocked. A cool breeze swept over her, and she shrank back. Bei Ming Chen. You're cold. The word calm never left her lips as she shuddered all over. Bei Ming Chen looked at her flushed cheeks and smiled. Finding me a woman. Have you thought about the consequences? As he spoke, he left faint marks on F.O. She's fair skin. F.O. She trembled in fear and struggled. Bei Ming Chen raised his head, gazing at the beauty before him with a dazed look. Tell me, what should I do? F.O. She was momentarily stunned. What does he mean by that? How am I supposed to know what you should do? Looking at Bei Ming Chen, she said blankly, I don't understand what you're saying. Bei Ming Chen gave an ambiguous smile. Is that so? F.O. She opened her mouth to explain, but no words came out. Bei Ming Chen's eyes flickered with a teasing glint. He reached out and gently rubbed F.O. She's earlobe, slowly massaging it. His low husky voice carried a hint of allure. Sure, tell me about tonight's events. Were you hinting at me? Foshi's face instantly flushed crimson. She shook her head repeatedly, moving her soft body backward. Seeing her shake her head, Bei Ming Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. You asked for this. With that, he grabbed Foshi's hands and pinned them above her head. Seeing Foshi's shy expression, the anger in Bei Ming Chen's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable joy. A sly gleam shone in his eyes. Seeing this, Foshi struggled wildly and struck Bei Ming Chen's chest, forcing him to step back a few paces. After regaining his balance, Bei Ming Chen stepped forward again, his eyes shimmering like water, making him appear utterly pitiful. He begged sheer. Foshi's heart trembled. What should I do? Seeing that it worked, Bei Ming Chen continued to beg pitifully. You are my princess. Sheer, can you be heartless? Yes. Bei Ming Chen's face darkened instantly. His gloomy eyes locked onto Foshi as if demanding an answer. Foshi, you were the one who drugged me. Foshi bit her lip. I know, but wasn't that your hint to me? Bei Ming Chen, I really am wrong. Can you? Bei Ming Chen's eyes deepened. He bent down and kissed Foshi's lips. After a long while, he lifted his head. You were the one who provoked me first. Now that I'm like this, don't you want to take responsibility? This is your mistake. Foshi opened her mouth, but the words of rebuttal wouldn't come. She nodded as if making a firm decision. This is going too far. Seeing this, Bei Ming Chen was overjoyed. A satisfied smile crept onto his face as he tore off Foshi's clothes. Foshi's eyes snapped open, fearfully looking at Bei Ming Chen, her body trembling slightly. Red petals fell, filling the room with the scent of love. Outside the window, Song Xin and Song Xian watched the candlelight flicker. They exchanged glances, blushed, and lowered their heads. Bei Ming Chen grunted, lifted his head, and gently brushed the hair stuck to Foshi's forehead. He wiped the sweat from her brow and softly called sheer. Foshi kept her eyes closed and responded softly. Bei Ming Chen saw her tightly shut eyes and disheveled hair, making her appear utterly enchanting. He closed his eyes, then opened them, bent down to lift She into his arms, walked out of the flower chamber, gently placed her on the bed, and covered her with the quilt. He drew the bed curtains, pulled She into his arms, placed her hand around his waist, and bent down to kiss her forehead, tenderly, his affection as gentle as water. Warm and comfortable she did not resist allowing Bei Ming Chen to kiss her. For a moment the room was silent, until Bei Ming Chen's breathing became heavy and rapid. Bei Ming Chen's breath scattered over Foshi's neck. Foshi turned her head slightly. A smile curled at the corners of Bei Ming Chen's mouth, and he murmured, I still want. Upon hearing this, Foshi immediately refused, pushing against Bei Ming Chen's chest. Bei Ming Chen grabbed her small hand and pinned it to his side. With his other hand, he lifted it to caress her face, his thumb gently stroking her cheek. Light as a feather, it brushed past, sending a tingle through the body and quickening the heartbeat. Foshi trembled all over. Bei Ming Chen smiled, bent down, and kissed Foshi's brow with tenderness and pity. Foshi closed her eyes, enjoying the warmth and gentleness. Suddenly, she shuddered violently, opened her eyes, and glared at the man before her, her voice fierce. What are you doing? Bei Ming Chen looked up at She, his expression visibly changing, pitiful and helpless. She bow. He gently shook Foshi's hand, continuing in a pitiful tone, she bow. Foshi's heart melted at the sight of Bei Ming Chen, who was like a little puppy. This damn tenderness. It makes my heart race and my body tremble. She closed her eyes, then tightly grasped Bei Ming Chen's back with both hands. After an unknown length of time, Ling Xiao quietly approached Song Xin, and Song Xuan, extending his hand, put these in. I've tried them. The effect is remarkable. Song Xin and Song Xian took the earplugs and inserted them into their ears. They exchanged a glance. There was some effect, but it was clearly not very good. That night, the entire chintzy courtyard was filled with a thick atmosphere of love. Tears glistened in Foshi's eyes as she pushed against Bei Ming Chen atop her. Bei Ming Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with affection. His hand reached up to touch the corner of Foshi's eye, wiping away her tears. Foshi tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes fluttering gently like the wings of a butterfly. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and her hair, as soft as seaweed, slipped through Bei Ming Chen's fingertips. Her mind was a blank haze. Everything appeared blurred and doubled before her eyes. Only the man before her was clearly visible. That handsome, striking face was exceptionally distinct. Bei Ming Chen lowered his eyelids and buried his head in the crook of Foshi's neck. A faint, subtle fragrance drifted into his nose like orchid and musk, refreshing his heart. He closed his eyes slightly, a ripple stirring deep within his soul. Foshi felt herself being pulled entirely into Bei Ming Chen's embrace. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, pounding like a startled deer, and a sweet sensation spread through her heart. You've had enough. It's been a whole night. I just heard the rooster crow. Hasn't the effect of your medicine worn off yet? Foshi's angry voice came. Bei Ming Chen remained unmoved, saying with a smile, maybe the effect will only disappear when dawn breaks. You. Fashi looked at him in exasperation, her eyes filled with a mix of shame and anger, yet she didn't know how to retort. Huh? Seeing Fashi's furious expression, Bei Ming Chen suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter. What are you laughing at? Fashi was startled by his laughter, her shame and anger intensifying, her cheeks flushing even redder. Huh? You are so beautiful. You are beautiful when you smile, beautiful when you're angry, and most beautiful right now. Songxin and Songxian outside the room had already left. They simply couldn't bear it anymore. The husky curled up into a ball, its dog body trembling. Many times it wanted to rush into the room to save Sister She, but thinking of that wretched man's ruthless nature, it suddenly felt that letting Sister She sacrifice herself was also a good idea. The other animals that could huddle together did so, comforting each other. It was too terrifying. They would never dare to run around recklessly again, lest they anger that wretched man, and he ended their lives with a single slash. Fashi was in a daze, half asleep. Bei Ming Chen took the quilt and placed it under Fashi. Go away. Fashi's body stiffened, and she immediately kicked her legs. Bei Ming Chen's voice was coaxing. The last time. I promise. I don't believe you for a second. Bei Ming Chen begged pitifully in every way, but Fashi refused to agree. With no other choice, he had to resort to force. Bei Ming Chen, you bastard. Fashi felt as if she had fainted. Her body was as heavy as a mountain, her head as light as a feather. She only felt someone wiping her body. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was hollow. It took a long time before she regained sensation. Her eyes flickered faintly like stars in the night sky, bright and mysterious, yet also like a deep pool, its bottom unfathomable. Just then footsteps came from the doorway. Bei Ming Chen, holding a bowl of congee, opened the door and walked in. Seeing Fashi staring blankly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He put down the congee, crouched down to her level, and touched her cheek. Are you tired? Fashi turned her head stiffly. Who gave you the courage to ask that? Don't you know if I'm tired or not? Bei Ming Chen rubbed his nose guiltily, picked up the congee, and said softly, have some congee. Hearing his voice, Fashi lifted her eyes slightly. Bei Ming Chen gently helped Fashi sit up a little, picked up the congee, scooped some with a spoon, blew on it softly to cool it, and fed it to her bit by bit. Watching her small cherry-like mouth move, his heart softened again. Sensing his improper gaze, Fashi couldn't help but tremble. The quilt slid off her body, revealing her fair, delicate skin. Bei Ming Chen's hand movements abruptly stopped, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Fashi looked up, sensing his unusual reaction. Frightened, she quickly extended her jade-like arms to cover her body. Front and back, inside and out, every part of you bears my mark. Bei Ming Chen's deep magnetic voice sounded. Fashi's hand paused, her heart trembled, and her body shook even more violently. And he's proud of it. Does he think he's quite something? Without changing her expression, she pulled the quilt up a little higher. With an innocent, bewildered look, she said, You. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Bei Ming Chen's eyes grew even darker, but his movements remained gentle as he continued. Here, careful, it's hot. Fashi opened her mouth and looked up at Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen quickly pushed the images out of his mind. He withdrew his hand, holding the spoon, heard Fashi swallow, put the spoon back in the bowl, and said in a restrained voice, Are you full? Fashi pursed her lips, staring at the unusual Bei Ming Chen. Full or not, that is a question worth pondering. I think I could eat a little more even though I'm full. Bei Ming Chen chuckled twice, spoon-fed the remaining congee to Fashi bit by bit, then put down the bowl, picked up a wet cloth from the table, and gently wiped her lips. A thick, affectionate smile lingered on his face as he asked in a doting tone, Are you full? Fashi nodded slightly. Emotions surged in Bei Ming Chen's eyes. He threw the cloth onto the table, no longer hiding his intentions. Then it's my turn to eat. Fashi's eyes widened. She felt a blur before her, and quickly reached out to pat Bei Ming Chen's chest. After last night, Bei Ming Chen understood what it meant to truly savor a taste and find it sweet. Fashi grew angry. She pushed Bei Ming Chen away with force and roared, You've had enough. I owe you, but it should be paid back by now, right? Bei Ming Chen pretended to think. Seeing his expression, Fashi felt a pang of alarm. Is he going to push his luck? This is so damn infuriating. The corners of Bei Ming Chen's mouth lifted. He reached out and cupped Fashi's cheeks, his eyes full of tender light. All right, consider it paid off. Fashi's eyes shimmered with watery light. That's more like it. I feel much better now. Bei Ming Chen's eyes crinkled with a mischievous smile, and his tone carried a hint of wickedness. What are you thinking? Fashi's brows twitched. She averted her gaze. Nothing at all. I really want to kill this scheming man and become a widow. Bei Ming Chen chuckled softly. His lips brushed against her ear, his voice laced with a hint of teasing. People who can dance their bodies. Fashi took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart. I don't know if I should say what the hell. Then she turned her head away, ignoring Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen stroked Fashi's hair, his deep voice sounding in her ear. Now you are my woman. Fashi raised her head to look at Bei Ming Chen. Her eyes were exceptionally clear, faintly shimmering with a weary light. Bei Ming Chen reached out and gently touched Fashi's fair and delicate cheek, speaking softly. I don't think about running away anymore. Stay here by my side, and I will surely protect you. Fo she gazed at the face, so close to hers her heart pounding wildly, as if it would leap out of her chest. Something deep within her was stirred. Fo she nodded softly, uttering a faint sound of agreement to Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen revealed a satisfied expression, embracing Fo she and burying his head in the curve of her neck. Sheer. As dusk fell, Bei Ming Chen carried the drowsy Fo she into the flower room, passing through the delicate blossoms, and pushed open a barely noticeable door. Before them lay an exceedingly luxurious hot spring pool filled with a large quantity of medicinal herbs, its temperature perfectly suited. Bei Ming Chen walked to the edge of the pool and gently lowered Fo she into the water. The moment her body touched the pool, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted into the air, permeating the entire room. Bei Ming Chen stood by the side watching Fo she, who looked entirely at ease in the pool. The girl was now leaning against the edge of the pool, exuding a languid grace. Her skin white as snow shimmered with a translucent luster in the faint candlelight, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade. After a long while, Fo she felt discomfort in her body and opened her eyes. Realizing the situation, she said angrily, "What are you doing?" Bei Ming Chen stroked her back, his voice low and humble. "I swear. Get lost. If I go, you go too." "You?" Bei Ming Chen leaned down and whispered something infuriating in Fo she's ear. Fo she took a deep breath to calm her anger, glared at him, and gritted her teeth. "Shameless. Still able to curse? Seems you're not too bad. Who says?" Song Xian and Song Xian had sensed something amiss in the afternoon and had long since fled. The entire chintzy courtyard was left with only 2 miserable guards at the main gate. Fo she didn't know how long she had slept. She slowly regained awareness and opened her eyes to find herself lying on the bed with no sign of that wretched man beside her. For a long while no one entered. Fo she moved slightly and gasped sharply. "SSS." Creak. The door was pushed open. Startled Fo she quickly pulled the quilt over herself, pretending to still be asleep. Song Xian and Song Xian walked to the bedside, and seeing the princess still asleep, exchanged puzzled glances and whispered, "Did we hear wrong?" Hearing Song Xian's voice, Fo she immediately opened her eyes. "Princess, you're awake." "Shoo." Fo she signaled them to be quiet, then quickly glanced toward the door. Seeing no one enter, she breathed a sigh of relief. Song Xian and Song Xian exchanged a smile, then stepped forward to help Fo she sit up. "SSS." Slowly, Fo she muttered as she adjusted herself. "Princess, be careful." Fo she leaned against the bed frame, looked up at the 2 maids, and a faint blush crept onto her face. "Quick, help me get a set of clothes." She had almost forgotten the feeling of wearing clothes. Song Xian, seeing through Fo she's thoughts, comforted her. "Princess, rest assured. His Highness went to the palace early this morning." A glimmer of light flashed in Fo she's eyes. She confirmed again, "Really?" Song Xian smiled and nodded. "It's true. The emperor has gone on a private inspection and ordered the prince to accompany him. He'll be away for about 2 days and will return the day after tomorrow." She glanced at Fo she with a hint of shyness. "Princess can rest well for these 2 days." Fo she was overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment she sincerely wanted to say from the bottom of her heart, "Long live the emperor, long may he reign." Song Xian fetched a light set of clothes and carefully helped Fo she dress. Fo she's whole body ached with weakness. Throughout the dressing process she frowned and muttered, "SSS. Slow down, slow down." Song Xian and Song Xian supported Fo she as she stood up. The moment her feet touched the ground, she wept with joy and relief. She had almost forgotten this feeling. How wonderful it was to be able to walk. Supported by Song Xian and Song Xian, she shuffled step by step toward the door. At the threshold, she gripped the doorframe and slowly lifted her foot to step out. She took a deep breath, looked up at the sun in the sky, and basked in the sunlight with a blissful expression. 6 days, 6 whole days, she had finally left this room and seen the sun again. Song Xian, seeing Fo she's face full of contentment, felt joy as well. "Congratulations, princess. You have finally stepped out of this room." Fo she was deeply moved. At this moment, she truly felt like setting off a couple of firecrackers to celebrate this thrilling occasion. Growl. Fo she's stomach rumbled. Song Xian laughed. "Princess, shall I prepare the meal?" "Yes." Soon a servant stood at the entrance of chintzy courtyard holding the food. Fo she asked, puzzled, "Why don't they come in?" Song Xian and Song Xian helped her back to the room and seated her at the table. "Your Highness, the prince has ordered that no man other than himself is allowed to enter chintzy courtyard." Fo she was confused. "Why?" Song Xian shook her head. "I don't know, maidservant. That's what the prince decreed." Song Xian took a few steps toward the door to fetch the meal, then turned back and added, "Princess, the prince has moved all the pets you raised to the old courtyard." Fo she was again bewildered. "Why?" Song Xian shook her head. "I don't know, maidservant. That's what the prince decreed." At the door, looking at the renovated courtyard, she turned to Fo she again. "Princess, the prince has completely renovated the courtyard, adding many hanging chairs and soft couches and planted flowers all around. He also instructed me to clean it every day." Fo she was utterly perplexed. Why? Song Exine shook her head. I don't know, maidservant. That's what the prince decreed. Fo she waved her hand thoughtfully. Spendthrift. What was wrong with the original courtyard? He had to waste money on a renovation. Dish after dish was placed on the table, and Fo, she was dumbfounded. Song Exine introduced. Princess, these are steamed lamb, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, oven-roasted pig, pine-flavored tripe sauce meat. Fo she didn't think of anything else, but that Bei Ming Chen was planning to fatten her up before slaughtering her. The chopsticks fell from her hand. Song Exine quickly fetched a new pair and handed them to her. Fo she took them with trembling hands, staring at the table full of meat, and shuddered. This meal was truly a savory delight, but it left Fo she's heart aching and tears streaming. Song Exine and Song Xian exchanged a glance. Confused. Princess. What's wrong? Fo she held the chopsticks and shook her head. You wouldn't understand. After eating Fo, she dismissed the two maids and supported herself along the wall as she walked out. Looking at the newly renovated courtyard and the many resting places, she pouted and shed tears of regret. Why couldn't she just be a carefree idle consort? Why did she have to find women for Bei Ming Chen? It was nothing but asking for trouble, spending money to suffer, thankless and exhausting. She walked over and sat on the hanging chair, which swung slightly. She quickly stood up, staring at the swaying chair as scenes flooded her mind. She shook her head and stepped back, unable to ever look at that hanging chair the same way again. All day Fo she stayed in the courtyard, lazily basking in the sun. Now she closed her eyes for a nap as a gentle breeze blew, lifting strands of her hair. Bei Ming Chen entered silently. Seeing Fo she curled up in the hanging chair, eyes closed in slumber, he walked over and stood still, scrutinizing every detail of her expression, his eyes filled with love and admiration. He went into the inner room, fetched a thin blanket, and gently covered her. As dusk fell, Fo, she placed her hand on the back of her neck. My neck aches so much. Did I get a stiff neck? Feeling a warmth at her neck, she opened her eyes in alarm. Seeing Bei Ming Chen so close, she rubbed her eyes and shook her head in confusion. Am I so tired that I'm hallucinating? Bei Ming Chen massaged her neck and chuckled softly. Fo she reached out, patted his face, then pinched his handsome cheeks. Bei Ming Chen wanted to get angry, but when he met Fo she's soft, innocent expression, he helplessly pulled her restless hand down. Bei Ming Chen. You. How did you come back? I missed you. Fo she forced a laugh. Haha. I really want to wave my hand and say that's completely unnecessary. Your Highness, you should go attend to your duties. Bei Ming Chen's face darkened. He had escorted the emperor to his destination, arranged everything, and then ridden back post-haste for this little girl. Yet she was utterly indifferent, disappointing him deeply. He was displeased, extremely displeased. Don't you want me to stay by your side? He had sent people to inquire with married ladies and princesses, and they all said what they wanted most was for their husbands to be with them. But now, looking at Fo she's expression, this question makes my scalp tingle. My prince is meant for great deeds. You shouldn't waste your thoughts on me. Bei Ming Chen gazed at the woman before him, well-educated, understanding, and kind, yet a surge of irritation burned within him. Her thoughts revealed she had not been thinking of him. All that was meant to happen between them had already occurred, yet why did Fo she treat him as she once had? Then should I thank your Highness for your considerate and magnanimous nature? Fo she felt the simmering anger radiating from Bei Ming Chen and forced a stiff smile. Why does he seem so angry? Did I say something wrong? I don't understand. I want to ask, but I dare not. Bei Ming Chen closed his eyes, then opened them, stepping forward. Fo she shivered, instinctively crossing her arms and curling deeper into the hanging chair. What does he want to do? Bei Ming Chen watched Fo she's fearful expression, a chill spreading through his chest. If he hadn't forced her that day, would she have let him touch her? Fo she shrank back, her voice trembling. Your Highness. Bei Ming Chen suppressed his voice, pressing forward. Answer me. Do you want me to stay by your side? Fo she bit her lip. Why is this so hard to decide? If I say I want you, will you truly stay with me? I will. Fo she startled, squinting at Bei Ming Chen. He immediately realized his slip and quickly added, the broken hanging chair. I threw it away. The one you're sitting on now is new. Fo she, unconcerned, looked at Bei Ming Chen with a mix of unease and resignation. My question remains unanswered, your Highness. Fo she's eyes flickered. Whether I want it or not doesn't matter. Bei Ming Chen's face visibly darkened. Fo she hurried on. It depends on whether your Highness is here. Bei Ming Chen narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Fo she giggled brightly. Since your Highness is right here with me, what else could I possibly want? Bei Ming Chen seemed to understand, or perhaps not. Fo she exhaled softly. I think I got away with it. I don't even know what I just said. You'll be confused for now. Before she could feel triumphant, she heard Bei Ming Chen's teeth gritted in anger. If I hadn't drugged you, and if I hadn't forced you, would you still have done it with me, eh? Yes. Fo she answered without hesitation. Bei Ming Chen's sinister presence melted away, replaced by a gentle warmth. He had always known Fo she loved him. Such foolish questions. We've already done it. You're asking what if. If it had any point, why bother with but? Fo she sensed Bei Ming Chen's anger rising again, the cold aura intensifying around him. Your Highness, listen carefully. I said one word, yes. Bei Ming Chen's expression remained unchanged. She studied his face, puzzled. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Bei Ming Chen locked his gaze onto She's pupils, not missing a single tremor. Do you truly love me? Why ask that? I don't want to hear why. Bei Ming Chen abruptly cut off She's words. She blinked her innocent eyes, her pupils clouded with confusion. What's wrong with him? Did he get scolded today? His mood's off. Most likely. Bei Ming Chen snorted and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. What the heck? Wind all over my face. Why is everyone so temperamental? She adjusted her hair, muttering to herself. Bei Ming Chen walked a few steps, then stopped upon hearing her inner thoughts. He turned to look at she lounging lazily in the hanging chair, his expression unreadable, full of shifting emotions. She saw Bei Ming Chen suddenly stop and turn toward her, swallowing hard, as a sense of danger rose between them. They stared at each other like two tigers locked in silent combat. She clutched the thin blanket over her body, her whole body tensing into full alertness. Stay calm, stay calm. Breathe, keep your mind balanced. As soon as Bei Ming Chen moves, I'll run. She saw him glancing at her with danger in his eyes, and swallowed hard. If I don't run now, my brain's gone. She stood up instantly. At that same moment, Bei Ming Chen moved, stepping forward toward her with purpose. She shrieked, darting behind the hanging chair, clutching it tightly, turning her head to watch him. I warn you, don't come closer. Bei Ming Chen ignored her warning. Not only am I coming closer, but I'm also going to. She shrieked to stop him mid-sentence. Stop. Tears welling in her eyes. Bei Ming Chen, I'm your wife. Bei Ming Chen gazed at the woman's pitiful appearance, truly longing to hold her in his arms. I know, so I will surely cherish you dearly. She continued to run forward, hiding behind a pillar of the pavilion, glaring angrily at Bei Ming Chen, who was approaching leisurely. Stop. She pointed at Bei Ming Chen's steps and shouted loudly. Bei Ming Chen continued walking forward unhurriedly. I will not only stop, but I will keep advancing. She couldn't bear to look. Have I turned crude? Or has Bei Ming Chen turned crude? Every word is normal, but when strung together, especially coming from his mouth, it's quite unsafe. Seeing Bei Ming Chen approaching she turned and ran forward, arriving beside a flower bed. When he moved left, she moved right. When he moved right, she moved left. Bei Ming Chen was not anxious like a cat playing with a mouse, teasing she. He would wait until she angered him, then seize and devour her. She wandered around the courtyard to evade Bei Ming Chen's pursuit. Is this walking a dog? Playing cat and mouse with me? Bei Ming Chen strode forward, pulling she into his embrace. Staring at her cheeks, he said affectionately, agree to be with me, and you will be the mistress of this Chun Prince mansion. I am already the mistress of this Chun Prince mansion. Is Bei Ming Chen losing his mind? Memory loss. Bei Ming Chen reached out and pinched she's fair and delicate cheek, turning her face to face him. His dark eyes fixed on her exquisite, stunning countenance, a deep, dark light flickering in the depths like obsidian pupils, instilling fear in those who gazed upon them. This was also part of his charm. She was forced to meet his gaze. Her eyes fell upon his dark pupils, her heart pounding wildly, uncertain whether from fear or shyness. Seeing the girl in his arms, frightened, Bei Ming Chen changed his expression and spoke calmly. Sure, I will treat you well. I will also treat myself well. No matter how Bei Ming Chen pleaded, she remained stubbornly proud, refusing to yield. Helpless, Bei Ming Chen pretended to be hurt and said, sure, I won't force you. She snorted coldly. The pain of the past few days taught her a lesson: to reduce harm and avoid early death. One must adhere to the 3 no's. Don't listen, don't respond, don't agree. Bei Ming Chen had no choice but to carry she back to the room, taking things slowly. She slowly opened her eyes. After her vision focused, she looked around. She was lying on the bed with no sign of Bei Ming Chen beside her. Lowering her head to see her body in undergarments, she knew Bei Ming Chen had left overnight. Supporting herself on the bed edge, she sat up, swallowed, and said in a hoarse voice, Songxin, your maidservant is here. The door was pushed open immediately. Songxin and Songxian entered and drew back the bed curtains. Your Highness, you are awake. She nodded, supported by the 2 maids as she sat up, rubbing her dazed head. Songxin and Songxian quickly helped she wash and dress. Your Highness, would you like to dine? She shuddered at the thought of the greasy food from yesterday. I want vegetarian today. Yes. After finishing her meal, she went back to bed to rest, not leaving the room. When she woke up, it was already dark. Seeing that Bei Ming Chen had not returned, she breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight, she could have a good dream. Songxin and Songxian heard the sound and opened the door. Your Highness. She hummed softly, my head is so dizzy. Songxin massaged she's head. You have slept all day, Your Highness. Go to the courtyard to enjoy the breeze, it will make you feel better. She nodded. Let's go then. Opening the door, a cool breeze blew in her face, feeling extremely pleasant. Your Highness, what's wrong? Nothing, let's go to that hanging chair to rest. Lying on the hanging chair, which gently swayed, she sighed, so comfortable. Thinking of something, she asked Songxian beside her, Has no one held a banquet recently? Songxian leaned in. Your Highness, there have been some. Fo, she became more puzzled. Then why haven't I received any invitations? Not that she was boasting, but whenever those nobles held a banquet, she would always receive an invitation. Songxian smiled. Your Highness, it was the prince who intercepted those invitations. Bei Ming Chen intercepted them. Yes, Your Highness, the prince even said at court. What did he say? The prince said that you only need to please him alone. Fo, she's face instantly flushed. That Bei Ming Chen. Thinking of something, she said, by the way, what about Miss Qingshui? Rest assured, Your Highness, Miss Qingshui is safe and sound. Fo, she nodded. You may withdraw. Yes. Fo, she rocked the hanging chair, looked up at the countless stars and murmured, twinkle, twinkle, little star. 2 peaceful days passed. Your Highness, the prince has returned to the mansion. Fo, she's mouth twitched. So what if he's back? Why all the excitement? Even so, she quickly walked outside. Leaving the Chenxi courtyard, she hurried to the gate of the Chun Prince mansion. Before seeing Bei Ming Chen, she first saw Ning Xianwan. Ning Xianwan stepped forward. Elder sister. Fo, she's face darkened. Rumors say that Miss Ning is a famous talented lady, yet you don't even understand such simple etiquette. Staring at Ning Xianwan, her tone icy. This princess and Miss Ning are not from the same mother, nor do we have any kinship. Miss Ning's address of elder sister is truly inexplicable. Ning Xianwan's face stiffened. She lowered her head, eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly wronged. Fo, she rolled her eyes. Bei Ming Chen saw Fo, she dismounted and strode toward her, his smile undeniable. Ning Xianwan caught sight of Bei Ming Chen and said in a frail voice, Your Highness, it is this humble girl's lack of talent. I really want to slap you. So annoying. Looking contemptuously at Ning Xianwan playing pitiful Fo, she said coldly, If you know you lack talent, then go study more. As Bei Ming Chen approached, he heard Fo, she's angry voice. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. An outsider wasn't worth her anger. His voice was somewhat displeased. Ning Xianwan thought Bei Ming Chen was displeased on her behalf and immediately shed a tear. Weakly she said, Elder sister, don't be angry. I just wanted to see the prince. Fo, she sighed. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, an eternal truth. What do you want with this prince? Hearing the cold voice, Ning Xianwan looked up at Bei Ming Chen, ripples of water in her eyes. She placed her hand on her chest and stepped back. Sadly she said, I truly envy fish. No temperature, no heartbeat, no feelings, only a 7-second memory, and even their tears are concealed by the sea. Do ancient people know that fish have only a 7-second memory? Oh my god. It's time for me to show off my intelligence. This is the result of your not studying hard. First, temperature is an intensive property with no distinction of high or low, and it has always existed. Second, fish have a heartbeat, and their memory is not merely 7 seconds as you claimed. Finally, seawater has high salinity, so fish must retain water. Do you understand? As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Ning Xianwan stunned, but even Bei Ming Chen was taken aback. The surrounding crowd was utterly bewildered. What was she saying? They couldn't comprehend a single word, yet it sounded so profound. Ning Xianwan quickly regained her composure and looked at Bei Ming Chen with a pitiful expression, trying to evoke his protective instincts. But Bei Ming Chen did not even glance at her. She dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief and made a move to leave, turning back to say, the day will always dawn, it will light, even without that sun. Fo, she could not help but feel compelled to enlighten her with scientific knowledge. Why must a science student hear such nonsense? Wait. Ning Xianwan turned around, her face streaked with tears, a glimmer of satisfaction in her heart. She had expected Fo, she to lose her temper, to lash out, so that Bei Ming Chen would witness Fo, she bullying her. Fo, she cleared her throat. Without that sun, how would you illuminate the sky through Rayleigh scattering? With the moon, which is less than 1/360,000th of the sun's size, and merely reflects sunlight. Or with stars that are light years away from Earth. After speaking, she swept her gaze across the crowd. Everyone looked dazed. What was the princess talking about? The sun, moon, and stars were all hanging in the sky, weren't they? Fo, she, seeing that she alone was enlightened while the others remained in ignorance, felt a surge of superiority. She looked at Ning Xianwan. Is there anything else? Ning Xianwan shook her head blankly. Fo, she nodded. Then please turn right. I'm afraid that in your current state you might bump into the wall of our Chun Prince mansion. Upon hearing the word, our Bei Ming Chen immediately embraced Fo, she burying his face in her neck. Catching the faint scent of medicinal herbs on her, his eyes shifted, subtly hidden from the others. Would she be angry if she knew? Fo, she pushed Bei Ming Chen away. Let go, you're choking me. Ning Xianwan, having reached the corner, watched the still embracing couple, her eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of calculation flashing in them. Bei Ming Chen released Fo, she, his hand caressing her cheek, his eyes deep and dark. What do we do? Fo, she looked puzzled. What do you mean? Bei Ming Chen lowered his head and pecked Fo, she's lips, his hand stroking her hair. I want to keep you by my side every moment of every day. Fo, she wore a perfunctory smile, pushing against Bei Ming Chen's chest and leaning back slightly. Do you think you're Doraemon? Bei Ming Chen was puzzled. What was that? The two harbored their own secrets, yet outwardly they appeared to be in perfect harmony. Bei Ming Chen took Fo Shi's hand and led her into the Chun Prince mansion, heading straight for the Chenxi courtyard. Fo Shi dragged her feet, her entire body exuding resistance. Your Highness, go bathe. I'll wait for you in the main hall. Bei Ming Chen swept her up in his arms as she tried to flee, whispering in her ear, You are this prince's princess. It is only proper that you attend to my bath and change of clothes. Fo Shi. That almost makes sense. I really want to kick him to death. But this isn't a society governed by law. I'll endure it. Bei Ming Chen curled his lips into a smile. Endure it then. He carried Fo Shi into the Chenxi courtyard, looked at the two maids Songxin and Songshuan, and ordered, Leave us. Yes. Songxin and Songxian cast a pitying glance at Fo Shi, then withdrew from the courtyard, closing the door behind them. Fo Shi gazed at the closed door, tears welling up in her eyes. With a blink they rolled down her cheeks. Bei Ming Chen set her down on the table and gently wiped away her tears, his heart aching. Why are you crying? Fo Shi had been fine before, but upon hearing this, she burst into loud, aggrieved sobs. Wah. Wah. Go away, I don't want to talk to you. You always lie to me, wah. Fo Shi sobbed, while accusing Bei Ming Chen. Seeing Fo Shi like this, Bei Ming Chen's heart softened. He wiped her tears and gently comforted her. Don't cry. What if you cry yourself sick? At that, Fo Shi wailed even louder. Bei Ming Chen was at a loss, flustered for a long time. Finally, he pressed her down on the table and kissed her. Fo Shi's tears instantly stopped, though her body still trembled with occasional sobs. Seeing that she had ceased crying, Bei Ming Chen lifted his head, his gaze fixed on her with obsessive intensity. He wanted to lock her in this Chenxi courtyard and let no one see her. Fo Shi noticed the change in Bei Ming Chen's eyes. It was dangerous, not the kind of danger from physical threat, but the danger of being imprisoned. She swallowed hard. This jerk's eyes are so terrifying. Why do I feel like he's going to imprison me? That violent aura is seeping out again. What did I do to provoke him? Hearing her thoughts, Bei Ming Chen jolted awake, hastily discarding the idea from his mind. He had been a hair's breadth away from imprisoning Foxy in the Chenxi courtyard, the very courtyard named after them both. His hand gently caressed Foxy's cheek, as if admiring a piece of art. Foxy stared at Bei Ming Chen's head. I really want to strike this melon down with one palm, simply put, a fool. Bei Ming Chen lowered his hand and straightened up. Princess, come and attend to my bath. Foxy calmed her turbulent emotions and nodded with a sly smile. All right. Bei Ming Chen reached out and pinched Foxy's cheek, leaning in to whisper by her ear. I am most curious, princess, what is your specialty? Foxy retorted without backing down. And I am most curious, your highness, what is your specialty? Bei Ming Chen smiled a sinister smile. What is my specialty? Is the princess truly unaware? Foxy choked on her breath, coughing several times in succession. She patted her chest until her breath steadied, then gave a thumbs up. You win. I concede defeat. Bei Ming Chen walked to the edge of the bath and spread his arms. Foxy raised an eyebrow, stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. My heart is full of refusal. Bei Ming Chen's voice carried a warning. Cheer, are you unwilling? Foxy gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Willing? Of course I'm willing. Willing my foot. Hearing her inner thoughts, Bei Ming Chen remained unmoved, a smile playing on his lips. Foxy, her body stiff, began to undress Bei Ming Chen layer by layer. When she reached his final undergarment, she paused, swallowed hard, and rubbed her hands together. Hey, why do I look like a lecher? Will this make Bei Ming Chen think I've coveted him for a long time? Just as Foxy was about to act, Bei Ming Chen removed his own undergarment. Foxy's brow twitched, for his chest and waist were covered in conspicuous scars. Bei Ming Chen walked straight into the bath, exposing his back to Foxy's view. Foxy's pupils widened, and a wave of heartache instantly surged within her eyes. His back was a tangled web of scars from his nape to his waist. Foxy's words lodged in her throat. How much pain did he endure then? If it were me, I would have cried myself to death. Hearing her thoughts, Bei Ming Chen halted and turned back. A flicker of emotion stirred in his eyes. Foxy. She did not love him at all. Seeing the deep concern on Foxy's face, he narrowed his eyes, walked over, and embraced her. Cheer, I want to watch you dance. Foxy was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Since he's so pitiful, I'll indulge him just this once. Then she rose on her tiptoes, lifted the hem of her skirt. Bei Ming Chen sank into the bath, a smug, restrained smile on his lips. He bit his lower lip, tightly struggling to suppress the urge to pounce on Foxy. Foxy was suddenly yanked by Bei Ming Chen. When she came to her senses, she found herself already in the bath. She quickly straightened up, wiped the water from her face with both hands, and glared at him. What are you doing? Seeing Foxy was truly angry, Bei Ming Chen pressed his lips together. What do you think I could do? Bei Ming Chen, I am a person, not a tool. Foxy pushed Bei Ming Chen away, walked to the edge, climbed out, and left without a backward glance. Bei Ming Chen watched her retreating figure, a pang of sorrow rising in his heart. Foxy returned to her room, stripped off her wet clothes, changed into dry ones, and dried her hair. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Foxy looked over and saw it was Bei Ming Chen. She averted her gaze, walked to the bed, and lay down. Bei Ming Chen also walked over and silently laid down beside her. In the early morning, Foxy, still hazy with sleep, nudged Bei Ming Chen beside her and murmured in a very low voice, "Doggy, I'm a bit thirsty." Bei Ming Chen murmured a response in his daze. Fo, she, startled awake by the sound, quickly sat up and coughed awkwardly. "Haha, that. I was just dreaming." Bei Ming Chen looked at Fo, she who had wrapped herself in the quilt, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. He parted his lips as if to speak, then pressed them tightly together, rose from the bed to don his robe, and walked out the door. Fo, she watched his retreating figure, a pang of disappointment stirring in her heart. Was Bei Ming Chen angry? He was actually quite kind. She shook her head, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. Hearing the door, she thought it was him, and felt a flutter of excitement, quickly standing upright to look. "Your Highness." Seeing Fo, she's crestfallen expression, Song Xin was somewhat baffled. Fo, she withdrew her gaze and nodded. Fo, she did not see Bei Ming Chen again until dusk. Sitting in the hanging chair, she looked up to count the moon, but the gusts of wind brought a chill. Fo, she pulled her clothes tighter and glanced at the gate of the chintzy courtyard. Seeing no movement, she lowered her eyes, swayed the chair with her legs side, stood up, and walked into the room. Fo, she sat at the table, thinking she hadn't seen the husky for a long time and wondered how it was doing. Unable to sleep, she draped a cloak over her shoulders and left the room. Stepping out of the chintzy courtyard gate, she looked left and right, then tiptoed forward, silently praying she wouldn't encounter any ghosts. "Your Highness, it seems that is the princess." Hearing the voice, Bei Ming Chen looked over and saw Fo, she in a cloak, her hood pulled up, walking with extreme caution, glancing around nervously. Escaping. Fo, she was trying to escape again. This thought erupted in Bei Ming Chen's mind. The moment it formed, he was engulfed in an aura of savage rage, his hands clenched into fists, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Ling Xiao, seeing the prince like this, was so frightened, he shrank his neck. Fo, she was stealthily moving forward, almost at her destination, when she was suddenly and roughly hoisted onto someone's shoulder. Fo, she screamed in terror, squeezing her eyes shut. "A ghost! A ghost! Go catch someone else. The prince's mansion is full of people. I'm too skinny, not much meat on me. Human flesh isn't tasty, it's too salty. You should try dog meat. I know a yard with a husky, plump and sturdy." "Shut up!" Bei Ming Chen roared, silencing the woman chattering on his shoulder. Fo, she was startled and quickly opened her eyes to look. "Bei Ming Chen, what are you doing? Put me down." Bei Ming Chen gave a silent, cold sneer. Returning to the room, he threw Fo, she onto the bed and looked down at her from a height. Trying to run away again. Fo, she was stunned, intimidated by his demeanor. She frantically nodded and waved her hands, then realizing her mistake, quickly shook her head. Bei Ming Chen suppressed the fury within him and snorted coldly sleep. Utterly terrified, Fo, she obediently lay down on one side of the bed. So scary. Fo, she barely slept a wink all night and rose early. The two sat at the dining table. As Song Xin stepped forward to serve their porridge, Bei Ming Chen raised a hand, signaling her to withdraw. Song Xin bowed and retreated to the side, standing with Song Xian and Ling Xiao. They assumed the prince wanted the princess to serve him. Fo, she sat silently. Bei Ming Chen glanced at her, ladled a bowl of porridge and placed it before her. Song Xin and the others exchanged glances full of astonishment. The prince truly doted on the princess. She was so fortunate. Fo, she looked at the porridge, confusion in her eyes. "Why is this porridge red?" She stirred it with her spoon. "Oh, it's red bean porridge. And there are jujubes in it. What's this? Looks like a medicinal herb. Who knew this guy was so health conscious?" Bei Ming Chen picked up a piece of red bean cake for Fo, she and said softly, "Eat more. It's good for your blood." Fo, she had just taken a sip of porridge when she heard Bei Ming Chen's words. She turned her head and sprayed it out, splattering his face. "Sorry. I'm sorry." Fo, she hastily put down her spoon and wiped his face with her sleeve. Huh. Song Xin, Ling Xiao, and the others pursed their lips tightly, unable to stifle a few snorts before quickly lowering their heads, their bodies shaking with suppressed laughter. Fo, she had never seen Bei Ming Chen in such a humiliating state. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, holding her stomach. "Ha ha ha. Forgive me, I couldn't help but laugh. Serves you right for talking nonsense." Bei Ming Chen's face instantly darkened. What nonsense had he spoken? Suppressing his temper, he picked up an embroidered handkerchief from the table to wipe his cheek, fixing a dangerous gaze upon Fo, she. "Leave us. This prince will attend to the princess's meal himself." Fo, she pursed her lips. "Yield first." Prince, I didn't mean to." Bei Ming Chen's eyes were filled with helplessness. He reached out to lift Fo, she up, but was slapped against the wall by her. Fo, she smiled sheepishly. "Haha, well, a bit too strong. So embarrassing." Bei Ming Chen strode forward, scooped her up in his arms, and carried her out of the dining hall. Fo, she wanted to struggle, but feared that her strength might accidentally kill Bei Ming Chen. As the door opened, she immediately buried her face in his chest, trying to hide her blushing cheeks from others. The servants standing at the door immediately lowered their heads, wishing they could find a crack to crawl into. Bei Ming Chen carried Fo, she toward the chintzy courtyard. Any guards they encountered along the way turned around and bowed their heads from afar, for the prince had decreed that anyone who dared to stare at the princess would have their entire clan exterminated. As if accustomed, Bei Ming Chen walked into the chintzy courtyard expressionlessly, went straight into the room, and slammed the door shut with his foot. Hearing the sound "fo," she slowly lifted her head. Her cheeks were burning hot, and even the tips of her ears were flushed, looking utterly shy. Bei Ming Chen gently placed "fo" she on the bed. Looking at her flushed face, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as he asked knowingly, "Why is your face so red?" Upon hearing this "fo," she quickly lowered her head and touched her cheeks, then turned her back to him. "It's hot." Bei Ming Chen smirked. "So it's the heat. I thought the princess was shy." "Fo," she saw the mischievousness radiating from Bei Ming Chen and glared at him. "I'm telling you, don't provoke me. When I get angry, even I'm afraid of myself." Bei Ming Chen's hearty laughter echoed in the room. Ignoring her warning, he slowly leaned down. "Fo," she fearfully bit her lip, her hands supporting her on the bed as she leaned back. "Should I kill him?" Bei Ming Chen placed his hands on either side of "Fo," she his face close to hers, and whispered softly, "I would very much like to see what the princess looks like when she is angry." "Fo," she gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, I won't get angry because I'm scared." Bei Ming Chen said softly, "Change your clothes. I'll take you hunting." "Hunting?" Fo, she's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly scrambled up. "Then I want a lion, a tiger, an elephant, a giraffe." Seeing Bei Ming Chen's displeased look, Fo, she bit her lip and stopped, then smiled awkwardly. "Anything is fine as long as it's a pet. I'm not picky." Bei Ming Chen tapped her forehead, straightened up, and walked over to open the wardrobe. His gaze swept over the clothes, growing increasingly intense. "What are these?" "Light fabrics and thin gauze." Fo, she watched Bei Ming Chen stand dumbfounded in front of the wardrobe, then saw him take out a set of clothes and walk over to hand them to her. Fo, she looked at the clothes, then up at Bei Ming Chen and retorted, "Brother, this is winter clothing. Can't you see the fur on it?" Bei Ming Chen reached out, tore off the fur collar, and handed it to Fo. "Now it's fine." Fo, she covered her heart with one hand and waved the other hand back and forth, signaling him to step back. "For some reason my blood pressure is rising." After letting out a light sigh, she called out the window, "Songshuan, Songxian. Your maid is here." Songxian responded from outside the door, not daring to enter because the prince was inside. Fo, she realized that it was due to that bastard Bei Ming Chen's pressure. She crossed her arms and glared at him. "You dog, how many things have you done behind my back?" Bei Ming Chen looked at her, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with endless affection. Fo, she narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Why are you smiling?" Bei Ming Chen's expression and tone were completely mismatched. "Nothing. It's still early. You may rest for a while." With that, he stepped out of the room. Fo, she watched Bei Ming Chen depart, smiled, lay on the bed, and fell asleep without realizing it. Opening her eyes again, she saw Bei Ming Chen sitting on the edge of the bed, gazing at her quietly. "No wonder I had a nightmare. He's looking at me like a wolf. How can my body relax?" "Awake now?" Bei Ming Chen asked without changing his expression. Fo, she glanced at the window and knew it was nearly dark. Bei Ming Chen noticed Fo, she staring intently at the window, feeling inexplicably annoyed. What was so appealing outside? Following her gaze, he saw a tree that would soon be cut down. His voice was displeased. "Let's go." Fo, she was puzzled as she got up and asked where. "The hunting grounds." Fo, she was even more puzzled. "But it's nighttime now." Bei Ming Chen watched Fo, she fix her hair. His remark, "Double-edged night is when it gets lively." Fo, she nodded excitedly. Hunting sounded thrilling. Bei Ming Chen took Fo, she's hand and walked out of the room, heading to the gate of Chun Wang Fu, where a carriage awaited. Fo, she excitedly boarded the carriage. "The big shot is going to show me the world." Bei Ming Chen pulled Fo, she into his arms, his fingers tracing her soft, delicate hair. His heart stirred. Fo, she didn't struggle, simply letting him hold her quietly. "Your Highness, Princess, we've arrived at the hunting grounds." The carriage stopped, followed by Ling Zhao's voice. Fo, she quickly sat up from Bei Ming Chen's embrace, stood, and stepped off the carriage. Bei Ming Chen watched her flee in a flustered manner, chuckled, shook his head, and followed her down. After stepping off the carriage, he took her jade hand and walked forward. Fo, she took a deep breath. The air is so fresh. This place is wonderful, filled with the scent of nature. Grounded. Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways, his gaze fixed on Fo, she's profile. Since she liked it here, he thought to build a residence nearby to visit during leisure time. Fo, she noticed Bei Ming Chen hadn't spoken for a while, surprised, turned to look at him, blinking with an innocent and naive expression. Seeing Fo, she like this, Bei Ming Chen felt a tug in his heart. He pulled her into his arms, stroked her head, and bent down to kiss her cherry lips. Fo, she gasped for breath, her body limp in Bei Ming Chen's embrace, feeling the male hormones radiating from him. The two embraced under the starry night, especially happy. Cough, cough. A sudden cough startled Fo, she who immediately pushed away Bei Ming Chen, covering her mouth with her hand and lowering her head. Bei Ming Chen exuded displeasure and violence, reaching out to take Fo, she's jade hand, and looking up. He saw Bei Ming Hui standing a distance away, looking embarrassed at the couple. Bei Ming Chen saw, it was the crown prince, his violent aura still unabated, his eyes full of displeasure. She tugged Bei Ming Chen's arm, signaling him to calm down. This is the crown prince, the male protagonist, the child of fate. We're villains, we need to maintain our villainous self-cultivation. Otherwise we wouldn't know how we'd die. Bei Ming Chen received She's signal, his mood calming down. Though he didn't fully understand the thoughts, he grasped the gist. He coldly snorted internally. A Bei Ming Hui he didn't even notice. If he dared to harm himself or scheme against she at the thought of it, the empty hand clenched tightly, his eyes twisted with obsession. Even if he were the crown prince, he would still make Bei Ming Hui's life a living hell. Foxy smiled awkwardly, discreetly scratching Bei Ming Chen's palm with her fingers. Why is his murderous aura even stronger now? Are the male lead and the antagonist simply fated to clash at every turn? Could you please restrain yourself a little? The person beside you. Give some reaction. With your current demeanor, the crown prince could easily accuse you in the Great Hall. Accuse you of threatening his life. Bei Ming Chen, however, paid no heed, his cold, gloomy eyes fixed intently on Bei Ming Hui. Foxy turned to Bei Ming Hui with an apologetic, ingratiating smile. Your Highness, the crown prince. She then turned and tugged at Bei Ming Chen, her face full of smiles, her tone almost coquettish. Your Highness, the prince. You're the one who got caught doing something wrong, and now you're the one getting angry. Hearing Foxy's coquettish voice, the violent aura around Bei Ming Chen instantly dissipated. He turned his head to look at the woman who was fawning and apologizing to others, a change flickering in his eyes. Even His Highness the Crown Prince has taken to eavesdropping. Foxy's heart trembled. She reached out and pinched Bei Ming Chen's waist, laughing awkwardly. Ha, Your Highness, what are you talking about? Our lives are short and fragile. We can't withstand such torment from you. Immediately after they heard Bei Ming Hui's hearty laughter. Ha! The Prince of Chun and his consort are indeed a model of conjugal harmony. I happened upon this by accident, and I hope the prince and princess will not take offense. Foxy freed one of her hands, waving it dismissively, as she forced a smile. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Seeing Foxy's servile and ingratiating manner, Bei Ming Chen felt a surge of displeasure. He swept her up into his arms. Foxy instinctively wrapped her arms around Bei Ming Chen's neck. Bei Ming Chen lowered his head, his voice thick with jealousy. You only need to please me, and me alone. Having said that, he shot a warning glance at Bei Ming Hui, before continuing. Anyone else, no matter who they are, if they dare to make things difficult for you, they are opposing me. Foxy felt like crying. I'm so moved, thank you so much. Damn it, I spent all that time buttering him up, and it's all undone by that one warning glare of yours. That wasn't a warning, it was a provocation. A blatant provocation. Unfazed, Bei Ming Chen straightened up, and carried Foxy past Bei Ming Hui. Foxy closed her eyes, her expression one of sheer disbelief. This level of provocation is no less than a modern person pushing up their glasses with their middle finger. Bei Ming Chen carried Foxy straight into their tent, making as if to walk towards the couch. Foxy immediately struggled, trying to stand up. Bei Ming Chen bent down and set her down, then cupped her face in his hands, gazing at her seriously. Hey, remember, from now on you only need to please me. Foxy looked up at the handsome face before her, and hearing these overbearing, unreasonable words, a tremor stirred in her heart. Bei Ming Chen is so handsome. So overbearing. I really like it. Bei Ming Chen leaned down and gently nibbled on Foxy's earlobe, whispering ambiguously. So now you can come and please me. True to form, the charm never lasts more than 3 seconds. Foxy let out 2 dry laughs, draped her hands over Bei Ming Chen's neck, and murmured a single word, scram. Bei Ming Chen responded with an okay, and promptly pushed Foxy down onto the bed. Startled, Foxy braced her hands against his chest. Glancing at the still-drawn curtains, her heart began to pound wildly. What are you doing? Bei Ming Chen replied with a perfectly straight face, spouting nonsense. Isn't that what you said? Scram. What more can I say? What else can I do? Foxy reached out and lifted Bei Ming Chen's handsome face, making him look her in the eye, and said earnestly, You can't do that anymore. Bei Ming Chen's face fell, his voice filled with grievance. Sure, doesn't like it when I treat you like this. Foxy was stunned, realizing Bei Ming Chen had misunderstood, and shook her head repeatedly. A satisfied smile spread across Bei Ming Chen's face as he moved to embrace Foxy again. Foxy patted him, speaking softly. From now on we need to be humble. We must always listen to others' opinions and often ask others if we've done well. Then carefully write down who it is that has criticisms of us. Puff. Bei Ming Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Foxy disdainfully wiped her face and slapped Bei Ming Chen's head. Control yourself. Bei Ming Chen apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'll clean up for your highness. Foxy rolled her eyes and pushed away the hand, reaching out to her, shouting, Go away, go away, go away. Bei Ming Chen's face was filled with affectionate smiles as he lowered his hand. Foxy playfully patted Bei Ming Chen's cheeks, saying in a teasing tone, so obedient. Bei Ming Chen grabbed her hand and kissed it on the lips. Thus I thank your highness for your favor. Foxy pulled back her hand. No thanks, little Chenzi, help me up. Bei Ming Chen obediently agreed. As your highness wishes. Foxy smiled charmingly, supported by Bei Ming Chen. She stood up and walked towards the bronze mirror, loosening her hair and complaining, Look at you, you've messed up my hair so much, and I don't know how to arrange it. Bei Ming Chen stepped forward to comb Foxy's hair, whispering softly, I will learn it tomorrow. Foxy paused, turning her head to look at him. Whether true or not, her heart felt warm at this moment. Seeing her in this state, Bei Ming Chen embraced her from behind, leaning down to kiss, when sounds came from outside. Prince Chen, Princess Chen, the Emperor invites you both to attend a banquet. Foxy quickly pushed Bei Ming Chen away and hastily tidied up her hair. Let's go. Bei Ming Chen held Foxy's jade-like hand as they walked out. Upon seeing the eunuch who had come to announce, his dark and displeased eyes glanced over. The eunuch shrank his neck and lowered his head. Foxy firmly pulled Bei Ming Chen back a few steps. You scare people every day? Not obedient at all. Bei Ming Chen looked at Foxy with a pitiful expression after hearing the words, not obedient. Foxy turned her head and smiled. Your Highness, let's hurry. If this guy pretends to be pitiful, nothing good will happen. Bei Ming Chen grabbed Foxy, preventing her from moving forward. Foxy looked back curiously, but since there were eunuchs from the palace behind her, she said politely and gracefully, Your Highness, what's wrong? Bei Ming Chen turned Foxy around, so they were facing each other. Foxy cleared her throat slightly and glanced apologetically at the eunuch behind her, pushing Bei Ming Chen's arm. What is this guy doing? Can't he see someone is behind us? How embarrassing. Bei Ming Chen glanced at the eunuch with a sinister look. The eunuch, who was already bowing his head, lowered it even further. Foxy looked at the situation and patted Bei Ming Chen, gritting her teeth. Your Highness, the Emperor is waiting for us. Let's go quickly. Honestly, what did the eunuch do wrong to suffer your oppression? Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and led Foxy into the center of the banquet hall. Foxy quickly pulled back her hand, and a hint of displeasure flashed across Bei Ming Chen's face as he bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the Emperor and the Empress. Foxy also bowed. I pay my respects to the Emperor and the Empress. The Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Rise and be seated. After straightening up, Bei Ming Chen reached out to pull Foxy towards their seats. Foxy felt quite helpless. She had become accustomed to Bei Ming Chen holding her hand at any moment, and now she walked beside him as if nothing were amiss. However, others at the banquet were not used to it. Upon seeing this, they turned their heads and whispered amongst themselves. Ning Xianwan was filled with resentment. If she had known Bei Ming Chen was so considerate, why would she fear the ominous label? She should have taken action earlier, leaving no room for this lowly Foxy. With this thought, her eyes turned even more malicious, but quickly returned to a gentle, virtuous, dignified, and graceful appearance. Your Majesty, this osmanthus cake I just made, please taste it. The Empress offered a sweet dish to the Emperor, who nodded and took a bite. The taste is indeed excellent. Your Majesty's culinary skills are getting better and better. The Empress covered her face with a handkerchief and smiled shyly. Your Majesty, please try this, but something I just learned. A concubine beside the Emperor said, Your Majesty, have some tea. In ancient times, women share one husband. Ew, I can't get used to this. She glanced at Bei Ming Chen beside her, her eyes turning from starry to scrutinizing. Could this guy have the same idea? He's been influenced by the E. Bei Ming Chen's wine glass suddenly fell onto the table with a thud. He instinctively looked down, cleared his throat slightly, and offered a dish to Foxy. Taste this, it's all game meat. She looked at the large piece of meat before her and pouted. If only he were still alive. Has the princess consort of Chen's injuries healed? The Emperor suddenly asked. She was startled. What injuries? Then quickly composing herself, she replied with a smile. Reporting to your Majesty, they have healed. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully, sizing up She. You've lost weight, you should nourish yourself more. She's face flushed. Although she knew the Emperor didn't mean it that way, she still blushed. After 6 consecutive days, could I possibly not lose weight? Bei Ming Chen was in high spirits. He took She's hand and looked at the Emperor. Your servant will certainly take good care of nourishing the princess consort's health. The Emperor gestured, and the eunuch at his side immediately stepped forward, bowing low and speaking deferentially. Your Majesty. Is there still some of the 1,000-year ginseng that was sent to the Prince Chen's mansion when the princess consort was injured? Reporting to your Majesty, there are still 2 roots. The Emperor nodded. Send another one to the princess consort of Chen to nourish her body. He hoped she would soon conceive Chen's child. Hearing this, she immediately turned her head towards Bei Ming Chen, leaning slightly closer to the man's face, and whispered, The Emperor also gave me 1,000-year ginseng. Bei Ming Chen hummed softly in affirmation, turning his eyes to meet She's the medicinal herb put in the porridge a couple of days ago, was that? She took a deep breath, nearly fainting. This spendthrift. That was 1,000-year ginseng. He just put it in the porridge like that. And the worst part is I picked it all out and threw it away. Oh, my heart aches so unbearably. Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Chen's gaze shifted. No wonder her health was still so poor. It turned out she had picked out all the ginseng and discarded it. Hearing She's distress, he wanted to say something else to divert her attention. The Emperor also sent over a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry. She's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Gold, silver, and jewelry. A lot. Then why didn't you tell me? Seeing her looking like a little money grubber, Bei Ming Chen chuckled softly, reached out, and flicked her forehead. Everything this prince owns is yours. What's mine is still mine. Bei Ming Chen smiled helplessly. Fo, she bit her lip and sidled up to Bei Ming Chen. My prince, I think since I'm an adult now I should take care of my own belongings. What do you think? Bei Ming Chen's mouth twitched. Fo, she was afraid he would covet her rewards. He waved his hand grandly. When we return, this prince will give you the keys to the treasury. From now on, all the treasures of the Prince Chen's mansion will be under your control. Fo, she blinked her peach blossom eyes, her face instantly blooming into a brilliant smile, revealing a row of neat white teeth. She laughed as she spoke. Really? Thank you, my prince. Isn't there a saying? If a man tells you his phone password, WeChat password, and bank card password, then you should take his money and run. And now, haha. Although Bei Ming Chen couldn't understand the first part, he clearly understood the phrase, take his money and run. His hand immediately tightened, crushing the wine glass in his grip. The sound of the shattered wine glass jolted Fo, she from her joyful daydream. She looked up and met the man's angry eyes. Fo, she was startled and swallowed hard. Am I prince? What's wrong? Prince Chen, come with me. The emperor stood up and said to Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen opened his palm, letting the broken pieces of the cup fall to the ground. He cast a hurt and sorrowful glance at Fo, she then rose to follow the emperor. Fo, she looked at the shattered cup on the table, her gaze following Bei Ming Chen, her face full of confusion. What's wrong with Bei Ming Chen? Why is he angry? Is it because the emperor summoned him? Fo, she racked her brain, trying to recall the plot. What major events were happening at this time? After thinking for a long time, the only thing that came to mind was that during the hunt the crown prince and Bei Ming Chen both wanted to give their game to Ning Xianwan, which would provoke malicious thoughts from other noble ladies, leading them to frame Ning Xianwan. But in the end, the crown prince and Bei Ming Chen would discover and resolve it. So what was Bei Ming Chen angry about? Fo, she thought hard, then suddenly heard a loathsome voice. Sister. Fo, she snapped back to reality, ignoring Ning Xianwan. She stared straight ahead, utterly annoyed. Bei Ming Chen wasn't even here. Who was she putting on this act for? Undeterred, Ning Xianwan stood behind Fo, and continued in a gentle, dignified voice, Sister. Opening her eyes, she cast a cold stare at Ning Xianwan. Ning Xianwan was at a loss under Foxy's gaze, but forced herself to remain calm. I just wanted to talk to you about the prince. Foxy snorted coldly, a mocking expression on her face. Was she trying to sow discord? I'm sorry, I don't want to talk to you. Ning Xianwan bit her lip, her hand gripping her handkerchief tightly. Forcing herself to calm down, she spoke with a smile. Sister, don't misunderstand. Wanner only wished to tell you about the prince's daily habits. Foxy turned her head, glaring at Ning Xianwan in anger. Ning Xianwan's heart trembled, then she felt a surge of delight. This is it. She wanted Foxy to get angry. She smiled gently. Wanner wanted to tell you, sister, that the prince is a very clean person. So you must ensure all his eating and drinking utensils are wiped clean. Also, the prince prefers a light diet. No spicy or stimulating food should appear on his table. He also enjoys tea. Ning Xianwan glanced at Foxy from time to time, seeing her face turn ashen with barely contained fury, and felt a secret thrill, though her expression remained composed. Foxy suppressed the rage that was about to erupt. She covered her nose with a handkerchief, chuckled lightly, and looked at Ning Xianwan as if she were a clown. Miss Ning, an unmarried young lady discussing my prince's daily habits with me. Is that truly appropriate? Foxy deliberately raised her voice, causing those around them to turn and look. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes around her, Ning Xianwan forced herself to stay calm and maintain a smile. Sister, why are you slandering Wanner? Foxy was brimming with impatience. She glanced at Ning Xianwan and, hearing the whispers around them, slowly stood up, met Ning Xianwan's eyes, and said with a smile, Miss Ning, do you dare not admit what you just said? Ning Xianwan took a small step back, shaking her head. Sister, why are you being so unreasonable? Wanner was merely stating a fact. Seeing that Bei Ming Chen was not around, the onlookers grew bolder, their voices rising. Is the Princess of Chun bullying Miss Ning? It seems so. Look, Miss Ning is crying. Ning Xianwan played along, lowering her head and dabbing at her cheeks with a handkerchief. Foxy sneered inwardly. Keep acting, she thought. With a firm tone she said, I'll ask you one more time, Miss Ning. Do you dare to repeat what you just said to me in front of everyone? Lady Ning, seeing her daughter being bullied, spoke up in accusation. As the Princess of Chun, do you think you can bully the weak? Ning Xianwan, who had been feeling a bit guilty, was bolstered by her mother's support and the surrounding accusations against Foxy. Suppressing her panic, she lifted her head and met Foxy's gaze with determination. Sister, how can you slander Wanner? My relationship with the prince is not what you imagine. If you don't believe me, go and ask the prince himself. Why do you wrong Wanner? Sister, your actions break my heart. After speaking, Ning Xianwan's body trembled slightly as she repeatedly wiped away the falling tears with her handkerchief. Voices from the crowd chimed in. So she suspects the Prince of Chun has another woman outside. Isn't it normal for His Highness to keep a woman? Exactly. Who would have thought that the Princess of Chun, a Taoist nun, would be so jealous? Before the crowd could finish their remarks, a loud crack rang out, and everyone stared in shock. Foxy's face changed after the slap. Damn, that hurts. How thick-skinned is Ning Xianwan? Then she burst into tears in front of everyone, tears streaming down her face, as if they cost nothing, pointing at Ning Xianwan. Every time you come to the Chun Prince's mansion, I welcome you with kindness and treat you sincerely. She choked up a couple of times as if suffering a great injustice. After sobbing for a long while, she stubbornly wiped away her tears, looking like someone who had misjudged another. I treated you as a true friend, and yet you came to tell me about my prince's daily habits, telling me to be more careful. You know him better than I, his princess, do. Bei Ming Chen, hearing her thoughts, quickened his pace and saw Foxy, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, looking utterly wronged. Seeing Bei Ming Chen arrive, Ning Xianwan quickly released her hand from her face, revealing her already swollen cheek. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she ran to Bei Ming Chen's side and apologized pitifully. Forgive me, my prince. Wanner didn't mean to. I only wanted to let my sister know more. But Bei Ming Chen walked past her, uttering two words coldly, get lost. Ning Xianwan was thunderstruck, frozen on the spot. Bei Ming Chen walked over to Foxy, wiped away her tears, looked at her with concern, and asked softly, what's wrong? Foxy snorted coldly, shaking off Bei Ming Chen's hand. She pointed at Ning Xianwan and looked at Bei Ming Chen as if catching a cheating spouse. She was just telling me about your daily habits. I didn't even know you prefer light food, but you're just like me. You love spicy food. She also said you're a clean person, but you always finish the leftovers from my plate. Where did she get all this from? The crowd was utterly shocked. His Highness the Prince of Chun eats the leftovers of the princess. Is the Chun Prince's mansion that poor? Do they have to fight over a bowl of rice? Foxy glanced at the onlookers out of the corner of her eye and realized she had overacted. I couldn't control myself. I overdid it. Ning Xianwan felt her face burning hot, all the blood rushing to her head. She stared intently at Bei Ming Chen as if to verify whether what Foxy said was true. Not just Ning Xianwan, but everyone was curious about how poor the Chun Prince's mansion really was and how the prince would respond. But most people thought Foxy was about to be humiliated. Even if a man had done such a shameful thing, he would pretend he hadn't, let alone the Prince of Chun. All eyes were fixed on the three people facing each other, with people whispering to those beside them. The Princess of Chun is about to lose face. Indeed, she's just a Taoist nun who became the princess because of some fortune teller's words, and now she's causing trouble for the prince everywhere. Do you think the prince will scold her harshly? I think so. He might even divorce her. Is it that serious? Gossip from the crowd wafted through the air. A triumphant smile spread across Ning Xianwan's face. Best if, as they said, Bei Ming Chen divorces Foxy. Then she would have a chance to marry him. She was sure she could suppress the ill fortune around him, because she had been exceptionally lucky all her life. Bei Ming Chen ignored all women, but she alone discovered his special fondness for pets and catered to it. As a result, Bei Ming Chen began to see her in a different light. If it weren't for this Foxy stared intently at Bei Ming Chen, unsure of what he would say. Seeing the others staring at her more and more openly, a trace of sadness gradually crept onto Foxy's face. So what am I even hoping for here? Forget it. Let them mock me. I can just pack up and leave overnight. The world is vast, and I want to see it. Bei Ming Chen pressed his lips tightly. Upon hearing this inner thought, he immediately stepped forward, wiped away the tears at the corners of Foxy's eyes, then grasped her shoulders with both hands. His voice was resonant as he enunciated each word. Naughty girl, saying such things in front of outsiders. I have done wrong, and you may punish me when we return. No more tears. I will be heartbroken. The crowd, being very tactful, let out a synchronized gasp of astonishment at the opportune moment. Foxy was momentarily stunned, then stole a glance at the others. Seeing them all dumbfounded, she revealed a look of satisfaction. If the circumstances weren't inappropriate, I would really want to pat Bei Ming Chen on the cheek and give him some encouragement. Not bad, not bad. Tonight's performance deserves praise. Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Chen was overjoyed. He tenderly brushed away the strands of hair stuck to Foxy's forehead, took her jade-like hand, and walked over to take their seats. Everyone had forgotten what Foxy and Ning Xianwan had been arguing about moments ago. They now lowered their heads, murmuring about Bei Ming Chen's humble and fawning words. As for the wives, they looked at Foxy with envy. When they married, they had hoped their husbands would dote on them and be utterly compliant. Yet the reality was that they spent their days scheming against concubines in the mansion while also guarding against women outside. Thinking of this, their gazes toward Ning Xianwan turned unfriendly. Given the princess consort of Chen's carefree demeanor, she was likely too proud to bother with lies. Thus it must be true that Ning Xianwan had indeed discussed the Prince of Chen's daily life in front of the princess consort. The princess consort of Chun was also kind-hearted, letting the matter pass with a single slap. If someone came to them to discuss their husband's daily life, a slap would be far too merciful. A kick would be the least of it. Ning Xianwan stood frozen on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Bei Ming Chen truly had no feelings for her whatsoever. Watching the departing figures of Bei Ming Chen and Foxy and their intimately intertwined hands, her heart was filled with boundless hatred, a hatred that threatened to drown her entirely. Then she turned her gaze to Bei Ming Chen, who seemed unaware of what had transpired, raising his cup to drink. She silently swore to herself that she would become the crown princess, help the crown prince ascend the throne, and once she became empress, she would decree the execution of Bei Ming Chen and Foxy to avenge today's humiliation. Foxy took her seat and ate happily. Her heart was filled with joy and a sweet smile curled at the corners of her lips. Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways and saw the barely concealed delight on Foxy's face. His heart also rejoiced, but recalling that Foxy had never said she liked him, he tightened his grip on her hand. Foxy turned her head and asked cheerfully, "What's wrong?" Bei Ming Chen gave a light cough, lowered his head slightly, and said, "If you like someone, you should say it. Loving someone is the same." Foxy furrowed her brows and murmured to herself, "Say it if you like someone. Really say it. It feels a bit strange. Forget it, since he's been so well-behaved tonight, I'll say it if I have to." Hearing her inner thoughts, Bei Ming Chen quickly straightened up and cleared his throat twice to mask his excitement, then waited for Foxy to say she liked him or loved him. Foxy put on a serious expression. Out. Bei Ming Chen stiffly turned his head, staring in shock at the woman who was speaking nonsense with such a straight face. Was she pretending or not? Foxy blinked twice to convey her innocence. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Didn't you say that if you like someone you should say it?" "I said it, didn't I? Cough, cough, cough." Bei Ming Chen choked on his own saliva. He quickly bent over, supporting himself with one hand on the table while patting his chest with the other, coughing violently. Foxy reached out to pat his back and complained, "A grown man like you, and you still choke on your own spit. How stupid can you?" Bei Ming Chen turned his head, his eyes stubbornly fixed on Foxy. Foxy extended her thumb and index finger, placed them by her mouth, and made a motion of zipping her lips shut. "How stupid can you be?" "As stupid as a pig." Immediately after, Bei Ming Chen started coughing violently again. People around them began to look over, and it seemed they would soon attract the emperor's attention. Foxy reached out and covered Bei Ming Chen's mouth as he coughed fiercely. She whispered, "Stop coughing. Everyone's staring at us like we're monkeys in a zoo." Bei Ming Chen coughed twice more, but with Foxy's hand tightly covering his mouth, the sound was much muffled. He looked down at that jade-like hand, as if foreseeing his future end, when he could no longer move lying in bed and a pair of jade hands would reach over to cover his. He shuddered twice and suddenly felt perfectly healthy from the inside out, without a single ailment. Foxy looked him up and down with confusion, then released her hand and warned, "No more coughing, all right?" Bei Ming Chen nodded, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Seeing that he had truly stopped coughing, Foxy relaxed. Watching a few birds fly across the sky, she couldn't help but sing in her heart. "Little swallow in embroidered coat, every spring you come here." I asked the swallow, "Why do you come?" The swallow says, "Mind your own business." Puffed. Bei Ming Chen heard the inner song, and the water he had just drunk got stuck in his throat. Combined with his previous coughing fit, he started coughing even more violently. Immediately afterward, Bei Ming Chen began to cough violently. People around them turned their gazes toward them, wondering if they should alert the emperor. She reached out and covered his mouth, stifling his violent coughing, whispering, "Don't cough anymore. Everyone is looking at us, treating us like monkeys." Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Chen clenched his fists to calm himself down, feeling deeply displeased. He let out a cold snort, hoping to make she realized she had made him angry. Hearing the cold snort, she turned to look and saw Bei Ming Chen raising his head in a stubborn, pouty manner, a look that said, "I'm angry and won't be easily appeased." Her expression showed some confusion. "Prince, are you angry?" Bei Ming Chen did not respond, but let out another cold snort. She confirmed that Bei Ming Chen was indeed angry, but she had no idea what had caused his displeasure. "Prince, who made you unhappy? Tell me, and I'll beat him up for you." Bei Ming Chen's lips twitched. "All talk and no action. Why not just come and comfort me instead of saying these things? It would be better to simply comfort me rather than just talk about it. Could it be that I am the one who made him angry? But from the looks of it, it seems impossible to appease him now. Then I won't bother comforting him. It saves saliva anyway, and letting him vent his anger is good for his health. Anger promotes blood circulation and can even help one live longer. I worry so much about him." Bei Ming Chen's eyebrows twitched repeatedly. Hearing she's thoughts, he mistakenly believed she was concerned about his health. Stubbornly turning his head, he said stubbornly, "Can't you see that I'm angry?" She nodded. "I can see it." Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath, clenching his teeth. "Then why didn't you come to comfort me?" "Well, I saw that you were really angry, Your Highness. You shouldn't interrupt someone when they're in the middle of getting angry. Interrupting midway could cause intracranial hemorrhage and even lead to sudden death, Your Highness. I'm doing this for your own good." Bei Ming Chen took another deep breath. Did she wish for him to die suddenly? Biting his teeth, he glared at she with a warning look. "Then should I thank you?" She waved her hand with a smile. "No need to thank me. We're so close, saying thanks would be too formal." Bei Ming Chen bit his lower lip, his gaze lingering on she with a lewd look. A sinister smile curled his lips as he turned away, picked up the wine glass on the table, and drained it in one gulp. Watching the smooth, exquisite, and pure white wine glass in his hand, strange emotions welled up within him. She glanced sideways at Bei Ming Chen and saw the expression on his face. Her smile stiffened. Can you be any more obvious? It's practically written on your face. Disdainful, a real prince acting like he's never seen anything before. Shallow. But then again, Bei Ming Chen does have the charm to captivate people. Facing his face always lifts my mood. Suddenly she burst into laughter, a light, yet melodious sound. Hearing the soft laughter, Bei Ming Chen pictured She's stunningly beautiful face in his mind, and his heart fluttered involuntarily. He turned his head to look at She. She was secretly looking at Bei Ming Chen when she suddenly got caught. She smiled awkwardly. Bei Ming Chen had a sinister smile on his lips, and his eyes held a playful tone, clearly indicating that he was still fuming. She forced a smile, chuckled nervously, and turned her head back. She seemed to be able to predict what would happen tonight. Is it still possible to escape? Should I find an excuse to leave? Bei Ming Chen let out a cold laugh. Escape? Leave? You must still be asleep. Foxy was lost in thought, her mind spinning in frantic circles, when a gentle, melodious female voice reached her ears. Princess Chen, would you care to take a stroll with me? Foxy was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. Even if it were inconvenient, she would make it convenient. She turned and replied eagerly, convenient, convenient, very convenient. As Foxy rose to her feet, Bei Ming Chen, who was beside her, reached out and grasped her hand, his eyes filled with reproach. Foxy looked back, her heart softening, but recalling her plight from 2 days prior, she glanced at the others present, then at the tents that were huddled together and far from soundproof. Stealing her resolve, she shook off Bei Ming Chen's hand, stood, and walked to the woman's side. With a smile she said, Your Highness, I shall accompany Princess Lin for a walk. If I return late, do not wait for me. Retire on your own. With that she took Princess Lin's hand and walked forward, completely ignoring Bei Ming Chen's mournful gaze behind her. Princess Lin covered her nose with a handkerchief and chuckled softly. Princess Chen and Prince Chen truly share a deep and enviable affection. Foxy smiled. If Bei Ming Chen had heard that, heaven knows what bold words he might utter. Sister Princess Lin, please call me Foxy. Princess Lin nodded. All right. As they walked a short distance, Foxy stole a glance at her companion, noticing her low spirits and the worry etched on her face. Sister Princess Lin, is something troubling you? Princess Lin let out a bitter laugh. When we marry into the imperial family, is our heart not bound to that one man? Upon hearing this, Foxy pursed her lips. So Princess Lin had quarreled with Prince Lin. Then why wander around? She should just go and give him a good thrashing. Troublesome, all of them, spoiled rotten. Stealing another glance at Princess Lin's expression, Foxy nearly panicked. She suddenly regretted coming out. She had no idea how to console anyone. Seeing Princess Lin on the verge of tears, Foxy wanted to slap herself for asking that nosy question. Suppressing her inner complaints, she plastered a smile on her face and said gently, Prince Lin treats you well, sister. Could it be a misunderstanding? Princess Lin shook her head slightly and looked up at the night sky. Foxy followed her gaze. Indeed, the sky was clear, dotted with countless stars. One were dazzling. The two walked on in tacit agreement, exchanging idle chatter. Foxy felt utterly uncomfortable, constantly fidgeting with her sleeves, wishing she could just dig a hole and disappear. She mentally screamed for anyone to come and rescue her from this misery. She vowed never to accompany these consorts again. They asked for nothing, then sighed and lamented on their own. This was a total social disaster. Foxy, hearing that voice as heavenly as a melody, Foxy was moved to the point of tears. She quickly turned around, her tone as gentle as could be. Your Highness. Hearing the voice, Princess Lin also turned and bowed slightly. Prince Chen. Bei Ming Chen gave a slight nod. Princess Lin. Then he walked to Foxy's side, took her hand, and said in a warm tone, It's late. Time to return. Foxy blinked twice, then smiled at Princess Lin. Sister, we will take our leave now. Princess Lin smiled and nodded, watching them depart with envy in her eyes. Born into the imperial city and married into the royal family, if one could find a devoted partner for life, there would be no regrets. She then shook her head with a self-deprecating laugh. Seeing the deep affection between Prince Chen and Princess Chen had made her indulge in a daydream. Before she could turn back, a delicate, weak voice came through. Sister, why have you come out? Hearing this voice, Princess Lin clenched her hands, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. She turned to face the fragile-looking woman. What business is it of yours? The woman's face stiffened and she gritted her teeth in anger. Once she married into Prince Lin's estate, she would settle the score with this woman properly. Foxy followed Bei Ming Chen forward. After they had walked a good distance, she glanced back, and seeing Princess Lin was out of sight, let out a sigh of relief, her whole body relaxing. Bei Ming Chen looked at Foxy from the corner of his eye, the corners of his mouth lifting. Weren't you the one so eager to get out? Why do you look like you've just escaped death? Foxy pouted, looked up at Bei Ming Chen, and blinked her innocent big eyes. She thought, surrender to this. This is my signature move. Bei Ming Chen suddenly stopped, turned to face Foxy, placed his hands on her shoulders, and a playful smirk appeared on his face. What? Did I say something wrong? Foxy gave a mysterious smile. No, your highness spoke wonderfully, brilliantly, in a way that makes one want to scream, absolutely top-notch. She mentally gave him a thumbs up. Bei Ming Chen let out a soft chuckle, pulling Foxy into his embrace. He buried his head in the curve of her neck, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that wafted from her hair. Foxy glanced around, then pushed Bei Ming Chen away, her eyes darting nervously. What are you doing? We're outside. What if someone sees us again? How embarrassing would that be? A slight smile curled at the corner of Bei Ming Chen's lips. He placed his hand on Foxy's shoulder, his voice both gentle and commanding. What is there to be embarrassed about? I'd like to see who dares to mock you. Foxy gave a cold snort. There are plenty of people who dare to mock me. You couldn't count them all. Bei Ming Chen smiled. From now on, no one will dare to ridicule you. I give you my word. A mysterious smile played on Foxy's lips, but she remained silent, inwardly scoffing. When your face stings from being proven wrong, I'll see how you can face me. Bei Ming Chen's brows furrowed slightly. What did Foxy mean by that? Did Foxy not believe he could protect her? He caressed her cheek. I will, I promise. Foxy looked up at the sky, a puzzled expression on her face. Heavens above, do you see this? Someone here is boasting. Quick, send down a bolt of lightning to strike him. Bei Ming Chen's brow twitched incessantly. Suppressing the anger within, he bent down, scooped Foxy into his arms, and strode towards the tent. Foxy struggled for a moment, then looked around, sheepishly patting Bei Ming Chen. Your highness, please put me down. I can walk on my own. Don't move. Foxy wanted to strike Bei Ming Chen dead with a palm strike, but ultimately held back. Back inside the tent, Foxy sensed something was off with Bei Ming Chen. He looked at her with a dangerous glint in his eyes. I'm warning you. Bei Ming Chen stepped forward, pressed Foxy down to sit, and crouched to her eye level. Foxy sensed the danger and roared, Don't tear my clothes. You reckless spendthrift. What did the clothes ever do to you? Bei Ming Chen was somewhat annoyed. At a time like this, she was thinking about her clothes. Then came the sound of fabric tearing. Foxy was ablaze with fury. She smacked Bei Ming Chen on the head, grinding her teeth. You are truly a handful. Bei Ming Chen, annoyed by the slap on his head. After all, who else would dare strike him besides Foxy? Tore at the clothes a few more times in frustration before his expression turned sheepish and he pursed his lips. Foxy took a deep breath, about to lose her temper, when in a flash Bei Ming Chen had pinned her down. In the morning, Foxy stretched lazily and sat up. Seeing the shredded clothes on the floor, she angrily kicked Bei Ming Chen beside her. What am I supposed to wear? Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes and grinned mischievously. Why don't we just go back to sleep? I'll have Ling Xiao tell His Majesty that the consort is unwell, and I need to stay behind to care for her. He made as if to call out. Are you a demon? Foxy quickly grabbed Bei Ming Chen. He stopped teasing her, straightened up, and ruffled her disheveled hair. Foxy rolled her eyes, shook her head wildly, and broke free from his hand. Upon hearing her thoughts, Bei Ming Chen lowered his hand. Foxy turned her head and saw his robust chest and firm abdominal muscles. A wave of heat rushed to her head, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly looked away. Bei Ming Chen watched Foxy with great interest, a knowing smile on his face. Foxy hummed twice to ease her own tension, then turned around with a sweet smile. I want to fly up to the sky, walk shoulder to shoulder with the sun, and then shine down upon you. Bei Ming Chen let out a low laugh, his eyes filled with adoration as he looked at Foxy. Even if Foxy flew to the heavens, she would still want to watch over him every day. How deeply must she love him? Foxy also smiled mysteriously, but when she saw Bei Ming Chen reach out his claw-like hand, she flinched back in fear. Bei Ming Chen chuckled softly. He reached out and ruffled Foxy's hair, then swung his long legs over the edge of the couch, picking up the fallen clothes and putting them on. Foxy watched the entire process without blinking, pursing her lips, a smile spreading across her face. After dressing, Bei Ming Chen turned to look at Foxy. Seeing her mischievous grin, the corner of his mouth lifted. He bent down, placing his hands on either side of her, and brought his lips close to her ear, whispering softly, so naughty. Having said that, he stood up and walked outside. Foxy was stunned. She blinked a couple of times, Bei Ming Chen's voice echoing in her mind, so naughty. So naughty. Foxy murmured to herself, unable to suppress a shiver. Those words sounded more like a flirtation, and they seemed to carry a hint of warning. She looked up to see that Bei Ming Chen had vanished. Before she could do anything, Songxin and Songxian walked in, one carrying a bundle, the other a basin. Your Highness. Your Highness. Foxy paused in her movements, a hint of confusion in her voice. Why are you here? The two set down their items and replied respectfully. His Highness ordered Ling Xiao to bring us here. Foxy nodded thoughtfully. Songxin and the other woman began to dress Foxy up. Your Highness, we are finished. Foxy stood up, walked out of the tent, and looked up at the sun, taking a deep breath. The air on the grassland was indeed fresh. She then walked forward and saw from afar the young ladies, noble wives, and imperial consorts gathered together, chatting and laughing. Greetings, Consort Chen. Seeing Foxy approach, everyone bowed. Rise. Foxy sat down and returned the greetings with a smile. The others also took their seats. Foxy glanced at the consort of Lin beside her who seemed downcast and full of worry. Foxy wondered to herself what's wrong with her. The consort of Lin forced a smile at Foxy. Suddenly she noticed the red marks on Foxy's neck and asked softly, "Foxy, what's wrong with your neck?" Hearing this, the people around also looked at Foxy's neck. Seeing the red marks, some of the married women understood, covering their mouths and noses with their handkerchiefs as they let out quiet laughs. "My neck," Foxy murmured, placing her hand on her neck. Her eyes widened in sudden realization, and she gave an embarrassed cough. "It's nothing. I was probably bitten by a mosquito." Just then a mosquito flew by, buzzing disdainfully. "This human lies without batting an eye. Admirable, admirable." Foxy was speechless. The consort of Lin also remembered and regretted asking. Just as she was about to change the subject, she heard the people around stand up and whisper, "The Crown Prince has arrived." Hearing this, everyone stood and bowed. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Bei Ming Huai's warm voice replied, "No need for formalities." The people thanked him and straightened up. Foxy looked up and her eyes widened. Bei Ming Huai and Ning Xianwan were walking together, both dressed in white brocade robes. Foxy pursed her lips and blinked. "We shall wander the ends of the earth entangled forever. Indeed, the male and female leads are fated. Looking at them, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. So loving, so well matched." Before everyone could sit down, they heard the eunuch's high-pitched voice, "The Emperor arrives." Everyone turned and bowed. "Long live the Emperor, may you live 10,000 years. The Emperor's hearty laughter rang out. He walked to the seat of honor and sat down, saying in a cheerful voice, "Rise." Everyone then bowed again. "Greetings, Prince Chen, Prince Lin, Prince Ning." Foxy looked up and saw Bei Ming Chen had changed clothes. He was now in a set of white brocade robes, a departure from his usual sharpness, appearing elegant and free-spirited. His entire demeanor had become more refined, carrying a hint of scholarly grace. Foxy glanced at Bei Ming Huai and Ning Xianwan, then pursed her lips. Bei Ming Chen heard this, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The unmarried young ladies present were mesmerized. They had never known Prince Chen could be so handsome. The men mounted their horses, each holding a bow, and with a cry of "Go!" they galloped off to hunt. The women sat together chatting and laughing from time to time. "Consort Chen, how about a horse race?" Foxy had just taken a sip of tea from her cup. Hearing the voice, she followed the sound, and saw that the speaker was an imperial consort, apparently named Ning Jiafei. Foxy was stunned for a moment. She didn't seem to be familiar with this Ning Jiafei. They didn't seem to have had any conflicts. Why did it feel like Ning Jiafei bore her some inexplicable hostility? She stood up and bowed slightly, saying apologetically, "Your Grace, I am dressed in casual clothes. I'm afraid it's not suitable for riding." Ning Jiafei didn't mind. She covered her nose with her handkerchief and said indifferently, "No matter. Go change into some light attire." She cast a cold glance at Foxy, who had her eyes downcast, then handed her hand to the maid behind her. Supported by the maid, she stood up, her voice turning a few degrees colder. "Consort Chen, let's go change into our riding clothes." With no other choice, Foxy performed a bow and followed, stealing a glance at Ning Jiafei, utterly puzzled as to how she had incurred the wrath of this esteemed lady. Supported by her maids, Ning Jiafei entered the tent with an air of supreme arrogance. Foxy looked around, sighed, and reluctantly followed inside. Ning Jiafei seated herself in the place of honor, leaning on a divan, her gaze filled with disdain as she scrutinized Foxy. Foxy lowered her eyes, wondering what this woman intended. With such an unabashed stare, one might think she had fallen in love with me. Alas, if beauty were a crime, she would surely be guilty beyond measure. Forgive her moment of vanity, but the situation was so unbearably awkward that she felt an urge to squirm just to ease the tension. Ning Jiafei extended her hand, idly adjusting her nail guards as she looked up with a mocking tone. "Do you know why I summoned you?" Foxy snapped back to attention and replied with neither humility nor arrogance, "I do not." Ning Jiafei let out a soft, scornful laugh, as if mocking or murmuring to herself, "You don't know." Her expression shifted, her voice turning icy. "Speak. What do you intend to do about it?" Foxy looked up, meeting Ning Jiafei's gaze without blinking, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Speak about what? Please, Your Grace, enlighten me." Ning Jiafei sneered, her eyes fixed on Foxy's stunning face, a cold glint flickering within. She played the fool quite convincingly. "Do you think playing dumb will save you?" As she spoke, she sat upright and raised her hand. Immediately a eunuch closed the tent flaps and a crowd of maids emerged from the surroundings. Foxy's head was filled with question marks. What had she done wrong? Couldn't they just speak plainly? Couldn't they all sit down calmly, have a good talk, and clear up the misunderstanding? No wonder there were always those stubborn characters in palace dramas who would rather die than speak. Now it seemed they probably didn't even know what they were accused of. How could they explain? Foxy opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't know what to say. Because she truly had no idea what to say. "Your Grace, I am not playing dumb." "Humph." Ning Jiafei was enraged. She slammed her hand on the table, her body heaving violently with fury. The dark lines on Foxy's forehead deepened. She even wondered if she should kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy to match the tense atmosphere. Lowering her head slightly, she spoke with sincere words. Your Grace, please tell me what I have done wrong. This only made Ning Jiafei think Foxy was provoking her, and she pointed a trembling finger at Foxy. Relying on the Emperor's leniency, you dare to treat me like this? Foxy looked up, her eyes filled with utter confusion and bewilderment. What on earth was this woman talking about? What had she done to this woman? But judging by her demeanor, could it be that she had indeed done something wrong without realizing it? With this thought, her tone softened again. She performed a bow and said, I beg your Grace to calm your anger. Whatever wrong I have done, I will admit to it. Please, your Grace, inform me of the reason. Ning Jiafei gnashed her teeth. This woman's skill at playing dumb was truly remarkable. Even at this moment, she remained so calm and composed. Foxy, are you stalling for time, waiting for the Prince of Chun to come to your rescue? I advise you to abandon that thought. The Emperor and the others have gone hunting. It will be hours, if not half a day. Foxy glanced up. So what? What did that have to do with her offense? Seeing Foxy still stubbornly unrepentant, Ning Jiafei fumed. Do you truly believe I dare not touch you? Foxy took a deep breath. Stay calm, stay calm. Don't let anger get the better of you. Lest she accidentally talk the other person to death. That would be a grave sin. Your Grace, it's not that I won't speak, but I truly don't know what to say. Ning Jiafei was beside herself with rage and roared, obstinate and unrepentant. A nobody with no background relying on some despicable tricks to seduce the Prince of Chun. Do you think His Highness truly adores you? Foxy's face changed color instantly. If not for her fear of causing trouble, she would have loved to give this woman a good thrashing. What was wrong with her? She couldn't understand plain language, not even as well as her dog Taiju. Her voice turned cold. Your Grace, I beg you to clearly tell me what I have done wrong. I truly do not know. Also, please refrain from personal attacks. Hitting someone in the face hurts their self-esteem. That is not good. Thank you. Ning Jiafei was infuriated by Foxy's words. Her body heaved with rage as she pointed at Foxy, stammering, You. After a long pause, she looked at Foxy's proud demeanor and grew even angrier. What right did she have to be so proud? In this Anjuan kingdom, there were countless women of better birth. What did she have to be so arrogant about? With this thought, her sense of superiority swelled. Her gaze towards Foxy grew more disdainful. The Emperor might spare her for fear of upsetting the Prince of Chun, but she was not afraid. Why would the Prince of Chun go against her for the sake of a Taoist nun like Foxy? Behind her stood an entire tribe. Today she would teach this Foxy her place. Her expression darkened. With a sharp crack, she slammed her palm on the table and scolded harshly. Since you refuse to listen to reason and remain obstinate, don't blame me for showing you no respect nor for disrespecting the Prince of Chun. But I suppose the Prince of Chun doesn't care much for you anyway. Foxy rolled her eyes directly. Damn it. After all that saliva wasted on such a long speech, why couldn't she just state the matter? Then she could answer, and they could settle scores, vent their anger, and go home. Was all this fury and mutual hostility really necessary? Truly, it was like a mother beating her child, utterly without reason. But she couldn't back down either. She lifted her head and met Ning Jiafei's gaze directly. In Ning Jiafei's eyes she saw flames of anger and clenched fists. The woman looked as if she might pounce and bite her at any moment. Your Grace, I truly do not know. I am not truly being obstinate. Do you truly understand what I am saying? Ning Jiafei let out a cold snort, a contemptuous smile, curling at the corner of her mouth. She lounged casually on the divan, extended her hand, and admired her nail guards, stroking them with her other hand. Foxy pondered inwardly. This woman kept looking at her hands, and occasionally slapping the table. That hand had made quite a few appearances. Could it be that she had new nail guards, and wanted Foxy to compliment them? That must be it. Women, after all, were so easily irritable and vain. Suppressing her displeasure, Foxy was just about to muster all her eloquence to praise Ning Jiafei's hand when she heard the cold, ruthless voice, Guards, attend to the Princess of Chun properly. Foxy was taken aback. Attend to her. Could it be that Ning Jiafei had been moved by her sincerity? If so, she truly owed thanks to Ning Jiafei's ears for finally starting to work. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she saw an elderly matron walk out carrying a flat tray. Foxy looked at it with confusion, then swallowed hard. On the tray lay numerous silver needles. Turning her gaze to the elderly matron, she couldn't help but wonder if her surname was wrong. The old woman held a flat platter in her hand. When she noticed Fo, she had spotted her, she sneered coldly, her expression vicious and cruel as she approached. Fo, she turned to look at Consort Ning, her voice calm. Your Highness, are you planning to use unlawful punishment? Consort Ning covered her nose and chuckled. Unlawful punishment. Who witnessed it? Fo, she nodded with a knowing smile. Clear water holds no fish, who a shameless person knows no bounds. Your Highness, do you not intend to respect Prince Chun? Consort Ning mocked. When did I ever say that? Seeing Consort Ning determined to make her suffer Fo, she stopped pretending. She relaxed entirely, turned, and sat on a stool to the side. She picked up the cup of tea on the table, and took a sip, her brow furrowing slightly. The tea is cold. Consort Ning saw Fo she sit down, and became furious. She shot to her feet, pointing at Fo, her face red with anger. After struggling to speak for a moment, she finally spit out 2 words. How dare you? Fo, she looked up smiling sweetly as she slammed the teacup she was holding onto the table with a bang. How dare I? Who saw it? Consort Ning was so infuriated by Fo, that she trembled all over her fingers, shaking uncontrollably. 2 more words burst out: rebellion. Fo, she patted the dust off her clothes, crossed one leg over the other, leaned back, and exuded an air of leisure. She then let out a contemptuous cold snort, as if shouting the words, "What can you do to me?" right on her face. Consort Ning was so angry she stumbled backward. The maidservant behind her immediately rushed forward to support her. Then the servant quickly reached out to soothe her, fearing she might faint from anger. Consort Ning gasped for breath, glaring at Fo, as if nothing had happened. After taking several deep breaths to steady herself, she pointed at Fo. I will make you regret this today. Fo, she spread her hands with a casual and somewhat helpless tone. Your Highness need not bother. I am already beautiful beyond compare. Consort Ning paused for a moment, then realized what was said, and looked displeased. She pointed at Fo and shouted, shameless. Fo, she glanced at her with a cold eye, hinting at something. I have a bad temper. Please speak to me properly, including your finger. Consort Ning was nearly driven mad by anger. She let out a cold snort. Attack her. Teach her a lesson. The old woman heard the command, held her flat platter, and walked toward Fo, with fierce intent. Even as she approached, she arrogantly declared, I have served in the palace for a long time. My subordinates lack discretion. I will apologize to Princess Consort Chen on their behalf. Fo, she did not even glance at her. She was just a passerby. Oh, why was she boasting to me? She kicked the old woman, who fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other maids and eunuchs rushed to surround Fo. Fo, she stood up slowly and shook her 2 feet, her face filled with disgust. What bad luck. I will have to throw these shoes away when I get home. Poor shoes. She then crossed her arms and glared at the maids and eunuchs present with a contemptuous smile. She lifted her foot and slowly walked toward Consort Ning. The temperature is dropping soon, Your Highness. Be careful not to catch a chill. Consort Ning saw Fo approaching her and felt a pang of fear. She took 2 steps back and immediately ordered the surrounding eunuchs and maids catch her. Fo, she continued walking forward, her voice icy cold. Try me. I am the Princess Consort of Prince Chun. My husband is the war god of Anjouan state. Even the emperor would show him some leniency. What are you people at? Hearing this, the maids and eunuchs were immediately frightened and dared not approach. Prince Chun, who among them did not fear? Usually Princess Consort Chen seemed quite gentle. Why was she like this now? Consort Ning watched Fo, she come closer, then looked at the maids and eunuchs standing frozen in place. She pointed at them and said, You are rebelling. Fo, she rolled her eyes. Only rebellion. Can't you think of any other words? Consort Ning stepped back 2 steps, pointing at Fo and trying to appear calm. Listen to me. Do not come closer. I am Consort Ning, a concubine appointed by the emperor. Even if Prince Chun is virtuous and respected, he is still merely a subject, to put it bluntly, a servant. As soon as she finished speaking, her heart sank. She saw all the maids and eunuchs around her kneel down at once. The light in Fo's eyes grew colder. She clasped her hands together, the sound of her bones cracking echoing loudly. A song of sorrow for you. Whether Consort Ning was frightened by Fo or scared by her own words, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. All the maids bowed their heads to the ground, no one daring to help Consort Ning up. Inside the entire tent, only Fo remained standing. Fo, she glanced around with disdain. Such a small amount of nerve, yet you dare to use unlawful punishment. She squatted down and extended her delicate hand, pinching Consort Ning's chin to force her to look up at herself. Fear flashed in Consort Ning's eyes. She thought Fo was a softball she could squeeze at will. She did not realize she had hit a wall. A smile lingered on Fo's lips. As she opened her mouth, a foul odor filled the air, causing her to cough uncontrollably. She released Consort Ning's chin in disgust and shook her hand. Oh my God, the perfume on her body is so pungent it feels like I'm being pickled. Seeing that Fo had let go, Consort Ning thought she was afraid. She tried to compose herself and said, Fo, are you committing an offense against your superior? Fo, she waved her hand in front of her face and covered her mouth, speaking indistinctly. I advise you, if you want good digestion, reduce your garlic intake. She then stood up with a look of disgust, took a deep breath, and assumed a superior posture. I am indeed committing an offense against my superior. Who can witness it? Upon hearing this, Consort Ning's face changed instantly. To teach Fo a lesson, she had ordered all irrelevant people to leave. Fo, she walked over and sat down casually. Tell me, what about me do you dislike? Consort Ning heard this and clenched her fists in anger, looking up at her with a furious gaze. The ghost orchid prepared by the emperor for me. Did you destroy it? Fo, she was choked by this question, causing her prepared lines to die in her womb. After all this trouble, it was just about this. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is not something to be ashamed of. Why treat it like meeting an enemy? She had thought she had kidnapped Consort Ning's pet, which made her so angry. Feeling guilty, she touched her nose and quickly stood up to help Consort Ning up from the ground. Your Highness, be careful. Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Should we call a doctor to examine you? Consort Ning was stunned by this sudden change. After 2 seconds she realized what was happening, pushed Fo's hand away, and wiped her tears with a handkerchief, sobbing, "It's all because of you, it's all because of you." Fo knew she was in the wrong, and awkwardly reached out to hold Consort Ning's hand, but Consort Ning shook her hand away violently. Consort Ning accused Fo with a mix of snot and tears. "Wah. It's all because of you, it's all because you. Why you made me lose so much face, why you made people mock me." What could Fo do but coax her? "Don't cry. Say I didn't mean it. Will you believe me?" Ning Jiafei was crying, wiping away her tears incessantly. Just then a mosquito flew over and circled around the two of them. Buzz. So conflicted, whose blood is sweeter? Fo paused in patting Ning Jiafei's hand and, unseen by others, pointed her finger at the weeping Ning Jiafei, indicating that her blood was tastier. The mosquito flew a circle around Ning Jiafei, then disdainfully moved a bit farther away. Buzz. So much snot and tears, it ruins a mosquito's appetite. Then it flew before Fo's eyes. Buzz. This one looks good, tender flesh, the blood should be quite fragrant. Fo widened her eyes and glared at it in anger. Buzz. Let me have a taste first. Fo waved one hand back and forth, trying to shoo the mosquito away. Buzz. Quite a temper. Fo's eyes widened, filled with a warning that if the mosquito dared to bite her, she would swat it dead. The mosquito paused for a moment, then looked at Ning Jiafei. Buzz, judging by her expression, she's acting right now, her blood surely isn't pure. Fo was about to slap the mosquito dead, but upon hearing this her hand, which had already touched the mosquito, stopped, instantly turning into a gentle stroke. She then cupped the mosquito in her palm. Sure enough, Ning Jiafei looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice choked with sobs. What's done is done. Let's both take a step back, pretend today never happened, and that I never said anything. I'm unwell now and unfit for the horse race. What say you, Princess Chen? Fo watched Ning Jiafei's face change so swiftly and fell into deep thought. Seeing Fo's hesitation, Ning Jiafei's heart pounded with anxiety. If Prince Chen learned of her words, both she and her family would be annihilated. Without a word, Fo stepped out of the tent, for she had heard the mosquito's faint voice saying it was about to die. Reaching a secluded spot, she opened her palm to find the mosquito lying feebly in the center. Dead. If not, get up and party. The mosquito stirred. Buzz. Heavens, you can understand me. Join our family. I guarantee you'll have fresh blood every day and won't be killed. Buzz. Nothing in this world comes for free. I'm an old hand. Spit it out, what do you need me to do? Fo smiled. Talking to a clever mosquito saves trouble. It's simple, stay by my side and bite whoever I find disagreeable. Buzz. You're so wicked, but I like it. With that, the mosquito flew up and landed on Fo's shoulder. With a satisfied expression, Fo walked toward the resting area. Princess Chen. Upon seeing Fo, everyone rose and bowed. Fo nodded. Rise. The crowd cast a glance at Fo. She then looked behind her, quite puzzled. Understanding their curiosity, Fo took a sip of tea and said calmly, Ning Jiafei was suddenly taken ill. The crowd understood. Ning Xinhuan, sitting to one side, was furious to see Fo return unscathed. She clenched her handkerchief tightly, gritting her teeth to keep her expression from betraying her. What was wrong with Ning Jiafei? Hadn't she told her that the ghost orchid was destroyed by Fo? Out of the corner of her eye, she stole a glance at Fo. Why was Fo so lucky? Even the crown prince had warned her not to disturb Bei Ming Chen and Fo, saying he would avenge her after Fo gave birth. Buzz. That little beauty beside you bears you a great grudge. Buzz. Judging by her face, Before the mosquito could finish Fo, felt a slap on her shoulder, followed by the voice of the Princess of Lin. Fo, there was a mosquito on you. I killed it for you. Fo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, her expression quite amusing. She forced a stiff laugh. Ha. Thanks. Then she lowered her eyes and silently mourned for the mosquito for a second. Rest in peace. Alas, her promise hadn't even lasted half an hour before the mosquito was killed. But since the mosquito had no chance to leave a bad review, it wouldn't affect her future recruitment of other mosquitoes. The sound of hooves approached, growing louder. Fo opened her eyes and saw the main hunting party returning. His Majesty is back. Someone shouted, and everyone rose to bow. Long live His Majesty 10,000 years. The Emperor dismounted, his face beaming. Ha. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Numerous princes and noble scions also dismounted, their horses laden with cute small game animals. The Emperor took his seat, sipped his tea, and watched which ladies the noble scions presented their game to. If it displeased him, he would directly issue a marriage decree to separate the couple. Married men, mindful of their wives' dignity, first gave the small game they had caught to their wives, then took the remaining animals to give to their paramours. Such was the case for the Princess of Lin, who sat beside Fo. The Princess of Lin reached out to take the wild hair from the Prince of Lin. It was a black-gray one. Before she could even smile, she saw the prince walk past her and present the white hair in his arms to a noble lady. Fo glanced over. Seeing the Princess of Lin on the verge of tears, her eyes brimming, she wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know what to say. The Princess of Lin tilted her head back as if talking to herself, or asking Fo, she beside her, lift your head and see the sky. Tell me what lies beyond the sky. Fo, she followed the Princess of Lin's gaze upward. Beyond the sky was the Earth's surface, and circling it was of course the Xiangpiopio milk tea. She lowered her head, and said softly, Sister, you. I'm fine. I'll get used to it. Fo, she nodded, then turned her head to look around. Only then did she notice that Bei Ming Chen hadn't returned. She was somewhat puzzled. The Emperor also noticed, and said to the guard, Why hasn't Prince Chen returned yet? The guard knelt and bowed. Reporting to your majesty, Prince Chen has gone deep into the jungle. He said. What did Prince Chen say? The Emperor's expression darkened. Prince Chen said he was going to hunt a tiger to present to the Princess Chen. At these words, everyone gasped, not because Bei Ming Chen was hunting a tiger, but because he wanted to give it to the Princess Chen. Wasn't that an insult? Was Prince Chen implying that the Princess Chen was a tigress? Fo, she pursed her lips. Bei Ming Chen was something else, actually going to hunt a tiger for her. A trace of anger flickered across the Emperor's face. He said in a deep voice, Nonsense. Send someone to check on him at once. Yes. The guard bowed, rose, and hurried away. Seeing the Emperor's anxious expression, Fo, she also grew worried. Hunting a tiger seemed quite dangerous. Bei Ming Chen had somehow appeared beside Fo, and said softly, Princess Chen, do not worry too much. Prince Chen will be fine. Fo, she nodded. Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince. Bei Ming Chen nodded, and walked past Fo. A breeze lifted Fo's hair, and Bei Ming Chen caught a faint scent of herbs. His pupils contracted sharply, and he then moved nonchalantly toward Ning Xianwan. Fo, she did not notice the change, and Bei Ming Chen sat down on her own, and whispered to the nearby Princess Lin. Sister. Upon hearing this voice, Fo, she closed her eyes and felt annoyed, wanting to kick away. Ning Xianwan's skin was as thick as one could get, and it could be exchanged for new whenever she liked. She turned around with a smile on her face, but inside, she was seething with anger. Ning Xianwan still carried her unique scent, simple and unadorned like plain tea and rice, fading as quickly as the tea after it's drunk. Just one glance made one want to scald her with boiling water, but she probably wouldn't mind. Ning Xianwan saw Fo, she looking at her with bright smiling eyes, yet remained silent. Remembering the prince's instructions, she smiled, and said, Sister, are you free tomorrow? She stopped here, remembering what Fo she had said last time, paused for a moment, then continued, Sister, will you be at the manor tomorrow? Fo, she scoffed inwardly, took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and looked over calmly. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll be here for the next few decades. Ning Xianwan was left speechless, unconsciously stroking the rabbit in her lap. Fo, she noticed the lazy rabbit in her arms, secretly rubbing her fingers, silently shouting in her heart. Little rabbit, open your mouth. I want to hear me here. Quickly open your mouth, tell me what you've got. Let me hear your sexy, magnetic, betraying voice. The rabbit, perhaps because of Ning Xianwan's petting, or having eaten too much, fell asleep nestled in her arms. Fo, she frowned, wondering if she was being looked down upon. To stare was one thing, but to fall asleep was excessive. The rabbit in its dreams sucked its nose, and opened its mouth slightly. Fo, she vaguely heard that there wasn't enough carrot. This glutton. After regaining her composure, Ning Xianwan spoke again. Sister, the Marquis went to hunt a tiger on your behalf. The Marquis must truly love you, sister. Do you think I'm right? To your big brother, be nicer. Fo, she leaned back in her chair, scolding in the softest voice possible. Ning Xianwan's smile nearly collapsed. She forced herself to compose herself, reattaching her tea smile. Sister. I'm younger than Miss Ning. If Miss Ning condescends to call me sister, then I should at least call you Miss Ning, mother-in-law. Ning Xianwan's face instantly turned a stunning shade of red. Her hand unconsciously tightened on the rabbit. The rabbit in pain struggled in her arms, emitting a hissing sound. Hiss! Hiss! Let go! Seeing Ning Xianwan wouldn't release it, the rabbit opened its mouth and bit Ning Xianwan's hand. Ning Xianwan in pain dropped the rabbit and quickly protected her hand. Hiss! Hiss! Even rabbits hurt when bitten. Hiss! Hiss! Damn it, I'm all spiky, don't mess with me. Fo, she could no longer hold back her laughter. To avoid letting others discover, she looked down on Ning Xianwan. She bit her lip with her teeth, forcing herself not to laugh out loud. Ning Xianwan glared at the rabbit with anger, her eyes, as if she wanted to kill it, skin it alive, and eat its meat. The rabbit immediately ran backward a few steps, turning around. Hiss! Hiss! Rabbit's so cute, how could you want to eat the rabbit? Fo, she beckoned to the rabbit with a finger, her expression enigmatic. Come here. The rabbit looked at the two women before it, and took off running. Fo, did she look like a bad uncle luring children? Ning Xianwan glanced at Bei Ming Chen across from her, gathering her courage. Sister. She had barely begun when Fo's word mother-in-law appeared, so she quickly corrected herself. Princess Chen, everything in the past was my fault. Please don't hold it against me. Fo, she looked at Ning Xianwan, her eyes overflowing with contempt. Her mouth opened, I knew you were about to say something stupid. I know it was all your fault, so don't ask me to forgive it. I'm going to hold it against you. Ning Xianwan's face stiffened, but she forced a smile and continued, Princess Chen, can we talk somewhere else? No, I won't lend you my ear. Soon the sound of Ning Xianwan gritting her teeth reached Fuo Shi. She looked up and saw Ning Xianwan clenching her fists tightly. She cleared her throat. In front of everyone, Miss Ning, you should restrain yourself, or else I'll report you for threatening my personal safety. Ning Xianwan really wanted to walk away then and there, but seeing Bei Ming Chen not far away, she suppressed her anger. Ning Xianwan's best friend Jiang Tiantian had been watching their interaction the whole time. Seeing Fuo Shi giving her no face and Ning Xianwan's face already stiff with anger, Jiang Tiantian became furious, stood up abruptly, and walked toward the two of them with a voice burning with rage. Fuo Shi, don't push your luck. This voice drew the attention of all the young ladies around them. Ning Xianwan's face immediately turned unbearable. She felt everyone was watching her spectacle, and in her heart, she cursed Jiang Tiantian as stupid as a pig. Fuo Shi looked back and forth between the two, shocking everyone. Not only will I push my luck, I'll also get on your face. Jiang Tiantian's face flushed red. Seeing everyone looking at her, she thought on her feet, you can think whatever you want, but I won't give you the chance. As soon as those words came out, the young ladies looked at her even more intensely. She glanced sideways at Ning Xianwan standing beside her, trying to get her to speak up. Ning Xianwan had no desire to invite further trouble, but Jiang Tiantian was speaking up for her. If she didn't help today, she might lose a protector in the future. Princess Chen. After making up her mind, she had barely begun to speak, when Fuo, she stood up waving her hand in the air and muttering, buzzing so annoying. Then she turned to the Princess Lin beside her, sister, I'm going to find Bei Ming Chen. Keep an eye on my seat. Don't let anything dirty fall on it. After saying that, she slipped away without a trace. The Princess Lin nodded, then looked at Ning Xianwan, her gaze cold as ice, as if she wanted to freeze Ning Xianwan into an ice sculpture. These young ladies were so fond of married men. Ning Xianwan felt the Princess Lin's gaze, her body stiffening with embarrassment. She forced an awkward smile, turned, and walked forward. The Prince Lin was the Emperor's son, and the Princess Lin was the daughter of a first-rank great general. She couldn't afford to offend her. After Fuo Shi ran out, she headed deeper into the woods, scanning the forest around her. Where had Bei Ming Chen gone? Had he been eaten by a big tiger? At this thought, she paused, her face filled with worry. If Bei Ming Chen had been eaten by a tiger, should she avenge him by killing the tiger, or should she feed it well and keep it? After all, the tiger's body contained Bei Ming Chen's flesh and blood. Princess Chen. Fuo Shi heard the voice, turned around, and upon recognizing the person, bowed and saluted, Your Imperial Highness. Bei Ming Hui smiled gently, his voice as clear and pleasant as spring water. Is Princess Chen worried about Prince Chen? Fuo Shi nodded thoughtfully. Whether she was worried or not didn't matter. The important thing was she wanted to come out for some fresh air. Bei Ming Hui walked forward. Your Highness is also very worried. Why don't we go take a look together? Princess Chen, please. Fuo Shi nodded. Thank your Imperial Highness for your concern. The two walked forward together, Fuo Shi's eyes constantly fixed on the woods. Bei Ming Hui lowered his head slightly, glancing at Fuo Shi as if casually asking, Princess Chen, are you still recovering from your injury? Fuo Shi paused for a second. What injury? Then she realized, that minor wound had probably healed long ago. Why did Bei Ming Hui suddenly ask about her injury? Your Highness, it has long since fully healed, she replied. Bei Ming Hui nodded thoughtfully. Since her physical wounds had healed, why did she still carry a faint medicinal scent, particularly reminiscent of saffron? Suddenly a startling thought crossed his mind. Could it be Bei Ming Chen? He turned to glance at Fuo Shi, whose face remained expressionless. His eyes narrowed, and a wave of irritation washed over him. A sudden gleam lit up Bei Ming Hui's eyes as an idea struck him. He spoke calmly. I am aware that the Chun princess shares some history with Wanner. Allow me to offer an apology on her behalf. Fuo Shi hesitated briefly, then spoke with a hint of a smile. Is your Highness the Crown Prince enamored with Miss Ning? Bei Ming Hui smiled, but offered no reply. Perplexed by Bei Ming Hui's intentions, Fuo Shi's brow twitched slightly before she quickly offered a tight-lipped smile. Your Highness, I shall go ahead and take a look. Without waiting for his answer, she strode forward. Bei Ming Hui watched her retreating figure, his face losing its usual warmth. Once she was far enough away, Fuo Shi broke into a run and stole a glance backward. Seeing no sign of Bei Ming Hui, she let out a sigh. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt he had some ulterior motive concerning her, though not of a romantic nature. She shuddered at the unsettling thought. After walking further ahead, without spotting Bei Ming Chen, she couldn't help but frown. Where had that wretched man gone? Had he actually gone up the mountain to fight a tiger? Honestly, did he not know his own limits? Lifting her head to scan the area, she spotted a bird's nest in a tree ahead. Delighted, she ran over, patted the trunk, looked around, and whispered softly, Little swallow, little swallow. A head popped out from the nest. Chirp, chirp. We are magpies. Fuo Shi cleared her throat. Sorry about that. I'd like to ask you something. Chirp chirp. I don't know, it replied before ducking back inside. Fo, she quickly called out, come out. I haven't even told you what I need to ask. Her only answer was silence. Pursing her lips, she spotted a woodpecker pecking at a tree trunk in the distance, and hurried over. Are you free? I wanted to ask. Chirp chirp. I'm busy, it interrupted, flapping its wings and flying away. Fo, she was left speechless, feeling a deep sense of hostility. What do you want to ask? Lost and confused Fo, she heard a voice. She looked around, but saw no animal. Turning in a circle, she asked, which animal is speaking? Look down. Watch your step. Fo, she immediately jumped back, only to see a snail crushed beneath her foot, its guts spilling out. The sight was gruesome. Fo, she swallowed hard. It had been a long time since she'd had snails. Shaking her head, she hurried on. After walking for a while, without seeing any sign of anyone or any animals, a sense of panic set in. Had Bei Ming Chen been eaten by a tiger? With no other choice, she decided to climb a tree to get a better view. Where has Bei Ming Chen gone? Standing on a branch, she shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand and scanned the surroundings. The air really is better up here. Bei Ming Chen emerged from behind an earthen slope and saw the girl in a yellow dress, her hand shielding her eyes as she gazed into the distance. She looked a bit like a monkey. Fo, she. Hearing her name Fo, she looked down and saw Bei Ming Chen standing unharmed at the base of the tree. Her anxiety vanished, replaced by a mischievous grin. Wretched man, behold my lofty position. I really want to step on his head and make him sing conquer. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Bei Ming Chen's face darkened, but fearing that startling her might cause her to fall, he suppressed his anger and said cautiously, come down quickly, be careful not to. Before he could finish the word fall, the branch beneath Fo, she's feet, snapped with a crack, and she began to descend rapidly. Up. In her panic, Fo, she reached out to grab the tree trunk, but the branch she grabbed broke off at the fork, falling to the ground before she did. Bei Ming Chen had braced himself to catch her, but a falling branch struck him on the head before he could react. Then Fo, she crashed down on top of him, pinning him to the ground. A loud crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of breaking branches. Dust and smoke rose, obscuring the scene from onlookers. The guards carrying a trussed-up tiger stood frozen in place, their faces filled with curiosity as they stared ahead. The loud crash had sounded like an explosion, leaving their ears ringing. Fo, she held in Bei Ming Chen's arms, lifted her head once the noise subsided. Looking around dazedly, she saw the large tree lying fallen on the ground. Turning back to Bei Ming Chen, she found him spitting blood, his face pale. Fo, she gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, and quickly scrambled off him. Oh no, did I crush Bei Ming Chen to death? Bei Ming Chen, are you dead? Hearing her voice, Bei Ming Chen slowly opened his eyes, and with all his remaining strength said angrily, don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Fo, she nodded. That's a relief. Seeing Bei Ming Chen's face darken, she quickly stood up and took his arm. Come on, let me help you up. Seeing this, the guards rushed over. Your Highness, allow us. With a single heave, Fo, she pulled Bei Ming Chen to his feet, then diligently brushed the dirt off his clothes. The guards took the weakened Bei Ming Chen from Fo, she, and hurried towards the camp. The emperor was pacing restlessly, unable to hide his anxiety. If anything happened to Bei Ming Chen, there would be serious trouble. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the Chun prince has been carried back to his tent. A guard rushed in, kneeling to report. The emperor's heart sank. Is he injured? He asked, his brow furrowed. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor rose and quickly strode towards Bei Ming Chen's tent. How is the prince? Entering the tent, the emperor walked to the bedside, asking with concern, Your Majesty, the prince's left arm has suffered a heavy blow and his internal organs have sustained minor trauma. He will likely need several days of rest to recover, reported an older imperial physician respectfully. The emperor's heart grew heavy at the news, his brow deeply furrowed. Your Majesty, do not worry too much. The Chun prince is blessed by heaven and will surely recover without serious issue, a eunuch beside him offered in consolation. When Bei Ming Chen regained consciousness, the first thing he heard was a rhythmic crunching sound. He slowly opened his eyes to see Fo, she holding a basin larger than her face, eating something. In a weak voice he asked, What are you eating? Hearing his voice, Fo, she looked over excitedly. Your Highness, you're awake. Fo, she brought the basin closer for him to see. These are potato chips. I made them myself. They're really crispy. Bei Ming Chen looked at them. Let me try one to see how crispy they are. Fo, she pulled the basin away, shaking her head. This is junk food. Let me handle it. You're injured. This isn't suitable for you. She picked up a chip, put it in her mouth, and chewed noisily. Listen, is it crispy? Bei Ming Chen could only hear the rhythmic crunching sound. The corner of Bei Ming Chen's mouth twitched a few times. He heard it very crisp, but he still wanted to try it. He had never eaten this kind of potato chip before. He made a move to sit up, but as soon as he moved, the pain in his chest made him give up. He extended one hand. Come help me up, let me try it. Fuo, she chewed on the potato chip and sat back, shaking his head. Prince, this thing really can't be eaten by patients. Just listen, you know it's very good. These are my snacks made with great effort, not sharing with you. Bei Ming Chen's face darkened visibly. He thought Fuoshi was really concerned about his health and wouldn't let him eat this potato chip, but reality slapped him hard. Cough cough. Bei Ming Chen coughed violently, whether from anger or something else. Fuoshi looked up, seeing Bei Ming Chen's dark face, just about to move, but then thought of something and sat back, his mouth moving slightly, his words unclear. What's wrong with you? Bei Ming Chen's chest heaved violently, almost suffocating, took a deep breath and coughed again. Cough cough cough. Fuoshi finally couldn't bear it, took 2 steps forward, sat by the bed, and reached out to help Bei Ming Chen catch his breath, complaining. You are so direct. I asked you what was wrong, you just tell me why. Use actions to show it. Look, your face is red from coughing. Like a steamed crab. Bei Ming Chen was so angry that he couldn't even take a deep breath. He was so angry that his teeth were clenched, his head was hot, and he couldn't sit up. He could only reach out angrily to grab Fuoshi's wrist. Fuoshi quickly put down the basin in her arms, patting Bei Ming Chen's hand that was holding her wrist, mumbling, Let go, the doctor told you to rest well. Bei Ming Chen glared at Fuoshi. Fuoshi took advantage of his injury, unable to do anything to her, so she bullied him as much as possible. Fuoshi felt something was wrong, and an expression of surprise and confusion appeared on her face. Is Bei Ming Chen angry? Is he angry because I injured him? Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on her face, like a beautiful rose blooming on her cheeks. She said in a clear voice, Prince, if others ask how you were injured, can you not say it was because I fell on you? Bei Ming Chen raised his eyebrows and let go of Fuoshi's hand, saying indifferently, How does the princess tell others? Fuoshi smiled bashfully, reached out to touch her nose, and coughed lightly. I told those people that the prince was injured by a tiger. Bei Ming Chen looked at Fuoshi with a smile and sighed it was the same. He swallowed in his throat. He was too angry earlier and didn't notice he was thirsty now. He felt his throat was almost smoking. He reached out to point at the tea on the table. Fuoshi saw that Bei Ming Chen's complexion had improved. She knew he wouldn't care about these small things. Happily picked up the basin again. As soon as she held it in her arms, Bei Ming Chen's hand reached out. Fuoshi looked at that hand, immediately hugged the basin, and stood up, walking out, her voice drifting. Prince, you rest well. I will come back to see you later. Bei Ming Chen just opened his mouth. The word water had not been spoken when he heard a bang of the door closing. He looked at the water on the table, then looked at the wrapped upper body, then remembered that he had ordered that no men be allowed into Chenxi courtyard. He clenched his teeth, and with great effort, he slowly sat up, reaching out to grab the tea on the table. She happily walked out of Chenxi courtyard, stood at the door, looked back, looked up at the sun. One word, refreshing. Seeing Ling Xiao not far away, she walked towards him. After Ling Xiao left, she sighed, thinking it had been a long time since she saw her pet group, so she walked towards the old courtyard. As she reached the gate, she heard the voice of the husky. Woof woof woof. 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4. Change the pose. Do it again. Woof woof. Very good, let's do it again. Woof woof woof. 1 2 3 4. She was eager to know what the pets were doing, opened the door, and walked in. Only at a glance, she widened her pupils, and her body involuntarily fell backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Only then did she see those Mickey Mouses, Donald Ducks, Garfields, Pleasant Goofs, Rascal Rabbits, standing in neat rows, waving their short and thick arms back and forth. The dog stood at the front in a leadership posture, directing those pets. The pets heard the sound, all turned back to look, seeing Fuoshi. They rushed forward like mad. Sister Fuoshi. Sister Fuoshi, woo woo. Sister Fuoshi, you finally came. Sister Fuoshi. Fuoshi stretched out her hands, palms open, slowly lifting them up, accompanied by inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling. After adjusting her mindset, she put her hands down. Before she could speak, she saw the picture flash, and the husky pounced on her. Woof woof. Sister Fuoshi, I miss you so much. Fuoshi shook her legs, shaking the husky off her legs, coughed lightly, and walked like a leader, inspecting, circling around the pets seriously. You guys, your life is going well. They've all gained weight, especially the Garfield with so much belly fat that it drags on the ground. The pets hadn't spoken yet. The husky ran up first. Woof. You're right, we've been having a great time these days. Gigi. Sister Fuoshi, what instructions do you have for this visit? No, I just came to see you. Woof. You've seen it, you can go now. Looking at those pets, they also seemed to agree with the husky. Fuoshi was about to speak. Song Xian came in from the heart, seeing the various pets in the courtyard, stopped at the door, his voice trembling. Princess, the concubine princess invites you to go out. Will you go? Fuoshi hadn't spoken yet when she heard the husky say woof. Go quickly, humans and beasts are different. Come back when you have time. Fuoshi said to Song Xian, I'll be out soon. Song Xian answered immediately and ran away. Oh my god, those pets were too scary. Fuoshi glared at the husky, clenching her fists, the bones creaking, gritting her teeth. Today, I will let you know what it means to be between humans and ghosts. The husky was scared and turned around and ran. Woof. This Chinwang's mansion will have 2 tigers from now on, 1 male and 1 female. Fuoshi pulled her hand back, pointing at the husky. You wait for me. Then she walked out of the old courtyard straight to the gate of Chinwang's mansion, seeing a carriage parked in front of the gate. without guessing she knew it was the concubine princess. Concubine princess sister. Is it Fuo she? Come in. Fuo she stepped on the footrest and sat down looking at the concubine princess's face. Full of worry she softly asked, Sister, do you have something on your mind? The concubine princess sighed. That woman is already pregnant. Fuo she blinked in surprise when she heard the concubine princess say, The prince asked me to give the child a name saying that the child should shine and have a bright future. Fuo she raised her eyebrows shining and brightening. Bei Ming Chen LED. Fo she felt an irresistible urge to laugh, but catching sight of the princess of Lin by her side, she bit her lip to stifle the mirth. If she let out a chuckle now, wouldn't the princess think she was being provocative? She hoped no one would come at her with a blade again. Clearing her throat softly she began, Sister you. Fo she was burning with curiosity. The princess of Lin had been wed to the prince of Lin for so long, yet no child had blessed her womb. How was it that a concubine was pregnant first? Could the child truly be the prince of Lin's? There might be a hidden truth, for the imperial family was notoriously plagued with infertility. The princess of Lin let out a gentle sigh, her hand resting on her own belly. With a sorrowful voice she lamented, This womb of mine is truly uncooperative. Hearing this, Fo, she shook her head. This has nothing to do with you. It depends on the prince of Lin's seed. She stopped mid-sentence. Good heavens, what was she saying? She was explaining the facts of life to someone from ancient times. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The princess of Lin looked utterly perplexed. Depends on what the prince of Lin plants. Fo she pressed her lips together, then opened her mouth, pausing for a few seconds. It depends on whether His Highness the Prince of Lin has planted sunflowers. Sunflowers? Fo she nodded. Sunflowers face the sunlight they can. The young lady was not talented enough to spin this yarn any further. The princess of Lin, however, thought Fo she was hinting at something and did not press further. Fo she quickly changed the subject. Sister. The princess of Lin smiled. Fo she just call me by my name. Fo she was at a loss. Name. What was the princess of Lin's name? She had no idea. Opening her mouth she said, Calling you sister makes us feel closer. The princess of Lin nodded with a smile, genuinely fond of having a sister like Fo she. Fo she breathed a sigh of relief at having dodged that bullet and smiled back at the princess of Lin. The princess of Lin laughed as well, speaking softly. Seeing how innocent you are, the prince of Chun must treat you very well. You must have never encountered any truly frightening people or things. Bei Ming Chen. He treated her well enough, didn't he? Who said she had never met a terrifying person? Mom, it was this woman called Mom, who wouldn't let her go anywhere. Staying home was an invitation to be despised. If she helped, she was called a nuisance. If she didn't, she was lazy. If she slept, she was a pig. If she sat, she was an eyesore. If she played on her phone, she was told to crawl inside it. If she didn't, she stood there like a block of wood. In short, whenever Mom was angry, even her breathing was a mistake. She missed her mother terribly and wondered how many times she had remarried in the half year since she had left. Your Highness, the Princess of Chun, we have arrived at the riverbank. The carriage stopped and the driver's voice rang out. Fo she helped the Princess of Lin, and they descended from the carriage one after the other, then strolled forward. A gentle breeze brushed by, causing the leaves to sway and fall. After falling, they were lifted again, fluttering away into the distance one after another. The Princess of Lin caught a falling leaf, looked up at the drifting foliage, and a faint melancholy and wistfulness filled her eyes. Fo she followed her gaze. White clouds drifted across the blue sky, and beneath the white clouds horses galloped. The Princess of Lin's gaze followed the leaves as they drifted into the distance. Without blinking, she casually remarked, The leaves are falling. Fo she hummed softly in agreement. The leaves fell not because the tree was unwilling to keep them, nor because the wind chased them, but because of the abundance of abscisic acid produced. Sister, let's go over there and have a look. All right. They walked forward and saw someone fishing nearby. The person released the fish they had just caught. The Princess of Lin's brow was soft and gentle. Fo she watched the fish swim away, lost in thought. A fish so hard to catch should be released. With ginger, and don't forget to season it with soy sauce. Minnie. A voice came from behind Fo she. Minnie. Who was that? The Princess of Lin beside her heard it, turned around, and upon recognizing the person, her face lit up with a joyful smile. She stepped forward and took the woman's hand, who bowed slightly in greeting to the princess. Xiangying, what brings you here? The girl named Xiangying laughed. I have nothing to do, so I thought I'd come out for a stroll. The Princess of Lin nodded and turned slightly. This is the Princess of Chun. Xiangying immediately bowed. Greetings, Princess of Chun. There is no need for formalities. Xiangying looked around and said to them, This place is rather dull. Let's go to the manor. The Princess of Lin looked at Fo she and asked softly, Fo she, would you like to go? I'm fine with anything. So the three of them strolled into the manor and entered an inn. The innkeeper seemed to know Xiangying and came out to greet her as soon as she arrived. Come sit over here. Bring tea quickly. Fo she smiled and helped the Princess of Lin over to sit down. Xiangying pointed at the innkeeper and said, This is Manchu. After speaking, she glanced at the Princess of Lin and said with a pursed lip smile, I find that people with the character man in their names are particularly gentle and lovely. Fo, she raised an eyebrow. Who said that? Did they not respect Ultraman? Fo, she have a sip of tea. The Princess of Lin, seeing Fo, she in a daze, thought she was feeling awkward or bored. Fo, she snapped back to reality and replied, all right. They sat quietly for a while. Fo, she turned to look at the sky, wondering how Bei Ming Chen was doing. She had deliberately angered Bei Ming Chen to get back at him for how he had treated her recently. She averted her gaze. She had sent Ling Xiao to take care of him, so he should be fine. The Princess of Lin noticed Fo Shi's distraction and said with a smile, Fo Shi, it's getting late. Let's head back. A wide smile spread across Fo Shi's face. She agreed, stood up, and helped the Princess of Lin to her feet. After exchanging pleasantries, they walked towards the door. The journey back to the Prince of Chen's mansion was quiet. Fo Shi bid farewell to the Princess of Lin and stepped down from the carriage. Your Highness. Your Highness. The guards at the gate of the Prince of Chen's mansion bowed in greeting when they saw Fo Shi. Fo Shi hurried inside, walking straight to the Chenshi courtyard. She looked around and found it empty, a flicker of doubt in her heart. Where has everyone gone? With a creak, Fo Shi pushed open the door. She poked her head in first, and hearing no sound, she slowly entered the room. Is Bei Ming Chen asleep? Fo Shi sneaked a look as she walked. Just as she stepped into the inner chamber, she saw Bei Ming Chen lying on the bed, his eyes wide open and incredibly fierce. She paused for a moment, then hurried over. Your Highness, why haven't you rested yet? Bei Ming Chen didn't want to acknowledge Fo Shi, but his mouth disobeyed him. I haven't eaten yet. Fo Shi nodded. Then why didn't you eat? Bei Ming Chen's fists were clenched, his whole body radiating displeasure, clearly expressing his anger to Fo Shi. Fo Shi bit her lip. Could it be that he's not hungry? It seems injured people often don't want to eat. Your Highness, you're a grown man. Why are you being so childish? If you don't eat, you won't have the strength or nutrition. Without strength and nutrition, you'll be stuck in bed forever. Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. I was waiting for you. Fo Shi quickly stepped forward to soothe his temper, adding another jab while she was at it. I've already eaten. As he finished speaking, Bei Ming Chen's face turned a livid purple, and he glared at her with ferocious intensity. Foxy pressed her lips together, watching Bei Ming Chen for a moment. Fearing she might actually anger him to death, she patted his chest and said softly, then what would you like to eat? I want to eat the food you make, Bei Ming Chen blurted out. He then fixed his gaze on Foxy, his eyes brimming with unspoken anticipation. Foxy was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly recovered. Are you sure you want to eat something I cook? She confirmed. I wouldn't even dare to eat my own cooking. My mother once graced my cooking with her esteemed review. It's just salt with a garnish of vegetables. Look how pitiful those few leaves are, completely dehydrated. A thought struck Bei Ming Chen. Foxy had a family in her original world. Would she try every possible way to return? At this thought, a surge of violence rose within him, but he quickly suppressed it. No, he couldn't scare her again. If she ran away, he could find her, but if her soul departed, where would he search? Foxy watched the aura around Bei Ming Chen shift and change, puzzled by what was happening. Then his gentle voice reached her ears. As long as it's made by you, I will love it. A charming smile bloomed on Foxy's face, dimples lightly forming. She withdrew her hand, stood up, and walked out. Then wait for a moment. Bei Ming Chen was momentarily dazed by her smile. He only snapped back to reality when the sound of her voice and the closing door reached him. Turning his head, his brows softened with tenderness, and he laughed silently. Radiating joy, an unconscious smile gracing her lips, Foxy rushed straight to the kitchen. As she entered, the steward approached and bowed respectfully. This humble one greets the princess. Foxy nodded. Don't mind me, go about your business. I'm here to cook for Bei Ming Chen. The steward immediately knelt and kowtowed. This servant reports the kitchen has prepared meals today, but the prince said he didn't wish to eat. Foxy realized the steward had misunderstood. Just as she was about to speak, a flash of white light streaked before her eyes. By the time she reacted, the light had already descended. Focusing her gaze, she saw it was a chef tossing a flatbread into the air. Good heavens, she almost thought the dough had turned into a spirit. The steward, hearing no response for a long time, looked up and followed Foxy's gaze. He inquired cautiously, does the princess wish to taste the flatbread? Foxy nodded, withdrawing her gaze. She was indeed curious about the flavor of that almost spiritual dough skin. I want the one he's making right now. As you command. Foxy entered the kitchen, glancing around as she pondered what to make for Bei Ming Chen. The steward approached respectfully. Your Highness, is there anything this humble one can do? Foxy shook her head and looked sideways at him. What's good for a sick person to eat? Something easy to digest. Foxy nodded and waved her hand, signaling for the steward to return to his work. Easy to digest. Why did that make her think of digestive tablets? Shaking her head, she saw the flour before her. Her eyes curved into crescents. She decided to show off a little skill. Rolling up her sleeves, she got to work, looking quite capable from a distance. After kneading the dough, Foxy looked around. Handsome sir, could I borrow your rolling pin? The man acknowledged, not understanding handsome sir, but grasping the latter part of her request. Foxy took the rolling pin and set it aside. She pressed the dough ball with her hands, then picked up a knife to cut it into small pieces. She rolled each piece with the pin, examined it, then stretched it with her hands to make it as thin as possible. Satisfied, she moved on to the next. After rolling them all, she gathered the dough skins together with her hands. The steward was astonished by Foxy's actions, silently wondering if the princess was making dumplings. Foxy started a pot of water to boil. When it was ready, she grabbed the dough pieces and threw them in, even stirring a few times with chopsticks for show before covering the pot. Then she took a large bowl, chopped some green onions, and prepared seasonings. Feeling the dough should be done, she walked over and lifted the lid. Her eyes widened instantly, and she gasped. A thick white puffy layer of dough skins floated in the pot, resembling some mutated form of fish tofu. Had they expanded from the heat? Foxy looked around awkwardly. The people nearby quickly averted their shocked gazes, turning away, looking up, or bowing their heads in a strangely coordinated fashion. Foxy cleared her throat. I made this for Taiju. He prefers his food this way. Everyone remained silent. Foxy quickly covered the pot and rubbed her nose. How was she going to salvage this? What would Bei Ming Chen have for dinner now? Just as she was thinking of passing off the chef's prepared dishes, she spotted a small pumpkin in the corner. A gleam of delight shone in her eyes. She walked over, picked up the pumpkin, and chopped it into small pieces. She put them into the pot, added water, covered it, and let it sit for half an hour. Standing up, she lifted the lid and carefully added salt. After stirring, she looked at the pot of golden yellow, extremely watery pumpkin porridge and felt a little nauseous. An idea struck her, and she sprinkled some flour into it. The porridge began to bubble and gurgle in the pot. Foxy picked up a spoon and stirred a few times. She grabbed a basin and ladled the porridge in her wrist, trembling twice before the sticky substance finally slid off the spoon. The chef stole a glance and suddenly felt very full, deciding they wouldn't need dinner. Unfazed, Foxy took a small soup spoon, placed it in the basin, and dashed out of the kitchen. The chefs stared at the pot, which still held the golden substance, none of them daring to approach. Foxy rushed into the chintzy courtyard, pushed open the door, and said with a bright smile, Your Highness, get up and eat. Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes at the sound and looked over. Seeing Foxy carrying a basin, his brow twitched involuntarily. As she drew nearer, he thought he detected a strange odor. Foxy placed the basin on the table, pulled Bei Ming Chen up, and helped him lean against the bed frame. Then she picked up the basin of pumpkin porridge. After seeing the contents of the basin, clearly Bei Ming Chen looked at Foxy in shock. He swallowed hard and forced out the words, You were gone so long, and this is what you made. Foxy nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Don't judge it by its looks. It's actually quite delicious, and pumpkin is very nutritious. Bei Ming Chen pursed his lips involuntarily. Forgive his poor eyesight, but he truly couldn't see how it was delicious. It looked just like a lump of. Unaware of his thoughts, Foxy picked up the spoon from the basin, scooped up a portion, and held it before his eyes. Your Highness, let me feed you. Bei Ming Chen stared at the golden substance so close to him, forcing himself not to vomit. He turned his eyes to Foxy, saw her expectant expression, and opened his mouth. Have you tasted it? Foxy shook her head. This was made for you, Your Highness. It wouldn't be proper for me to eat it. As she spoke, she brought the spoon closer to his lips. Your Highness, hurry and eat. If it cools down, it will turn into a solid lump. Bei Ming Chen mentally prepared himself. This was made by Foxy herself, and she intended to feed him with her own hands. This is not pig feed, this is not pig feed, this is not pig feed. After silently reciting this 3 times, he opened his mouth. Suddenly, he heard Foxy's words and nearly couldn't hold back from spitting it out. He pressed his lips together tightly, staring at the pumpkin porridge already touching his lips. He didn't even want to swallow his saliva. Seeing that Bei Ming Chen wouldn't open his mouth, Foxy glanced at the pumpkin porridge on the spoon, and her lips moved. It shouldn't be that terrible, right? But it really doesn't look appetizing. Thinking this, she pulled the spoon back, brought it to her eyes, and sniffed it. I can smell the pumpkin. Your Highness, please have a taste. I put a lot of effort into making it. I only added a very little salt. Bei Ming Chen looked as if he had heard something unbelievable. Shocked, he turned his gaze to her. I have read quite a number of books, my princess. Do not try to deceive me. Then, gazing at Foxy with bewilderment, he asked, Does pumpkin porridge need salt? Foxy laughed, light and charming. Doesn't pumpkin porridge need salt? Hearing this, Bei Ming Chen instinctively leaned back, his entire demeanor radiating resistance. Foxy looked at the bowl in her hand, then at Bei Ming Chen, who had retreated, and a mischievous smile curled on her lips. Given the situation, I inexplicably want to say something. Darling, come take your medicine. Bei Ming Chen was slightly stunned. What was she saying? But seeing Foxy's face full of mischief and her body shaking with silent laughter, he figured she was having another one of her episodes. It's late at night, princess. Please act normal and don't scare people. Foxy cast a resentful look his way. If you're so capable, control my mind and stop it from having wild thoughts. Coming to her senses, she smiled sweetly and said playfully, Your Highness, open wide. Oh. As she spoke, she opened her own mouth. A trace of delight appeared on Bei Ming Chen's face. If only she could always be like this, how wonderful would that be? He involuntarily opened his mouth. The smile on his face gradually changed after tasting the pumpkin porridge. Foxy had a natural talent, someone should teach her how to concoct poison. Seeing Bei Ming Chen take a bite, Foxy smiled, the corners of her lips lifting. Her eyes curved like crescent moons as she asked sweetly, "Say it's delicious quickly." Bei Ming Chen swallowed with difficulty, pointed to the tea on the table, and his voice came out hoarse. "Let me have a drink of water." Foxy handed the tea to Bei Ming Chen and said with concern, "Drink it slowly." Bei Ming Chen took the cup touched. Foxy had a sharp tongue, but a heart of gold. Besides that, she was genuinely good to him, even cooking for him. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the pumpkin porridge was quite tasty, especially since Foxy had fed it to him herself. Bei Ming Chen handed the teacup back and opened his mouth. Seeing this, Foxy beamed a radiant smile and immediately scooped up a large spoonful, stuffing it into his mouth. What a messy eater, got it all over his face. Bei Ming Chen immediately pressed his lips together, trying to clean the pumpkin porridge residue from around them. He's just smearing it around even more. Foxy picked up a silk handkerchief with 2 fingers and handed it to Bei Ming Chen, moving her own body away as she said in an ambiguous tone, "Wipe it off." Bei Ming Chen's heart was overflowing with emotion. Foxy was so meticulous and caring. He realized that Foxy truly loved him deeply. "That was careless. I won't make this stuff again next time. It looks like..." "Well," and smeared on the mouth, "it looks even more like it." Bei Ming Chen's hand wiping his lips paused. For some reason, a wave of nausea rose in his heart, and he wanted to throw up. Thinking this, he covered his chest with his hand and involuntarily bent over. Foxy stepped forward to pat Bei Ming Chen's back, her voice laced with slight urgency. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Could he be poisoned by the pumpkin porridge?" "Oh my God." Bei Ming Chen could have held it in suppressing it, but in her panic, Foxy placed the bowl of pumpkin porridge on the floor right in his line of sight. He could no longer hold back. With a loud blare, he vomited. Foxy looked at the mess on the floor, her own stomach churning violently. With a blare, she too collapsed onto the ground and threw up. Good heavens. While other couples have hearts that beat as one, these two have stomachs that revolt together. After they finished vomiting, leaning on each other for support, Bei Ming Chen's wound seemed to start hurting again. Pale-faced, he leaned his head back against the headboard. Foxy looked at the floor, then at the Lord on the bed, and let out a couple of dry laughs. All he knows is to throw up. He doesn't even think about cleaning up. It came out of his mouth after all. Bei Ming Chen felt his stomach start to churn again. Foxy resignedly walked out and brought back cleaning tools. Bei Ming Chen glanced at her and stopped her. "Let the servants handle it." Foxy held her breath and pursed her lips throughout the process. Upon hearing this, she just shook her head and quickened her pace. Wouldn't the servants be disgusted by this stuff too? Bei Ming Chen stared intently at Foxy's figure, watching her clean up quickly and then sprint out of the room. He smiled silently, sensing a strange odor permeating the air. The door creaked open as Foxy pushed it, carrying a tray of porridge and side dishes. She walked to the bedside and handed it to him. "Eat." Bei Ming Chen truly hadn't expected Foxy to bring him another meal. Given her personality, it would be a miracle if she didn't kick him while he was down, let alone be this gentle and kind. "What is he looking at?" Foxy turned around, following Bei Ming Chen's gaze. "I remember there was a tree by this window. Where did it go?" Bei Ming Chen quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head slightly. Foxy turned back and handed him the porridge. "Have some plain congee." Bei Ming Chen didn't reach out, just stared fixedly at Foxy. Is he really not hungry? Fine, wouldn't want him to overeat either. Just as Foxy was about to turn away, Bei Ming Chen swiftly took the bowl from her hand. Confusion first flickered across Foxy's face, then a satisfied smile appeared. But soon, noticing a lingering smell in the room, she got up to open the window for ventilation. At dawn, Foxy's eyes snapped open. Seeing the face so close to hers, anger surged within her. "Damn it, this bastard was mean to me even in my dream." Bei Ming Chen's closed eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then he heard the sounds of Foxy getting up, washing, and leaving the room. Foxy stood at the door, raising both arms in a stretch. Songxin came running. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince and Lady Ning have arrived. They said they came to inquire about His Highness's condition." Foxy snorted twice. "They're here bright and early." Songxin quickly replied, "Your Highness, it's not early anymore. You woke up a bit late." "You? Lead the way." "Yes." Foxy walked all the way to the reception hall and bowed to Bei Ming Hua. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Crown Prince." "There's no need for such formalities, Princess Chun." Foxy straightened up and heard Ning Xianwan's voice thick with laughter. "Princess Chun, please forgive our presumptuous visit." As she spoke, she covered her mouth and nose with a laugh. Foxy was at a loss for words. Why did she cover her mouth when she laughed? Was her laugh not fit to be seen? "You've already said it's a presumptuous intrusion. If I made an issue of it, would people scold me?" At these words, the expressions of Bei Ming Hua and Ning Xianwan shifted. Foxy stepped forward with a smile. "It's early morning, just a little joke with you. I trust you won't take offense. One must consider the master before striking the dog. Today Ning Xianwan has clearly come with her backer, but mine is still lying in bed. An unreliable backer indeed." Bei Ming Hua's hearty laughter rang out. "The consort of Prince Chen truly has a fine sense of humor. Naturally we won't." Ning Xianwan quickly echoed, "Of course not." Foxy nodded thoughtfully. "These two are off. They reek of mischief." like a rotten apple spoiling the barrel or a stick stirring up filth. As vile as a horse that plagues the herd or a rod that stirs the mire. Just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, Bei Ming Chen heard this and broke into a fit of coughs. Foxy quickly rose and went out, finding Bei Ming Chen leaning against a pillar coughing softly. She went over, supported his arm, and gently patted his back to ease his breathing. "Why did you come out? Don't you know your own limits strutting out here like this?" Bei Ming Chen released his grip on the pillar, his hand overlapping Foxy's. He turned his head, his eyes brimming with tenderness, and spoke in a weak voice. "I am fine. Do not worry." Foxy quickly helped Bei Ming Chen up and guided him toward the main hall. Bei Ming Chen suddenly being so gentle makes me embarrassed to tease him. Oh well, I'll just secretly mock him in my heart. Bei Ming Chen smiled almost imperceptibly. It was fine to mock him inwardly as long as she only mocked him alone. That would prove that Foxy held him dear in her heart. As the two entered the hall, Bei Ming Chen nodded. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Bei Ming Huai's voice was warm. "Prince Chen, you are unwell. You should rest more." Foxy helped Bei Ming Chen sit down and rolled her eyes at this remark. "Knowing he should rest, yet you still come to disturb him, and you bring two people without even a gift. You have no sense of how to visit a patient. What are you thinking in that head of yours?" Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip on Foxy's hand, signaling her to stay calm. He felt as though Foxy was about to strike these two. Ning Xianwan glanced at their joined hands, her eyes darkening. But then she thought of how she would soon become the crown princess, and how Bei Ming Chen and Foxy would have to bow to her, and her heart swelled with delight. Seeing Ning Xianwan like this, Foxy knew she was lost in her fantasies, something she did often. But come to think of it, why does Ning Xianwan love wearing Peppa Pig colors so much? I've seen her in them several times now. Could it be that I was right? Is Ning Xianwan actually a pig spirit? But little Peppa Pig is so cute. Ning Xianwan, on the other hand, well, she must be a bootleg version. At that moment, Bei Ming Chen was torn between discomfort and the urge to laugh. If he laughed, it would be rude to Bei Ming Huai and Ning Xianwan, and the pain in his body would worsen. If he didn't, the itch to laugh was unbearable. How could Foxy be so adorable? The atmosphere grew awkward. Only Bei Ming Chen and Foxy's intertwined hands fiddled with each other from time to time. Honestly, if you're visiting a patient, you should at least think of a good topic to talk about. Now look at this awkward silence. Thinking this, she had a sudden idea. She stealthily reached out her hand, intending to pinch Bei Ming Chen, so he would feign illness. Bei Ming Chen sensed her intent, and with lightning speed caught her hand. He gave a slight shake of his head, signaling her not to. He didn't want to laugh. It was too painful. "Oh, quick hands, aren't you?" Then Bei Ming Chen felt a mischievous aura radiating from Foxy, her body trembling slightly. To avoid further injury, he felt he should do something. Cough, cough. As he intended, he clutched his heart and coughed violently, each cough louder than the last. Foxy quickly patted his back to soothe him. "Bei Ming Chen, good job. Keep it up. You're the rising star of tomorrow. Your Highness, take it slow. Are you feeling unwell again? Let me help you back to your room to rest." After saying this, she helped Bei Ming Chen up. Just as they were about to leave the hall, she seemed to remember something and turned back. "Your Highness, I am truly sorry. My husband is too frail. I will take him to rest first. You, when will you leave?" Bei Ming Huai stood up and said warmly, "It is of no consequence. Since I have seen Prince Chen, I shall take my leave." After speaking, he glanced at Ning Xianwan, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Had this woman forgotten the purpose of their visit today? Sitting there like a block of wood. He had thought she was clever. Ning Xianwan stood up, her head drooping involuntarily. She too wanted to go to the Chinsi courtyard to investigate, but given the current attitude of these two, she feared she would meet her doom there. Unable to bear the crown prince's scrutinizing gaze, she stepped forward. "Consort of Prince Chen, let me accompany you to see the prince back." Both Bei Ming Chen and Foxy paused. Foxy held Bei Ming Chen back and said with a smile, "How could I trouble Miss Ning?" Then she called out Ling Xiao. As soon as she spoke, Ling Xiao appeared and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness. Have two men carry the prince back." "Yes." After Bei Ming Chen was carried away, Foxy turned and looked calmly at the two. Her entire demeanor screamed, "You've seen him, he's alive, so when are you leaving?" Bei Ming Huai had no choice but to take his leave and walk forward. Foxy followed behind, muttering, "Leaving so soon? Then let me see you out, Your Highness. You're walking so slowly. Run. Hurry, hurry, take 2 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, ready, go." The two in front walked like ducks, with Foxy constantly driving them from behind. Whenever they slowed down, she would say, "Your Highness, slow down. No need to rush." After seeing them out of Prince Chen's mansion, Foxy's face beamed with a smile. "I bid you farewell, Your Highness. Do come again when you have time." Bei Ming Huai paused as he stepped onto the carriage. He turned back and looked at Foxy's radiant smile. He felt that this woman looked down on him, but he could find no proof. After the carriage departed, Foxy stretched her arms and yawned. She craned her neck to look left and right, then caught sight of the 2 large stone lions at the entrance of Prince Chen's mansion. "Every time I see these 2 stone lions, I want to hang red silk pom-poms on them." She burst into laughter for a while. The guards at the door looked at her with an indescribable expression. They felt their new consort wasn't very bright. As soon as Foxy stepped into Prince Chen's mansion, Bei Ming Chen reached out and pulled her into his arms. She turned her head. Why are you here? I was worried about you. Foxy pried his hand away and helped him walk forward, saying softly, what is there to worry about me? Bei Ming Chen smiled and held her hand even tighter. In a few days, envoys from the Ningqiang kingdom will come to sue for peace. I'll take you to watch the excitement. Foxy turned her head and nodded excitedly. Watching excitement is my favorite thing. Your Highness, hurry up. If we're late, we won't get a good spot. Slowpoke, you're like an old woman. As Bei Ming Chen stepped out of the mansion gate, he heard this thought and nearly tripped, staggering. Foxy looked at him with utter disdain, stepped forward to support him, and lowered her head to look at the threshold. Look down, watch the road. Why are you looking at me? Is the road paved on my face? Truly too fragile to even stand on his own. And so foolish it makes one want to spit blood. Bei Ming Chen withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and told himself not to get angry. Sheer had said that anger could cause sudden death. Foxy helped Bei Ming Chen into the carriage and watched him sit with his eyes closed, resting. Why does he seem so delicate, she thought. Coughing up blood and getting angry every single day. I really can't see any of that brutality the author talked about. They must have tricked my innocent, kind soul. Bei Ming Chen's brows trembled slightly. The hand hidden beneath his wide sleeve was clenched tightly. If Foxy truly had no idea why he was coughing up blood and getting angry, then she was being deliberately oblivious. As the carriage swayed to a halt before the palace gates, Foxy reached out to help Bei Ming Chen down. Instead, he lifted her by the waist and carried her off the carriage. By the time Foxy realized what was happening, Bei Ming Chen had already carried her a considerable distance. Glancing at the stares of those around them, she felt her face grow hot and resolved to work on her thick skin. She struggled a little. Put me down. Bei Ming Chen looked down at Foxy in his arms, remaining silent. If he didn't do something soon, their positions might become reversed. Foxy had no choice but to stop struggling, afraid that Bei Ming Chen might do something earth-shattering. She sighed inwardly. I'll just bear with it. A lifetime passes quickly enough. Hearing this, Bei Ming Chen's face lit up with joy. So Foxy wanted to spend her whole life with him and wouldn't think of leaving anymore. Seeing the main hall ahead, Foxy absolutely refused to let Bei Ming Chen carry her any further. She began to struggle wildly. Stop it. Put me down. Bei Ming Chen bent down and set Foxy on the ground. She straightened her dress, and he took her hand. Together they entered the hall and bowed to the emperor. We pay our respects to your majesty. The emperor nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. It paused for a second on Foxy's belly before shifting away. In a calm tone, he said, be seated. Bei Ming Chen led Foxy to sit below. Foxy stole a glance at the emperor, who showed no unusual reaction. She wondered, could my sixth sense be catching a cold? Why do I feel like the emperor was just looking at my belly? The moment Bei Ming Chen sat down, still holding Foxy's hand, he heard this thought. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. He turned to Foxy, his voice gentle. Sheer, I have matters to discuss with his majesty. Why don't you take a stroll in the imperial garden? All right. Foxy nodded obediently, stood up, bowed to the emperor, and withdrew. The moment her figure disappeared, the atmosphere in the hall became tense and hostile. Foxy wandered aimlessly through the palace. Before she knew it, she had arrived at the spot where she had broken the ghost orchid. Looking at the delicate flowers, she felt an itch in her feet. She hurriedly stepped away from the flowers. Today she had to control her feet and not cause any more trouble. The plants here all looked very expensive. She walked into a pavilion and sat down, gazing at the small stream below. She began to hum a tune in her heart. Little stream, forever flowing on. Suddenly Foxy spotted the same fish from before, swimming over. She waved happily, then looked around. Seeing no one, she began to talk to the fish. Hello, it's you again. Bloop. Bloop. Yeah, you're out showing off again. Foxy pursed her lips. Were fish this cocky these days? Yeah, you're out showing off too. What a coincidence. Bloop. Bloop. Isn't it? It's fate. Foxy sneakily looked around and lowered her voice. Let me ask you something. Do you get many visitors here? The fish seemed to find this hilarious and spun around happily in the water. Bloop. Bloop. Look at the environment here and the location. Of course we get a ton of people. Foxy nodded thoughtfully, her hand on her chin. She whispered, how about we make a deal? The fish was stunned for a moment. Bloop. Bloop. What did you say? Speak up, the fish didn't hear. Foxy glanced around again, cupped her hands around her mouth, and leaned down. I said I want you to keep an ear out for what people say here, especially the emperor and the crown prince. The fish swam a couple of strokes. Bloop. Bloop. Watch it, your drool is dripping. Foxy quickly covered her mouth with her hand, smiling sheepishly. Bloop. Bloop. You're not planning a coup, are you? Foxy blinked. A coup? She thought. That sounds thrilling. Bloop. Bloop. I'll get you the information. What can you give me? Foxy thought. Even fish are greedy these days. Times have changed, or has the fish's heart gone astray? Foxy kept stealing glances around her and whispered, what do you want? Bloop. Bloop. I want to taste some dried fish. What? Foxy was stunned. She rubbed her ears, shook her head, and said to the fish, sorry, my ears were asleep. Could you repeat what you want? Bloop. Bloop. Oh, stop it. I mean, I want to taste some dried fish. I always see that cat eating them, and it makes me so envious. That's one hardcore fish, Foxy thought. She gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. I promise I'll get that for you. Bloop. Bloop. The crown prince is always in a rush. But once the emperor got drunk and leaned over this spot saying he was waiting for a child to come into his hands so he could change the fate of the kingdom. Foxy was utterly bewildered. What child? Change the fate of the kingdom. I think you just need to change your hairstyle. Then Foxy heard a loud crash. She quickly stood up, looked around, and followed the sound. She saw a shattered flower pot on the ground, its flower half buried in the soil. Before Foxy could react, two maids appeared staring at the broken pot in terror. Foxy pursed her lips about to explain. One maid immediately turned and ran away. The other stayed watching Foxy, as if afraid she might escape. After a long pause, Foxy shook her head vigorously and pointed at the broken pot. I didn't break that, she declared righteously. The maid remained expressionless. Princess Consort Chen will wait for her ladyship to decide. Who would believe you were the only one in the imperial garden and didn't break it? Foxy opened her mouth. Who is your lady? Foxy, you've ruined my ghost orchid again. Foxy saw Consort Ning Jia storming towards her, fuming. Her heart skipped a beat, and she put on a fawning smile. Don't be angry. I really didn't break it this time. Consort Ning Jia was heaving with rage. She looked around and glared at Foxy. You were the only one in the garden. Who's going to believe you didn't break it? Foxy almost pointed at the fish. Calm down. Let me explain. Foxy pointed at the pavilion. I was in the pavilion when I suddenly heard a loud noise. I ran out to check and saw this broken pot. I really didn't do it. Consort Ning Jia snorted. Do I look blind to you? Foxy had no choice but to crouch down, dig the flower out of the dirt, and gently pat the soil off its petals. An awkward thing happened. The flower fell off. The air froze for a few seconds. Foxy looked at the bare stem in her hand, then at the flower on the ground. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked up at Consort Ning Jia. If I said I didn't mean to, would you believe me? The moment Consort Ning Jia fell from the flower, her breath ceased. A palace maid beside her reached out to soothe her. She cast aside the flower stem in her hand and quickly stood up to console her. Your Highness, the flower is dead and cannot be revived, but you can cultivate a new one. But our lives are lived only once. If we leave this time, who knows when we may return. Consort Ning Jia nearly fainted from anger upon hearing this. If raising flowers were truly that easy, would she be so furious? Life is lived but once. As long as she didn't encounter her life would be quite long. She looked again at the flower snapped in two on the ground, her heart aching with pain. Her poor beloved ghost orchid. What had it done to deserve this? A wry smile hung on Shi's face. She had merely been chatting peacefully with the fish. What had she done to deserve this? Consort Ning Jia extended her hand, pointing at Shi. Shi shrank her neck, putting on a pitiful appearance. It was evident that even Consort Ning Jia's fingers were trembling with anger. Your Highness. Please don't be angry. My intentions were good. I only wanted to brush the soil off the flower, but then I used a bit too much force. It's all this hand's fault. Your Highness, don't worry. I'll teach it a lesson right now so it will learn to control itself in the future. Saying this, she even slapped her own hand twice. Consort Ning Jia took a deep breath. She needed to drink some wine to calm her nerves. She snorted coldly at She then turned and left. She looked up at the sky. Who in the world had done this? Consort of Prince Chun. Upon hearing this voice, she rolled her eyes. Then she steadied herself and turned around with a smile. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Was this Crown Prince terribly idle? Why did she run into him everywhere? Bei Ming Chen nodded. Consort of Prince Chun, do you have business in the Imperial Garden? She smiled. Just strolling. Was one supposed to only admire flowers, or take a leisurely walk in the Imperial Garden? What could she eat a meal, or use the restroom here? Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I've been out for a while. I fear my lord husband might be waiting anxiously. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Bei Ming Huai's reply, she left directly. She didn't know why, but seeing Bei Ming Huai made her feel unwell all over. Walking out of the Imperial Garden, she saw Bei Ming Chen from afar, standing ahead, his gaze fixed on that magnificent palace. This guy is still here, putting on a profound act. I have to say, standing like that, he does look quite handsome. Bei Ming Chen heard her thoughts and turned around. Seeing Shi running towards him with a radiant smile, his furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile he himself was unaware of touched his lips. Shi ran to Bei Ming Chen's side, lifting her smiling face. My lord, what are you looking at here? Bei Ming Chen turned back, continuing to gaze at the palace, as if speaking to Shi, or perhaps to himself. Is this imperial palace really so wonderful? Shi followed his gaze. The decoration is quite nice. Especially the carved dragons. Absolutely stunning, simply perfect. Bei Ming Chen let out a soft laugh. He looked at Shi, his hand reaching up to touch her cheek, wishing she could remain like this forever. Do you like this imperial palace? She was startled, not understanding why Bei Ming Chen would ask this. She shook her head. The palace is as deep as the sea. The women here must share one husband. I do not like it. The smile on Bei Ming Chen's lips grew wider. She truly dared to say such things. Even if it meant sharing one husband, countless women would still flock to enter this place. He let out a sigh. What if the harem only had one empress? Would you be willing to enter this imperial palace then? She blinked, stunned. She reached out her hand and placed it on Bei Ming Chen's forehead, muttering, "No fever." Then why are you talking nonsense? Bei Ming Chen pulled her hand down, his deep gaze fixed on her. He asked seriously, "Answer me. If there were only one empress, would you be willing?" She quickly covered Bei Ming Chen's mouth, looking around anxiously. Seeing no one, she breathed a sigh of relief and lightly smacked his head. Are you tired of living, daydreaming in broad daylight? Did this kid get crushed by me and go stupid? Is his brain broken? Bei Ming Chen let out 2 soft laughs. He reached out and gently flicked She's forehead. Answer me. She rested her chin on her hand, falling into deep thought. If I were the only empress, that would actually be pretty good. If the emperor were Bei Ming Chen, that would be even better. Then I'd be invincible, the one above all. She opened her mouth. No, forget it. What if I say yes, and this idiot Bei Ming Chen gets the wrong idea and goes to rebel? That would be trouble. Bei Ming Chen heard this. An indescribable feeling stirred in his heart. He reached out and held she tightly in his arms, resting his chin on her head. Since you are willing, then soon I shall gift you this palace. She could barely breathe. I'm suffocating here. I really don't know how others hug. Hugging like this, I'll be ascending to heaven soon. Bei Ming Chen was deeply immersed in his troubled emotions when he suddenly caught this thought. All his melancholy vanished. He released She from his embrace, took her hand, and walked forward. She followed behind Bei Ming Chen. As they entered the great hall, she saw that quite a few people had already arrived. Seeing Bei Ming Chen, the ministers bowed in greeting. Greetings to His Highness Prince Chen. Greetings to the consort of Prince Chen. Oh, this feeling isn't bad. I admit I'm getting carried away. That throne seems to be glittering. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. A eunuch's high-pitched voice rang out. All the ministers knelt and kowtowed in salute. Long live His Majesty, 10,000 years. She also prepared to kneel with the crowd, but she noticed Bei Ming Chen standing upright, slightly frowning. That's right, I never noticed. Bei Ming Chen has never knelt to the Emperor. The Emperor doesn't seem to mind either. Is this the bearing of the God of War? Haha, as the wife of the God of War, I get to benefit from this. From now on, I should be nicer to Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen lowered his head slightly, smiling silently. How wonderful. She was loving him more and more. All beloved ministers rise. The Emperor said from his dragon throne. After thanking the Emperor, everyone stood up and took their seats. Then came the conversations. She occasionally glanced at the entrance of the hall. Her mood was like that of a child attending a wedding, impatient to see the bride. I wonder if this little princess is pretty. I'll spit that out. Scratch that. I wonder if this little princess is beautiful. Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways. If she were a man saying such things, she would be asking for a beating. Finally, under she's burning gaze, the foreign envoy arrived. But before the envoy could be seen, their nation's little princess began to dance. She clicked her tongue. This figure, this face, utterly irresistible. But with her belly button showing, isn't she cold? She turned to look at the scenery outside the hall, then at her own autumn clothes. This little princess is going to catch a cold and get diarrhea. Bei Ming Chen cast a speechless glance at Foxy, then surveyed the others present. Every single one of them was captivated by the dancer on the dais. Why was it that when everyone else was immersed in the moment, Foxy's thoughts always took a different turn? It was truly a mood killer. Turning his gaze back to Foxy, she was now beaming, her eyes practically glued to the little princess. The light shimmering in her eyes was akin to a man beholding a beautiful woman. Bei Ming Chen cleared his throat softly, signaling Foxy to restrain herself. Usually when women saw a beautiful woman, they would show disdain or jealousy. But she, on the contrary, looked as if she wanted to embrace and kiss the princess right then and there. Bei Ming Chen coughed several times, but the person beside him showed no reaction at all. Foxy's mind was not on him. Helpless, he reached out and tugged at her sleeve. Foxy, who was watching with great enthusiasm, felt someone tugging at her. Without turning her head, she swatted the hand away and continued watching the little princess dance. Bei Ming Chen withdrew his hand, clenched it into a fist, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The veins on his forehead were faintly bulging. After a long moment, he let out a sigh. Foxy's waist was quite slender too. At last, Bei Ming Chen could no longer bear it. He reached out and turned Foxy's head towards him, his eyes dark and unreadable. Remember, you are a woman, not a man. Foxy squinted her eyes as she studied Bei Ming Chen, then nodded slightly. I've always known that. I didn't need you to tell me. She then turned her head back to watch the little princess dance. Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath. Never mind, the dancer was a woman. If it had been a man, he would have been justified in killing him outright. As the dance concluded, the little princess gracefully performed a bow to the Emperor and Empress. Ji Ning pays respects to your Majesty and your Empress. May the emperor live 10,000 years, and may the empress live 1,000 years. The emperor laughed heartily, extending a hand and gesturing. Rise. Ji Ning expressed her gratitude and straightened up. Meanwhile, the remaining envoys entered the grand hall from outside and stood beside Ji Ning. They performed a particularly respectful bow and spoke with sincere words. We pay respects to your majesty and your empress. The envoys of the Ningqiang kingdom have brought Princess Ji Ning to seek peace. The emperor smiled and nodded. Rise. Be seated. After the envoys had taken their seats, another person entered through the main hall's entrance carrying a flat tray. The object on the tray was covered with a piece of red cloth. Foxy's face lit up with excitement at the sight of the flat tray. Bei Ming Chen shook his head slightly. Foxy pouted and turned her head back to look. The man knelt in the grand hall, raising the flat tray high above his head. An envoy seated to the side stood up and bowed. I report to your majesty, this is the treasure of the Ningqiang kingdom, the 5-turn jade lotus return flower. This flower blooms once every 100 years. Its blossom can cure all ailments, and its leaves can neutralize all poisons. Bei Ming Chen shot Foxy a very speechless glance. She was truly a cold draft. Upon hearing this, the emperor's face broke into a delighted smile. He quickly ordered the eunuch behind him to go and receive it. The eunuch took it and walked straight out of the grand hall, intending to store it in the treasury. Bei Ming Chen's brows furrowed slightly. His voice was cold and clear. Wait. As soon as Bei Ming Chen's icy words were spoken, the eunuch stopped in his tracks. The emperor looked at Bei Ming Chen with confusion. Everyone in the grand hall also turned their gaze towards him. What was the Prince Chen up to? The envoy also followed the voice and looked over. When he saw Bei Ming Chen, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. This was the man who had forced them into a continuous retreat. He glanced sideways at Ji Ning, using his eyes to signal her to take down Bei Ming Chen. Ji Ning stared straight ahead, her eyes cold and still, as if she had not received the envoy's signal. However, her hands were clenched into fists in private. She cast a sidelong glance in Bei Ming Chen's direction and saw him looking at the woman beside him with eyes full of love. Does Prince Chen have a question? The emperor asked calmly, though a hint of displeasure was evident on his face. Foxy also turned her head to look back, her eyes asking, What's wrong? What's wrong? Bei Ming Chen smiled at Foxy, then fixed his gaze on the retreating figure of the eunuch. The voice that came out was starkly at odds with his expression. Come here. The eunuch trembled all over. Involuntarily, he looked at Bei Ming Chen, not understanding his intention. Forcing himself to look away, he sought help from the emperor with his eyes. A dark, unreadable glint flickered in the emperor's eyes. He nodded slightly. He was curious to see what Bei Ming Chen was up to. Having received the emperor's consent, the eunuch breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly carried the flat tray back and walked to Bei Ming Chen's side. Your Highness, Prince Chen. Bei Ming Chen glanced at the red cloth on the tray and said calmly, Open it. I wish to see it. As soon as these words were spoken, the grand hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Bei Ming Chen in unison. Since when had Prince Chen taken an interest in such things? Foxy, seated beside Bei Ming Chen, felt the gazes of those people sweep over her. She raised an eyebrow, pursed her lips tightly, and stared straight ahead. Hearing this, Bei Ming Chen swept his cold, sharp gaze across the crowd, his warning unmistakable. Everyone in the grand hall averted their eyes, their glances darting around nervously. The emperor gave a light cough to ease the awkward atmosphere. Just as he was about to speak, Bei Ming Chen cut him off. What is my word no longer of any consequence now? At the sound of this forceful, sonorous voice, the eunuch's blood seemed to freeze instantly. His face turned deathly pale as he hurriedly knelt on the ground, holding the flat tray high. Foxy looked at the terrified eunuch, then at Bei Ming Chen. She discreetly tugged at his sleeve from behind. As she was lost in thought, she used a bit more force on the hand tugging his sleeve, but dared not be too strong. It would be awkward if she ripped Bei Ming Chen's sleeve again in this grand hall. Bei Ming Chen tightly grasped Foxy's hand and glanced sideways at her, signaling her to be at ease. Foxy pursed her lips. Open it. The eunuch slightly turned his head, wanting to catch the emperor's eye, but failed to do so. The emperor's eyes narrowed, his gaze at Bei Ming Chen, now filled with scrutiny. If he didn't say something soon, the wind vane in this grand hall would shift, and Bei Ming Chen would truly be the one calling the shots at court. Open it. I wish to see it too. The eunuch nodded hastily and lifted the red cloth. She stared intently at the red cloth, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. As the eunuch lifted the cloth, she parted her lips, feigning a look of utter astonishment. Yet when the eunuch fully unveiled the red cloth, the expression on she's face froze. She could no longer maintain the pretense. What? Why cover the box with red cloth? What sort of custom is this? I'm afraid that when this box opens, a beam of light will suddenly burst out. Wow, isn't that the moonlight treasure box? Prajna Permitha. Pineapple, 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 take me, la la la. Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways at She's seeing her gentle expression, the very picture of a well-educated, understanding woman. How could she be so duplicitous? The eunuch set down the red cloth and reached for the clasp of the box. With a soft click the clasp opened. The eunuch set down the red cloth and reached for the clasp of the box. With a soft click the clasp opened. The light in She's eyes grew more intense. Quick, quick, quick. The moment of witnessing a miracle is here. Come on, blind me with brilliance. She's gaze followed the eunuch's hand. As the box opened, she seemed to see a flash of light, her mouth falling open involuntarily, then instantly drooping. What the hell is this? Didn't the original text say that the 5-turn azure lotus returning flower grew atop the snowy peaks, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon, described so magnificently, like the flower of flowers? But now it looks like a wildflower from the fields, or perhaps a little daisy. Take another look, still a wildflower. This thing can cure all diseases. Suddenly, I feel my mom was right to make me wear more clothes. She withdrew her shocked gaze and turned to look at Bei Ming Chen, whose expression remained utterly calm. The people in the hall craned their necks, eager to see what the all-healing 5-turn azure lotus returning flower looked like. But because they were far away and the eunuch held it high and the flower was still inside the box, they saw nothing at all. Bei Ming Chen glanced at She saw her disappointed expression and gestured for the eunuch to withdraw. The eunuch understood, bowed, closed the box, covered it again with the red cloth, picked it up, and walked out of the hall. Once the eunuch had completely disappeared, the emperor cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. He glanced at Bei Ming Chen, who was leaning sideways, a doting smile on his face, whispering something to She. The emperor's eyes darkened. He then turned to look at Princess Jining, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. If he arranged a secondary consort for Bei Ming Chen, the chances of having children would double. At this thought, the earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by joy, and a deep greed flickered in his eyes. He spoke slowly. Has Princess Jining come of age? Princess Jining stood up, curtsied, and said in a gentle voice, Your Majesty, I have just come of age. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. He turned to look at She, a smile in his eyes. She had also just come of age. If he let Jining and She serve Bei Ming Chen together, good news would surely come soon. From the moment the emperor asked if Jining had come of age, Bei Ming Huai's gaze had followed him. Seeing the emperor glance at She, he understood the emperor's intention. He unconsciously rubbed his wine cup, his eyes thoughtful. He could not allow Jining to marry Bei Ming Chen. He wanted the child of She and Bei Ming Chen, and no one else should disturb them before they had a child. He pondered what to do if the emperor directly bestowed a marriage. Meanwhile, She, completely unaware that she was being plotted against, simply turned her head and continued talking to Bei Ming Chen. Do you think there will be assassins today? Bei Ming Chen chuckled softly, turned to look at her, and parted his thin lips. Even if there are, I will protect you. She looked unconvinced, pursing her lips. I'd better be careful myself. I don't want to be inexplicably stabbed again. Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip on She's hand, his eyes brimming with adoration. She must be worried about implicating him, so she wanted to be extra careful. He vowed to protect her well. She sensed the change in the person beside her. She turned to see Bei Ming Chen smiling, as if he were in heat. She leaned back, her eyes narrowing dangerously. What the hell is this guy imagining? His whole body reeks of the sour stench of love. Bei Ming Chen's face betrayed no emotion, but he tightened his grip on She's hand. Since you have come of age, I will bestow upon you a fine marriage. Princess Jining smiled, but her eyes gradually darkened. Traces of desolation flickered in her gaze, tinged with sorrow and resentment. She bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. The emperor cared nothing for Jining's feelings. Hearing her assent, he laughed heartily. Then, his gaze swept over the many talented young men before finally resting on Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Huai lowered his head in silence, his hand gripping the wine cup tightly. Bei Ming Chen felt the emperor's burning gaze, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes, but he revealed nothing. He held She's hand firmly and continued to tease her. I will find you a set of identical clothes, and you can dance tonight. She's lips twitched an expression of speechlessness. If it weren't for the occasion, I'd really slap him on the head. Bei Ming Chen's lips curled slightly. The emperor saw how harmonious Bei Ming Chen and She were and hesitated to bestow the marriage. If Bei Ming Chen refused outright, how would he handle it? His gaze swept the room once more before finally settling on Bei Ming Chen. Since ancient times, heroes have always struggled to resist beauty. Bei Ming Chen had always been unruly, but when the marriage with She was proposed, he had accepted upon seeing her, likely because of her looks. This Jining was no less attractive. With such a beauty before him, Bei Ming Chen would surely not refuse. Having made up his mind, he opened his mouth. Prince Chen is the war god of Anjuan Kingdom and has ties to Ningxiang Kingdom. Princess Jining, would you be willing to marry Prince Chen as his secondary consort? At these words, the entire hall fell silent. Bei Ming Chen lowered his eyes, then opened them, his gaze no longer tender, his entire aura transformed. Everyone sighed inwardly. The Prince Chen had returned to his former self. Bei Ming Huai kept his head low, his expression also changed, becoming fierce and resolute. She blinked. What did I just hear? She turned to look at Bei Ming Chen, fury flashing in her eyes, her expression already angry, as if she were holding back or questioning. Bei Ming Chen turned back, tightened his grip on Fo's hands, signaling her not to worry. Then he looked at the emperor, his voice clear and proud. I need only one princess consort in this life, and that is She. The anger on Foxy's face dissipated, though a hint of warning lingered. If you know what's good for you. If you dare agree today, I'll cut ties with you immediately and take the animals on a trip around the world, and then silently bless you both from afar. May you sport like mandarin ducks and drown, damn it. May you fly wing to wing like lovebirds and fall to your deaths, damn it. May your children and grandchildren fill the hall with infertility. May you bicker one day, fight the next, and tear the roof off on the third. May you have conflicts every day, a lover every month, and a different spouse every year. Bei Ming Chen observed Foxy's puffed-up, indignant expression and was initially in high spirits. She loved him after all, or she wouldn't be jealous. But when he unexpectedly caught her inner thoughts, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ruthless indeed. The people in the great hall were all stunned, shrinking their necks to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Upon hearing this, the married women were instantly filled with envy. They turned to look at their own husbands, growing angrier with each glance, their fury mounting. They wished they could slap them. How could the difference between people be so vast? The emperor's face stiffened. He never imagined Bei Ming Chen would show him such blatant disrespect. At this moment he was caught in a dilemma. Bei Ming Hui set down his wine cup, resuming his gentle demeanor. With a smile he interjected to ease the tension. The Prince of Chun and his consort are truly a match made in heaven. I, the Crown Prince, am quite fond of Princess Ji Ning. As he spoke he rose and bowed to the emperor. I beseech your majesty to bestow Princess Ji Ning upon me as a secondary consort. Upon hearing this, Ji Ning merely fluttered her eyelashes slightly, then continued to stare blankly ahead, stealing a covert glance at Bei Ming Chen and Foxy from the corner of her eye. Seeing Bei Ming Chen's face full of fawning attentiveness, while Foxy wore a slightly sullen expression, a wave of bitterness surged within her. She closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and took a deep breath to suppress the strange feeling in her heart. Ning Xianwan hid her hands beneath the table, viciously twisting her handkerchief, gritting her teeth, to force herself to maintain a composed appearance. She never expected Bei Ming Hui to request Princess Ji Ning's hand in marriage. He had clearly promised to marry her. Yet what was even harder for her to accept was that Bei Ming Chen would utter such words for Foxy's sake. This stirred an itch in her heart, and she suddenly felt that Bei Ming Chen ought to be hers. Recalling that Bei Ming Chen had once shown her some favor, she decided to fight for her chance. Hearing Bei Ming Hui's words, the emperor quickly agreed. Very well then, Princess Ji Ning shall be bestowed upon the crown prince as a secondary consort. But inwardly he was deeply displeased. Bei Ming Chen had dared to openly contradict him. Had he discovered something? Ji Ning showed no trace of joy, responding flatly, "Thank you, your majesty." Foxy turned to look, seeing Ji Ning's indifferent attitude, as if it mattered not whom she married. Bei Ming Chen squeezed Foxy's hand and asked softly, "What are you looking at?" Foxy turned her head, gazing at Bei Ming Chen with a light laugh. "I was thinking if someone still wants to arrange a marriage for you." She lowered her head, and Bei Ming Chen followed suit. Jokingly she said, "Should I kill him?" Hearing this, Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways at Foxy, seeing her sweet smile on her face, as if she were truly joking. Bei Ming Chen chuckled. "No need for the consort to act, I will handle it myself." Foxy flashed a bewitching smile. "Then, your highness, you must keep your word." "Certainly." Foxy felt a wave of relief at these words. She let out a soft sigh, reached out to pat Bei Ming Chen's cheek, and said playfully, "I'm going out for some air. You can stay here and fill the numbers." With that she withdrew her hand, and ignoring the astonished gazes of others, strode out of the hall. Bei Ming Chen watched her retreating figure. Was Foxy treating him like that dog Taiju? Standing on the steps, Foxy spread her arms and tilted her head back, feeling exhilarated. "Consort of Chun." Foxy heard the voice, but ignored the newcomer, continuing to gaze at the sky. "Consort of Chun. Consort of Chun, can you hear me?" Foxy rolled her eyes without turning her head. "My ears are rather mature. They automatically filter out annoying sounds." Ning Xianwan gritted her teeth, forcing herself to calm down, and spoke with a smile. "Consort of Chun, from the first moment I saw you." Foxy shot her a cold glance and sneered, "Just because I took one look at you in the crowd, my eyes still hurt. So please don't come to hurt my eyes anymore, alright?" Ignoring Ning Xianwan's ugly expression, she turned to leave, but Ning Xianwan's voice came from behind. "Consort of Chun, why are you so hostile towards me? Are you jealous?" Foxy stopped in her tracks, about to retort, when she caught the latter remark. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Huh. Sorry, don't misunderstand. I'm just laughing at you." Foxy laughed until tears streamed down her face. She waved her hand, opening her mouth several times, but was unable to produce a sound through her laughter. She coughed lightly to compose herself, her voice still tinged with amusement. "Since you've made me happy, I'll let you off this time. Now go." Really, she couldn't learn good things, but she sure mastered Peppa Pig's cuteness with such vivid perfection. But Ning Xianwan was determined to provoke Foxy today. She continued, "Foxy, admit it. You're jealous of me, and that's why you resent me so much." Seeing Ning Xianwan's pitiful stupidity, Foxy stopped, crossed her arms, and looked at the woman opposite with amused interest. Ning Xianwan smiled, took 2 steps forward until she was just a step away from Foxy, and challenged her. You're jealous that the prince was once kind to me. You're jealous that he scolded you because of me. You're jealous. I'm jealous that your mother gave birth to a creature like you. You fed all sense of propriety, justice, and shame to the dogs. If you live 2 more years, even this land won't be able to contain you. You're a waste of air while alive and a waste of land when dead. What kind of mutation must this sky have undergone to spawn such a once-in-a-century imbecile? Ning Xianwan's face flushed crimson, whether from anger or shame. But the facade had been torn, leaving no room for retreat. Summoning her courage, she opened her mouth, only to see Foxy's expression turn ferocious as she pointed a finger at her. Say one more goddamn word, and I'll make you say goodbye to this world. Ning Xianwan was stunned by Foxy's threat, her mouth slightly agape, words stuck in her throat. Foxy must be bluffing. She was just a consort, as she wouldn't dare actually kill her. Her lips trembled as she spoke, her voice lacking confidence. Foxy, whether you admit it or not, you're my substitute. I raised many pets that won the prince's favor. You're imitating me. Since he couldn't have me, he settled for you. A sarcastic smile curled at the corner of Foxy's mouth. She clasped her hands together, cracking her knuckles, and slowly approached Ning Xianwan. Her voice was calm but eerily cold. Do you know what super double means? Ning Xianwan did not understand the meaning behind Foxy's words, but seeing Foxy exuding an intimidating aura, she involuntarily stepped back 2 paces and stammered, You. What are you going to do? Foxy continued to advance, speaking casually. I want you to test how hard my fist feels. Ning Xianwan's expression shifted as she urgently said, Foxy, even if you are the prince consort's wife, you cannot strike others at will. I am the prime minister's daughter. If you hit me, have you considered the consequences? Foxy shook her head. No. I won't hit you. Ning Xianwan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it. Foxy didn't have the nerve. She was just bluffing. At this thought, she resumed a haughty posture. Seeing Ning Xianwan like this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Then she said, Usually when I take a dislike to someone, I just get rid of them directly. Ning Xianwan feigned composure. You wouldn't dare. Foxy nodded with a wicked grin. I actually would. Anyway, if I cause trouble, my lord will always clean it up for me. So, her contemptuous gaze swept over Ning Xianwan from head to toe. She chuckled lightly. Hey demon, prepare to die. Before Ning Xianwan could react, she launched a flying kick. A thunderous crash echoed and Ning Xianwan lay sprawled on the ground. Hearing the noise, the surrounding guards rushed over to investigate. What they saw was a peculiar scene. The prince consort's wife stood meekly to one side, looking frightened and pitiful, while Miss Ning lay face down on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth, her hair ornaments scattered, presenting a thoroughly disheveled appearance. The guards were stunned. What had happened here? The guard captain approached She bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, your highness. This. She seemed startled, frozen in place, making no response. After a long moment, she came to her senses and said to the guard beside her, I have no idea either. Then she quickly stepped forward, making as if to help the prostrate Ning Xianwan to her feet, muttering, Miss Ning, you really must watch your step in the future. You can't afford another fall. Look at yourself now, you're quite a sight. Ning Xianwan longed to refute Foxy's words, to shout the truth aloud, but her body would not allow it. She wished to push Foxy away, yet she lacked the strength. Foxy grabbed Ning Xianwan's arm and hauled her upward with force, applying pressure with her wrist. Ning Xianwan winced in pain and tried to shake Foxy off, but Foxy's grip was too strong. Foxy continued to exert pressure with her wrist, while muttering, Miss Ning, come let me help you up. Her expression was stubborn. After tugging twice with no response from Ning Xianwan, she immediately moved behind her, grabbed one arm in each hand, and pulled upward with all her might. Ning Xianwan was like a marionette, her arms lifted by Foxy, her body leaning backward, her legs thrashing wildly on the ground, as if trying to break free from Foxy's grasp. Miss Ning, can you still exert yourself? Come take a deep breath, push with your feet, and I'll pull you up. Ning Xianwan clenched her teeth, raised her head, and glared at Foxy, seething with rage. She wished she could slap this drama queen to death. Seeing this, the surrounding guards' gazes toward Ning Xianwan shifted. They thought, how ungrateful. She fell because she wasn't careful, and the prince consort's wife kindly tries to help her up, yet she can't even muster a pleasant expression. Foxy hadn't expected her actions to yield such favorable results. She was thrilled beyond words, but her expression remained serene, revealing nothing. Miss Ning, slowly now come. As she spoke, Foxy seemed to exert all her strength, even leaning backward. Today I'll show you what it truly means to have a bitter taste you can't express. Let this scheming Pepple learn her lesson. Ning Xianwan tried to break free from Foxy's control, but Foxy wasn't really using any force. She was just putting on a show. Seeing the looks of the people around her gradually change, Ning Xianwan panicked. She pushed Foxy with all her might and shouted, Get away from me. Don't touch me. Ning Xianwan's sudden outburst stunned everyone. Whether intentionally or not, she's foot slipped, and she began to fall backward. As she braced for a close encounter with the ground, she closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, but the anticipated pain never came. She felt the world blur, and then she found herself in someone's arms. Looking up, who else could it be but Bei Ming Chen? The guards snapped out of their shock and knelt in salute. "Greetings, Your Highness the Prince." Several of them stole a glance at Ning Xianwan. Miss Ning was doomed this time. How could she commit such a discourteous act? She had pushed the prince consort's wife. This was outright treason. Ning Xianwan, however, was oblivious to the others' stares. Seeing Bei Ming Chen's sudden arrival filled her with anxiety, for her current appearance was truly unsightly. At this thought, her back no longer ached, her legs stopped trembling, and energy surged through her. She scrambled to her feet, straightened her clothes, and hastily smoothed her hair. She sneaked a laugh. Indeed, the only thing separating you from a madwoman is she. After frantically tidying her hair, Ning Xianwan gently wiped her cheek with a handkerchief and said in a frail, pitiful voice, "Your Highness, things are not as they appear." She pouted and tilted her head back slightly. Doesn't Ning Xianwan realize that when she wiped her face just now, she smeared snot all over it? That's practically a protective layer. And how much rouge and powder did Ning Xianwan apply? In ancient terms, the handkerchief swept across her cheek, leaving behind a thick layer of cosmetics. Hearing this, Bei Ming Chen smiled. He reached out and pinched she's cheek, looking at her with an extremely doting gaze. "Has someone displeased my princess?" She looked up with a pitiful expression and pointed at Ning Xianwan. "Miss Ning accidentally fell. I kindly tried to help her up. You know how weak I am. I couldn't lift her. So, Miss Ning got angry and pushed me." Ning Xianwan was nearly choked with rage. She was in this state because of she, so how could she be the one playing the victim? She dabbed her nose with her handkerchief and sobbed. "Your Highness, you cannot listen solely to she's words. Sometimes even what you see with your own eyes is not the truth." She blinked twice. "Oh my God, please stop sobbing. I'm afraid you'll blow a snot bubble if you keep talking." It was a mistake not to knock her teeth out earlier. Bei Ming Chen smiled and ruffled she's hair, his voice gentle. "What I see and what the truth is, none of that matters. I only believe what my princess says." His gaze then turned cold as he swept it over Ning Xianwan. "And the name she is not yours to speak." Ning Xianwan's entire body went cold. She trembled uncontrollably, her heart pounding violently. In that instant, a sense of despair surged within her. She narrowed her eyes, clutched her chest, and stepped back 2 paces. Her expression was one of utter desolation. Her lips quivered several times before she spoke with profound sorrow. "Your Highness, you were never like this to Waner before. How have you changed?" She glared indignantly at Bei Ming Chen and pinched the flesh at his waist hard. "Damn it, all these romantic entanglements are your fault. You womanizer, flirting everywhere. You'd better resolve this today, or I'll make you a pair of star-crossed lovers." Seeing this, Ning Xianwan continued her attempts at provocation. "Your Highness, Waner means no harm. If Sister Princess Consort dislikes me, I will simply take my leave." She tightened her grip and Bei Ming Chen clenched his teeth in pain. Waner. I've never seen a bowl, pot, spatula, stove, chopsticks, or spoon as annoying as you. From now on, no bowls are allowed in the prince's mansion. Everyone will eat from basins." Bei Ming Chen was both amused and pained. Smiling, he pulled she's hand away from his waist. Ning Xianwan sniffled, sobbed twice, dabbed her nostril with her handkerchief, and began slowly. "Your Highness, do you still remember? Do you still remember your grandfather? When did he pass away? Was he peaceful? Miss Ning, your forehead is darkened with ill fortune. Let me do a quick calculation. I foresee a bloody calamity in your near future. You must be careful." Bei Ming Chen was utterly exasperated. She's sharp tongue could probably talk the dead back to life. As for Ning Xianwan, upon hearing these words, she nearly joined her grandfather in the afterlife. She sobbed with immense pity and sorrow. She stomped hard on Bei Ming Chen's foot. "What are you looking at me for? Shouldn't the focus be on me now? Why does everyone in this book seem to have an IQ deficit? I really wonder how the author wrote this. No wonder they get criticized." "Guards!" Bei Ming Chen shouted coldly. Hearing this, the guards surged forward and surrounded Ning Xianwan. Ning Xianwan looked incredulous, as if her heart had died. "Your Highness, you truly..." Before she could finish, Bei Ming Chen ordered coldly, "The Prime Minister's daughter has committed the offense of striking a superior and insulting the prince consort's wife. According to the law, what is the punishment?" The guard bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, according to the laws of our dynasty, the punishment is 20 heavy strokes of the board." She looked dissatisfied. "Only 20 strokes. That punishment is far too light. If Ning Xianwan isn't bedridden for several months, it won't be worth my performance today." She looked up at Bei Ming Chen. "Your turn to speak. Go on, give her a super multiplier." The corners of Bei Ming Chen's lips curled unconsciously. He glanced at the guard. "The Prime Minister's daughter intended to harm the prince consort's wife. The penalty is increased to 50 strokes. "Yes." The guard obeyed without hesitation and walked toward Ning Xianwan. Ning Xianwan was terrified. Her lips were pale, her hands trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. At that moment she finally realized just how terrifying the man before her truly was. The head of the guards addressed two palace maids approaching from the side. "You two come here and take Miss Ning away." The maids stopped, bowed, and replied yes. Ning Xianwan panicked, immediately falling to her knees and begging for mercy. "Your Highness Prince Chen, forgive me. Your Highness Princess Chen, forgive me." The maid stepped forward, grabbing Ning Xianwan's arms on both sides. Ning Xianwan struggled to break free, scrambling forward in a panic to grab Bei Ming Chen's robe to plead. Seeing this, she extended her arm and pushed Bei Ming Chen backward. "Hey demon, take your dirty hands off." Bei Ming Chen hadn't yet reacted when his body involuntarily retreated 2 steps. He used his legs to force himself to stop. Immediately after, he heard Ning Xianwan's voice. Turning his head, he saw her entire body fall to the ground. Ning Xianwan let out a painful cry, looking at Fuo's indifferent expression. A sense of fear arose in her heart. She snorted, shook her hand, and then crossed her arms, saying with disdain, "Your hair is so oily. Honestly, how many days since you last washed it?" Bei Ming Chen stood beside Fuo, feeling helpless upon hearing this. He raised his hand to rub his brow. Fuo always had such unusual points of focus. Ning Xianwan's face turned red. "Fuo," she hummed twice. "Pay attention from now on. Hair that is too oily gives an impression of being impolite." Then turning to the maid, she said, "Take her away. I won't see you off." After saying this, she pinched Bei Ming Chen and walked forward. Bei Ming Chen's eyebrows knitted slightly as his hand covered Fuo's hand. He clenched his teeth and tried to pull his arm away from her grip. Fuo looked at her own hand, then raised her head to look at Bei Ming Chen, snorting, "What? Is my hand not worthy of your arm?" Bei Ming Chen had just let go of Fuo's hand when he heard this phrase, silently putting his hand down. "Humph. From now on I want to turn the tables and sing like a farmer. I will never forget you telling me to get out." Bei Ming Chen felt guilty and rubbed his nose, then took Fuo's hand and walked forward, bumping into Princess Jining. Jining bowed. "Greetings to your Highness Prince Chen, your Highness Princess Chen." Bei Ming Chen did not respond, while Fuo smiled and nodded. "You may rise. You are becoming more and more like a real person." Bei Ming Chen's hand trembled slightly. Was Fuo talking about him? When was he not like a person? Jining sensed that the two did not wish to talk much, so after thanking them, she walked forward. After Jining disappeared from view, Fuo, she looked at Bei Ming Chen, her voice fierce. "Say, why did your hand tremble just now?" "Bei Ming Chen, what kind of thing? Can't I even tremble my hand a little? I just accidentally trembled a bit." Fuo snorted and rolled her eyes. "Did I agree to it? I didn't even know. Who let their hand tremble?" Bei Ming Chen opened his mouth slightly, but Fuo was so domineering. Looking at the Fuo in front of him, he gazed with an indulgent expression, took her hand, and walked into the hall. Fuo kept eating since sitting down, occasionally glancing at the dancers on the hall stage. Bei Ming Chen kept serving Fuo dishes, occasionally whispering, "Try this." Fuo with her mouth full whispered, "Pay attention. If anyone intends to hurt you, rush forward first, and then beat him up." Bei Ming Chen smiled lightly and replied, "Good." Fuo nodded satisfactorily and continued eating. Their sweet actions were seen by the emperor and the crown prince, both of whom harbored ulterior motives and smiled on the surface. Bei Ming Chen saw that Fuo had finished eating and asked softly, "Do you want to go back to the manor?" Fuo looked over, then turned to look at the people in the hall again, pursing her lips. "There are so many people here. It doesn't matter if we are 2 people. Let's go home quickly. After eating I want to sleep." Bei Ming Chen smiled and held Fuo's hand. He suddenly realized that since meeting Fuo, he found himself smiling involuntarily. Fuo looked at Bei Ming Chen, who pulled her up and left directly, patting that hand and whispering, "Do we not need to tell the emperor?" "No need. This person is so unreasonable and impatient, but I like him so much." Bei Ming Chen's smile never faded from his lips. The two walked out of the hall, and Bei Ming Chen heard Fuo counting in her mind. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Okay. Bei Ming Chen heard the sound and looked sideways. "What are you counting?" Fuo laughed happily, stopping. "A walk after meals helps one live to 99. After saying this, she broke free from Bei Ming Chen's hand, ran behind him, raised her hand, placed it on the man's shoulder, and pulled down smoothly. "Crouch quickly." Bei Ming Chen chuckled, looked back at Fuo. She bent down and carried Fuo on his back, then walked forward. The palace maids and eunuchs who passed by saw this, all kneeling with their heads lowered, waiting until Bei Ming Chen passed by, before slowly raising their heads to glance at each other. That was just Prince Chen, my goodness. If it weren't for it being broad daylight, they would have thought they had seen a ghost. Jining stood on the high platform, watching the couple below, who were inseparable. Her face remained calm, and the corner of her lips lifted involuntarily. "It's good to be with someone you love." Bei Minghua appeared at some point, walking beside Jining. Following her gaze, he saw Bei Ming Chen carrying Fuo toward the palace gate, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. They were so affectionate, it was truly wonderful. Jining looked back at Bei Ming Chen. Seeing his expression, she assumed Bei Ming Chen was envying Bei Ming Chen and Fuoshi. She began to reconsider Bei Ming Chen, realizing that the crown prince was also a man of feelings. Her voice softened involuntarily. Your Highness Crown Prince. Bei Ming Chen nodded, turning with a gentle voice. Princess Ji, are you homesick? Jining smiled wryly, said nothing, and turned to gaze into the distance. That home. What was there to think about? Fuoshi opened her eyes, rubbed them, sat up, and looked dazedly at the window. After her brain booted up, she pulled back the covers, got out of bed, walked to the copper mirror, and sat down. Looking at that dull face, she suddenly felt like making a facial mask, but how could there be masks in ancient times? After thinking it over, she decided to make one herself. She acted quickly with strong initiative and rushed out of the room, almost colliding with Bei Ming Chen, who had just entered the Qinshi courtyard. Bei Ming Chen held Fuoshi's shoulders with both hands, forcing her to stop. Looking down at Fuoshi, he asked, why are you running so fast? Could it be that he knew she was coming, so she ran out to welcome her? Fuoshi treated him so well. Fuoshi slapped those hands away, pretending to walk out. Bei Ming Chen, halfway through trying to stop Fuoshi, quietly retracted his hand, swallowing his saliva. I have something to do later. I won't be dining at the manor tonight. Fuoshi did not pay much attention, nodding slightly. Yes, go. Bei Ming Chen watched Fuoshi walk toward the kitchen, and as soon as Fuoshi's figure disappeared, he immediately ran forward. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had intended to return to his room to rest. When he heard Bei Ming Chen's voice, stopped and turned back with a puzzled expression. The prince had just entered the Qinshi courtyard, wasn't he? How could he be out so quickly? Seeing the prince's anxious expression, could it be that the princess had driven the prince out? Yes, it was very likely. He quickly walked 2 steps to stand beside Bei Ming Chen, bending down. My lord. Bei Ming Chen took a step forward, his voice drifting. I heard that the envoys from Ningchongguo will be leaving in a few days. I feel it necessary to bid them farewell. Ling Xiao heard this, stunned in place. What had he just heard? Looking up, he saw Bei Ming Chen moving swiftly, rushing toward the main gate of the Qin manor like the wind. Ling Xiao wore a meaningful smile. He, if the princess drove you out, just say it directly. You're quite good at making excuses. The envoys are leaving at night. What does it have to do with you, my lord? But he dare not say these words. He could only complain in his heart. How pitiful his rest time was, it had just vanished. Shrugging his shoulders, he quickly followed Bei Ming Chen's pace. Fuoshi rushed into the kitchen, and Song Xin, who was carrying pastries, came out and hugged Fuoshi head on. Fuoshi acted quickly, catching the pastries in Song Xin's hand and picking one up to put in her mouth. Seeing this, Song Xin took the plate from Fuoshi's hand. Is the princess hungry? Fuoshi shook her head, stepped into the kitchen, swallowed the pastry, and looked around. I want to make something. Song Xin was first puzzled, then quickly realized that the princess was going to cook for the prince. She smiled and said, Princess, I will help you. Fuoshi found an egg, picked it up. No, you don't know how to do it. Song Xin squatted down, helping Fuoshi hold the basin. Princess, are you going to stir-fry eggs? No, I need the egg white. She seemed to have seen that egg white mixed with honey and cucumber could whiten the skin. Song Xin was somewhat confused, continuing to ask, Princess, should I prepare some porridge for the prince? Fuoshi looked up. Make porridge. Didn't Bei Ming Chen say he has something to do and won't be dining at the manor tonight? Song Xin was surprised, but I heard Ling Xiao say he intends to return to his room to rest. Ling Xiao is the prince's personal attendant. I think the prince has nothing to do. Fuoshi nodded thoughtfully, a wicked smile appearing on her lips. From this, it seemed that Bei Ming Chen had misunderstood her intention to cook and had been scared away. Ha ha ha, she pushed the basket containing the eggs back, stood up, scanned the kitchen, and pointed to the sandpot on the side, saying to Song Xin, Song Xin, bring that sandpot over. Let's make some porridge for the prince. She wanted to wash off the label of being unable to cook today and make Bei Ming Chen look at her differently. Song Xin agreed, placing the basin containing the eggs on the cutting board, then turning to get the sandpot. The two placed the sandpot on the stove, poured water into it, found some rice, and threw it into the pot one by one. When the rice almost covered the water, Song Xin stopped Fuoshi from adding more rice. Princess, it's enough. The porridge will look like this. Fuoshi nodded, giving a thumbs up, professional. The sandpot began to bubble. Fuoshi lifted the lid and saw that the rice was getting larger while the water was getting less. She quickly added more water to the sandpot, stirred with a spoon, but it still seemed too thin, so she picked up some rice and added more. Song Xin, quick, bring me the biggest pot. Song Xin quickly ran over, grabbing a pot several times larger than the sandpot, holding the handle with both hands. Fuoshi used a handkerchief to pad the sandpot and poured the porridge into the big pot. Song Xin placed the big pot on the stove, and the two began the repetitive action, adding rice when it was too thin, adding water when it was too thick. Song Xin, quick, bring the largest pot. Tell the manager that no cooking will be done in the kitchen tonight. Everyone in the manor will drink porridge. Hearing the sound from within, Song Xin hurried over, and together with Foxy, they lifted the large pot onto the stove, then poured the thick porridge from it into a larger one. Watching the thick porridge simmering in the pot, Sungshin pursed her lips and turned to see Foxy about to add more water, quickly reaching out to stop her. Princess consort, I think we should add water slowly. Foxy looked down at the basin of water in her hands and nodded agreement. You make a very valid point. Then the two worked in tandem, one stirring while the other poured water. Princess consort, it's ready, it's ready. Foxy immediately stopped pouring water and glanced sideways at the massive pot of porridge. If they added any more, they would have to distribute it outside the Chunwang's mansion. As evening fell, everyone in the Chunwang's mansion gathered at the kitchen entrance, craning their necks to peek inside, wondering what the princess consort was doing. Foxy had the large pot of porridge carried to the table on the entrance, then cleared her throat lightly. Well, my hand was shaking a bit this evening, and by accident, I made far too much porridge for tonight. Everyone, let's try to finish this pot, shall we? Her response was a dead silence. Seeing that enormous pot of porridge, the guests exchanged awkward yet polite smiles. How much did one's hand have to shake to produce so much porridge? Foxy cleared her throat twice more and pointed to the basin Sungshin had brought, speaking with confidence. Everyone, please take your bowls first, then line up to get some porridge. Looking at the basin larger than a face, the guests realized the princess consort was forcing them to finish the porridge. Foxy stepped back beside Sungshin and whispered, have you found the Wang? Sungshin turned, princess consort, I have already sent someone to find the Wang. Good, go drink the porridge. Foxy and Sungshin walked forward, each picking up a bowl of porridge. Looking around, they saw no one was eating. Everyone was staring at their half-cooked porridge, lost in thought. Foxy stepped forward and cleared her throat twice. All right, everyone, let's drink this bowl together. She bowed deeply, then lifted the bowl to her lips, making a guloo-guloo sound as she drank. After just 2 sips, she stopped eating, staring at the bowl before her lips moving slightly. Why does this porridge taste so strange? It tastes like overpopped popcorn. Foxy swallowed the porridge in her mouth, placed the bowl down before her, and looked up at those around her. Seeing this, everyone picked up their bowls and began drinking, but after just 2 sips, their movements became unnervingly synchronized as they all froze. Why does this porridge taste so strange? An awkward silence filled the air. Foxy suddenly spotted Bei Ming Chen standing at the kitchen entrance and cheerfully called out, Wang, come quickly, come drink some porridge. I saved some for you. Bei Ming Chen's brows twitched in discomfort. The desire to refuse the porridge was written all over his face. Seeing everyone's identical reaction, he knew just how terrible the porridge tasted. Hearing this, everyone quickly set down their bowls and knelt, bowing respectfully. Wang. Upon hearing Bei Ming Chen's voice, he momentarily hesitated about whether to speak. If he did, he would have to drink the porridge immediately. If he didn't, he'd still have to drink it later. Either way, he couldn't escape drinking the porridge tonight. Seeing so many in the mansion sharing his fate, he felt somewhat relieved. Rise quickly, all of you, and drink your porridge. Everyone bowed in unison, yes. Bei Ming Chen walked beside Foxy, glancing at the nearly full pot of porridge on the table. His expression was difficult to describe, his voice barely audible. Why did you make so much? Foxy quickly ladled a bowl for Bei Ming Chen, her face beaming with flattery. Haha, well, my hand just shook a little by accident. Bei Ming Chen raised his eyes slightly and quickly took the bowl from Foxy, placing it on the table. He then gently took Foxy's hand, carefully examining it, his voice tender. Did you burn yourself? Foxy pouted slightly and nodded, raising her free hand to point at the hand Bei Ming Chen was holding. It was quite red before, but it couldn't hold on until you arrived, so it faded away on its own. Bei Ming Chen looked at her with deep affection, taking Foxy's hand and leading her out of the kitchen as he said, never come into the kitchen again. If you get burned again, I will be heartbroken. Foxy blinked twice. Bei Ming Chen, not sure whether he found Foxy walking too slow or feared she would remember the porridge, bent down and lifted her into his arms, striding out of the kitchen. Until the two disappeared from view, the people in the kitchen finally breathed a sigh of relief, all turning to look at the bowls of porridge in their hands. Suddenly a thought struck them, and each picked up their porridge and hurried out. The princess consort raised many pets, didn't she? Let the chickens, ducks, and dogs drink this porridge. It would be perfect. Bei Ming Chen carried Foxy into the Chunshi courtyard, entered the inner room, and laid her on the bed before leaning down to kiss her. Afterward, Bei Ming Chen took Foxy's hand and lied with a smile, look, your hand is swollen. The kitchen is so dangerous, you mustn't go there again. Foxy nodded. Upon receiving her promise, Bei Ming Chen finally relaxed his shoulders, letting go of Foxy's hand and going to bathe. Foxy sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating the face mask she had made. Given her poor cooking skills, it would be better to have someone else test the face mask. Since Bei Ming Chen was bathing, she suddenly burst into a foolish laugh, jumped off the bed, and hurried back to the kitchen. The kitchen staff were busy dealing with the porridge when they suddenly saw the princess consort return. They all lined up, using their bodies to hide the porridge behind them. Princess consort. Foxy lightly acknowledged, her mind still on the face mask, too busy to pay attention to anyone else. She found the face mask she had prepared, picked it up, walked a few steps, then turned back, glanced at the tense group, smiled, bent down, picked up 2 eggs, and rushed out. The people in the kitchen breathed a sigh of relief, quickly saying, quickly get rid of this. Foxy rushed to where Bei Ming Chen was bathing, pushed the door open softly, and said with a flattering tone, Wang, I've come. Bei Ming Chen inside was surprised to hear Foxy's voice. Turning his head, he saw her with a flattering expression and noticed she was holding an egg and a bowl. Foxy approached, extending the bowl containing the face mask before Bei Ming Chen, and said with a flattering tone, Wang, this is a face mask, you know. Bei Ming Chen looked at the greenish viscous substance, then up at Foxy, his voice filled with resignation. Well, what do you plan to do with it? Given Foxy's nature, if it were good, why would she share it with him? Foxy smiled flatteringly, her gaze darting back and forth on Bei Ming Chen's face, before a wicked smile appeared on her lips. Let you be my little test subject to conduct experiments on me. Wang, this is called a face mask, it's applied to the face. Let me tell you, applying this to your face for half an hour will ensure your skin is smooth and tender, delicate enough to burst at the slightest touch. As she spoke, she stirred the mixture with a spoon. Bei Ming Chen frowned tightly, gazing at the substance that resembled saliva and mucus, leaning his body slightly backward, his face expressing outright refusal. Such a wonderful thing, it's best for the princess consort to use it herself. For me, it would truly be a waste. Foxy shook her head. Not a waste, not a waste, since we are husband and wife. We must mutually torment each other. Bei Ming Chen's expression darkened. Better for the princess consort to use it herself. I am exposed to wind and sun every day. Using it would truly be a waste. Foxy seized on the keyword, quickly saying, Wang, precisely because you are exposed to wind and sun every day, you need this face mask. Otherwise, as you age, you will look particularly aged. You are several years older than me, and when we go out together, people will think you are my father. My father. Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath. He was only 7 years older than Foxy, nowhere near that exaggerated. Was Foxy dissatisfied with his age, thinking he looked old, and was she now hinting at this? Seeing Bei Ming Chen wavering, Foxy continued to tempt him, pouring out everything the cosmetic saleswoman had told her when she went to the counter. Wang's skincare should start early. If you wait until you're old, it will be too late. Believe me, those who believe in themselves are already beautiful on their own. Wang, Foxy's revitalizing face mask, you deserve it. Bei Ming Chen looked at the girl speaking seriously and nonsense, chuckled softly, then closed his eyes and opened his lips. All right, you do as you see fit. Foxy happily laughed, but without noticing, one of the eggs in her hands dropped, making a plop sound as it shattered on the ground. Foxy glanced down, then looked at the single egg remaining in her hand, placed the bowl she was holding, and walked behind Bei Ming Chen. First, she put the egg on the plate, then grabbed Bei Ming Chen's hair with her hand. While I heard that washing hair with eggs can make hair particularly smooth, glossy, and flowing. She glanced at Bei Ming Chen, seeing no reaction, and giggled softly, wetting Bei Ming Chen's hair. Wang, let me wash your hair for you. Bei Ming Chen was quite satisfied, his lips slightly curving, and he softly acknowledged, all right. Foxy's smile was impossible to contain. After thoroughly wetting Bei Ming Chen's hair, she took the egg from the plate, cracked it on his head, then opened the egg with both hands, letting the egg white and yolk slide onto his head. Foxy quickly discarded the eggshells, scrambled the egg with both hands, and finally applied it evenly across his hair, not missing a single inch, even massaging it for a bit. It really does seem smoother. The internet didn't deceive me. This is absolutely settled. No more mishaps will occur. After massaging for a while, Foxy scooped hot water from the bucket, raised the spoon high above Bei Ming Chen's head, and gently pushed his head. Close your eyes, I'm going to rinse it now. Bei Ming Chen responded, closing his eyes. Foxy poured the hot water down, massaging her hair with her hand as she poured. Bending down, she scooped another ladle of hot water, straightened up, and saw the egg on Bei Ming Chen's hair visibly changing. Egg. The egg had actually solidified on the hair, beginning to form egg drop soup. Foxy widened her eyes, glancing sideways at Bei Ming Chen, who had his eyes tightly shut. Quickly, she poured the hot water down, then scooped another ladle, pouring and massaging simultaneously, trying to wash away the egg drop soup on his head. The more hot water, the larger the egg drop soup spread. Eventually, Bei Ming Chen's head was covered in egg drop soup, with the smell of egg drop soup reaching Foxy's nose. Only salt is missing now. Bei Ming Chen caught a whiff of a fishy odor, and hearing Foxy's thoughts, felt a vague sense of foreboding. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced upward. Foxy guiltily bit her lip, quickly reaching out to turn Bei Ming Chen's head back. With a slightly flustered voice, she said, Your Highness, I haven't finished washing yet. Please close your eyes for now. Bei Ming Chen was not one to be easily fooled. He reached out and smoothed his hair back. Foxy then heard him inhale sharply, the breath caught in his throat. Fearing that Bei Ming Chen might start coughing blood and faint again, Foxy quickly draped his hair back over his shoulder and said ingratiatingly, Your Highness, you don't understand. It has to be this way. Think about it, the eggs we usually eat are cooked because cooked ones are more nutritious. Oh heavens, I am such a wicked flower. No, I can't go on like this. Lying is bad. Your Highness, listen to me. Egg whites can clear heat and reduce internal heat. They provide the body with rich nutrients and can calm the nerves, effectively relieving anxiety. More importantly, they can alleviate insomnia and irritability. If you add a little sugar, it has the effect of reducing internal heat. If you add a little salt, the effect is even better. It can also relieve mouth ulcers and sore throats. I know it makes hair softer and smoother. After speaking, she felt terribly guilty and whispered in a coaxing tone, Your Highness, do you believe what I say? Bei Ming Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath to suppress his displeasure, and said slowly, Do you think I should believe it? Foxy gave an ingratiating smile, looking utterly sycophantic. Your Highness, don't be angry. I'll clean it up for you right away. Having said that, she scooped up a ladle of water and poured it over Bei Ming Chen's head, her hand scraping down the egg-white clumps from his hair. Before Bei Ming Chen could close his eyes, he opened his mouth to speak, but before the words could escape, a stream of water rushed directly into his half-open mouth. Bei Ming Chen found it hard to breathe for a moment. He hurriedly wiped his face with his hand, and seeing Foxy about to pour another ladle of water, quickly turned and grabbed her wrist. Foxy was stunned. What's wrong? The hair isn't clean yet. Bei Ming Chen forced himself to calm down, looking at the woman before him, silently repeating in his heart, This is Foxy, this is Foxy, this is Foxy. He released Foxy's hand and said forbearingly, I'll do it myself. Foxy looked at Bei Ming Chen's face, which was on the verge of anger, then at his egg-covered hair, and finally at the face mask placed on the side, falling into deep thought. Should I still apply the face mask on Bei Ming Chen? Seeing him like this, he probably won't let me. What about the mask then? Should I go and apply it on the husky? But the husky has a face full of fur. Will it be effective? Let me try one more time. No need, you just close your eyes and rest. I'll rinse it off for you right away, and I still have to apply a face mask for you. Bei Ming Chen's brow twitched incessantly. He glanced at the mask placed to the side and immediately refused. No need. I have matters to attend to tonight and must make haste. Foxy's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Happily she asked, Your Highness, where are you going tonight? Bei Ming Chen looked at Foxy's excited little face, his lips parting slightly, and inexplicably uttered a sentence. What's on your mind? Out with it. Foxy smoothed Bei Ming Chen's hair, laughing like a fool. Your Highness, what are you saying? What thoughts could I possibly have? I'm not that kind of person. Bei Ming Chen was tempted to say, If you're not, then who is? Foxy took the opportunity to say, Your Highness, a man should protect himself when he's out. Take me along, and I'll drive away the bad guys for you. Bei Ming Chen looked Foxy up and down, pursed his lips without a word, turned around, and started washing himself. He grabbed a lock of his hair and sniffed it, frowning at the fishy smell. He turned his head to look at the culprit, seeing Foxy standing there with a richly varied expression on her face, as if plotting some mischief, without even a single thought escaping her. Find a way to get rid of the egg smell from my hair, and I'll take you out to play. Foxy's eyes widened instantly. She ran over, grabbed a lock of Bei Ming Chen's hair, and sniffed it. Tilting her head slightly, she suggested, How about this? Listen to me. Let's add some salt. If anyone asks, you can say it's your natural scent. Bei Ming Chen pressed his hand to his forehead and closed his eyes in contemplation. He seriously wondered if he had dug up Foxy's family graves in his past life only to encounter her in this one to torment him. Could it be he doesn't like the salt and pepper scent? Foxy patted Bei Ming Chen's shoulder and continued, Your Highness, if you don't like salt, we could add some sugar instead. That way your Highness will have a sweet fragrance about you. Bei Ming Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. Under these circumstances, if the timing weren't so inappropriate, he would have loved to punch the person before him until they were crippled, just so they could experience what the taste of evil truly was. Seeing this, Foxy placed her hand on her chin and paced back and forth a couple of times. How about adding some vinegar? Your Highness, what flavor of dish do you prefer? Bei Ming Chen was tempted to utter a single word, scram. He removed his hand from his brow, opened his eyes, and cast a sidelong glance at Foxy, whose face was full of schadenfreude. Your Highness, please return to your chamber. I will handle this myself. Foxy nodded happily, picked up the face mask, and headed out, her voice drifting back. Hurry up, Your Highness. I'll be waiting for you. Going to test the face mask on the husky, ha. Bei Ming Chen watched her joyful figure, a smile never leaving his lips. He shook his head helplessly, then plunged his head into the water to wash the egg white from his hair. Foxy would occasionally dash forward, as nimble as a monkey. Suddenly catching a glimpse of a beautiful scene out of the corner of her eye, she immediately stopped and retraced her steps. Bowl in hand, she looked at Ling Xiao and Song Xian, who were sitting in a corner, a gossiping expression on her face. Wow, not bad. Then she slipped away, silently running straight into the other courtyard. Pushing open the large gate, the courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. A look of doubt appeared on Foxy's face. Could they all be asleep? She looked up at the sky, which was not yet completely dark. Since when had the animal crew become so self-disciplined? Taiju, husky, doggy, Cui Hua. Foxy called out several times, but no one answered. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Had the husky been eaten by a ghost in the prince's mansion? If that were true, her heart would truly ache. She silently lowered her head. Test subject no. 2 is dead. Who am I going to test this face mask on now? Woof. Sister sheep. The husky's weak and feeble voice came out of nowhere. The sound was especially eerie in the silence of the night. Foxy shuddered, her panicked eyes scanning her surroundings. D-Doggy, I wasn't very good to you when you were alive. Now that you're dead, you don't have to remember me. I won't burn any bones for you during holidays either. Let's just say goodbye here. Woof woof. Thank you. Wish a dog well. Foxy followed the sound and found the husky lying on the ground weak and dying. She reached out and nudged it with her foot. You're not dead. Then why do you look half dead? The husky shook its head and said with some pain, woof woof. Sister, you need to be careful of that Bei Ming Chen fellow. He's up to no good. He poisoned us. Foxy gave a surprised grunt and shook her head in denial. Impossible. The husky closed its doggy eyes and said in a weak voice, woof woof. Go see the other pets. It happened tonight. The people only gave us plain congee for dinner. We drank it all, and soon after we all ended up like this. Several birds are already weak from diarrhea. Foxy's eyes widened and she pressed her lips together tightly. The plain congee the dog was talking about. It couldn't be the one she had cooked tonight, could it? Woof woof. Sister, this dog thinks we should try to escape again. Otherwise our days are numbered. Foxy guiltily rubbed her nose and cleared her throat lightly. We'll talk about that later. I'm going to check on Garfield and Donald Duck. As for the cats, fearing they wouldn't make it to the litter box in time, they had simply nestled themselves in the flower beds. Foxy couldn't bear to disturb them. She turned to look for Donald Duck, but before she could even get close, a rich, potent odor wafted over to greet her. Foxy stopped in her tracks instantly and took 2 steps back. She vaguely felt a pair of resentful eyes watching her. Turning her head to search left and right, she suddenly met a tiger's face. A newly built iron cage sat in the corner with a weak tiger lying inside. Foxy walked over and raised her hand in greeting. Hi, brother tiger. You can call me sister. The tiger opened its huge blood-red maw. Roar. Despicable human. Foxy stepped forward, pointing at the tiger. Who taught you that? So rude. Roar. Despicable humans use despicable means. They came up with this method to first control my stomach and then my body. Humph. After saying this, it turned its head away. Foxy blinked twice, remained silent, and walked out of the courtyard. She looked down at the face mask in her hand and startled, quickly threw it away. It was too terrifying. She swore she would never set foot in the kitchen again in this lifetime. Then she rushed into chintzy courtyard, found a set of thick, yet lightweight clothes to change into, removed all the hair ornaments from her head, and sat waiting for Bei Ming Chen to take her out for some fun and excitement. After a while, the door was pushed open and Bei Ming Chen stepped inside. Foxy immediately ran up and sniffed his hair. It seems to have a floral scent. You didn't go picking flowers while I wasn't looking, did you? Bei Ming Chen took Foxy's hand and said with a light laugh, I'm not that kind of person. Foxy looked Bei Ming Chen up and down, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Then where did that floral scent come from? The greenhouse. Upon hearing greenhouse, Foxy's expression instantly changed. I haven't been to the greenhouse since that day 6 days ago. I can't bear to look at what's inside. Bei Ming Chen was in an excellent mood. Let's go, he said cheerfully. The two walked out of the prince's mansion. The carriage was already waiting. Foxy boarded the carriage and immediately lifted the curtain of the window, leaning on the sill to look outside. A scene like this really calls for some music. Bei Ming Chen followed Foxy's gaze and saw nothing but the main street. What was there to see? He asked, what are you looking at? Hello, cool dog. Foxy blurted it out, then immediately clamped her lips shut. How did I say that out loud? Bei Ming Chen looked utterly bewildered. What cool dog? Was Foxy insulting him by calling him a dog? Are you insulting me? Foxy touched the bridge of her nose with the back of her hand. I just wanted to play a song silently in my mind. It was you who suddenly spoke and interrupted my thoughts. How could I? I said cool dog, meaning a very, very cool dog. Translated, it means the prince is really cool and handsome. A mysterious smile played on Bei Ming Chen's face as if to say, do you think I believe that? Foxy gave an ingratiating smile, then turned her head to look out the carriage window again. The sun is shining bright, flowers smile at me, little bird says, early, why are you carrying a bomb pack? I'm going to blow up the school. The teacher doesn't know. I pull the string and run, boom, the school is gone. The sun comes out, I climb a pole, touch a wire, touch a high voltage line, and it sends me to the king of hell's hall. I light a cigarette for the king of hell, he praises me as a good youth. I give him 5 more yuan, and he sends me back to the world of the living. Bei Ming Chen used to not like to laugh, but after meeting Foxy, he learned the feeling of holding back a laugh. At this moment, he was clenching his teeth and fists, forcing himself to stay calm. Foxy was really about to fly up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The boundless horizon is my love, your love is gone, my heart is broken. Suddenly, I really want to eat pig ears, oh no, cat ears. Bei Ming Chen looked up at Foxy, who was leaning against the edge of the window. Cat ears. Could those be eaten? At the start of life, human nature is good. Not doing homework is a hero. If the teacher hits you, what do? Pick up a mop and fight them. Bei Ming Chen's temples throbbed incessantly. He reached out and pulled Foxy into his arms. Foxy was startled, her eyes wide open. A faint smile curled at the corner of Bei Ming Chen's lips. He lowered his head and kissed her. When the kiss ended, Foxy licked her lips. Why does it taste like grilled fish? Prince, what did you have for dinner? Bei Ming Chen looked at the woman, speaking so seriously, then lowered his head and kissed her again. After a long moment, he looked up at Foxy, whose eyes were shimmering like rippling water, and whispered, "What do you think?" Foxy smacked her lips thought for a moment, and said, "Did you go eat barbecue? You smell all smoky." Bei Ming Chen gently tapped Foxy's forehead, helped her sit up, and began tidying her clothes and hair. He said softly, "We're almost there." Foxy's face lit up with excitement, and she nodded vigorously. Bei Ming Chen gave a doting smile, and took her hand. She was so happy, though anyone watching would think he never let her go out. The carriage stopped, and Ling Feng's cautious voice came from outside, Princess, we've arrived." Hearing this, Bei Ming Chen took Foxy's hand and bent down to exit. He got out of the carriage first, then lifted Foxy out, spun her around once, and set her down. The magic power of love spins you around. Bei Ming Chen was already immune to such trivial scenes. He took Foxy's hand, without changing his expression, and walked forward slowly. Foxy followed closely behind Bei Ming Chen, turning her head to look around. This is the nightlife. Amidst the bustling lights and dazzling pleasures, I wish I could stay carefree forever. Bei Ming Chen squeezed Foxy's hand, tilted his head down, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Foxy smiled. "I was wondering where this is. Why aren't these people home sleeping at this hour?" Before Bei Ming Chen could answer, a big man passing by them stopped. He raised his wine jug, took a few loud gulps, then put it down. He took the large saber off his shoulder, pointed it at Foxy, and said in a drunken voice, "Who are you to meddle so much? What business is it of yours if people go home or not?" Foxy blinked in shock, and turned to look at the big man. Seeing his sturdy, muscular build, she raised an eyebrow. "I was just making up a lie on the spot." Seeing Foxy becoming more timid, the big man grew even more overbearing. He shouted, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Foxy took 2 steps back in disgust, half hiding her body behind Bei Ming Chen. She looked at the big man and said, "Brother, let's talk nicely. Don't spit decimal points everywhere. Also, my name isn't He, it's Chu Yushuan." Bei Ming Chen turned his head to look at her. Could Foxy's name in this other world be Chu Yushuan? He made a mental note. Only then did the big man notice the person beside him. His gaze swept from the top of Foxy's head upward. Although he didn't know Bei Ming Chen, judging by his appearance, especially the kingly aura he exuded, he looked like someone not to be trifled with. "All right, Chu Yushuan, I'll remember that. Goodbye." The big man said the most cowardly words with the fiercest glare. After speaking, he walked past the two. Seeing no reaction from them, he immediately turned and ran. "Ha ha ha." Foxy was stunned for a moment, then quickly bent over with laughter. Bei Ming Chen was speechless. What was so funny about that? After laughing for a while, Foxy looked up at Bei Ming Chen with an unreadable smile on her face. Who knew that Bei Ming Chen could scare people away just by standing there without doing anything? Maybe I should draw a portrait of him and hang it by my bedside to ward off evil spirits. Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip on Foxy's hand, a doting smile on his face. Foxy must love him so much that she even wants to hang his portrait by her bedside. Each lost in their own thoughts, they looked at each other and smiled sweetly. Foxy followed Bei Ming Chen into a bustling alley. They twisted and turned so many times that Foxy's head began to spin. Why is it like a maze? Could Bei Ming Chen have a black market? Oh my god, then I would be the legendary mob boss's woman. Bei Ming Chen laughed silently. They arrived at a courtyard, and Ling Feng immediately stepped forward to knock on the door. Foxy stared at the door, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Here we go, an undercover meetup. What secret signal will Bei Ming Chen use? With a bang, the courtyard gate opened from inside. A head poked out, and upon seeing Bei Ming Chen, immediately bowed, "Master." Bei Ming Chen took Foxy's hand and led her into the courtyard. Foxy pouted in disappointment and tugged at Bei Ming Chen. He looked down. "What's wrong? Are you guys this casual? Don't you use a secret code?" Bei Ming Chen chuckled lightly. "Why would I need a secret code when I'm here in person?" Foxy nodded, holding back a smile. "My phone has facial recognition, but it's failed to recognize me several times." Bei Ming Chen showed no reaction, took Foxy's hand, and led her into the main hall, taking the seat of honor. Soon a man walked in carrying a thick stack of account books. He approached Bei Ming Chen, glancing secretly at Foxy from the corner of his eye. Then without a sound, he placed the books on the table, bowed respectfully, and said, "Master, these are last month's accounts." Bei Ming Chen hummed in acknowledgement, picked up the top book, and began to flip through it. "Has Jian Chao arrived yet?" The man bent down further. "Second master. He's here. He went to Dingsue Tower. Before he left, he instructed me to tell you that if you arrived, you could go find him there." After speaking, he stole another glance at Foxy. When Bei Ming Chen heard the words Dingsue Tower, his hand flipping through the books paused. He then glanced sideways at Foxy, who seemed lost in thought. He cleared his throat. "Send someone to bring Jian Chao back." Before the man could respond, Foxy's voice rang out. "Since we've come all this way, it would be a waste of this wonderful time to just hole up in this mansion." Foxy stood up, ran to Bei Ming Chen's side, snatched the account book from his hand, and threw it on the table. Then she grabbed his arm, shook it back and forth, and coaxed, "Take me out to look around. I've never been out at night before." Bei Ming Chen looked at Foxy, who was acting cute and begging. A smile appeared in his eyes. This trick of hers was very effective on him. In a moment of weakness, he agreed. "All right, let's go." Foxy's face instantly lit up with joy. She let go of Bei Ming Chen's arm and dashed out of the house. The long-awaited nightlife. City of neon lights, here I come. Bei Ming Chen was very helpless. He stood up and walked out as well. The man who had been bowing straightened up and quietly asked Ling Feng, who was lagging behind. Ling Feng, this young lady is the master's. Ling Feng watched Bei Ming Chen quickly catch up and take Foxy's hand. He turned his head and said with a smile, his ancestor. The man was utterly confused. Ancestor. Coming to his senses, he opened his mouth to ask more, but saw Ling Feng walking away from him. Bei Ming Chen led Foxy through the bustling streets, breathing in the fragrant aromas drifting through the air. Their ears were filled with the sounds of people talking and street vendors hawking their wares as crowds of people streamed past them. Foxy's face was full of happiness and contentment. I just love strolling through streets like this. Suddenly Foxy noticed a shop entrance decorated with all kinds of flowers. Looking up, she saw the sign Dingsue Tower. Isn't this Dingsue Tower? Bei Ming Chen followed her gaze. It really was. How did they end up here? Foxy pulled Bei Ming Chen, wanting to go inside. Bei Ming Chen tried to stop her, but Foxy was too strong. Sierra, don't go. Foxy had one foot inside Dingsue Tower and the other outside. She looked back. What's wrong? Isn't that guy Jian Xiao in here? Bei Ming Chen glanced inside the building, moved Foxy's extended foot back, took her hand, and turned to leave. Why are you leaving without coming in? Just as they turned, a flippant voice came from behind them. Bei Ming Chen's temple twitched. He pulled Foxy, intending to leave. Sensing something was wrong, Foxy forced Bei Ming Chen to stop and turned to look at the man walking towards them. The man was dressed in luxurious brocade robes, holding a folding fan which he waved as he approached. His eyes, which seemed to see through everything, fell on their joined hands. As he drew near, he teased, "Little beauty, what's your name?" Bei Ming Chen pulled Foxy closer to his side, warning the man with a cold gaze. Jian Xiao. Jian Xiao smiled cheerfully, completely unafraid of the threat in Bei Ming Chen's eyes. After glancing at him, he focused his attention back on Foxy. You're quite a looker. No wonder he took a liking to you. He leaned in slightly, covering his mouth with his fan, and whispered to Foxy. You're very lucky, you know. This is the first time he's brought a woman here. Foxy raised an eyebrow and looked at Bei Ming Chen in shock. Did Bei Ming Chen only bring men here before? Bei Ming Chen nearly spat blood. He pulled Foxy, intending to leave. Foxy yanked Bei Ming Chen back and looked at Jian Xiao, who was still waving his fan. She said with great exasperation, "Aren't you cold? Your face has turned blue from the cold." Jian Xiao stopped his motion, coughed lightly, and silently put his fan down. Now that she mentioned it, it was quite cold. To ease the awkwardness, he said, "Come on, I've got everything ready." Bei Ming Chen shot Jian Xiao a warning look. What had he prepared? Jian Xiao returned a meaningful glance. Bei Ming Chen's face darkened. He turned to Foxy and said, "Let's go." Foxy's gaze swept between the two of them. These two are exchanging glances. Could there be something going on between them? Could Bei Ming Chen be that way? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. She resolutely strode into Dingsue Tower and said to Jian Xiao, "Lead the way." Jian Xiao caught on and immediately led them up to the second floor. When the private room door opened, her eyes met a row of beautiful young women. Foxy's eyes widened. She stiffly turned her head to look at Bei Ming Chen. Just then, Jian Xiao's teasing voice came from beside her. "I didn't know he had you. I was just looking out for his health." Foxy smiled back at him and nodded. "I never expected that someone as ugly as you could have such a kind heart." Jian Xiao's smile froze on his face. Ugly. These three words had never been used to describe him before. He cast a glance at Fo. This woman was truly ruthless, striking straight at the heart. "May I ask?" "Stop with the may I ask, you just want to know my name. I'll tell you directly, I am Fo Shi." As she spoke, Fo Shi looped her arm around Bei Ming Chen's, a bright smile on her face. "I am Bei Ming Chen's lawful wife." Bei Ming Chen's heart trembled upon hearing this. It was the first time Fo Shi had so openly declared their marriage in front of an outsider. Suddenly a warmth filled his chest. Jian Xiao was somewhat shocked. He pointed his folding fan at Fo Shi and said in astonishment, "So you're that Taoist nun?" Fo Shi gritted her teeth, a mysterious smile on her face. Bei Ming Chen shot a cold glare, and Jian Xiao immediately withdrew his pointing hand, standing quietly in place. A voice tinged with obedient deference came forth, "Greetings, sister-in-law." Fo Shi's gaze swept over Jian Xiao. "Sister-in-law?" She looked up at Bei Ming Chen as if asking what their relationship was. Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip on Fo Shi's hand, lowered his head, and said with a smile, "His mother and my father are siblings." Fo Shi nodded thoughtfully. "So are they paternal or maternal cousins?" Then she turned her gaze to the group of women, her voice dripping with jealousy. "So many beauties. You too." Her eyes swept over Bei Ming Chen and Jian Xiao. "You must be in good health. If I hadn't come along tonight, this guy Bei Ming Chen would have cheated on me." Thinking this, she radiated anger and squeezed Bei Ming Chen's arm with some force. Bei Ming Chen drew in a sharp breath without changing his expression, then clenched his teeth. He dared not pull Fo Shi's hand away, silently enduring the pain. His gaze fell resentfully on Jian Xiao. "Truly splendid." Jian Xiao shuddered. Looking up, he saw the strange couple before him. Catching the signal Bei Ming Chen sent him, he understood immediately. Turning to the women, he said, "Leave. I'll call you if needed." The women bowed in unison yes. Then they filed out in an orderly manner. Bei Ming Chen placed his hand over Fo, she's gently removing it from his arm, and said softly, "Let's go inside and sit." Fo she nodded and followed Bei Ming Chen into the room, sitting down at the table. Bei Ming Chen poured a cup of water and handed it to Fo, she his voice tender, "Have some water." Fo she nodded in satisfaction, picked up the cup, and began to drink. Jian Chao watched from the side, finding the scene utterly horrifying. Had Bei Ming Chen been drugged, or was this woman holding some leverage over him? He closed his eyes in disbelief, and when he opened them again the tender scene remained. Bei Ming Chen looked at Jian Chao, who seemed to have something to say, but hesitated. He spoke slowly, "Any progress on the matter?" Jian Chao opened his mouth, glancing at Fo, she several times, clearly unwilling to speak in her presence. Fo she sensed this. She looked at Bei Ming Chen and made a move to stand up. "This private room is a bit dull. I'll go for a walk outside." But as soon as she rose before she could take a step, Bei Ming Chen pulled her back down. Before Fo she could voice her confusion, she heard Bei Ming Chen say, "This is your sister-in-law. There is nothing to hide from her." Now not only was Jian Chao dumbfounded, but Fo she was as well. The way he protects his own. I love it. Bei Ming Chen felt a warmth on the back of his hand. Looking down he saw Fo, she had placed her free hand over his. Jian Chao could feel the atmosphere between the two growing thicker. It seemed as if he could see pink bubbles floating all around them. He cleared his throat to interrupt their drifting thoughts. Once they came back to their senses, Jian Chao said, "I have no news here. Didn't you go to Lingxi Pavilion? Did you find anything?" At the mention of Lingxi Pavilion, Fo, she's eyes flickered slightly. "I'll go ask tomorrow what Bei Ming Chen is trying to find out." Bei Ming Chen replied calmly, "No word yet, but I expect it soon." As he spoke he glanced at Fo she. Fo she pursed her lips, feeling that he had said that deliberately for her benefit. For a moment the room fell into silence. Until a buzzing sound reached Fo she's ears. Buzz. While there are a few people here. Fo she waved her hand to shoo away a mosquito. "Go away, stop buzzing, stop showing off, or you'll get hit." "Buzz. Let me see if this girl's blood is sweet." Fo she slapped the air with force, trying to swat the mosquito. "That's going too far. Do you even know the meaning of give an inch, take a mile?" "Buzz. Just give in to me. I'm not the Tang monk, why does every mosquito want to suck my blood? Are you looking down on me?" The mosquito found its chance and darted forward, only to be caught by a large hand. With a sharp smack, it was obliterated. Bei Ming Chen grabbed Fo she's flailing hand and looked at her from the corner of his eye. He seemed to have discovered something quite astonishing. Jian Chao watched the blissful, affectionate couple before him, then considered his own lonely, miserable state, and let out a couple of indignant snorts. Bei Ming Chen looked over at him, annoyed that he had ruined the perfect mood. His voice was somewhat irritated. "Jian Chao, how long have you been out?" Before Fo she could hear Jian Chao's reply, she caught the sound of a mosquito. "Buzz. This guy is Jian Chao." "Buzz. Seems like it. That big guy just called him Jian Chao." "Buzz. He looks dumb as a rock. No wonder he's being hunted." Fo she had just been poised to strike, ready to kill the mosquito in one blow. But upon hearing this news, she casually lowered her hand, continuing to eavesdrop on what the mosquitoes were saying. "Buzz. The two beside him don't look too bright either." "Buzz. Exactly. Not like us, so clever." "Buzz. Those people should be here soon. While these fools are still alive, how about we feast on them?" "Buzz. Great idea. Your brain." Before the mosquito could finish its sentence, Fo she smacked it dead with a single slap. Fo she looked at the corpses of the two mosquitoes in her palm and clicked her tongue. "How benevolent of me, letting you die as a pair of star-crossed lovers." She then flicked the mosquitoes away, took Bei Ming Chen's hand, shook it, and stood up, saying, "We need to leave now. Someone is coming to kill him." Bei Ming Chen stood up without a second thought. Jian Chao was stunned, pointing at himself. "Someone wants to kill me." Fo she pulled Bei Ming Chen and headed out, her voice floating back. "If you don't believe me, just wait here. If you end up riddled with arrows like a sieve, I'll be merciful enough to collect your corpse." Seeing that Bei Ming Chen offered no protest, Jian Chao quickly got up and followed them. The three of them walked out of the Dingsui Tower and ran towards their residence. But as soon as they turned a corner, they all stopped abruptly, listening intently to their surroundings. "Oh, they're here." Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip on Fo she's hand, his gaze fixed on the surroundings. He lowered his head slightly and whispered, "You are not to kill anyone. Stay close behind me." Fo she nodded, unconsciously tightening her hold on Bei Ming Chen's hand. "I've seen this in dramas so many times. Never thought I'd experience it myself today. If my master knew the martial arts he taught me were finally being used, he'd probably be so happy he'd crawl out of his grave to applaud me." Bei Ming Chen heard her thoughts and raised an eyebrow. Fo she had a master. Jian Chao's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, sweeping across the surroundings. He paused for 2 seconds on Bei Ming Chen and Fo she. This Fo she was truly not simple. Then a gust of cool wind swept in, gently lifting the hair of the three. Suddenly Bei Ming Chen pulled she pressing her body close to his. He spun around, and an arrow whizzed past them with a swish. As she's feet touched the ground, she heard the sound of a bowstring being drawn. With her free hand, she grabbed Jian Chao by the shoulder, and pulling Bei Ming Chen along ran behind a pillar. At the same moment a volley of arrows was unleashed. All that could be heard was the thud of arrows embedding into the pillar. The sound of footsteps followed. She looked up at Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen gave a slight nod then pulled she behind him. He punched a man who was about to ambush them followed by a flying kick that sent the man flying. The man hit the ground with a loud boom, and immediately countless black-clad figures emerged from all directions. She stole a glance and widened her eyes. She was truly curious how so many men in black could move together without catching the attention of passers-by. Bei Ming Chen tightened his grip on she's hand, exchanged a knowing glance with Jian Chao, gave a slight nod then pulled she along, and uttered a single word, "Let's go." She understood immediately and began to move. The three of them dashed to the left simultaneously. As Bei Ming Chen and Jian Chao veered left they positioned themselves on either side, shielding she in the middle. At the same moment the men in black struck at the spot where they had just been standing. Hearing the commotion the trio halted and turned their heads to scan the black-clad figures behind them. Jian Chao spun his fan in his hand, then swiftly raised it assuming a battle stance. His gaze was sharp as he scrutinized the surrounding men in black. Bei Ming Chen furrowed his brows, pulled she behind him, and fixed his eyes on the men in black. He tilted his head slightly, and said, "Stay close behind me, and protect yourself." She bit her lip, lightly stared at the men in black, and hummed softly in acknowledgement. The men in black slowly closed in on the trio. Suddenly, as if fueled by some burst of energy, they charged forward in a flash. Jian Chao and Bei Ming Chen narrowed their eyes then squinted fiercely. They immediately stepped forward. Bei Ming Chen pulled she along with one hand, while hurling hidden weapons at the men in black with the other. Jian Chao swung his fan. With a series of clicking sounds, countless silver needles shot out from the fan, piercing directly into the heads of the men in black. The front row of assailants was hit, and fell one after another. She stared in astonishment, her mouth forming an O. "Oh my God! Jian Chao and Bei Ming Chen are truly skilled in martial arts. Let's go." Bei Ming Chen murmured sideways then pulled she and ran to the side. Jian Chao swept a glance at the men in black before following behind the two. The three of them ran forward together, their movements swift and decisive. Suddenly she stopped the two running ahead of her, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Bei Ming Chen narrowed his eyes, he had sensed it too. The three of them looked up briefly, then quickly bent down. At the same time a blade whizzed past above them, stirring a gust of cool wind that lifted their hair, a testament to the wielder's immense strength. They straightened up, their eyes locked on what lay ahead. Bei Ming Chen gripped she's hand tightly in one hand, and a short sword in the other, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Jian Chao wielding his fan applied force. Silver needles continuously shot out from the fan, flying into the darkness. The only sounds were the tearing of flesh and the thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Immediately after, a burly man jumped down from above. He held a sharp long blade in his hand, and his face bore a cold, bloodthirsty expression. Jian Chao snorted softly, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The man was enraged by Jian Chao's contempt. He raised his large blade and charged at Jian Chao with a yell. Jian Chao shook his head. He pivoted on his toes and shifted his body slightly, easily dodging the attack. He then immediately struck back. His fan cut through the air with a tearing sound. The fan grazed the man, leaving a red mark on his neck from which beads of blood soon emerged. Jian Chao looked at the man before him and smiled contemptuously. He then raised his leg and delivered a sideways kick to the man's abdomen, sending him flying to the ground. She shook her head and clicked her tongue in amazement. "Isn't this just asking to be killed? This story tells us to go home early at night, and not to scare people with knives on the street after midnight, or you might end up facing the king of hell." Jian Chao steadied himself, opened his fan, and began to fan himself. Seeing this, she couldn't help but remark, "Be careful. If you accidentally kill yourself with that thing, you won't have anyone to argue with in the court of the underworld." Jian Chao's hand froze. He looked at she darkly, then turned to Bei Ming Chen, his expression seeming to ask, "Are you going to control her, or not?" Bei Ming Chen pulled she and turned to leave, tossing out a final remark. "She is your sister-in-law, your elder. It is only right for her to teach you a lesson." Jian Chao felt a chill wind at his back, and then heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind him. He turned his head sharply, and saw a fierce blade slicing through the air towards him. Alarmed, Jian Chao quickly dodged to the right. A loud cracking sound was heard, as a massive gash was split into the wall not far away. Before Jian Chao could straighten up, a man dressed in black lunged at him, with tremendous force, aiming for a lethal blow. Seeing this, a cruel glint appeared in Bei Ming Chen's eyes. He flipped his palm, channeling a surge of powerful internal energy into his hand, and pushed forward with ruthless force. The man in black, holding a sharp sword aloft, and about to strike, Jian Chao was caught off guard and sent stumbling back several steps by Bei Ming Chen's palm strike. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes. He twisted his wrist, and in an instant countless more men in black emerged. She narrowed her eyes. She could sense that this group was different from the previous, seemingly inept ones. These were all individuals of extraordinary martial skill. The man thrust his sword at Jian Chao again. Jian Chao quickly raised his fan to block. The fan collided with the sword with a loud bang. Both of them staggered back several steps. Jian Chao forced himself to stand steady and immediately swung his fan forward to strike. Pulled along behind Bei Ming Chen, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She spun around and saw someone lunging at her. She raised a leg and kicked him flying. Behold my invincible flying leg. Perish now. The man in black clutched his chest, stumbling back a couple of steps, then immediately raised his blade and charged forward. Bei Ming Chen sent the man in black in front of him flying with a single palm strike. He then scooped She up by the waist, turned, and kicked the man she was fighting square in the chest. She and Bei Ming Chen stood back to back, their gazes fixed ahead. She exerted force in her wrist, trying to break free from Bei Ming Chen's grip. She said softly, "I can protect myself. Let go quickly. Let's each show our true strength. Charge. Fight." Bei Ming Chen sighed helplessly. He slowly released She's hand and said in a low voice, "Stay behind me." She hummed in acknowledgement. "No problem. Hero, I entrust my back to you." Bei Ming Chen had just braced himself and taken a step forward when he heard this inner thought. He nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. She also became serious. She clenched her fists and glared at the men in black before her. "Let me show you the power of my little fists. I'm not responsible if you die, though." Two of the men in black exchanged a glance. One pointed at his own head, then looked at she, signaling that this woman might be mentally deficient and to be cautious. They weren't afraid of normal people, they were afraid of people who acted like lunatics. She's face darkened. She pointed at the two men and cursed. "Your head is the one that's messed up. Your whole family's heads are messed up." The men in black also scowled. One pointed back at she and said in a harsh tone, "Your whole family's heads are the ones that are messed up." She retorted without backing down, "Send my regards to your aunts and uncles, your grandparents, your parents, your brothers and sisters, and all your other relatives." The man in black took a deep breath, the hand pointing at her trembling slightly. She snorted twice. "What are you shaking for? Anyone would think you need to go to the outhouse." Ignoring the man's fury, she continued her gentle insults. "Even if you scowl, I can't see it. Take off your mask, and let me see if your face is safe to look at." The man in black slowly clenched his fists, his whole body trembling with rage. He let out a loud roar. She frowned, covered her ears with her hands, and said disdainfully, "What a unique voice. I don't think you're suited for singing high notes." Before the seething man could react, she darted forward. But just as she reached his side, the man came to his senses and glared at her. She smiled, raised her fist, and taunted, "My fist wants to have a close encounter with your head." With that, she deflected the man's attacking hand and punched him squarely in the head. A loud bang was heard, and the man crumpled to the ground. She cradled her hand, wincing in pain. "That hurt so much. Were you practicing the iron head technique?" Meanwhile, several other men in black converged on she, their hostility palpable. They had thought she was just a sharp-tongued weak woman. They had underestimated her. She sent the nearest man in black flying with a spinning kick. Then she reached out, grabbed the shoulder of another who was beside her, and immediately applied pressure. The man's face turned pale instantly, but his gaze remained resolute. He endured the pain, broke free from her grip, and held his own shoulder. He looked she up and down. "You're not a woman." She kicked another man to her left and was startled by this question. She turned her head and snorted coldly. "You're not a man. You're spineless." The man in black was so enraged his chest heaved violently. He clenched his fist and aimed a punch at she. She bent over to dodge, then taking advantage of her position, she crouched down and swept her leg out, tripping the nearest assailant. Just as she stood up, she saw 4 or 5 men in black rushing at her. A slight smile curved on her lips. She moved her feet, quickly executing a sideways somersault to evade one of their attacks. The man in black was astonished that she could so easily dodge his strike. He quickly turned to continue his assault. She evaded his follow-up attack, and in one fluid motion, drove her elbow hard into another man's chest. Seeing the situation was turning unfavorable, she bent over to dodge, while yelling loudly, "The one you want to kill is Jian Chao. He's over there. Go kill him." Jian Chao, already overwhelmed, was speechless. "Could I exchange a thank you for a get lost?" But the men in black paid no heed to she's words and attacked her in unison. Bei Ming Chen tried to retreat to help she escape, but he was surrounded by layers of men in black. He tightened his grip on his short sword, slashed it across the throat of the man before him, and exuded an aura of pure brutality. She dodged and weaved, muttering incessantly, "Hey you people, my name isn't Jian Chao, so why are you attacking me? Stop. Cease, or I'll get angry. I'm really getting angry now." Young people, you have no sense of martial ethics. Fine then, let me show you my ultimate technique. With that, she grabbed a man by the shoulders, spun him around twice, knocking down everyone around her, and then hurled the man in her hands away. Go Pikachu! Then with a resounding crash, the man landed on the ground, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. She shook her head, clapped her hands, and clicked her tongue in admiration. That gush of old blood was truly spectacular. I told you I'm angry, but you just wouldn't listen. So now there's nothing I can do. The black-clad assassin, who had still been clinging to life, the kind that could be saved with some effort, coughed up another mouthful of blood upon hearing She's words, and promptly fainted. She's eyes widened in shock. Dead. Died. Oh my god, I've actually killed someone. Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen. She hastily rushed towards Bei Ming Chen. Encountering assassins blocking her path, she grabbed one with her left hand and another with her right, flinging them both behind her. Bei Ming Chen spun around, and the nearest circle of enemies all fell to the ground simultaneously. Drops of crimson blood still dripped from the short sword in his hand. She was stunned by the sight. Bei Ming Chen hurriedly dropped the short sword, his heart pounding violently. At that moment he was terrified that she would see him like this, be frightened of him, and run away again. The light in she's eyes gradually transformed, turning into starry shapes. That move was incredibly cool. Only then did she notice Bei Ming Chen's deathly pale face. She frowned slightly, her heart filled with worry. Could he be injured? She quickly ran to Bei Ming Chen's side, tugging at his sleeve to inspect him from all sides. Looking up at his face, she parted her lips and asked, "Are you hurt?" Bei Ming Chen grasped she's hand, holding it tightly in his own. No. In a rare moment of respite, Jian Chao cast a glance at the two lovebirds, then continued attacking his opponents, his tone filled with displeasure. Hey, you two over there, can't you see I'm about to be beaten to death? If you don't help out soon, you can host a banquet for the guests tomorrow, a funeral feast. She released Bei Ming Chen's hands, standing to the side and retorting without backing down, perfect. I'd love to eat at a funeral feast. Jian Chao withdrew his thrown fan and took a deep breath, grinding his teeth. How about you sacrifice yourself and come help? I'll make sure you get your funeral feast tomorrow. As soon as the words were spoken, he saw Bei Ming Chen deflect the attack aimed at him. Jian Chao breathed a sigh of relief and cast a gratified look at his expression resembling that of a mentor proud of his student. She rolled her eyes and snorted twice. Next time I'll be willing to feel guilty for you for a lifetime. Jian Chao glanced at the corners of his mouth twitching repeatedly. The remaining black-clad assassins saw the situation was dire and turned to flee. Jian Chao threw his folding fan. The fan, carrying a fierce wind, chased after the fleeing men, methodically slicing across their necks. It then changed direction, returning gracefully to Jian Chao's hand just as the assassins collapsed to the ground. She rested her hand on her chin, staring intently at Jian Chao's fan, her mind racing. Making a fan turn midair. What's the principle behind that? Bei Ming Chen stepped in front of she blocking her view. Taking her hand, he said in a warm voice, "Let's go back." She glanced sideways at the numerous corpses on the ground, then looked up. What about these? Bei Ming Chen pulled she forward as they walked, his voice drifting back. Jian Chao, you handle it. Jian Chao hummed softly in acknowledgement. She looked back and saw Jian Chao lost in thought. She tugged at Bei Ming Chen's hand and whispered, "Can he manage all that alone? Don't let him drop dead from exhaustion." Bei Ming Chen chuckled. "He won't." Upon returning to the residence, Bei Ming Chen immediately ordered Ling Feng to go to the site of the fight with some men to help. After Ling Feng left, he turned to she and said softly, "We'll rest here tonight." She nodded obediently. Bei Ming Chen smiled, took her hand, and led her to the backyard. They went up to the second floor, and he pushed open a door. She followed him inside, and saw numerous books and ledgers on the right side. Is Bei Ming Chen a scholar? Bei Ming Chen led she to the back, looking at the bathing pool. He smiled, and said, "Bathe first, then go and rest." She looked up, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Aren't you resting?" Bei Ming Chen nodded lightly. "I still need to look over the accounts." A glint of cunning shone in she's eyes. Bei Ming Chen laughed heartily. "Haha, it's all yours. I earn money for you." She felt she should be deeply moved at this moment. She nodded and asked, "It seems your private business has been running for a long time. So before you met me, who were you earning money for?" Bei Ming Chen was speechless. Before he met he earned money for himself, of course. "The money I earned before was all saved up for the you of now." She was startled for a moment, then burst out laughing. She put her hands on Bei Ming Chen's shoulders and said teasingly, "I never knew, young man, that you had such a way with words." Bei Ming Chen looked at she's teasing face and took her hands down from around his neck. "Stop it. It's already very late." She shrugged and spread her hands as if to say she wasn't doing anything. Bei Ming Chen smiled playfully and slowly stepped closer to she. Sensing something was wrong, she backed away until she was cornered against the wall with nowhere to go. Looking at the man approaching, she swallowed hard. It does seem very late. She turned her head to glance out the window, widened her eyes, and put on a pitiful expression. So shall we? Bei Ming Chen said with a smile. Hearing Bei Ming Chen's teasing tone, she felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. We're outside. Thinking this, she pushed against Bei Ming Chen and said with a smile, don't you have accounts to look at? Go on then. I need to bathe. Seeing she's nervous expression, Bei Ming Chen suddenly burst into loud laughter. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his tone full of affection. All right. After saying this, he planted a kiss on her forehead and turned to leave. She patted her own cheeks, let out a breath, and walked behind the folding screen. After washing, she put on her undergarments and tidied her hair. When it was half dry, she walked to the front hall and saw Bei Ming Chen staring at a ledger with a worried expression. She tossed her hair back and walked over. She lowered her head slightly, and her eyes widened in shock. The ledger read, I can't even recognize these characters. This is so awkward. Bei Ming Chen glanced sideways at her and said with a gentle smile, go and rest. She nodded and stood up, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back and pointed at the ledger. How do you read this? It looks so familiar to me. Bei Ming Chen laughed out loud. He reached out and pulled she into his lap. Lifting the ledger, he said calmly, I'll teach you the characters later. The general meaning is unnatural death. She looked up at Bei Ming Chen's face, a wave of sweetness washing over her heart, her eyes softening. But when she heard the last 5 words, she lowered her head to look at the ledger. Who died unnaturally? Bei Ming Chen tossed the ledger onto the table, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Looking down at she's radiant face, he forced a smile. My father and mother. She was shocked. She quickly sat up from Bei Ming Chen's embrace and turned to look at him in confusion. Seeing the deep sorrow in his eyes, she parted her lips, feeling as if words were stuck in her throat. She closed her mouth again and stared intently at Bei Ming Chen. Wait, that's not right. The book clearly said Bei Ming Chen's father died in battle and his mother died in childbirth. There was no hidden plot like this. I read the ending. Did I just skim through it and miss something? That shouldn't be possible. There wasn't even a character named Jian Chao in the original text. How did this perfectly good cliché romance drama turn into a mystery? After a moment of stillness, she spoke slowly. Could it be a mistake? Bei Ming Chen pressed she's head against his chest, his voice warm and gentle. You just continue to be carefree and happy. She lifted her head, a thought occurring to her. What was it that you asked the Lingxi Pavilion to investigate? To find Jian Yan's whereabouts. She looked utterly confused. Who is this Jian Yan now? A relative. Bei Ming Chen reached out and pinched she's cheek gently. Jian Yan was my mother's half-sister. She nodded thoughtfully. I need to look into this. It was supposed to be a simple story of him tormenting her tormenting him back, him chasing her, fleeing. A classic love-hate triangle. How did so many extra characters suddenly appear? Bei Ming Chen helped she up and led her to the bedside. After she lay down, he tucked her in and said softly, it's late. Sleep well. She hummed softly in response and closed her eyes. Bei Ming Chen turned and walked to the table, sat down, and picked up the account books to read. His gaze swept over the ledger he had thrown aside, and his brows were tightly furrowed. She slowly opened her eyes, watching Bei Ming Chen's worried face. She pouted slightly. Let me save you. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but when she woke up again, she saw Bei Ming Chen's handsome face. Bei Ming Chen slowly opened his eyes and smiled at she. His voice was still thick with sleep. Time to get up. Let's return to the manor. After they both dressed and walked out of the room, a person immediately came forward, bowing respectfully. Master, the morning meal is ready. Bei Ming Chen hummed in acknowledgement and took she's hand into the dining hall. Jian Chao was already seated at the table. When he saw them arrive, he beamed and said with excessive eagerness, come, sit down and have breakfast. She's brow twitched. She looked up at Bei Ming Chen. Why do I feel like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken? Bei Ming Chen didn't respond. He led she over and sat down, then ladled a bowl of porridge and placed it before her. Leaning in, he asked softly, what would you like to eat? She scanned the table, her eyes landing on a plate of flower-shaped pastries. I want to eat that. Bei Ming Chen followed her gaze and picked up his chopsticks to reach for it, only to see another pair of chopsticks snatch it first. He turned his head displeased. Jian Chao picked up the pastry and said ingratiatingly, sister-in-law, this one is delicious. Try it. Just as he was about to place the pastry in she's dish, his chopsticks froze mid-air, intimidated by Bei Ming Chen's dark and furious glare. Bei Ming Chen was very displeased. What do you think you're doing? Jian Chao swallowed hard and silently withdrew his chopsticks, placing the pastry into his own dish. His voice was filled with guilt. I threw the bodies back. So, can I come and stay at the Prince Chen Manor for a while? He had thought the manor was run by she and tried to curry favor with her. What had he done wrong? Bei Ming Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. Seeing this, Jian Chao felt a rebellious streak rise. He said bitterly, everyone looks down on me. I need to find a way to make everyone in the Prince Chen Manor fear me. Fo, she snorted twice. It's not hard. Just go hang yourself at the gates of the Prince Chen Manor. That way not only will the people inside fear you, but everyone outside will too. You'll be the brightest ghost on that street. After speaking Fo, she calmly scooped up a ladle of porridge and began to drink. Jian Chao stood frozen, lips tightly pressed together. Why did he find this so funny? He couldn't laugh. Fo, she was teasing him. He turned his head toward Bei Ming Chen, hoping the prince would take his side. Bei Ming Chen paid no attention to Jian Chao, continuously serving Fo, she breakfast, occasionally asking, "Do you like it? Which one do you prefer?" His gentle expression made Jian Chao wish he could start a passionate romance with Bei Ming Chen. Fo, she glanced up and saw Jian Chao staring at the prince, raising an eyebrow casually. "He's much more handsome than you, right? Your bloodlines are similar, yet you look so different." Bei Ming Chen felt utterly pleased. Though he despised being called handsome, if Fo, she liked his appearance, he'd have to pay more attention to it. Jian Chao's gaze shifted to Fo, she then back to Bei Ming Chen, who wore a smug expression. Jian Chao's face resembled an old man on the subway staring at a phone, hand clutching his chest, eyes darting away, utterly embarrassed. The dining hall was silent save for the occasional clink of spoons and Bei Ming Chen's quiet questions. Jian Chao ate a few bites, picked up his fan, and walked out of the dining hall. What a disgraceful sight, forced to witness such romantic morning fare. Fo, she glanced sideways. Bei Ming Chen softly, "Eat quickly." Fo, she turned to him. "I feel like he's angry. Is it because of what I said?" Bei Ming Chen continued serving Fo, she pastries, smiling gently. "No, he's thick-skinned." Fo, she nodded. "Then what did he mean when he said he'd stay at the Wangfu for a while?" Bei Ming Chen set down his chopsticks, ladled some porridge, and casually said, "The assassin last night was sent by the Baiqing kingdom. Jian Chao threw him back there. If he returns now, it's an act of provocation. He may not come back." Fo, she blinked in confusion, nodded. "Oh, I see. But I still don't fully understand." Bei Ming Chen set down his spoon, turned to Fo, she with a tender tone. "Jian Chao and the emperor of Baiqing kingdom, the latter is his uncle, have been in open conflict for years. The emperor has always wanted to eliminate Jian Chao. Before your grandfather passed, he wished for Jian Chao to become the emperor of Baiqing kingdom. But Jian Chao was too young, so the ministers recommended the current emperor to govern in his stead." Fo, she understood. So now that Jian Chao has grown up, the emperor won't step down and wants to kill him to secure his throne forever. Bei Ming Chen nodded, picked up his chopsticks to continue serving Fo. She pondered, chewing on a pastry, her thoughts drifting away. "I thought I had a god's perspective, but now I realize I can't even see the god's heel." Bei Ming Chen tapped Fo's forehead. "What are you thinking? Eat breakfast." Fo, she looked at the pastries on the plate, lips pursed. "Are you raising me like Peppa Pig?" Bei Ming Chen chuckled lightly. Fo, she placed some pastries on his plate, smiling. "You should eat too." "Okay." After finishing, they walked out of the dining hall and saw Jian Chao gazing at the falling leaves. Fo, she clicked her tongue. He's short on calcium since childhood and love ever since. Unloved by his grandmother, unloved by his uncle. They could form a band together. Always a villain trying to harm me. Bei Ming Chen held Fo's hand, facing Jian Chao calmly. "Jian Chao." Jian Chao turned around only to find his face frozen in cold, hands rubbing together. As he lowered his head, a trickle of nosebleed appeared. He quickly lifted his head, covering it with his hand. Fo, she couldn't bear to look away. He was just trying to stop his nose from running, and I was imagining a whole drama. Bei Ming Chen didn't react, pulled Fo's hand, and walked out of the residence into the carriage. Jian Chao soon boarded, sitting beside them. Fo, she leaned slightly toward Bei Ming Chen. Jian Chao rolled his eyes, shallower than they were. If they'd finished eating sooner, he wouldn't have had to stand in the cold wind. Bei Ming Chen tightly held Fo's hand, ignoring the mutual provocation between them, closing his eyes to rest. Jian Chao shook his head, sighing, "How tragic. I poured my heart into this, and it was wasted." Fo, she raised an eyebrow, glanced over, lips curled with a smile. "What is sincerity? I've never heard of it." She scanned Jian Chao, clicked her tongue. "Didn't you know dogs are picky?" Jian Chao felt a lump in his throat. He forced himself to calm down, turning his head away to avoid the urge to slap her, before Fo and Bei Ming Chen would team up on him. Tired, so tired. He'd find a quiet, gentle wife in the future. Bei Ming Chen squeezed Fo's hand, a faint smile on his face. Jian Chao suddenly felt superfluous. He lifted the carriage curtain to step out, but a cold breeze brushed his cheeks, causing a shiver. He sneezed, and uncontrollable snot flowed out. She covered her face with her hand. "This is absurd." Bei Ming Chen pressed Fo's head onto his shoulder, and he felt her body shivering, occasionally making soft sounds. Jian Chao quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it clean, then sat back down. It was too cold outside, the carriage was warmer. Hearing Fo's soft moans, he sneered, "Sister-in-law, try to endure it. People might think you're having a seizure." Fo, she was in a rare good mood, not retorting. She lifted her head, smiling, coughed lightly. "Your sister-in-law. I feel like I'm becoming Princess Iron Fan." Thinking of this, she stifled a smile, looking up at Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen and Jian Chao both looked confused. What was Fo saying? After a few hums FO, she sat up straight, still holding back laughter. Jian Xiao glanced at her disdainfully. What kind of person is she so absent-minded? FO, she sensed the hostile gaze, looked back with scrutiny. That slime ball must be cursing me inside. Bei Ming Chen's lips curled slightly, he pressed his temples, and called out to the carriage, Ling Feng, speed up. Yes. Ling Feng respectfully answered, then cracked the whip, the horse galloping swiftly. Just as he retracted the whip, laughter echoed from inside the carriage. The laughter combined with the weather was spine-chilling. After a while, Ling Feng forced the horse to stop, jumped down respectfully, and said to the carriage, Princess, we've arrived at the Wangfu. Bei Ming Chen's clear voice came from inside, yes. Ling Feng quickly lifted the curtain. Jian Xiao stepped off first, followed by Bei Ming Chen. FO, she poked her head out, extended her hand, and Bei Ming Chen chuckled, lifting her from the carriage. FO, she looked at the entrance of the Wangfu, her gaze drifting to Jian Xiao, teasing, won't you consider my suggestion? Jian Xiao glared at FO, she snorted, and turned to enter the Wangfu. FO, she called out from behind, the privilege of hanging at the Wangfu entrance. Always reserved for you. Jian Xiao lifted his leg about to step in, but upon hearing this, he paused, then quietly stepped inside. Bei Ming Chen sighed, helplessly pulling FO, she into the Wangfu. Ling Feng exchanged glances with Ling Xiao, who had come to greet them. The second prince had finally met his match. Whenever he came, the Wangfu never had peace. Now let's see how he'd boast. As FO, she entered the mansion, Song Xan rushed forward, face flushed, bowing hurriedly, greet the prince, greet the princess. FO, she asked, what happened? Song Xian stepped forward, holding FO, she's arm, ready to walk, his voice trembling with anxiety. Princess, the dog you raised has gone mad. FO, she blinked in surprise, immediately releasing Bei Ming Chen's hand, following Song Xian forward. How is it going mad? Is it rolling on the ground? Or is it on its deathbed? Song Xian shook his head, it wants to dominate the world. What? Song Xian opened his mouth, unable to describe the scene, pulling FO, she forward quickly. FO, she quickened her pace. This dog really needed a good beating. At the entrance of the courtyard, she saw several locks on the door, pulled them, and asked, what's going on? Song Xian took out the keys, unlocked them one by one, saying, I was afraid the dog would come out and destroy the Wangfu. FO, she watched Song Xian unlocking the locks, frowning. Could that husky have mutated after drinking the porridge I made? Song Xian unlocked all the locks, gently pushed open the door, swallowed hard, and said nervously, Princess, I'll hold this door shut, not letting any animal come out. FO, she nodded, stepped forward, only to hear the door close, followed by the sound of locking. FO, she looked disgusted, turned to Song Xian, then stepped inside. Before she entered, she heard a tiger, trembling with fear. Roar. Brother dog, let's talk calmly. Then came the fierce voice of the husky. Whoa. You still have that delusional confidence? Do you still have superiority? FO, she followed the sound, and saw the husky in a fierce stance, its two paws resting on the tiger's head, looking intimidating. Meanwhile, the tiger had its paws on the husky's dog legs, looking up at it with eyes full of fear and begging. FO, she reached out to close her shocked jaw, swallowed, coughed lightly, and spoke softly. Tiezhu, did you drink too much porridge last night? That's a tiger, right? Upon hearing FO, she's voice, the husky turned its head, its fierce expression visibly vanishing, then looked utterly aggrieved, scurrying to FO, she sighed with all four paws. Woof. Sister FO, I'm hurt. FO, she looked at the husky with its paws on her legs, then up at the tiger lying on the ground pitifully, and blinked. This scene was too beautiful for her to bear. She'd never feel confident in front of the husky again. It was a tiger after all. How could a normal dog do this? FUO, she pursed her lips, her voice tender as she asked, what has happened? The husky, upon hearing this, grew furious. Its dog face twisted in anger as it glared fiercely at the tiger. The tiger shivered, lowering its head even further. Woof. That tiger looks down on me. FUO, she gently removed the husky's paw from her leg, her voice slow. It is indeed a tiger. How could someone as uniquely sturdy as Tai Zhu be overlooked? Upon receiving FUO, she's praised, the husky lifted its head so high it seemed ready to fall off, radiating arrogance. An urge to punch it arose in anyone who saw it. FUO, she's lips tightened as her gaze swept over the smug husky, then the pitiful tiger, and finally lingered on the other pets, all of whom held deep, resentful looks. She seemed to receive signals from the other pets, a hint that she should discipline the husky. FUO, she lifted her eyes slightly. To scold the husky was a good idea. She spoke seriously, tell me, how did it look down on you? The husky ran a short distance away, and only then did FUO, she realize how messy the courtyard was. Woof. I just had itchy paws, and did a little bit of digging. FUO, she's eyes widened. Is that what you call a little bit of digging? This dog knows it has itchy paws, yet it didn't tear the whole courtyard apart. Whether the husky failed to notice FUO, she's displeased expression, or felt emboldened, because even the tiger feared it continued complaining. Woof. This tiger actually threatened me. It said it would eat the dog pup. Hearing this, the husky ran over to the tiger and slapped its head fiercely, snarling a whoa. Tell sister she is what the dog said true. The tiger weakly nodded. The husky struck it again, with its paw shouting a woof. Do you still want to eat me now? The tiger glanced up slightly, lifting its head roar. I'm not hungry now. The husky turned its dog head toward Fuo, she opening its mouth woof. Sister, will you forgive the dog? The dog didn't mean to destroy the house. Fuo, she thought I really want to slap you to death. But seeing how terrified the tiger was, the tightly shut doors, and the husky's fierce face, she suddenly found the husky rather cute. Swallowing her saliva, she laughed heartily. Of course I'll forgive Taiju. How could I blame such a cute and obedient dog? Hearing this, the husky's pride swelled even more, and it excitedly patted the tiger again. Fuo, she glanced around the places the husky had messed with and pursed her lips. The house is quite destroyed. Don't do it again next time. The husky held its head high. The dog will pay attention next time. Fuo, she bit her lip and silently took a deep breath. I'll tell Bei Ming Chen to settle this. Oh my, this dog actually dared to threaten me. Seeing Fuo, she's dazed expression and glancing at the tiger beside it, the husky's dog eyes turned. It seemed to understand something. It removed its paw from the tiger's head, shivered, and displayed a majestic posture. Whether intentional or not, it opened its mouth slowly before leisurely walking toward Fuo. She. Woof. Fuo, she, what's wrong with you? It had suffered much from this woman before, and now it was finally its turn to scare Fuo. She. It would surely scare her thoroughly. Fuo, she's face darkened. Damn it, you're playing along with me, but you call me by my full name. Do you think I'm afraid of you? She raised her hands, cracking her knuckles. Seeing this, the husky felt guilty, wanting to retreat, but fearing Fuo, she would become even more aggressive if it did so now. It continued walking forward, though its confidence was waning. Fuo, she smiled sinisterly, looked up at the sky, and muttered to herself, the smog is severe, the wind is cold. It's the perfect time to kill a dog and have hot pot. As soon as Fuo, she finished speaking, a dagger suddenly stabbed into the husky's front leg. The husky was terrified and stopped in its tracks, trembling violently. Bei Ming Chen walked over, shielding Fuo she in front of him. He tightly held Fuo she's hand in his palm, his cold eyes fixed on the husky, as he spoke softly, Sister, she, do you want to eat dog meat? The husky shrank back 2 steps, its voice weak, woof. Sister, she, think of the happy times we've had at this moment. Fuo, she snorted, looking at Bei Ming Chen, then at the husky. This husky actually threatened me, tore up the courtyard, bullied the tiger I caught for you, forced me to say things against my will. There has never been a happy time between us. Why not, since it's cold, set up a stove and eat dog meat? Bei Ming Chen said indulgently, all right, I'll listen to you. The husky's eyes widened, unsure whether its legs had gone weak or not. It stumbled and knelt down on its front paws, heartbroken, woof. No, woof. Sister, she, the dog is sorry. The dog will never dare again. Fuo, she hummed softly, turning her gaze toward the husky. Never dare again. I've heard that line so many times, I'm tired of it. Bei Ming Chen's eyes flickered. He looked at Fuo, she then followed her gaze to the husky, his eyes narrowing. It seems his guess was correct. Fuo, she could truly understand animal language. No wonder Lingxi Pavilion, though a rising star, has such a renowned reputation. Thinking of Lingxi Pavilion, Bei Ming Chen was puzzled, and turned his gaze toward Fuo. She. Lingxi Pavilion only appeared in the past half a year. How can it be said to be a 100-year-old shop? Fuo, she laughed softly. Since Bei Ming Chen knew Lingxi Pavilion was hers, she had nothing to hide. Her voice light. Yes, it is a 100-year-old shop, just 99 years short. Bei Ming Chen. Fuo, she smiled, calm and composed. New shops always exaggerate a bit to attract customers. But our information is solid, no one has given us a bad review. Saying this, Fuo, she began to walk out. Bei Ming Chen held her hand, his tone unclear. The matter I need to investigate might be difficult. After 20-some years, the pets who knew the truth had long since died. Fuo, she waved her hand. Difficult? That sounds pretty hard. Maybe you shouldn't investigate it. Bei Ming Chen. Fuo, she smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, all difficulties can be defeated by me. Bei Ming Chen thought all difficulties could not defeat him and was about to speak when he suddenly realized it too late. Fuo, she shook Bei Ming Chen's hand with a smile, haha, joking around. I meant everything is left to you. Trust me, I'll ruin everything. Bei Ming Chen looked at Fuo, she speechless. To say she was naive, her thoughts were delicate. To call her foolish, she never let herself be taken advantage of. Fuo, she's true nature remained a mystery. Fuo, she stepped forward as the pets began chirping. Gigi. Sister, she, don't leave. Taiju has rabies again. Zatsa. Sister, she, were scared of Taiju and haven't eaten since. Zizi. Resist Tieju, I need food. Ho ho. Resist Tieju, I need food. Jujio. Resist Tieju, I need food. G. Brothers and sisters, keep going. Fuo, she stopped and glanced at the pets before turning her head toward Tieju, which hung its head in apparent repentance. Bei Ming Chen heard the pets' voices, but didn't understand what they said, glancing sideways at Fuo. She. What happened? Fuo, she smiled up at him. You go ahead. I'm heading to the kitchen. Bei Ming Chen was about to say he'd accompany her to Lingxi Pavilion when he caught those last 2 words. He immediately released Fuo. She's hand turned and walked away, his voice drifting back. I have other matters to attend to. Once Bei Ming Chen disappeared from view FO, she crossed her arms, eyeing the husky with a stern expression. You, go contemplate your mistakes in the corner. The dejected husky straightened up, walked to the corner, rested its paws on the wall, and lowered its head onto them motionless. FO, she told the animals, wait a moment, then dashed out of the courtyard straight for the kitchen. Seeing her, everyone froze, trembling. Princess. FO, she nodded and waved. You carry on. I'll prepare some vegetables for the pets. The steward stepped forward. Your Highness, allow me to handle this. FO, she held a carrot and cabbage, her voice floating off. No, it's fine. It had been a while since she bonded with these animals, so today, she decided to chop vegetables for them. She fetched an enormous basket, slicing the produce horizontally and vertically before tossing everything into the basket. Once the basket was full, she lifted it and walked outside. The steward hurried forward. Your Highness, that's very heavy. Let me take it. These are mostly greens some pets need. Before he could finish saying meat, FO, she zipped past him, faintly audible, no thanks. FO, she returned to the courtyard and found the husky still in position. She nodded approvingly, dumped the vegetables on the ground, and waved to the pets. Come over, dinner time. Thugs like the rogue rabbit swarmed, biting into carrots. Chewing, they turned to Donald Duck beside them. Guh. This taste. Only sister she could cut this way. The screaming chicken shook its head, dropping leafy greens from its crest. Gigi. Indeed, the shape and texture are distinctively sister she's. Donald Duck sneered. Gaga. Any food is better than none, yet you pick and choose. Pleasant Goat chewed twice and commented. Indeed, only someone skilled can achieve this texture. FO, she rolled her eyes at the ungrateful pets. Their meat tasted delicious anyway. Maybe she'd slaughter a chicken someday to nourish Bei Ming Chen. The screaming chicken shrieked, leaping back 2 steps. Gigi, your gaze betrayed your soul. Today I tell you, I disagree. FO, she gave a cryptic smile, nodding thoughtfully. Eat up, work after you're full. I have things to do. I'm leaving now. Her peripheral vision caught the husky. Her voice turned icy. Taiju, one chance to restore the courtyard to its original state. The husky was baffled. Taiju is a dog. Dogs don't have hands. How can I clean up? FO, she walked away, her unreasonable voice echoing. How you tore it down, rebuild it exactly as is. The husky stared at the devastated courtyard, lost in contemplation. FO, she exited. Chen Wangfu boarded a carriage bound for Lingxi Pavilion. Shizhou watched her in shock, setting down his tray to rush forward. Sister, you're here. FO, she nodded, glancing at the tray. Is there a guest? You go busy yourself. I'll check the archives. Shizhou nodded, picking up the tray again. Father's in the archives, sister, she. Ask him for any materials you need. FO, she nodded. Understood. She turned and descended. Guards at the entrance bowed in unison. Mistress. FO, she nodded lightly, strolling through the corridor. She twisted a vase on a table. Paintings on the wall slid rightward. Approaching a spot, she pressed a button. The wall revealed a mechanism. Upon pressing it, a click echoed and a door emerged in the corner. FO, she pulled the painting back, stepped inside, but the door slammed shut behind her. After 2 steps, she noticed her robe caught again. Yanking it twice angrily, she muttered, damn it. I'll tear this door down someday. Helplessly, she called out inside. Uncle. Is that Xiao Shi? Caught by the door again. A middle-aged man appeared, a warrior of exceptional skill. FO, she feigned helplessness. Uncle, this door keeps bullying me. Xiang chuckled, touching the wall. The door slowly opened. FO, she stepped forward, shaking her clothes, kicked the door, and huffed, you wait. I'll destroy you eventually. Xiang shook his head, walking inside. FO, she followed, scanning scrolls as she approached. Uncle, where are royal records? Xiang flipped documents casually. Last row on the right. FO, she nodded, walking over to stand before shelves towering twice her height. She picked up a scroll, flipping it open. One glance stunned her. Good heavens, were these characters even readable? Xiang approached, taking the scroll from her hand. You're an incompetent manager. You don't even recognize these texts. FO, she smiled sheepishly. Haha, I've never read these before. Rubbing her nose nervously, she asked, Uncle, does this place know any secrets about the palace? Xiang scanned FO, she vaguely. Doesn't Chen Wang have them? FO, she was confused. What didn't he have? Then she nodded. Bei Ming Chen hadn't traced Jian Yan's whereabouts either. Xiang pursed his lips, climbed a ladder, and grabbed a stack of files from the top. FO, she rushed to catch them, placing them on the table to open. Xiang quickly stopped her, snatching the scrolls from her hands and packing them into a pouch, then pulling 2 books from a cabinet to add. Handing them to her with concern. Take these home and read with Chen Wang. Take care of yourself. FO, she beamed, eagerly taking the pouch. Uncle, how did you know Bei Ming Chen needed these? Xiang smiled. Of course I knew. FO, she shouldered the pouch, giving a thumbs up. Professional. Lingxi Pavilion in your hands feels incredibly secure. Xiang escorted FO, she out of the archives, repeatedly advising. You're young, don't let tempers flare. Must prioritize health. FO, she was deeply moved, nodding gratefully. Uncle was too kind, fearing she'd forget time reading with Bei Ming Chen. He insisted on reminding her. Uncle, I will. If there are any more secrets, inform me immediately. Xiang nodded. This girl lacked shame, though, he wondered internally. Is Chun Wang really inadequate? As she exited Lingxi Pavilion, she saw Bei Ming Chen approaching with a smile. He took her pouch, handing it to Ling Xiao, who received it, his expression shifting. It was heavy. Bei Ming Chen held She's hand toward the carriage. She turned, her face alight with joy. Why did you come? Missed you. She's smile deepened. But I just left moments ago. Still missed you. They boarded the carriage. She pointed at the pouch. All the hidden secrets are here. We'll read them upon returning. Bei Ming Chen glanced and said good. After traveling a while, she grew bored, opening the pouch to peek at the top book, setting it aside, while rummaging through scrolls, muttering, did Uncle mix them up? Bei Ming Chen picked up the book ready to read, when a sudden crash forced the horse to stop. She set down her scroll, lifting the curtain, to see someone fall, quickly rise, surrounded by people, all looking embarrassed. She shook her head, murmuring, at this moment, he should point forward and solemnly declare next carriage. Bei Ming Chen chuckled, flipping through his booklet, pupils dilating instantly. Then, taking a deep breath, he gripped the book tightly in his hand, and cast an obscure, unfathomable glance at she who was watching the commotion. In a low, husky voice, he said, she did not detect the change in Bei Ming Chen. She hummed softly in acknowledgement, then lowered the curtain. With a smile still lingering on her face, she turned to look at him. Seeing Bei Ming Chen's restrained demeanor, she slightly furrowed her brows. Fumbling through her bundle for a scroll, she asked, puzzled, what's wrong? She pulled out a scroll, untied the string binding it, and spread it open with both hands. Blinking twice, she muttered hesitantly, what knight? What concubine? What twice? Hey Bei Ming Chen, take a look and see what this says. As she spoke, she held the scroll out in front of Bei Ming Chen. He swept his gaze over at the obscurity, in his eyes deepening. He then shifted his focus to she whose expression was innocent and carefree, as if trying to see through her very soul. A shiver ran through she's entire body. She looked at Bei Ming Chen, seeing the word blatant written all over him. She slowly leaned back, swallowed hard, and stammered, Bei Ming Chen, what's wrong with you? Bei Ming Chen suddenly smiled. He reached out and took the scroll from she's hand, looking at her with keen interest. Do you know what is written here? She shook her head to indicate she didn't know. Bei Ming Chen let out a hearty laugh and extended his hand to pull her closer. But she immediately stepped back, watching him warily. Bei Ming Chen placed the scroll aside and glanced at the booklet again. In a gentle, mellow voice, he said, come here. I'll teach you. She seemed hesitant. Why do I feel like he's in heat again? But he doesn't look like it. Could it be that the booklet contains something private? Lost in thought, she craned her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of what was in the booklet. Bei Ming Chen waved his hand, his voice low and magnetic. Come here. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Yes. Bei Ming Chen's face darkened. He placed the booklet on his lap and looked at she's speaking in a coaxing tone. Come here. Don't you want to learn to read? I'll teach you. She nodded slowly. This head of mine, always thinking of unhealthy things. Bei Ming Chen is perfectly normal. She lifted her face, smiled, placed her hand in his, and moved to sit beside him. Bei Ming Chen pulled she into his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. He picked up the scroll she had handed him, opened it, and held it before her eyes. Taking a deep breath, he said in a strained voice, present. Seeing him stop, she looked up in confusion, meeting his deep, profound gaze. Her heart pounded like thunder. What's wrong? Did you find something? Bei Ming Chen threw away the scroll, picked up the booklet from his lap, opened it for she to see for a brief moment, then immediately closed it and tossed it aside. He breathed warmly near her ear. Sure, are you rejecting me? She's eyes widened in shock at what she had seen. Only then did she realize why the old man had told her to take it easy. She quickly shook her head, her voice urgent. Bei Ming Chen, it's not what you think. The old man gave me the wrong material. Bei Ming Chen held the back of her head and her chin, leaning down. I think you were hinting at me. She was flustered. Who said that? That's not true. After finally having a few peaceful days, am I going back to the old life? Maybe I should find an excuse and injure Bei Ming Chen again. A faint smile curled at the corner of Bei Ming Chen's lips as he leaned in and kissed her directly. She's eyes flew wide open as she watched Bei Ming Chen kiss her with an almost voracious hunger. Her mind went blank, and soon her entire body went limp. She slowly closed her eyes, savoring this long-missed kiss. It wasn't until Ling Zhao's voice came from outside. Your Highness, Princess, we have arrived at the manor. She only then awoke from her daze. She reached out to push against Bei Ming Chen, who was nuzzling in her neck, and whispered in a voice laced with an undeniable allure, Bei Ming Chen, we're at the manor. Bei Ming Chen raised his head, closed his eyes for a brief moment, then straightened her clothes. He picked her up, his voice seductive as he murmured, let's go to our room. We have all the time in the world. She shyly lowered her head, allowing Bei Ming Chen to carry her out of the carriage. As they entered the main gate, they almost collided with Jian Xiao. Jian Xiao's gaze swept over them, both a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. In broad daylight, you should take care of yourselves. Bei Ming Chen ignored him and walked straight towards Qinxi Courtyard. Jian Xiao's voice trailed after them. Bei Ming Chen, hurry up. Lunch will be served soon. Bei Ming Chen glanced down at Fo, she whose face was buried in his chest. The corners of his mouth lifted, and he said in a gentle voice, "We really should hurry. Otherwise night will fall soon, and then it will be dawn again before we know it." Hearing this Fo, she looked up at Bei Ming Chen, but said nothing. "I can already tell you tonight will be another sleepless one." The smile on Bei Ming Chen's lips grew even wider. He strode quickly into Chenxi courtyard and ordered the guards at the door. "Without my permission, no one is to enter." "Yes." The guards bowed in acknowledgement. After the two had entered, they closed the large doors. Fo, she felt a pang of anxiety, her heart thumping wildly. She struggled, trying to get down from Bei Ming Chen's arms. Bei Ming Chen swept his gaze across the courtyard, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Where would she like to do it? Fuo, she glanced around the surroundings, instinctively nestling closer to Bei Ming Chen's embrace, as she firmly declined nowhere. Bei Ming Chen smiled, heading towards the pavilion. Fuo, she struggled briefly before reaching up to tap his head fiercely. "On such a cold day, do you intend to freeze into a salted fish?" she demanded. Bei Ming Chen's expression darkened as he looked down at her. "You hit me again. How delightful," he muttered with restrained irritation. "How do you know it's so cold?" "I think it would be hot." Fuo, she choked on her words, unable to refute him. Looking at Bei Ming Chen, she noticed a shift in his gaze. Fuo, she shrank back, a chill of apprehension coursing through her. "Won't Bei Ming Chen keep me confined to the room for days again?" she wondered anxiously. Clearing her throat lightly, she said, "Bei Ming Chen, please set me down first. Our dog is chasing mice. I must go scold it." Bei Ming Chen nodded with interest. "I believe you simply wish to meddle in others' affairs." Seeing that Bei Ming Chen would not relent Fuo, she placed her hand against his chest with a pleading expression. "Bei Ming Chen, shall we return to our chambers?" "Please." Bei Ming Chen gazed into Fuo, she's shimmering eyes recalling how she had once begged him. Remembering the warmth of her body pressed against his own, he abruptly changed course, stepping into the inner room and placing her on the bed. His hand caressed her cheek as he looked deeply into her eyes. Fuo, she braced herself on the bed, locking gazes with Bei Ming Chen. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She gently closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly. Bei Ming Chen descended upon Fuo, she leaning in to kiss her. Gradually Fuo, she raised her arms, wrapping them around his neck, surrendering to his will. Fuo, she's actions stirred something within Bei Ming Chen, emboldening him further. Time seemed to blur. Fuo, she's mind grew heavy, her eyelids too waited to open, yet she could still hear Bei Ming Chen's ragged breathing. She tried to push him away, but her body lacked the strength to move. Bei Ming Chen paused, lifting his head slightly, to look at Fuo, she now asleep. A gentle smile touched his lips as he reached out to smooth the strands of hair clinging to her forehead. He murmured softly, "Wait until I grant you the title of Empress. You must bear my children, and I will protect you both." Half asleep Fuo, she faintly heard Bei Ming Chen speak of bearing children. A warm sensation blossomed in her chest, and a smile touched her lips. "I agree." She could not tell if it was her inner thought or spoken word, and then she drifted into sleep. Bei Ming Chen's brows lifted with joy. He draped a garment over Fuo, she before carrying her into the flower room, opening a concealed door, and stepping into the medicinal pool. Fuo, she felt the temperature of the medicinal water. It was just right, soothing her weary body, until she fell into a deep, peaceful slumber. After a long while, Bei Ming Chen lifted Fuo, she from the medicinal pool, draped a garment over her shoulders, turned, and walked into the adjoining room, carrying her into the bath. Fuo, she felt discomfort, and slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was now in the bath. Glancing out the window, she noted, "It is already nightfall." Bei Ming Chen hummed in acknowledgement. Fuo, she patted his shoulders, signaling him to remain still, her voice pitifully soft. "I am so hungry." Bei Ming Chen agreed, dressing himself first, then covering Fuo, she with a garment. He lifted her from the bath and placed her on the bed, still clothed, asking gently, "What would you like to eat?" Fuo, she rubbed her waist, leaning against the headboard. "Something delicious." Bei Ming Chen placed his hand on her head, stroking it affectionately. "I will prepare it right away." Fuo, she nodded. Bei Ming Chen smiled, and then left the inner room. Not long after, the door opened, and Bei Ming Chen entered carrying the meal. He placed it on the dining table, walked to the cabinet, and handed Fuo she a garment. "Put this on and eat." Bei Ming Chen adjusted Fuo she's hair. The pair approached the dining table. Fuo, she gazed at the delicacies on the table, her mouth watering. "I am truly tired, yet also truly hungry." Bei Ming Chen served Fuo she a dish, hearing her inner thought, his face filled with amusement. "Do not worry. You will be even later tonight." Fuo, she focused on eating contentedly, setting down her chopsticks after a full meal, leaning back in her chair and stretching. Life is to be enjoyed. Drink wine, eat dishes. So satisfying. Bei Ming Chen watched Fuo she with indulgence, smiling. "Are you full?" Fuo, she lowered her hands, noticing something odd about Bei Ming Chen. "Even when full, I must say, I'm not hungry. I haven't forgotten the painful experience from last time." She quickly stood, heading toward the door, keeping an eye on Bei Ming Chen's movements. "I shall go admire the moonlight. Leave the meal. I will eat it later." Oh my goodness, better run. Bei Ming Chen is acting strangely. As her hand touched the door, she saw Bei Ming Chen stand up, as well her body, trembling, nearly letting out a cry. She quickly pulled open the door and ran outside, rushing to the pond, watching the fish swim and recalling a song. I am like a fish in your lotus pond, only to gaze at the bright moonlight with you. What comes next? Feeling warmth on her body, she turned to see Bei Ming Chen had draped a cloak around her shoulders, then wrapped his arms around her, whispering softly, "The night is beautiful tonight." Fuo, she looked up just as a gentle breeze swept through, nodding in agreement. Indeed it is. The night is beautiful and the wind is gentle. Perfect for Runta to chase weasels. In the night the two stood close together. Buzz. Buzz. I'm freezing. Fuo, she raised an eyebrow. It is this cold, yet there are still mosquitoes. Buzz. Buzz. These two have been standing here for so long. They must be frozen stiff. Buzz. Buzz. Mind your own business, find a warm place quickly, or you will freeze. Buzz. Buzz. How can you be so heartless? Do you not know to care for those with intellectual disabilities? These two fools refuse to go inside on a cold night, standing in the wind. They must have something wrong with their minds. Fuo, she turned coldly, trying to locate the mosquitoes. Damn you, calling me an idiot. I'll slap you to death. Mosquitoes in the courtyard, mocked by mosquitoes, fall and get slapped. Unable to withstand a single slap, you still dance before my eyes. I shall rid the world of this pest. The mosquito landed on Fuo, she's back. Buzz. Buzz. Let me pamper you first. Feeling a large hand descending above, it flustered to take flight. Buzz. Buzz. You cannot kill mosquitoes, your body contains. Before the words were finished, it returned to its origin. Another mosquito, furious, flew toward Fuo, she shouting, Buzz. Buzz. Wife, I will avenge you right away. Fuo, she let out a disdainful snort. Presumptuous fool, let me send you all to the afterlife. A sharp smack echoed, and the surroundings fell silent. Bei Ming Chen pressed Fuo, she's head onto his shoulder, gazing at the distant nightscape. This is wonderful. Fuo, she nodded. It's nice, but it's easy to catch a fever. Bei Ming Chen's face instantly darkened. Why was Fuo, she so oblivious to romance? Fuo, she looked back at him in confusion. What's wrong? I'm not wrong. With this cold wind blowing, isn't it natural to get a fever? I really want to go inside, but with Bei Ming Chen there, I suppose the courtyard is fine too. Bei Ming Chen took a deep breath. Was he a plague? Was Fuo, she that afraid of him? Fuo, she shivered, turned to look at the unguarded Bei Ming Chen, and swallowed hard. Let me tell you a story about a hidden dagger behind a smile. Bei Ming Chen raised an eyebrow. Was Fuo, she mocking him? Then he heard Fuo, she's voice. Ha 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 ha. Bei Ming Chen. Seeing Bei Ming Chen's face grow darker and the desire in his eyes becoming more apparent, Fuo, she stepped back and whispered, I'm tired. I don't want to exercise. Bei Ming Chen tightly imprisoned Fuo, she in his embrace, lowering his head to whisper softly in her ear, then just enjoy it. Fuo, she pushed against Bei Ming Chen and gave a bitter laugh. That's quite unnecessary, for I am not one who craves pleasure. Bei Ming Chen chuckled twice, lifted Fuo, she, and carried her inside, but then turned and headed towards the greenhouse. Fuo, she panicked and began to struggle. Bei Ming Chen, be careful. Too much frequency isn't good. It can cause cardiovascular disease. Don't speak. Bei Ming Chen set Fuo, she down on the hanging chair and crouched to her eye level. For some reason, Fuo, she felt a pang in her stomach. She frowned slightly and pressed her hand to her belly. Bei Ming Chen, I have a stomachache. Bei Ming Chen watched Fuo, she's performance with interest, but still reached his hand to her abdomen and gently rubbed it. Does it still hurt? Fuo, she nodded. Yes. Then, as if remembering something, she immediately sat up from the hanging chair and looked behind her. Could it be my period? 3 question marks seemed to appear over Bei Ming Chen's head. Wasn't Fuo, she an orphan? Where did she get an aunt from? Fuo, she made a move to run out of the greenhouse. Bei Ming Chen grabbed her, knowing she was trying to escape. Fuo, she kicked her legs and patted Bei Ming Chen's chest anxiously. Put me down quickly. I think I'm about to get my monthly cycle. Bei Ming Chen froze, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he stiffly set Fuo, she down. Fuo, she immediately dashed out of the greenhouse and the chintzy courtyard, shouting, Songshin. Songshin. When Fuo, she returned to the room, clutching her stomach, Bei Ming Chen was nowhere to be seen. Your Highness, be careful. Songshin helped Fuo, she sit on the bed. Fuo, she lay down, curling up and hugging her stomach, whimpering softly. Songshin placed a hot water bottle on Fuo, she's stomach. Seeing Fuo, she's tightly furrowed brow, she said softly, Your Highness, shall this servant rub your belly for you? Before Fuo, she could speak, she heard Bei Ming Chen's voice. You may leave. Songshin immediately stood up, bowed, and retreated with her head down. Bei Ming Chen placed the tray on the table, crouched down, and stroked Fuo, she's face. His voice was warm and smooth. Sit up and drink this soup, then I'll rub your stomach. Fuo, she pouted and let Bei Ming Chen help her sit up. He scooped up a spoonful and brought it to her lips. Fuo, she sniffed it, frowned, turned her head slightly, and covered her nose with her hand. Why does it smell like medicine? Bei Ming Chen smiled. It warms the stomach and dispels cold. Seeing Fo she's still covering her mouth and nose, he patiently coaxed her. Come on, drink this, and your stomach won't hurt anymore. Fo she glanced up. I don't believe you. I won't drink it. It smells awful. Then, as if thinking of something, she asked, can you smell a faint herbal scent on me? A flicker passed through Bei Ming Chen's eyes. He withdrew the spoon and shook his head. No. Fo she frowned as if talking to herself. Then why do I smell a faint medicinal scent on my body? Have I developed a natural fragrance? It seemed to appear after I was with Bei Ming Chen. Did my body get an upgrade and come with a complimentary scent? Bei Ming Chen guiltily touched his nose, scooped up some soup, and brought it to Fo she's lips. Be good, it'll get cold soon. Fo she's stomach ached in waves. She opened her mouth and took a sip, then made a face. It's terrible. Bei Ming Chen sighed helplessly. Good medicine is bitter to the mouth, but good for the ailment. Fo she nodded. Everyone knows that. I think I'll just keep hurting. Bei Ming Chen's face darkened. Drink it. Now. Fo she blinked. Wow, you're angry. Did you make this yourself? Bei Ming Chen nodded. Yes. Fo she found it hard to believe, but seeing Bei Ming Chen's expression, which didn't seem like a lie, a smile spread across her face. She snatched the bowl from his hand, tipped her head back, and downed it in one gulp. Bei Ming Chen immediately fed Fo she a candied fruit, then laid her flat and crouched down to rub her stomach. Fo she watched him, the corners of her lips curling up unconsciously. Sigh, my period has been late. I thought I was pregnant, but it's here after all. I suddenly really want to have little monkeys with Bei Ming Chen. Bei Ming Chen's brow twitched. She would get pregnant, but the time wasn't right. Why little monkeys though? Fo she's eyelids grew heavier and heavier until she finally fell asleep. Waking up, she felt Bei Ming Chen's hand still on her stomach and smiled happily. She turned over, burrowed into his embrace, and rested her head against his chest. Bei Ming Chen's soft voice drifted over. Is your stomach hurting again? Her stomach didn't actually hurt anymore, but upon hearing this, she feigned coyness, nudged her head against him, and gave a soft Bei Ming Chen immediately reached out and rubbed her stomach. A moment later, he whispered in her ear, I'll go make you some brown sugar water. Fo she nodded and watched him get out of bed and get dressed. She watched him leave the room, the smile in her eyes deepening. It wasn't until the afternoon after Bei Ming Chen had taken Jian Chao into the palace that Fo she scrambled out of bed, grabbed the secret letter from yesterday, and rushed straight to the Lingxi pavilion. She threw the bundle onto the table, put her hands on her hips, and glared at Shi Heng, who was calmly sipping tea. Uncle, I wanted the royal family's most secret and unknown secrets. She pointed at the large bundle. What is this you've given me? Shi Heng scanned Fo she from head to toe. Seeing her fragility and pale complexion, he set down his teacup, picked up a booklet, and started reading again. You weren't specific. Seeing Shi Heng's expression, Fo she knew he had the wrong idea. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Uncle, don't misunderstand. I'm weak because I'm unwell. Shi Heng gave a slight nod, an expression of understanding on his face. Seeing this, Fo she wanted to shout, no, you don't understand. Shi Heng put down the booklet, pointed to the chair beside him to indicate Fo she should sit, and made to stand up. What are you looking for? To prove that her body was indeed in good condition, Fo she did not sit down, but bounced along behind Shi Heng. Shi Heng stopped and looked over at her with a disdainful expression. Even if you have tasted forbidden fruit, there's no need to be so happy. Fo she was stunned, feeling as if she wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. For the first time in her life, she was left speechless. To avoid making things worse, she swallowed the words on her lips, coughed twice, and said, I want to check on Bei Ming Chen's mother. Shi Heng scanned her up and down with unclear interest. How come? Are you afraid that Princess Chen's mother will come back to life and have a conflict with you as a daughter-in-law? Fo she's eyes widened and she gasped in surprise just as she heard the door of the hidden compartment being opened. With a quick thought, she immediately crouched down. Shi Heng also heard the noise, and seeing Fo she in that position, knew what trick she was up on. He reached her first, supporting her crouching body, and said anxiously, get up. Fo she struggled to crouch down, pretending to cry no. As the footsteps became clearer, Shi Heng immediately said, get up, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the words were out, Fo she immediately returned to her normal state, casually picked up the document, and muttered to herself, the handwriting is really good. What are you doing? A slightly stern female voice came from behind. Fo she turned around, handed the document to Shi Heng, and ran to the side of the woman, pulling her arm and acting cute. Aunt Yue, I'm here at Lingxi Pavilion to look up information. Fei Yu looked at Fo she with a smile in her eyes and placed her hand on Fo she's hand. What do you want to look up? Let your uncle help you. It's too dangerous for a girl to climb up and down. After saying that, Fei Yu turned her head toward Shi Heng and changed her appearance, her voice becoming stern. Stop standing there like a log and quickly go look up. Shi Heng with a flattering expression agreed repeatedly, then walked toward the last side. Fei Yu pulled Fo she to sit on a chair, glanced at Shi Heng, and quietly asked Fo she, is the prince treating you well? Fo she nodded with a smile. Bei Ming Chen treats me quite well. Seeing that Fo she was blushing, Fei Yu knew she was telling the truth, but still advised her. If he doesn't treat you well, you can just beat him up. Foshi's mouth formed an O shape, so straightforward and crude. Fei Yu continued. Also, if he dares to hit you, you can make him experience the pain of a broken bone. Later, Aunt Yu will teach you a few medical skills to ensure you can kill without leaving a trace. Foshi laughed heartily. Aunt Yu, you can rest assured Bei Ming Chen really treats me very well. Fei Yu scanned Foshi up and down with unclear interest. So have you fallen in love with him? Foshi nodded. Fei Yu shook her head. That's it. The royal family practices polygyny. Will you tolerate other women sharing the prince with you? Foshi's face changed instantly, and she shouted loudly, I dare to see who dares. Shi Hung in the corner was shivering. These two women were plotting something again. Fei Yu signaled Foshi to calm down and comforted her. Don't be angry. If he dares to have bad intentions, just break his leg. Then he'll be yours for life. Foshi was deeply moved and hugged Fei Yu, feeling excited. It's still Aunt Yu who treats me well. Shi Hung had just found the document and heard what Fei Yu said, his legs trembling with fear. Poor prince being suspected for no reason, his miserable future could be foreseen. Fei Yu patted Foshi's back and smelled a medicinal scent on her, puzzled. Why do you have a medicinal scent on you? Foshi let go of Fei Yu and turned her head to smell herself. I'm on my period. Bei Ming Chen prepared some medicine to replenish qi and blood for me. Maybe it's because I drank the medicine. Fei Yu shook her head and frowned. I don't think so. Her gaze swept over Foshi and stopped at her belly. The prince has been back for a while. Aren't you pregnant? Foshi nodded casually and said, I don't want to have a child so soon. Fei Yu smelled Foshi's scent again, frowning. The scent on you, why does it smell like contraception to me? Foshi turned her head sharply with an incredulous expression. Aunt Yu, did you smell it wrong? How could that be? I haven't drunk any contraceptive herbs. Fei Yu shook her head. I didn't smell it wrong. Could someone have laced the medicine to harm you? Foshi narrowed her eyes, trying to recall. She was very certain that besides the herbal medicine Bei Ming Chen had brought the night before, she hadn't taken any other medicine. Fei Yu placed her hand on Foshi's pulse and said softly, Don't worry, let me take your pulse. Foshi's heart was pounding violently. After a while, Fei Yu withdrew her hand and sighed. There is indeed medicine in your body that makes it difficult to conceive, but this medicine is not harmful to your body. As long as you stop taking the medicine, you can conceive. Foshi blinked twice, not wanting to conceive, and it was not harmful to her body, but she could conceive after stopping the medicine. Damn, it must be that guy Bei Ming Chen. She immediately stood up and shouted inside, Uncle, did you find it? Shi Hung, hiding in the corner, stood up helplessly and said nervously, I found it. Then with an uneasy mood, he slowly walked forward. Before he could speak, she took the document from his hand and turned to walk out. Shi Hung looked at Fei Yu, swallowed his saliva, and immediately chased after She. Little she, this is very heavy. Let your uncle take it back to the prince's mansion for you. Only Foshi's voice could be heard drifting back. Thank you, uncle, no need. Shi Hung could only stop and smile awkwardly at Fei Yu. Fei Yu snorted, all men are no good. Shi Hung looked completely confused and blank. What did I do? Why am I not a good person? Blame the prince, why involve the innocent? But he dared not argue or ask, only flattering. Madam, calm down. It's all my fault as a husband. Foshi angrily stepped off the carriage and entered the prince's mansion, shouting loudly, Bei Ming Chen, you bastard, come out. The servants in the courtyard, hearing she cursed Bei Ming Chen, all knelt down and begged for mercy. At this moment, she didn't care about them. She rushed straight into the hall, scanned the room, and found no trace of Bei Ming Chen, then ran out again, her voice full of anger. Bei Ming Chen, you rascal, I give you one chance, come out quickly. A guard trembled and said, Your Highness, the prince, and the second Prince Jian are in the study. Hearing this, she immediately ran to the study, muttering, Damn, for the sake of his sexual life, he laced me with medicine. Today I'll tear you apart. Bei Ming Chen and Jian Chao were playing chess with serious expressions. After Jian Chao placed a white piece, he lightly said, Your uncle saw those corpses and almost turned into one himself. Too bad I wasn't there to see it. If I had teased him a bit more back then, maybe you could have attended my coronation ceremony. Before Bei Ming Chen could say anything, the study door was kicked open with a bang. Bei Ming Chen looked over fiercely, holding a black piece ready to strike. Seeing the fierce he immediately let go of the black piece, stood up, and asked softly, What's wrong? Who made my princess angry? She walked forward, fiercely cursing, You big jerk. Jian Chao also stood up with a confused expression. Does Bei Ming Chen have a big jerk? I didn't know that. Bei Ming Chen's heart thumped, and he extended his hands to support the approaching Foshi. Foshi took an unconventional route, directly grabbing Bei Ming Chen's collar with a fierce gaze and asking in a questioning tone, Bei Ming Chen, did you drug me? Bei Ming Chen was startled, his words stuck in his throat, rising and falling, and panic appeared in his eyes. Foshi was really angry. Would she leave the prince's mansion in a fit of anger? Jian Chao widened his eyes, his lecherous eyes scanning the two sides. What did he hear? Bei Ming Chen drugged Shi. Wow, who would have thought Bei Ming Chen was such a lecherous person? He then turned his gaze to Bei Ming Chen's face, seeing that Bei Ming Chen was being held by the collar by Fo. She forced to bow his head, and fear was all in his eyes. He let out a light sigh, shook his head slightly. What is a good brother? It's to scold together. No, it's to bear responsibility together. He cleared his throat lightly. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what do you think your son Wu can't get away? Then he continued to glare fiercely at Bei Ming Chen. Say, what are we going to do about this? Jian Chao took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and walked forward with a smile, but before he could speak he was pushed back by Fo Shi. You damn cucumber, you deserve a beating. He scanned Jian Chao, who was preparing to save a dog with a dog, and hummed. You look like something Niwa casually threw out to survive to this day, is truly courageous. Jian Zhao nearly choked with rage, his entire body trembling with fury as his chest heaved violently. He struggled to calm himself, forcing a smile through gritted teeth. You are but a woman. I shall not stoop to your level. Before Fo Shi could question Bei Ming Chen, she heard Jian Zhao's voice again. Already seething with anger, she lashed out at whoever spoke. Show me what you call stopping to my level. You're a failed product who fancies himself a hero. Jian Zhao's barely restored composure crumbled instantly. He pointed a trembling finger at Fo Shi, stammering. You. After taking a deep, ragged breath, he declared, do you believe I can make you kneel and beg me? At these words, not only did Fo Shi glare at him furiously, but Bei Ming Chen also adopted a menacing expression, as if he would flay Jian Zhao alive at any moment. Seeing this, Jian Zhao immediately lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and feigned death, muttering, I want you to beg me on your knees today. If you don't, I'll lie here and never get up. Fo Shi snorted twice and shouted toward the study door guards. The moment her voice fell, 2 guards rushed in. They froze at the sight before them. The princess consort was fiercely gripping the prince's collar, while the prince cowered with a fawning, fearful posture. Lowering their gaze, they saw the second prince, Jian Zhao, lying stiffly on the ground with his eyes closed, resembling a soul that had departed to the western paradise. The 2 guards exchanged a glance. Had they entered incorrectly? They nodded to each other, stepped out of the study, closed the door, took a deep breath, nodded again, and pushed the door open once more. The scene remained unchanged. They immediately knelt and saluted. Greetings to the princess consort, greetings to the prince, greetings to the second prince. They realized the princess consort had the prince completely under her thumb, and the prince wore a look of utter deference. It seemed the prince's mansion was about to undergo a shift in power. Fo Shi cast a sidelong glance at Jian Zhao and teased, the second prince says the room is too warm. Throw him out to the gates of the prince's mansion, so he can cool off properly. The guards were stunned. They looked up at the pitiful Bei Ming Chen, hoping the prince would intervene. Bei Ming Chen pressed his lips together tightly, his gaze sweeping over Jian Zhao before settling on Fo Shi. He parted his thin lips and said, follow the princess consort's orders. The guards understood. The prince was clearly terrified of the princess consort. They would need to curry favor with her in the future. They bowed their heads. Yes. Jian Zhao sprang up from the ground, as if wounded, clutching his heart with an expression of unbearable pain. He addressed Bei Ming Chen. I regarded you as my sworn brother, yet you abandoned me at the critical moment. Bei Ming Chen, I have truly misjudged you. Fo Shi raised an eyebrow. She cleared her throat twice, her voice carrying a warning. Bei Ming Chen, are you willing to stab your brother twice for my sake? Bei Ming Chen immediately nodded. I am willing. Then he turned to Jian Zhao, his voice cold. Jian Zhao, come here. You are my good brother. Jian Zhao took a sharp step back and declared righteously, from this moment on I am no longer your good brother. I will sever our bond. With that, he pulled an embroidered handkerchief from his sleeve, tossed it into the air, turned, and fled from the study, his voice trailing behind. You're on your own. The 2 kneeling guards were dumbfounded, uncertain whether to withdraw. Bei Ming Chen placed his hand over Fo Shi's, his tone humble and placating. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. The guards exchanged a covert glance, quickly lowered their heads, silently retreated, and closed the study door behind them. Fo Shi glared at the fawning Bei Ming Chen and snorted coldly. What fault could you possibly have? You're so capable. Slipping me a drug secretly. Will you poison me outright the next time I displease you? I might end up dead in a ditch without knowing why. Bei Ming Chen pulled her hand down from his collar, holding it tightly in his own, and shook his head. No, never. Fo Shi snorted again. Tell me, why did you drug me? When did it start? Bei Ming Chen pulled Fo Shi into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder, and apologized sincerely. Sure, I'm sorry, but you have to believe me. It's not what you think. Fo Shi pushed him away, pressing her hand against his chest to keep him at a distance, her face still flushed with anger. Spare me the nonsense. Confess the truth immediately. Bei Ming Chen looked at the furious Fo Shi before him. He wanted to embrace her, but she refused to let him near. Sure, I'm afraid. Fo Shi snorted again, her gaze contemptuous. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that if you have a child, I won't be able to take care of you both. I'm afraid. Bei Ming Chen wanted to say more, but hesitated, his eyes downcast. It was better not to let Fo Shi know of those terrible things. Seeing his pitiable state, Fo Shi's heart softened, and her tone became gentler. Do I need you to take care of me after childbirth? Can't you just hire more wet nurses? So stingy. Bei Ming Chen opened his mouth to refute her, but held back. The care he spoke of was not the same as what she understood. Seeing his conflicted expression, she's face darkened. She pointed an accusing finger at him. Are you trying to argue with me? Bei Ming Chen quickly interjected. No, I wasn't going to argue. Whatever she says is right. Hearing this, she's mood improved slightly, but she was still somewhat angry. She snorted twice. I'm telling you I won't forgive you so easily. The corner of Bei Ming Chen's mouth lifted slightly. It didn't matter if she held leverage over him or if she wanted to control him. As long as she didn't leave him or the prince's mansion, he would do anything for her. Cheer, don't be angry. It's all my fault. I'm the one who's wrong. As he spoke, he slowly edged closer to She then took her arm, preparing to pull her into his embrace. She's anger flared up and subsided quickly, but she didn't want Bei Ming Chen to think she was so easily appeased. A mischievous smile played on her lips as she stuck out her leg and tripped him. With a loud thud, Bei Ming Chen crashed to the floor. Bei Ming Chen propped himself up on the ground and quickly stood, raising his eyes to look at She. She bit her lip to hold back a laugh, and when she saw Bei Ming Chen looking at her, she stepped back twice with a playful voice. I told you drugged me, and it made me very angry, so I've decided to go back to my parents' home. Bei Ming Chen strode forward and embraced she, tightly binding her with a dangerous tone. Where do you have a parent's home? She laughed and looked up. Lingxi Pavilion. No way. With that he kissed her directly. She was stunned. Wow, so domineering, I love it so much. No, I can't show how happy I am. She wiped the smile from her face, pushed Bei Ming Chen away forcefully, and covered half her face with her hand, trying to hide her joy from him. She coughed twice. Cough, I'm telling you, don't try this on me. I'm not falling for you. Before she could finish, Bei Ming Chen embraced she again and whispered softly, is that so? She hadn't even finished her word when Bei Ming Chen covered her lips again, then slowly moved forward, pressing her against the corner of the wall. She noticed the change in Bei Ming Chen and patted his chest with her hand, trying to turn her face away. Don't do this, I'm not comfortable. Bei Ming Chen knew this perfectly and did not overstep further, but hugged she tightly and said pitifully, well, please don't be angry, okay? She glanced sideways, looking at Bei Ming Chen's profile, wanting to say yes, but held it back at the last moment. No, I can't let him off so easily. She pushed Bei Ming Chen away and ran to the seat of honor, picked up the paperweight on the table, and pretended to slam it down loudly, saying, Underling, quickly tell the truth. Oh, ouch. At the moment the paperweight slammed onto the table, it crushed her finger. Pain shot through her fingertip, and she instantly let go, clutching her finger and crying out in pain. Bei Ming Chen rushed forward, took she's finger, and blew gently on it. She kept her lips pursed, looking pitiful and helpless. After a long while, Bei Ming Chen looked at the slightly red finger, feeling heartbroken. You're such an adult, yet so rash. Though his words were scolding, his tone was extremely indulgent. Hearing this, she shivered, choked back a sob, and whimpered, You scolded me, I got hurt, and you still scold me. Bei Ming Chen looked at she, who was acting spoiled, and his heart melted completely. He crouched down to her level, stroked her cheek, and said in a melodious voice, How could I ever scold you? I wish I could. Stop. Bei Ming Chen's words were cut off by she. I'm not a Yulamai milk tea, you don't have to hold me in your palm, let alone put me in your mouth, that's just disgusting to hear. Bei Ming Chen had just been full of emotion, about to confess, but those words instantly vanished. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, not yet ready to adjust his mindset, when he heard she's voice again. Don't try to change the subject, look me in the eye, and answer my question. Bei Ming Chen opened his eyes, looking at she with a serious expression, and nodded helplessly. He was guilty, so he met she. She was quite satisfied with Bei Ming Chen's attitude, reached out and patted his head and smiled cheerfully. Good boy. The texture is average, a bit rough. Maybe I should use more eggs to moisturize his hair. Next time if I use cold water, it probably won't turn into an egg drop soup again, but it's so cold. Would Bei Ming Chen agree to use cold water? Bei Ming Chen looked speechless, thinking so far. Would he agree to use cold water? He would never let she waste eggs on his hair again. She withdrew her hand, looked at Bei Ming Chen's handsome face. Her expression changed instantly, and she pretended to be fierce. Tell me, when did you start drugging me? Where and when? Bei Ming Chen laughed and pinched she's cheek, only to be slapped away by her. The day we became intimate, there was a secret door in the flower room, and inside was a medicinal pool. As I thought, from that day on I had a faint medicinal scent on me. I thought it was my natural scent. Humph. The most important question, why did you drug me? At this point his mood became a little low. Why didn't I let you get pregnant? Bei Ming Chen looked up at his eyes full of love, and smiled. Sure, the royal family of Anjouan state always gives birth to twins. She raised her eyes slightly, looked at Bei Ming Chen with a strange expression, and didn't believe it at all. Bei Ming Chen has learned to lie. Bei Ming Chen didn't care. His hand moved back to stroke she's cheek, and he laughed twice. It's true, my father and the emperor are twins. She held her breath. Nanny, Did I read a fake book? Bei Ming Chen's hand on Fo's cheek moved slightly, a smile on his lips. This is the real world, not a book. Fo, she tried to recall, a bit puzzled. Wait a minute, then the emperor's children, aren't they all single births? Bei Ming Chen nodded, his face solemn. After a long time he spoke. That's why I investigated Jian Yan. She was a princess who accompanied my mother when she married. After my mother died in childbirth, she disappeared. Fo, she sat up straight, staring at Bei Ming Chen, and voiced her suspicion. So you suspect Jian Yan took one of the children? Bei Ming Chen nodded. Fo, she frowned and shook her head. That doesn't make sense. Then why are all the emperor's children single births? Bei Ming Chen sighed lightly. I don't know the reason either. Fo, she looked at Bei Ming Chen and suddenly felt sympathy for him. He lost both parents at birth and was considered an omen by others. How did he get through these years? Bei Ming Chen smiled, stood up, and picked up Fo. She then sat down, himself embracing Fo, she in his arms, resting his chin on her head, and whispered, Once I sneaked into the palace at night and accidentally heard the emperor say he was waiting for twin sons of Prince Chen. Fo, she looked up puzzled. What do you mean? Then she thought, and said, the emperor means your children will be twins in the future. Bei Ming Chen smiled and nodded. Fo, she, what's the use of twins? Collect 8 and summon a dragon. Bei Ming Chen smiled, kissed Fo's forehead, and softly said, I'm not very clear myself. It probably has to do with the dragon vein of Anjuan state, or maybe the emperor is afraid I'm too powerful and wants to use my children to blackmail me. He stared intently into Fo's eyes, stroked her cheek, and smiled. That's why I didn't want you to get pregnant, because I haven't yet figured out the emperor's true intentions.